I failed the Tai Xian sect assessment. Another crushing blow. Then, a system notification appeared, lifespan consumption system activated. Suddenly, I could manipulate my lifespan to enhance my children's spiritual roots, creating immortal level prodigies. This time, I'll build a dynasty, even if it kills me. The assessment elder's voice boomed. The Tai Xian sect's assessment concludes. Those who passed, follow me back to the sect. I watched enviously as disciples boarded the massive flying ship, soaring away. A wave of bitter disappointment washed over me. I'd failed. Another crushing blow. What a disgrace, I muttered, a disgrace to the transmigrator army. A month ago, I, Qin Shangqing, transmigrated to this world, a cultivator's paradise, as it turns out. I'd immediately sought out the Tai Xian sect, one of Jing country's top 10 sects, hoping for easy entry. I, the chosen one, the transmigrator, expected a smooth path. Instead, my low-grade spiritual root proved insufficient. They demanded at least a mid-grade. Nearby, rejected candidates debated their options. The Tai Xian sect's standards are too high, one said. Let's try an immortal cultivation family. Another scoffed, becoming a son-in-law? An insult. A third countered, it's just having children. They provide resources and training, a chance to rise. Immortal cultivation family? Son-in-law? The words sparked an idea. I wouldn't be ordinary. I craved immortality. Son-in-law it was. And many wives, without bride prices? A dream realized. I immediately headed toward the family's gathering place. I found the Qin family, their spirit talisman bearing my surname. After a brief assessment, Steward Qin Wenba declared, "You're now a cultivator of the Qin family. We provide resources and training, in return, you'll father at least 10 children. Descendants with spiritual roots earn rewards." I nodded, I'd mentally prepared myself. The huge bell tolled, signaling the assessment's end. Families departed with their recruits. Qin Wenba took me and others away. At the Qin family estate, dozens of young women were presented. "Choose a wife," Qin Wenba announced. One young man, Jia Chang, received a woman with a low-grade spiritual root, due to his mid-grade aptitude. Envy burned within me. I selected Qin Weiwei, a gentle-looking woman. That night, a mass wedding took place, festive and loud. Later, back in my room, I found Qin Weiwei waiting. My drunkenness vanished. A beautiful wife. I'd been a reckless man in my past life. "Madam," I said, lifting her veil, "it's late." She softly hummed. The candlelight flickered out. A moment later, a system notification appeared, aptitude, low-grade spiritual root, current lifespan, 70, detected conception, partner is mortal, consuming 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, potential for high-grade spiritual root offspring. Joy turned to dismay. Damn it! Strengthening the seed? At the cost of my lifespan? The system offered no escape. Forced lifespan deduction. Tears threatened to spill. Would I die before achieving immortality? "Husband, what's wrong?" Qin Weiwei, flushed and clinging to me, asked. "Nothing," I murmured, my mind racing. The next day, no system prompt after intercourse. Relief washed over me. A few children, I could manage. A month later, Qin Weiwei became unwell. The doctor announced, "Congratulations. Your wife is pregnant." Joy surged. Qin Wenba arrived, beaming. First to conceive. A reward, 50 spirit stones. And more wives to choose from. He handed me a box of spirit stones. I thanked him profusely, cursing internally. More wives? I'm running away. Examining a spirit stone, another message appeared, energy detected, can be absorbed to extend lifespan. Absorb? Hope flared. I might survive this after all. The spirit stones, their energy could be converted into lifespan. Immortality, even without peak cultivation, was within reach if I had enough. The fear of dying young from too many wives vanished, spirit stones were the answer. No more running. Absorb. I silently commanded. The stone crumbled to dust. Absorption successful, lifespan increased by 1 year. A servant announced Qin Wenba's arrival, another concubine selection. Understood, I replied calmly. 50 extra years. Another wife, a mere 10 years lost, was a small price to pay. A month later, my second wife was pregnant. The news spread like wildfire through the Qin family. Incredible! 2 pregnancies in 2 months. Some exclaimed. Others were less enthusiastic. What good are more pregnancies if there are no spiritual roots? The family rewarded me with 20 spirit stones, the standard amount. Still a profit. And another concubine selection. 8 months flew by. The Qin family buzzed around my residence, hushed whispers everywhere. I paced, anxiously watching the inner room. Then, a baby's cry, a son. Overwhelmed, I held my first child. Name him, the midwife smiled. Qin Shiming, I declared. Congratulations poured in, tinged with envy. 10 wives, most pregnant, unprecedented in the Qin family's history. So what? Jia Chang grumbled from a corner, bitter. He'd been the star, marrying a woman with a spiritual root. Now, his wife was barren, and he was the laughingstock. He'd tried everything, even with the family's best doctors. Back home, Qin Rongrong waited. She was beautiful, even more so now. Boy or girl? She asked. A fire ignited within me. It's none of your business. I snapped. An argument erupted, attracting a crowd. My humiliation was complete. She sneered and shut the door. I was left feeling desolate. The next day, Qin Rongrong arrived, bearing gifts. She was shy, Brother Qin, a request I agreed, only for her to pull me to a side room and shove a pill in my mouth. I felt a surge of heat, uncontrolled images flooding my mind. I tried to resist, but my spiritual energy only amplified the effects. Madam Jia, what does this mean? I asked. Brother Qin, she whispered, I haven't conceived, and everyone blames me. You're fertile. I need your help. I vehemently protested, but the desire was overwhelming. She pressed herself against me, her breath warm on my neck. The medicine was powerful. I was helpless against a cultivator, even without the drug. I was forced against my will. She threw me onto the couch. Heavenly Tao, bear witness, I was not a willing participant. Then a system prompt appeared, detected that your partner has a low-grade spiritual root, please choose. I was shocked. 10 years lost before, now a choice. I'd amassed 170 spirit stones, converting them all into lifespan 170 extra years. After using 70 years to boost my 7 children, I had 100 left my original lifespan. Damn it, I thought, all that hard work. I hesitated, then chose to enhance my children. They're my own flesh and blood, they deserve the best. Lifespan can be regained, this foundation can't be compromised. My priorities had shifted. Qin Rongrong, flushed and tipsy, clung to me. Brother Changqing, she murmured. This time, my anger fueled my actions. Afterward, she dressed, tossed a pouch to me, and said, don't worry, I won't tell. If I conceive, you'll be my benefactor. Benefactor, my foot, I thought. Just don't try this again. 10 spirit stones. Some conscience, at least. I learned the system's enhancement could be improved, at an exponential cost. Mortal partner, high-grade enhancement. Low-grade spiritual root, supreme grade. Mid-grade, earth grade, high-grade heaven grade. Defying the heavens. But it'd consume my lifespan, not worth it. More spirit stones were the answer. Half a month later, an invitation from Jia Chang. I knew what it meant. He'd finally had a child. The Qin family rejoiced. 2 cultivators with spiritual roots meant a much higher chance of offspring with spiritual roots. At the celebratory banquet, Jia Chang toasted, subtly criticizing my many mortal-born children. The subtext was clear, quantity doesn't matter without spiritual roots. The mood soured, even the other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and sons-in-law felt the sting. I laughed awkwardly. He wasn't wrong about Chin Rongrong's child. Steward Chin Wenba diffused the tension. Your children must all be geniuses, he declared, raising his glass. Chin Rongrong winked at me a terrifyingly amorous look. This woman was crazy. 2 months later, 2 daughters were born to my concubines Qin Mengru and Qin Mengxue. I took 2 more concubines, 12 in total. My prolificacy was envied, hated, and admired in equal measure. Over half a year later, Qin Rongrong gave birth to a son, Qin Shiping. 9 children, 6 boys, 3 girls. My cultivation remained stagnant, stuck at the first level of chi refining, my low-grade spiritual root holding me back. But with enough spirit stones, I could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme forever. I focused on my children, all with high-grade spiritual roots or better. They'd support me someday. 3 years passed. 24 children, plus Qin Shiping 25. I cultivated little, spending most of my time with my children. I made them toys, and taught them. Even other families' children came. I opened a school. The Qin family supported it. Even Jia Chang sent his son, after seeing my genuine care for Qin Shiping. He'd been cold to me, but I repaid him with kindness. Jia Chang focused on cultivation, reaching the second level of chi refining. Brother Qin, Qin Rongrong said, I'll leave Shiping to you. And to thank you, I've prepared dinner. I fled. Not falling for that again. She rolled her eyes. She was certain Jia Chang was the reason for their infertility. For years, she tried to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to me, always rejected. Am I ugly? She'd huffed, glaring at her amazing figure before storming off. That woman's terrifying, I muttered, wiping sweat from my brow. Qin Rongrong was stunning, even more alluring with each passing year. Her advances were tempting, but I knew the cost 100 years of my lifespan. I couldn't risk it, my children deserved the best. My income was limited to the Qin family's basic allowance. Saving 100 spirit stones was a monumental task, and I didn't want my affair with Qin Rongrong exposed. You can't always avoid trouble. Uncle Qin, you're scared of my mother, Shiping giggled. I flicked his forehead, she's not a tiger. Go play. He dashed off. I entered the courtyard, a chaotic scene unfolding. Dozens of children fought over toys, faces red with fury. At the center was a large toy I'd built, a transformable, spiritually powered device. My face darkened. What's going on? I demanded. Silence. My authority was undeniable. I glared at Chifeng, the ringleader. Explain yourself. He mumbled, Dad, it's my fault. I should have let them play first. That kid. He was smart, maybe too smart. Go play, I said. I'll make more toys. Cheers erupted. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme dad. They shouted. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme wasn't enough. I wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme forever. Mengru, my daughter, whispered, Are you going to spank second brother? No, I chuckled, why? You feel sorry for him? She snorted, he drew on my face. People laughed. He's teasing you. Siblings don't hold grudges. Don't you hold grudges, Dad? Never. You're all my children. Second brother threw a spirit explosion talisman at Uncle Jia. She blurted. My eyes widened. Half a year ago, Jia Chang had stormed out, covered in filth. It had been a mystery. Shifeng. That little rascal. It wasn't just second brother. Third brother, sixth brother, Shiping, even Chihu from the Su family. Mengru listed them all. A gang operation. Jia Chang deserved it. No more pranks. Spicy rabbit heads awaits. I said, scooping up Mangyao. Rabbit's cute. Why eat its head? Then, we won't eat it. Rabbit legs? Okay. Qin Weiwei rolled her eyes. How did you know? How could I not? Those were my enhanced seeds. I smiled. The Qin family square was crowded family members in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and sons-in-law with their children. Any immortal seedlings today? They whispered. Qin Wenba called out, Qin Zhen. A boy stepped forward. The stone showed no reaction. Disappointment filled the air. This continued for several children. Then, Qin Xiaoye, low-grade spiritual root. Cheers erupted. Qin Wenba treated her with special kindness. Next, Qin Qiming. My son. I patted his shoulder. You're the best. He stepped forward, placed his hand on the stone. A brilliant light erupted, far brighter than Qin Xiaoye's. Gasps filled the air. Superior spiritual root, someone cried. An immortal seedling. Qin Wenba was shocked and delighted. He hadn't expected much from Qiming. I was producing children at an alarming rate. Common sense suggested high quantity meant low quality, but he was wrong. Qiming's light completely eclipsed Meng Yue's earlier display. Excellent! He exclaimed, scooping Qiming up. Turning to me, he beamed, Brother Changqing, you fathered a fine son. I bowed, outwardly pleased but inwardly smug. A superior spiritual root? You should see the others. I even have a supreme grade one, but that's a secret. Jia Chang was equally stunned. He'd come expecting a laugh nearly 50 children in 7 years? A beast. He only had Qiping, after 6 years. My success was a blow to his ego. I enjoyed the envious stares, a swell of pride rising within me. My son. Brother Changqing, a reward 200 spirit stones. Qin Wenba announced, arriving with 2 elders. The change in their attitude was obvious. They now called me Brother Changqing, a sign of respect earned by my son's success. This system's implicit benefit. 200 spirit stones, a generous reward, extending my lifespan by 200 years. My years of effort had paid off. Brother Changqing, Elder Qin Shouha began, Qiming's aptitude is exceptional. He could reach the golden core stage. But resources are limited. We want to send him to the Tai Xian sect. Your thoughts? Technically, they didn't need my consent. I'm just a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and son-in-law. But my reproductive success was undeniable. A superior spiritual root, and such high output, who knew what else might appear. My children's affection for me also worked in my favor. It's best for Qiming, I replied. The family has my full support. Their faces lit up. Smart move, I thought. They left, and 3 days later, Qiming departed for the Tai Xian sect. Father, mother! He cried, waving from the flying sword. Weiwei wept, I comforted her. I felt a pang of sadness too, he was my firstborn. The system ensured many future meetings, but Weiwei was mortal, time would take its toll. Congratulations and gifts poured in. Even Jia Chang offered his congratulations. I accepted, refusing would have seemed arrogant. News of Qiming's acceptance spread. Envy, jealousy, and admiration were rampant. A year later, Mengru, my eldest daughter, displayed a superior spiritual root. 200 more spirit stones. Then, another aptitude test. All eyes fell on Mingxue, my second daughter. Whispers filled the air. 3 superior spiritual roots in a row? Impossible. I gave Mingxue a reassuring smile. The stone blazed, blindingly bright. Another superior spiritual root. Outrage and disbelief filled the arena. Qin Wenba's face mirrored my own calm. 3 superior spiritual roots, unprecedented. Qin Shouha soon arrived. Brother Changqing, another surprise. A superior spiritual root. Luck, I said modestly. Perhaps the Qin family has strong bloodlines. Xiaohan knew better. Such bloodlines would have made them the top family in Jing country long ago. The reward, 200 spirit stones, he announced. I'll pick up Mingxue for the Taishan sect in 3 days. I nodded. Wei Wei sighed, another one gone. But they were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to all of their children. Qin Rongrong watched with a mix of happiness and sadness. I reassured Wei Wei, it's a good thing. We have many children, more will be sent to the Taishan sect someday. You'll get used to it. Wei Wei looked at me skeptically. You knew, didn't you? My heart skipped a beat. I'm not a fortune teller, I said, forcing a smile. I just didn't want you to be upset. That was a warning to Wei Wei. She rolled her eyes, a touch of resentment in her tone. It's because you're so fertile. You have more wives, concubines, and children than anyone in the family. I flushed. My system, it's unstoppable. The main hall buzzed with activity. Family elders, including Patriarch Qin Zhangyang, were gathered. 3 top-grade spiritual root geniuses had shaken them to their core. Qin Changqing is remarkable, Zhangyang declared, stroking his beard. Fertile and his children are incredibly talented. More surprises to come? Xiaohua added, Patriarch, his success is a blessing, but it could attract unwanted attention and envy. They agreed. Zhangyang decided, from now on, test his children separately. If another top-grade spiritual root appears, keep it secret. Say they have no aptitude, or low grade. A protective measure for the family and me. Being too successful is a curse. In Xiu Garden, the women gossiped, mostly about me. Qin Changqing's daughter, Mingxue, has a top-grade spiritual root. One exclaimed. 3 geniuses in a row? Another gasped. My child is so disappointing, a third sighed. If only I'd been chosen by Qin Changqing. Qin Rongrong listened, excitement building. She'd only wanted to prove her fertility, this was a bonus. Shiping might also have a spiritual root. She clenched her fist, her face flushed. If so, she'd make sure I gave her another child. I'd become a sensation envied by women and men. A year later, Shihong nervously stood before the spirit testing stone. The light blazed. Another top-grade spiritual root. Thankfully, it was a secret test. Brother Changqing, Xiaohua asked, how do you do it? Another month, same results. Qiang, top grade. A year later, Kitchen, top grade. Then Mengyao, top grade. 9 top-grade spiritual roots in a row. Zhangyang himself arrived at my residence. 9 in a row. Luck won't cut it, he said, staring at me. I had to explain, concocting a story. Patriarch, I've noticed something unusual. I absorb spiritual energy rapidly, but it doesn't go to my dantian. Most goes to my kidneys. Perhaps that's the reason for my children's talents. Their jaws dropped. The chest stores intention, the kidney store essence, the brain stores spirit, Zhangyang mused. The energy goes to your kidneys, creating spiritual roots in your offspring. You're our family's lucky star. Xiaohua added, no wonder you're stuck at the first level of qi refining. Because I'm lazy, I thought. But they filled in the blanks admirably. They saw my constitution as a tool to create geniuses. The Qin family's rise was at hand. More spirit stones, higher aptitude? Zhangyang asked. You want me to be a baby-making machine? I'm not sure, I replied. More spirit stones would help, but the mother's constitution is also crucial for stronger offspring. They agreed. 500 spirit stones were added to my reward. Back at the main residence, Zhangyang decreed, all tests of Changqing's descendants are to remain secret. Yes, Patriarch. They replied. Call Xiaolan, Zhangyang said. They knew what he meant. Xiaolan, his eldest daughter, a mid-grade spiritual root, unmarried. He planned to betroth her to me. Xiaolan arrived, gracefully bowing. Father, you summoned me? Xiaolan, you're of marrying age. Any prospects? He asked. She frowned. Father, why now? I don't want to marry. He became stern. Marriage is the natural order. You will marry. She pouted. Are you rushing me away? He softened. There's someone Qin Shangqing. You know him, right? She asked dubiously. That exceptionally fertile phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law? He smiled. He's a remarkable man. I've decided to betroth you to him. What? She cried. I won't marry him. Xinyan's face hardened. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Can't I decide your marriage? Fenglan stamped her foot. I barely know him. And he has countless wives and concubines. I'll tell mother. Xinyan's expression flickered. Xiaola intervened. Miss, the patriarch has the family's best interests at heart. With Xinyan's nod, Xiaola explained my children's extraordinary talents. Fenglan was aghast. All superior grade spiritual roots? Impossible. It's true, Xiaola confirmed. 8 have already gone to the Taishan sect. She still refused. I'll sacrifice for the family, but this is bizarre. Prove he can enhance his offspring's abilities, and I'll marry him. Zhang Yang frowned. How? My maid, Xiaolan, has inferior grade spiritual roots, Fenglan proposed. Let her marry him. If their children have superior grade or better spiritual roots, I'll marry him. Zhang Yang found this reasonable. He'd been hesitant anyway. Agreed. Second elder, handle this. Yes, patriarch. Xiaohua replied. Zhang Yang added, find a spirit stone that detects newborn aptitude. 6 years is too long. I took another concubine, Xiaolan, the eldest daughter's maid, a cultivator with inferior grade spiritual roots. The news shocked everyone. The patriarch is marrying Xiaolan to Qin Shangqing? Someone whispered. What's the issue? He's given the family 3 superior grade spiritual root descendants. Marrying off a maid is a small price. Just like Jia Chang. Enviable. At the banquet, everyone whispered, eyeing me enviously. Even Jia Chang looked conflicted. He'd been the star, but now I'd married a Qin family woman with inferior grade spiritual roots, the eldest daughter's maid. He hoped his son would show some talent. That night, in the bridal chamber, I knew their plan. It was simply about children. I didn't mind. With enough spirit stones, it was easy. Xiaolan was lovely, her skin even smoother than others. The candles flickered out. Detected that your partner has inferior grade spiritual roots. You have the following options. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, resulting in offspring with superior grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, resulting in offspring with top grade spiritual roots. I chose option 2. My home buzzed with activity. My talented children and the countless women eyeing me, wives and concubines vying for my attention. Husband, I made these snacks, one offered. Another arrived, sister's here. I made some wine and dishes too. Shall we share? The first woman's expression changed. Oh, I have something to do. Goodbye. The second woman repeated the same words. I ate their food, but made no promises, escaping soon after. Several more followed, their intentions obvious. My wives now flocked to me whenever they weren't pregnant. The family's spiritual root test arrived. Qin Rongrong brought Qiping, her hopes high. On the plaza, children were tested. When Qiping touched the stone, it blazed with light. A supreme grade spiritual root. They cried. Rongrong trembled, overcome with joy. My son. A supreme grade spiritual root. She'd been anxious, but it was worth it. Brother Changqing, I love you. She thought. I need another one. Congratulations filled the air. Jia Chang's son has a supreme grade spiritual root. The whispers spread. He's finally redeemed himself. One son, but a supreme grade spiritual root. they gossiped. Even the Taishian sect would fight for him. A guaranteed golden core, maybe even nascent soul stage cultivator. Lucky man. He's finally made it. I heard the whispers, realizing Cheaping hadn't been in the public test. His parentage was still a secret. Jia Chang should thank me, I thought. His infertility was confirmed. Without my intervention with Rongrong, he might still be childless. Then, a voice cut through my thoughts. Brother Chongqing. It was Rongrong, approaching with a determined stride. I tried to escape, but she caught me. Why are you running? She asked. I smiled. I have to go home. We'll talk later. She held my arm. Cheaping has a supreme grade spiritual root. You know, right? I nodded, congratulating her. She looked at me intently. We both know what happened. I need your help again. After Cheaping's birth, Jia Chang had no more children. He focused on cultivation, neglecting his wives, including Rongrong. I feigned ignorance. Help you with what? Have another child. She declared firmly. I sighed. Rongrong, we made a mistake once, let's not repeat it. She wouldn't relent, finally threatening, if you refuse, I'll tell the patriarch. My face tightened. Ruthless. She'd risk her reputation for her child. But she'd hit a nerve. I agreed, reluctantly dragged away. That night, we were intimate again. Detected that the partner has an inferior grade spiritual root. Please choose 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, resulting in offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, resulting in offspring with supreme-grade spiritual roots. For a better future for their child, I chose option 2. I felt sympathy for her. Marrying Jia Chang hadn't been easy. She snuggled phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, murmuring in her sleep, Brother Changqing, give me 2 more children. Xiaolan's delivery day arrived. Qin Xiuhua and several elders were present, visibly anxious. A baby's cry. The midwife emerged, smiling. Congratulations, it's a daughter. I took the child, happy but less nervous than before. Xiaohua led several people into a side room, producing a special spirit stone. He placed it on the baby's head. The room blazed with light. Supreme grade spiritual root. Stunned silence, then ecstatic shouts. They stared at me, laughing. Brother Chongqing, you weren't lying. Zhang Yang rushed in. Witnessing the baby's aptitude, he beamed, rewarding me with 500 spirit stones. Brother Chongqing, you're our family's lucky star. I thanked him. Then, unexpectedly, he said, Chongqing, I want to marry my daughter to you. Your thoughts? I was shocked. He was offering Fenglan, his eldest daughter, a mid-grade spiritual root cultivator. I already had so many wives. Was I that attractive? No, it's about better children. This system should be renamed the daughter-giving system, I grumbled. You're a hero of our family. No reason to refuse, Zheng Yang declared. Choose an auspicious day. I couldn't refuse. Another beautiful wife? Why not? Zheng Yang informed Fenglan. She was unhappy about his decision, but Xiaolan's supreme-grade spiritual root child changed her mind. Qin Changqing is different, she thought. Mortal women birthed high-grade spiritual roots, those with inferior-grade roots birthed supreme-grade. With my mid-grade root, I could birth an earth-grade spiritual root child. Zheng Yang added, an earth-grade spiritual root child could become a nascent soul true monarch. You'd be the mother of a nascent soul cultivator, your status rivaling immortal sect leaders. She was overwhelmed. A nascent soul true monarch, a prominent figure in Jing country. And she'd be their mother? Her eyes shone. Father, I agree. 2 weeks later, a grand wedding celebrated Fenglan's marriage to me. The family's elite, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme and sons-in-law were all there. Brother Chongqing, you're blessed. Guide me. One toasted. Brother Chongqing, what's your secret? How did you win the eldest daughter's hand? Another asked. I deflected their questions smoothly. Night fell. I dispelled the alcohol and entered our room. Fenglan sat perfectly upright. I lifted her veil. Her eyes shone. I wasn't unattractive. Can you give me an earth-grade spiritual root child? She asked. I couldn't guarantee that, but I'd do my best. She just wants a better seed, I thought, but does she have to be so obvious? Let's begin. She urged, a little shy but excited. She reached for my neck, but fumbled. I took her hand, don't rush. We need preparation. For a high-quality spiritual root, many spirit stones are needed. My current spiritual energy might not be enough, she understood, producing a box. Is 1,000 spirit stones enough? I absorbed them rapidly, leaving her awestruck. 1,000 spirit stones vanished in a flash, even a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't do that. Madam, I'm ready, I smiled. Fenglan hummed in agreement. The next thing I knew, we were entwined on the couch. Clothes flew. The night was long. Detected that your partner has a medium-grade spiritual root, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, resulting in offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, resulting in offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, resulting in offspring with earth spiritual roots. Fenglan's mid-grade spiritual root enhanced the potential. My recently acquired 1,000 years of lifespan was about to vanish. I sighed, choosing option 3. Soon, Fenglan was pregnant. The Qin family promptly provided more concubines, women with low-grade spiritual roots, stuffing them into my courtyard. Their efficiency was impressive. But I made a condition: 500 spirit stones up front for each top-grade spiritual root child. A 400 stone profit per child. A month later, Rongrong's second child was born. I sighed. What a mess. At Jia Chang's residence, Xiaohua, other elders, and steward Wenba arrived. Jia Chang was flustered, ushering them into the inner hall. After tea, Xiaohua smiled, Brother Jia, we have a spirit stone to test the child's aptitude. Shall we? Jia Chang, sensing their purpose, agreed readily. He brought the baby. Xiaohua placed the stone on its forehead. A brilliant light erupted. Another top-grade spiritual root. They gasped. Xiaohua glanced thoughtfully at Jia Chang, then exchanged looks with the others. They suspected Jia Chang's infertility, yet his only 2 children, both born to Rongrong, were top-grade spiritual roots. His other wives had nothing to show. Rongrong had a low-grade spiritual root. Brother Jia, you haven't disappointed us. Another top-grade immortal seedling. We'll send a reward. Rongrong is a great contributor. The patriarch sends spiritual medicine to replenish her body. Jia Chang thanked them profusely, ushering Xiaohua into a private room. Once alone with Rongrong, Xiaohua pressed her down, a barrier shielding their conversation. Rongrong, tell the truth, whose child is this? Her heart pounded. She forced a smile. Elder, what do you mean? It's mine. Xiaohua snorted, who's the real father? We know. Confess. Panic etched her face. She got out of bed, kneeling. Elder, I'm sorry. Jia Chang was slow and I wanted children for the family. She confessed everything. The Taishan sect's assessment ends here. All disciples who pass the test may follow me back to the sect. At the mountain gate of the Taishan sect of Jing country, the assessment elder spoke plainly and cast a spell to summon a massive flying ship magic treasure into the air. A young man watched enviously as people continuously boarded the flying ship, following the assessment elder as they swiftly soared away, causing him to feel a sense of loss. This young man was named Qin Changqing. During the recent Immortal Sect assessment, he was ruthlessly eliminated due to his poor aptitude. What a disgrace to the transmigrator army. A month ago, Qin Changqing transmigrated to this world and discovered that it was actually the legendary world of cultivation. Coincidentally, he encountered the Taishan sect, one of the top 10 immortal cultivation sects in Jing country, recruiting disciples, so he immediately went. Originally, he thought that as a transmigrator, the chosen one, entering an immortal cultivation sect would be a breeze. He didn't expect that although he possessed the aptitude for cultivation, it was only a low-grade spiritual root, which didn't meet the Taishan sect's recruitment requirements at all. The Taishan sect's recruitment requirements are too high, requiring at least a mid-grade spiritual root. Why don't we go to an immortal cultivation family instead? Joining an immortal cultivation family means losing your freedom. To put it bluntly, it's being a son-in-law, giving birth to children for their family. This is simply an insult to me. As long as you can cultivate, what does this little bit of insult matter? You should think about it from another perspective. It's just giving birth to a child, we don't lose anything. Those immortal cultivation families' treatments aren't bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. They not only provide spiritual vein dojos but also give us cultivation methods. Endure it and work hard, and there may be a chance to rise to the top. The rejected people nearby discussed animatedly, attracting Qin Changqing's attention. Immortal cultivation family? Son-in-law? Qin Changqing's eyes slowly lit up. With a spiritual root, he was definitely unwilling to be an ordinary person. As long as there was a chance, he wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme forever. Son-in-law it is then. Besides, it's not all bad. At least you can marry many wives without a bride price, which is simply too pleasant. The wish that couldn't be fulfilled in the previous life was unexpectedly going to be realized here. Qin Changqing immediately made a decision and walked towards the gathering place of the immortal cultivation families. On the huge platform on the side peak, many immortal cultivation families were gathered, their respective territories flashing with eye-catching spirit talisman signs. After careful observation, Qin Changqing finally walked towards the family with the Qin character spirit talisman flashing. After the test, Qin Wenba, the steward in charge of reception for the Qin family, said indifferently, "Now that you have decided to join our Qin family, you are now a cultivator of our Qin family. We will provide spiritual vein dojos and cultivation methods, and what you have to do is to give birth to offspring for our Qin family, at least 10 children. If spiritual root aptitude is detected in the descendants, the family will also give rewards." Qin Changqing nodded. He had been mentally prepared for this and had no objections. As the sun set, the huge magic bell in front of the Taishan sect rang, announcing the end of the assessment. The immortal cultivation families on the platform also withdrew their spirit talismans one after another, taking the cultivators they had recruited away. Qin Wenba also took the dozen or so guest elders he had recruited and soared away on a magical artifact. Immortal Yang Mountain, the Qin family. Qin Changqing and a dozen or so newly recruited cultivators sat in the hall. Before long, Qin Wenba led dozens of young girls in and said, "You can choose one of them to be your wife. Jia Chang, this is your wife Qin Rongrong. She has the aptitude of a low-grade spiritual root. I hope you won't let the Qin family down." Qin Wenba singled out one of the charming girls and pointed to one of the men. The young man who was pointed at was overjoyed, with a look of smugness on his face, and nodded repeatedly, "Please rest assured, steward, I will definitely work hard." Everyone couldn't help but show envious expressions, and Qin Changqing was no exception. Who wouldn't want to marry a woman with spiritual root aptitude? If one of the parties has a spiritual root, the probability of giving birth to offspring with spiritual roots will be much higher. If both have it, the probability will be greatly increased. This Jia Chang was the only one with a mid-grade spiritual root among the cultivators recruited this time, so the Qin family valued him so much that they didn't hesitate to arrange a woman with a spiritual root for him. Next was the selection of Qin Changqing and the others. Qin Changqing was not familiar with these women and could only rely on his eye for them. He chose a woman who looked gentle and virtuous, named Qin Weiwei. That night, the Qin family was decorated with lanterns and streamers, holding a wedding for everyone. With so many people getting married at the same time, it could be described as a grand scale. The Qin family was filled with laughter and congratulations. As night fell, Qin Changqing, who was drunk, came back. He saw Qin Weiwei with her hands folded, sitting quietly on the head of the bed waiting. His drunkenness immediately sobered up by 3 points. He didn't expect to marry a beautiful woman as soon as he arrived. He was a prodigal until his death in his previous life. Qin Shangqing lifted the red veil and smiled. "Madam, it's late." Qin Weiwei bit her lower lip lightly and hummed softly. The candlelight went out, and suppressed moans quickly echoed in the room. A moment in the spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Aptitude, low-grade spiritual root current lifespan, 70 detected that the host is conceiving offspring, the partner is mortal, consuming 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can give birth to offspring with a high-grade spiritual root. Qin Shangqing was overjoyed. He was indeed the chosen one, the system had arrived. But when he heard the system's function clearly, his face darkened. Damn, what's the use of only strengthening the seed? It also consumes my own lifespan, isn't this screwing me over? He was about to refuse, but he didn't expect the system to have no refusal option. Forcibly deducting lifespan to strengthen. Qin Shangqing wanted to cry without tears. Doesn't this mean that as long as he has intercourse in the future, his lifespan will be deducted to strengthen the seed? Qin Shangqing wanted to curse, and the thought of running away had already arisen in his mind. If this continues, not only will he not be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme forever, but he will probably die on the road of carrying on the family line before long. Husband, what's wrong? After the rain and clouds, Qin Weiwei, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, was a little clingy, lying on Qin Shangqing's chest with a flushed face. It's nothing. Qin Shangqing's mind was in a mess, so he could only comfort her softly, and the two gradually fell asleep. With a worried mood, Qin Shangqing did not receive any system prompts the next day after intercourse. It seems that after pregnancy, the system will not mess around. Fortunately, he can still manage to give birth to a few. Soon, half a month had passed. During this period, the Qin family did not break their promise and gave him a cultivation method of the Qin family, and Qin Shangqing officially embarked on the path of cultivation. On this day, while the two were eating lunch, Qin Weiwei suddenly felt unwell, covering her mouth and running out to vomit non-stop. Qin Shangqing was a little worried and quickly asked someone to come and see. After carefully taking her pulse, the doctor smiled and cupped his hands. "Congratulations, brother Qin, your wife is pregnant." Although Qin Shangqing had expected it, joy still flashed across his face when he knew that he was about to become a father. Qin Weiwei also had a happy smile on her face, not only because her family status would improve with offspring, but also because of the happiness of becoming a mother. Inside Qin Shangqing's residence, the steward, Qin Wenba, having heard of the matter, hurried over with several members of the Qin family. After careful verification, he couldn't help but beam with joy. "Shangqing, you are the first among the newly recruited cultivators to conceive. Excellent. This is the clan's reward for you, 50 spirit stones. I will send some more women from the clan later for you to choose from." As he spoke, he took out a box from his storage bag, filled with thumb-sized, transparent stones. "Thank you for your guidance, steward. I will certainly work hard." Qin Shangqing smiled outwardly, but inwardly cursed. "Choose? You old geezer, are you tired of living?" Deep down, he was already considering whether to find an opportunity to run away, otherwise, he wouldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme long at this rate. After a few polite words, Qin Wenba left with a beaming smile. After Qin Wenba left, Qin Shangqing rubbed his palms together, looking at the box Qin Wenba had left behind. It was his first time seeing spirit stones. He picked one up and examined it, then froze in place. Energy detected, can be absorbed and converted to extend lifespan. Absorb? Qin Shangqing's eyes instantly lit up, excited beyond words. The energy in the spirit stones could actually be converted into lifespan. Didn't this mean that as long as he had enough spirit stones, he could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme forever even if he couldn't become a high-level cultivator? Moreover, he no longer had to worry about dying young from marrying too many wives. As long as he had spirit stones, he could do whatever he wanted and didn't need to think about running away. Absorb! Qin Shangqing silently commanded in his heart without hesitation. The spirit stone in his hand instantly turned into a pile of sand and scattered. Absorption successful, lifespan increased by 1 year. Just after he finished absorbing, a servant came to inform him that Qin Wenba had arrived again. Qin Changqing knew that he was being summoned to choose a concubine. Understood. Qin Changqing waved his hand calmly. He now had 50 more years of lifespan. What was one more wife and 10 years less lifespan? A piece of cake. A month later, Qin Changqing's second wife also became pregnant. The news quickly spread throughout the Qin family. No way, is Qin Changqing that amazing? Pregnant again? He's too lucky. Mine hasn't shown any signs yet, and Qin Changqing already has 2. I'm so anxious. What's the rush? What's the use of having more pregnancies? The Qin family is a family of cultivators. What they need are descendants with spiritual roots. It's about aptitude, not quantity. Fellow Taoist is right. The Qin family was discussing Qin Changqing's affairs in every corner. 2 pregnancies in 2 months was definitely a speed record. The Qin family once again sent rewards, but this time it was only 20 spirit stones, which was the normal quota given by the Qin family. Of course, even 20 spirit stones were a profit for Qin Changqing. Having a second child also meant that Qin Changqing once again had the qualification to take a concubine, happy and super happy. Time flies, and 8 months passed in a flash. At this moment, the Qin family was quite lively, with many people gathered in Qin Changqing's residence, discussing in hushed tones. Qin Changqing, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth anxiously, his eyes constantly looking towards the inner room. Suddenly, a loud infant cry echoed throughout the residence, and the surrounding people stopped talking and turned to look. Soon, the door of the inner room was opened, and a midwife walked out with a swaddled baby, smiling. "Congratulations, congratulations, it's a young master." Qin Changqing was so excited that his whole body trembled. He was a little overwhelmed when the midwife handed him the child. "Brother Changqing, if you don't hold him, I'll hold him," someone joked with a smile. The surrounding people burst into good-natured laughter. Qin Changqing carefully picked up the child, feeling sentimental. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had his own offspring. "Madam wants you to give him a name," the midwife said with a smile. Qin Changqing said, "Let's call him Qin Qiming." This child belonged to the Qi generation, and the name was something Qin Changqing had long thought about. The surrounding people, whether sincerely or not, came forward to congratulate him, and the envious expressions on their faces were not fake. Qin Changqing was now a remarkable person, already having 10 wives, and apart from the one who had given birth, the other 9 were also pregnant. This kind of fertility was unique in the entire history of the Qin family. What's there to be proud of? Even if you give birth to more, they are all useless without spiritual roots. In a corner, Jia Chang muttered with a gloomy expression. Back then, when he first entered the Qin family, he was infinitely glorious, the only one who married a wife with spiritual root aptitude. But now he had become the laughingstock of the entire Qin family, because his wife's belly had not shown any signs of movement until now. Jia Chang was also extremely anxious and had tried various methods, but none of them worked. The Qin family also attached great importance to this and had invited highly skilled doctors, but still couldn't find the cause. Returning to his residence, he saw Qin Rongrong waiting outside the door. Qin Rongrong was originally beautiful, and with her being a cultivator, she was well maintained. After becoming a married woman, she had added a bit of charm, and her eyes were a little alluring as they flowed. Was it smooth? Boy or girl? Qin Rongrong asked. Jia Cheng suddenly felt an unnamed fire rising. It's not like you gave birth. What does it matter to you whether it's a boy or a girl? Qin Rongrong immediately raised her eyebrows and said somewhat aggrieved, Jia Cheng, what do you mean? Are you blaming me for not being able to give birth? Jia Cheng was furious. Why are you saying it's my problem? Qin Rongrong snorted coldly. Our Qin family has never had this kind of problem for generations. If it's not you, then who else could it be? You slander. I wanted to slander, but you can't even do that. The couple's quarrel attracted many onlookers, who were accustomed to it. The two had been arguing a lot in recent months. Shameless, I'm too ashamed to argue with you. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Jia Cheng's face turned as red as pig liver, and he flung his sleeves and left. He had really lost face. Everyone, do you want to come in and watch? Seeing that the surrounding people were still pointing fingers, Shin Rongrong couldn't help but say sarcastically, and the crowd immediately dispersed. Closing the door, Shin Rongrong stood in place, feeling a little lost. In the family, women who couldn't have children had no value, and they would also be criticized and gossiped about behind their backs. She was worried about this day and night. Shin Changqing, is he really that fertile? Shin Rongrong was thoughtful, her eyes gradually firm, as if she had made a major decision, and turned to enter the house. The next day, Shin Rongrong visited with gifts, which surprised Shin Changqing. Jia Chang was very arrogant, and because of the child's matter, he and his wife rarely interacted with other people on weekdays unless it was necessary. After presenting the congratulatory gift, Shin Rongrong said somewhat shyly, "Brother Qin, I have a request." Shin Changqing smiled and said, "We are considered a family, just say it. As long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse." Shin Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she looked around. "It's not convenient to talk here." Shin Changqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Come with me." The two entered a side room. Shin Changqing turned around to speak, but suddenly a round object was flicked into his mouth. He swallowed it subconsciously. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Shin Changqing stared wide-eyed at Shin Rongrong, who was smiling as she locked the door. "Madam Jia, what do you mean by this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen, making his body unbearably hot. Involuntarily, images of things he had seen in his previous life that were not suitable for children began to flood his mind. Shin Changqing was shocked and quickly mobilized his spiritual power to resist, but found that not only was it useless, but his spiritual power seemed to be a catalyst, further fueling the medicinal effects within his body. "Brother Qin." Shin Changqing took a step back. "Madam, please have some self-respect. Brother Qin, this desire spirit pill is something that even cultivators at the 6th level of qi refining can't resist, so don't waste your energy." Shin Rongrong swayed her waist as she walked closer, and her clothes gradually fell off as she moved, slowly revealing her plump, fair body. Shin Changqing shook his head vigorously, trying to stay awake, and said in a low voice, "I have no grievances or hatred with you. Why do you want to harm me?" Shin Rongrong shook her head and said, "Brother Qin, you misunderstood. I didn't want to harm you. I've been with Jia Chang for so long and haven't conceived. People are saying that there's something wrong with me, but I don't believe it. You're so amazing, I just want you to help me." "Madam Jia, please have some self-respect, I am not that kind of person." Shin Changqing righteously refused, but the desire within his body was becoming more and more uncontrollable. "Brother Changqing, please help me." Shin Rongrong directly leaned against him, her delicate body tightly pressed against Shin Changqing, her breath like orchids. Such strong medicinal power. Shin Changqing's will was gradually overwhelmed by the medicinal power. He was only a cultivator at the 1st level of qi refining. Even without the drug, he was no match for Shin Rongrong in a one-on-one fight. This is too difficult. Unable to resist, Shin Rongrong directly picked him up and threw him on the couch. "Why do you have to force me like this? Heavily Dao, please bear witness, I am also acting against my will." "Brother Changqing, be rational. Is the medicine a little too strong?" Sounds of indulgence echoed in the room. After a long while, detected that your partner has a low-grade spiritual root, please choose. Shin Changqing was immediately shocked. Damn it, before, the system forcibly deducted 10 years of lifespan, but now there is actually another option. Over this period, Shin Changqing has obtained 170 spiritual stones and converted them all into lifespan. That is to say, he has gained an additional 170 years of lifespan. After deducting the 70 years used to strengthen his 7 children, if he consumes another 100 years of lifespan, the remaining amount will be exactly his original lifespan. Damn it, is it easy for me to save up some spiritual stones? That's all the accumulation of my hard work. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose the second option. After all, they are his own children. If they are to be born, he must give them the best qualifications. One cannot be stingy with the foundation, one cannot mistreat the children. Lifespan can be earned again. Now that he is a father, his mentality is indeed different. Brother Changqing Qin Rongrong's cheeks were flushed and drunk. She had already been conquered by Qin Changqing, and she lazily wrapped her arms around his neck, lying on his chest. Because your father has suffered a great loss this time. Qin Changqing immediately turned his anger into strength and continued to punish her. After the storm subsided, Qin Rongrong put on her clothes, covering her moving body, and took out a bag from her sleeve and threw it to Qin Changqing. Her cheeks were flushed and she said, "Brother Changqing, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. If I really get pregnant, you will be my benefactor." Benefactor my ass, I'll be grateful if you don't come to trick me again in the future. Qin Changqing rolled his eyes in his heart and watched Qin Rongrong leave with her swaying figure. Open the bag. 10 spiritual stones, you still have some conscience. Qin Changqing's mood was slightly better. After Qin Rongrong's incident, he also understood that the system's enhancement could actually be improved, but the lifespan required would increase exponentially. If the other party is immortal, the enhancement limit is high grade. If one possesses a low-grade spiritual root, the enhancement limit is supreme grade. If it is a medium-grade spiritual root, then it should be an earth-grade spiritual root. High-grade his heaven-grade spiritual root. Qin Changqing couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. If this continues, wouldn't he be defying the heavens? However, this would greatly consume his own lifespan. It's not like he's enhancing himself, it's not worth the loss. It seems that he needs to be more careful in the future and not mess around. Getting more spiritual stones is the right path. Half a month later, Qin Changqing received an invitation from Jia Chang. Although he already knew the result, Qin Changqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What a sin! Jia Chang swept away his previous gloom and held a grand banquet at home. This time, he could be considered to have finally cleared his name and completely clarified the claim that there was something wrong with him. The Qin family also attached great importance to this matter, because both of them are cultivators with spiritual roots, and the probability of giving birth to children with spiritual roots is even greater. Qin Changqing also attended the banquet. When toasting, Jia Chang said seemingly inadvertently, "Brother Changqing, you already have 10 children, and I only have 1. Although my wife and I both have spiritual roots, the number is still far behind you. I really admire you." The subtext of this statement was obvious. Our children are very likely to have spiritual roots. Your concubines are all mortal bodies. What's the use of giving birth to so many? Aren't they all useless? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little cold. The other retainers were a little unhappy. Wasn't this scolding them as well? Qin Changqing was helpless and could only laugh awkwardly. Jia Chang was right. No one knew the aptitude of the child in Qin Rongrong's belly better than him. Drink, drink. Everyone is a retainer of my Qin family. Your children must all be geniuses with intelligence and spiritual roots. Qin Wenba smiled, raised his glass, and eased the atmosphere. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Rongrong stood beside Jia Chang and secretly winked at Qin Changqing when people weren't paying attention. The amorous look made Qin Changqing feel terrified. This woman is crazy, what if someone sees it? 2 months later, Qin Changqing's 2 concubines successively gave birth to offspring, 2 girls. Qin Changqing named them Qin Mengru and Qin Mengxue. At the same time, he took in 2 more concubines, already 12, exactly 1 each month. His wives and concubines were the most among the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and sons-in-law of the same period, making everyone envious, jealous, and hateful. However, envy was useless. Who told him to be so capable? Even with so many wives and concubines, he could still manage to share his affection equally. More than half a year later, Qin Rongrong successfully gave birth to a boy, named Qin Qiping, meaning rock spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Qin Changqing now has 9 children, and almost every month a child is born. Currently, there are 6 boys and 3 girls. The boys were named Qiming, Qifeng, Qihong, Qiyang, Kitchen, and Qiza. The girls were named Mengxue, Mengru, and Mengyao. There are indeed many children, but my own talent is really a bit touching. After finishing a day of cultivation, Qin Changqing couldn't help but complain in his heart. Damn system, can't you give me some benefits? What's the use of just strengthening the seeds? His talent is indeed not very good. After a year of cultivation, he is still stuck at the first level of qi refining. A low-grade spiritual root makes it difficult to even build a foundation. Fortunately, he has a system, and as long as there are enough spiritual stones, he can almost phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever. He also gradually accepted reality and simply spent a lot of time on his children. His children are at least high-grade spiritual roots, and the future is promising. As long as he treats them well enough, when the children grow up in the future and become big bosses, will they lack their father's spiritual stones? If cultivation talent is not good, then take a roundabout way to save the country. As long as you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever, does it matter how you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever? Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. In the world of cultivation, time flies. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Changqing's children had reached a terrifying number of 24. If you add his illegitimate son, Qin Shiping, that makes 25, surpassing everyone else in the entire Qin family. In these few years, Qin Changqing only cultivated occasionally. Most of his time was spent with his children. As a modern person born in that era of information explosion, he knew too many things. Besides playing games with the children, he also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme made novel toys, which the children loved. Even the children of other families ran here every day. Seeing this, Qin Changqing simply opened a school. While playing, he also acted as their enlightenment teacher. Their talents were all good, but they still needed proper guidance. Not only Qin Changqing's own children, but also the children of other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and sons-in-law like Qin Changqing very much. The Qin family felt that what Qin Changqing taught was indeed useful, so they didn't stop him. Instead, they encouraged each family to send their children to study. Even Jia Chang sent his child over because he discovered that Qin Changqing treated each child very well in private, and treated Qin Shiping equally, even taking extra care of him and not letting the other children bully him. Jia Chang also felt a little ashamed about this. He didn't expect that he had treated Qin Changqing coldly, but Qin Changqing could repay evil with kindness. This greatly changed Jia Chang's attitude towards Qin Changqing. Jia Chang usually focused on cultivation, so he didn't have much time to take care of his children. There was indeed a big gap between middle-grade spiritual roots and low-grade spiritual roots. Jia Chang was a cultivator who was the focus of the Qin family's training. Later, he took in a few concubines and never had any more children. He focused on cultivation and was currently at the second level of the qi refining stage. Brother Qin, I'll leave Qiping to you. Qin Rongrong led a robust and lively child over, who was none other than Qin Shiping. Hello, Uncle Qin. Qin Shiping hugged Qin Changqing's leg, obviously liking Qin Changqing very much. Ah, you should call me Dad, of course. These words could only be said in his heart. Qin Changqing smiled and touched his head, saying, "You can rest assured when you leave him to me." Of course, Qin Rongrong was relieved. Qin Shiping was Qin Changqing's son, and both of them knew this very well. Qin Rongrong smoothed the hair beside her ear and said seemingly casually, "Brother Qin, to thank you for taking care of Qiping during this time, I've prepared some wine and dishes and would like to invite you to try them." Qin Changqing was startled. How could he not know what this woman was thinking? He quickly waved his hand and refused. No, I have something to do. Definitely next time. What a joke. He was caught off guard last time. How could he fall for the same trick again? Watching Qin Changqing leave as if he were running away, Qin Rongrong rolled her eyes at him, feeling a little annoyed. She was now sure that the problem of not being able to have children was Jia Chang's. In the past few years, she had repeatedly wanted to find an opportunity to have another child with Qin Changqing, but she had been rejected every time. Am I ugly? Humph. Qin Rongrong glanced at her full figure, stamped her foot, and turned away with resentment. This woman is really scary. Qin Changqing touched the sweat on his head. It had to be said that Qin Rongrong's figure and appearance were absolutely top-notch. In the past few years, she had become more and more charming. Sometimes, Qin Rongrong's invitations made him feel a little itchy. But he also knew very well what he would face if he had a relationship with Qin Rongrong. That would deduct 100 years of lifespan, and he couldn't bear to make his children suffer, so naturally he wanted to give them the best qualifications. At present, he can only get the Qin family's basic spiritual stone supply. It was very difficult to save up to 100 spiritual stones, and he didn't want his affair with Qin Rongrong to be exposed. If you walk by the river phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme, you will eventually get your shoes wet. Who knows if someone will see you? Uncle Qin, you seem to be very afraid of my mother. Cheeping raised his small head and covered his mouth to giggle. Qin Changqing flicked his forehead and scolded with a smile, your mother is not a man-eating tiger. Why would I be afraid of her? Go play with your older brothers and sisters. Qin Cheeping agreed crisply and ran in quickly. Qin Changqing also followed behind and entered the inner courtyard. At this moment, the scene in the courtyard was disharmonious. Dozens of children were gathered together fighting for toys, arguing red-faced, and were about to fight. I'm the oldest here, I'll play first. If you dare to tell, I'll beat you. More than a dozen children were divided into two groups, arguing incessantly. In the middle of them was an object half a person tall, seemingly carved and assembled from a special material that was neither metal nor wood. It looked majestic and domineering, no wonder it was so popular with boys. This was a small toy that Qin Changqing created by combining knowledge from 2 lifetimes. It could be driven by spiritual stones, combined and transformed, and could even fly briefly. Even some girls liked it very much. Qin Changqing's face darkened and he walked over, scolding, "What are you arguing about?" Seeing Qin Changqing coming, the children immediately stopped arguing, and the scene was silent. It could be seen that Qin Changqing had a high prestige among them. Qin Changqing looked at his second son, Qin Shifeng, who was the loudest just now, relying on his big fists to beat people, and said sternly, "Tell me, what's going on?" Seeing his father getting angry, Qin Shifeng immediately shrank his neck and said in a low voice, "Dad, you." Qin Changqing glared, but couldn't get angry at the child. Qin Shifeng stuck out his tongue and directly admitted his mistake very decisively, "Dad, it's my fault. I should have let my younger brothers and sisters play with the transformer first." This kid. Qin Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Among his children, he was the most able to assess the situation. To put it nicely, he was smart, to put it badly, he was slick. Qin Changqing didn't dwell on this little thing. After all, they were all children. It was enough to know they were wrong, so he waved his hand and said, "Go play. I'll make more of these toys later, so you don't have to fight." Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme dad. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme Mr. Qin. The children cheered immediately, throwing what happened just now to the back of their minds, and there was another burst of laughter. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme is not enough. This buddy wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme forever. Qin Changqing looked at these children, and a smile appeared on his face. "Dad, are you going to spank second brother when you go back?" A little girl ran over and asked secretly. This was Qin Changqing's second daughter, Qin Mengru. Qin Changqing smiled and touched her little head, saying, "Of course not." "What, do you feel sorry for your second brother?" Qin Mengru wrinkled her cute nose and snorted, "I don't feel sorry for second brother. Last time, he drew a big painted face on me while I was sleeping, which made people laugh at me." Qin Changqing couldn't help but laugh and said, "That's second brother teasing you. You are biological siblings, you can't hold grudges." Qin Mengru tilted her head and asked, "Doesn't Dad hold grudges?" Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either / phoneme? Of course not. You are all my children. How can a father hold grudges against you? That's great. Second brother threw its spirit explosion talisman when Uncle Jia was in the outhouse, and he's been worried about it for a long time. The last incident, was that Qi Fang's doing? Xin Changqing's eyes widened. About half a year ago, Jia Cheng suddenly stood in front of the mansion gate in a fit of rage, cursing and covered in filth, which made people laugh for a long time. Jia Cheng lost all face and harbored resentment about it, but he never found out who did it. That little rascal. Wait till I get back and deal with him. Xin Changqing knew that his second son was naughty, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. The Spirit Burst Talisman is a basic talisman that doesn't require spiritual power to activate. It can also be ignited and detonated with spirit stones, but its power isn't great, just enough to blow up a manure pit. Qin Mengru said, it wasn't just second brother, there was also third brother, sixth brother, Qi Peng younger brother, the Su family's Qi Hu younger brother. Qin Mengru counted on her little fingers, rattling off the names one by one, which made the corner of Qin Changqing's mouth twitch. Good heavens, it was a gang crime, and even Qin Shiping was in on it? Then Jia Chang was justly bombed. You guys really don't give me any peace of mind. You can't do this kind of thing in the future. When we get back, Daddy will make you spicy rabbit heads. Qin Changqing picked up Qin Mengyao and walked towards the school. Rabbit is so cute, why eat its head? Then we won't eat it? I want to eat rabbit legs. Okay. How do you know? Qin Weiwei rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense, how could I not know about the seeds I strengthened? Qin Changqing smiled without saying a word. At this time, many people had gathered on the Qin family's square, including members of the Qin family and foreign sons-in-law with their children. I wonder if there will be any immortal seedlings appearing today. There weren't any last year. Who knows, it all depends on luck. Maybe several immortal seedlings will emerge. I don't think so. I'd be thankful if a low-grade spiritual root came out. The crowd discussed. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Qin Wenbo walked to the center of the field and directly called out the name, Qin Zheng. A 6 or 7-year-old boy immediately stood up from the crowd and ran over. Although Qin Changqing was the first of their batch of sons-in-law to have children, the Qin family was a large family, with more than just their batch of sons-in-law. Moreover, their own family also had inheritances, with at least a dozen children participating in the test each year. Qin Wenba nodded and said, "Put your hand on the spirit testing stone and empty your mind." Qin Shiling did as he was told. After a dozen breaths, the spirit testing stone didn't react at all, and the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Disappointment flashed in Qin Wenba's eyes, and he waved his hand. No spiritual root aptitude, next. Qin Shiling pursed his lips and returned to his parents' side, finally unable to hold back and burst into tears. He also understood that without spiritual root aptitude, he could only be immortal in the future. His parents were also somewhat disappointed, but after all, he was their own child, and they quickly comforted him in a gentle voice. Qin Yu, no spiritual root, next. Qin Shan, no spiritual root, next. Qin Wenba's indifferent voice continued to sound, and the hearts of the crowd were constantly raised and lowered, with a burst of sighs. Qin Xiaoye, low-grade spiritual root. Qin Wenba's slightly delighted voice rang out, immediately enlivening the field. Everyone's eyes turned to the little girl standing next to the spirit testing stone. Congratulations, Brother Zhou, for having such a good daughter. Everyone cupped their hands in congratulations from afar. A blue-faced man stood up, also cupping his hands in return with a face full of surprise, grinning from ear to ear. Not bad. Qin Wenba smiled and touched Qin Xiaoye's head, and said softly, "Go back to your father first." This was the treatment of an immortal seedling. Qin Wenba didn't have such intimate gestures with the previous children. Next, Qin Qiming. Qin Wenba's words made Qin Qiming tense up immediately, and he looked up at Qin Changqing. Qin Changqing smiled and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Go ahead, you're definitely the best." Qin Qiming came to the field. Qin Wenba was also quite familiar with this little guy. After all, he was the son of the Qin family's #1 stud, and he had even visited when Qin Qiming was born. According to Qin Wenba's instructions, Qin Qiming put his hand on the spirit testing stone. Whoosh! In an instant, the spirit testing stone shone brightly, more than a notch brighter than the previous Chin manga. The whole audience was silent for a moment, and then bursts of exclamations erupted. Heavens, am I seeing things right? Superior spiritual root? It's been at least a dozen years since the Chin family has produced an immortal seedling with a superior spiritual root, right? Whose child is this? I envy him so much. Chin Wenbo was also full of shock and joy. Originally, he didn't have high hopes for Chin Chiming. After all, Chin Changqing was producing too many children. According to normal thinking, if the output is high, the quality will inevitably decline, but who knew that he would be given a big surprise? At this moment, the previously dazzling Chin manga had been completely overshadowed by Chin Chiming's light. Good child. Chin Wenbo couldn't help laughing and picked up Chin Chiming, turning to look at Chin Changqing with a smile. Brother Changqing, you have given birth to a good son. Chin Changqing cupped his hands on the surface and smiled in return, but he was calm in his heart. TCH, this is nothing. You're so shocked by a superior spiritual root? If you knew that my children are all superior spiritual roots, wouldn't your eyeballs pop out? Well, no, there's also a supreme grade one, but that one can't be made public. Jia Chang in the crowd was also full of shock. He had originally come with a small mentality of watching a joke. After all, Chin Changqing was too fertile, having nearly 50 children in 7 years. He was simply a beast. And he, on the other hand, only had one Chin Chiping in 6 years, which was a bit pitiful. Naturally, his mentality was somewhat unbalanced. Who knew that Chin Changqing was not only extremely productive, but also of extremely good quality, which immediately made his mentality explode. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes from the surroundings, the corners of Chin Changqing's mouth curled up slightly, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. This is his son. Brother Changqing, this is the reward given to you by the family, 200 spirit stones. Inside the Chin mansion, Chin Wenbo and 2 elders of the Chin family came to congratulate him in person. Chin Changqing and his wife could clearly feel the change in the Chin family's attitude. In the past, they would call him by his name directly, but now they call him Brother Changqing. A father is honored by his son. This may be the implicit benefit brought by the system. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. 200 spirit stones. This reward is already quite generous, and it also increases lifespan by 200 years. My years of cultivation have finally borne fruit. Brother Changqing, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Chin Xiuhua, an elder of the Chin family, pondered. Chiming has such excellent aptitude. In the future, he will surely be able to establish his foundation, and it's not impossible for him to strive for the golden core stage. However, the family's resources are limited. We'd like to send him to the Taishan sect. I wonder what you think. Actually, there's no need to discuss this kind of matter with Chin Changqing at all. He's just a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme and son-in-law. The Chin family has the right to make decisions about the children he fathers. But now, Chin Changqing's performance in terms of reproduction is truly astonishing. His first child was found to have a superior spiritual root, and his output is so high. Who can guarantee that more seedlings won't appear later? Such a person is already enough to make the Chin family take him seriously. Now, the Chin family's children have excellent relationships with Chin Changqing. Everyone sees this, and if they act without authorization and cause dissatisfaction between Chin Changqing and the children, it would be a greater loss than gain. Chin Changqing thought for a moment and nodded. This is also a good thing for Chiming. The family has my full support. How sensible. The Chin family members immediately beamed with joy, finding Chin Changqing more pleasing to the eye the more they looked at him. This old fellow is not bad, he's quite considerate. After staying for a while, the Chin family members got up to bid farewell, and Chin Changqing saw them off with a smile. 3 days later, Chin Chiming was sent to the Taishan sect. Father, mother, I will come back to see you. Chin Chiming stood on Chin Xiuhua's magical artifact, a flying sword, and waved vigorously at them. His little face was flushed, trying hard not to cry. Qin Weiwei cried, her face covered in tears like pear blossoms in the rain, and Qin Changqing could only comfort her from the side. He also felt a little sad. After all, Qin Shiming was his first child, and his feelings were naturally a little different. He was fine with the system. He would have many opportunities to see Qin Shiming in the future, but Qin Weiwei was just a mortal, and she would eventually grow old. To cultivators, a few decades or 100 years is just a snap of the fingers, but to ordinary people, it's a lifetime. Let's go! Qin Shouha sighed, picked up Qin Shiming, and instantly pierced through the sky. Brother Changqing, congratulations, congratulations! In the future, your son will be a disciple of the Taishan sect. Brother Changqing is truly blessed with good fortune to have such a promising son. You won't have to worry in the future. The surrounding people congratulated him with cupped fists, offering gifts that they had prepared long ago. Even Jia Chang, who was usually aloof, squeezed out a smile and came forward to congratulate him. Qin Changqing didn't refuse. They were all small gifts, and there was nothing wrong with accepting them. If he acted too high and mighty, others would think that he had become unreasonable because he had a descendant with a superior spiritual root. The news of Qin Shiming being sent to the Taishan sect quickly spread throughout the entire family. Some were envious, some were jealous, and they lamented that Qin Changqing's luck was too good. A year passed quietly. Qin Changqing's eldest daughter, Qin Mengru, was once again found to have a superior spiritual root and was sent to the Taishan sect. Qin Changqing received another reward of 200 spirit stones from the family. Everyone envied Qin Changqing's good luck, but they didn't find it too surprising. In the same year, on the Qin family's plaza, the annual aptitude test was proceeding as usual. Qin Wenba's eyes fell on the little girl walking into the arena, and he immediately showed a kind smile. "Mengxue, come to uncle's place." This little girl was Qin Changqing's second daughter, Qin Mengxue. As soon as Qin Mengxue appeared, the arena fell silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on her, and the atmosphere became serious. Isn't this girl also Qin Changqing's daughter? I wonder if she will also have a spiritual root. I don't think it's very likely. Qin Changqing has already had 2 descendants with superior spiritual roots. If this one is also a seedling, it would be too heaven-defying. That's right, 3 consecutive descendants with spiritual roots. How much virtue did this guy accumulate in his previous life? There was a low murmur in the arena. Qin Changqing was naturally among them, giving the somewhat nervous Qin Mengxue a reassuring look. The moment Qin Mengxue's little hand was placed on the spirit stone burst out with an amazing light, blinding everyone present. Heavens, it's actually another superior spiritual root. How is this possible? It doesn't make sense. It's not fair. 3 consecutive seedlings. I seriously suspect that Qin Changqing has some special method. Qin Wenba's face was also full of shock, and his eyes swept towards the extremely calm Qin Changqing on the stage. To have 3 consecutive seedlings was an unprecedented event in the entire history of the Qin family. Soon, Qin Shouha came to Qin Changqing's residence again, and congratulated him with cupped fists as soon as he entered the door. "Brother Changqing, you have really given us a big surprise. It's actually another superior spiritual root." Qin Changqing said with a look of embarrassment, "Luck, just luck. Perhaps the Qin family itself has a good foundation, and I'm just benefiting from it." Qin Shouha shook his head. He knew whether the Qin family had a good foundation. If the Qin family really had this kind of bloodline, it would not have been confined to the small Xianyang mountain for so many years. I'm afraid it would have become the #1 cultivation family in Jing country long ago. This is the reward the family is giving you, as usual, 200 spirit stones. Qin Shouha stroked his sleeves, and a box full of spirit stones appeared on the table. Then, in 3 days, I'll come to pick up Mengxue to go to the Taishan sect? Qin Shouha asked. Qin Changqing nodded and said, "Please trouble the elder to make a trip." After Qin Shouha and others left, Qin Weiwei walked out from the back hall and sighed, "Is Mengxue also going to be sent away?" Although Qin Mengxue was not born from her, she was also their child. Qin Changqing's family style was very good, and the children had a very good relationship with both their biological mothers and their concubines. On the other side, seeing Qin Changqing's children being sent away one by one, Qin Rongrong felt both happy and sad. Qin Changqing turned his head and smiled. It's a good thing for the children to enter the Taishan sect. Madam should think more positively. Qin Weiwei raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Changqing suspiciously. Husband wouldn't have known this long ago, would he? As expected, she was his pillow companion for so many years, and she knew Qin Changqing very well. Qin Changqing's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he smiled bitterly. I'm not a spirit stone, how would I know? I just don't want Madam to be too sad about this. We have so many children, and perhaps someone will be sent to the Taishan sect in the future. Madam should get used to it. This was to give her a preemptive warning. Qin Weiwei rolled her eyes at him, somewhat resentfully. Isn't it because you're too fertile? Among the entire Qin family, your wives, concubines, and children are the most numerous. Qin Changqing was immediately a little embarrassed. My system brother is just so powerful, what can I do? I can't control it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Qin family main residence. Inside the main hall, several important core members were gathered. Qin Zhengyang, the head of the Qin family, sat at the head of the table. The successive emergence of 3 top-grade spiritual root geniuses in the Qin family had startled him into appearing. This Qin Changqing is indeed a remarkable man. Not only is he fertile, but the children he produces are also astonishingly talented. I wonder if he will give us more surprises in the future. Qin Zhengyang stroked his beard and smiled after listening to the others' reports. Qin Shoha took a sip of tea. Patriarch, Qin Changqing is indeed unusual. He has many children, and judging from the current situation, more geniuses may emerge in the future. While this is good for the family, it would be bad if it attracts the attention of other families. Moreover, over time, Qin Changqing will inevitably be envied. The others immediately echoed in agreement. Qin Zhengyang pondered and nodded. Shoha is right. Let's do this. The testing of Qin Changqing's children will be conducted separately from now on. If another top-grade spiritual root genius appears, the results should not be made public. We can say they have no spiritual root or a low-grade spiritual root. This arrangement is a form of protection for both the family and Qin Changqing. Being too outstanding is also a sin. A tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. In Show Garden, the women of the Qin family gathered in small groups to admire the flowers and stroll around the garden, discussing interesting things. Most of the topics revolved around Qin Changqing. Have you heard? Qin Changqing's daughter, I think her name is Qin Mengxue, has been tested to have a top-grade spiritual root. Really? Doesn't that mean Qin Changqing has had 3 children in a row who are geniuses? It's really infuriating to compare ourselves to others. My child is so disappointing. I gave birth to 2 sons for him, but neither of them has any aptitude for cultivation. If only I had been chosen by Qin Changqing back then. Alas, what's the use of saying this now? Listening to the others' discussions, Qin Rongrong was also excited. She had only wanted to prove that her fertility was not a problem, but she never expected such a pleasant surprise. Looking at it this way, isn't there a high probability that Qiping also possesses a spiritual root? Thinking of this, Qin Rongrong couldn't help clenching her fist. Her pretty face flushed slightly. If her son really possessed a spiritual root, she would definitely find a way to have Qin Changqing give her another child. Qin Changqing, who was already famous in the Qin family, became a sensation again, becoming the object of everyone's discussion, envied by women and envied by men. A year later, in the inner mansion of the Qin family, Qin Shihong stood nervously beside the spirit testing stone, reaching out his small hand. Swish! The light shone brightly. Another top-grade spiritual root? Qin Wenba's heart trembled, and the surrounding elders gasped. Fortunately, this time it was a secret test, otherwise, if the others in the family found out, it would cause an uproar again. Brother Changqing, how exactly do you do it? Xin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Another month passed, same location, same formula. Xin Shiyang top grade spiritual root. 1 year later. Xin Kitchen, top grade spiritual root. Xin Mengyao top grade spiritual root. When the 9th child tested still came back as a top grade spiritual root, the head of the family, Qin Zhengyang, could no longer sit still and personally came to Qin Changqing's residence. Brother Changqing, it's been 9 in a row, if you say it's luck again, I'm afraid that won't cut it, right? Qin Zhengyang stared at Qin Changqing and asked. Qin Changqing also knew that he couldn't get away with it this time without giving an explanation, so he could only make up a reason to perfunctorily answer, Patriarch, I really don't know the specific reason, but I have indeed discovered some unusual things, I don't know if it's related to this. Oh? Qin Zhengyang and the elders immediately perked up, tell us quickly, tell us quickly. Qin Changqing smiled wryly, I found that my constitution is different from ordinary people. The speed at which I absorb the spiritual energy in spirit stones is very fast, but this spiritual energy doesn't go to my dantian much. Instead, most of it merges into my kidneys. Perhaps the children's special talents have something to do with this. Strange, what kind of constitution is this? Qin Zhengyang opened his mouth wide, pondered slightly, and then his eyes lit up, nodding, that should be right, as the saying goes, the chest stores intention, the kidneys store essence, the brain stores spirit. Perhaps it is because most of the spiritual energy you absorb is poured into the kidneys that it leads to the continuous appearance of spiritual roots in your descendants. Brother Changqing, you are indeed the lucky star of our Qin family. Qin Zhengyang couldn't help laughing heartily, looking at Qin Changqing with the eyes of someone looking at a rare treasure. Qin Xiao thoughtfully said, no wonder you have been stuck at the first level of qi refining for so many years, it turns out that the spiritual energy has been absorbed by the kidneys. This is because my cultivation talent is too poor, and I'm simply too lazy to cultivate. Qin Changqing wanted to cry but had no tears. However, these people really know how to fill in the blanks themselves. Qin Zhengyang and the others exchanged glances, seeing the ecstasy in each other's eyes. In that case, wouldn't Qin Changqing's constitution be able to help their Qin family produce a large number of geniuses? The rise of the Qin family is just around the corner. Becoming the #1 cultivation family in Jing country is not a dream. Brother Changqing, if you can absorb more spirit stones, can you produce descendants with even higher qualifications? Qin Zhengyang asked impatiently. Damn it, you old thing is quite ambitious, you really treat me as a birthing machine, don't you? Qin Changqing thought for a while and said, I'm not sure phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. It should be possible, the more spirit stones absorbed, the better it will definitely be, but after all, the birth of descendants is a matter for two people. I can certainly strengthen the offspring, but the other party must be able to withstand it. To give birth to children with stronger talents, it should also require women with stronger constitutions to conceive. Reasonable. Qin Zhengyang stroked his beard and nodded, the other elders also thought it made sense. Getting this result, the Qin family was extremely excited, and Qin Zhengyang waved his sleeve and directly rewarded Qin Changqing with another 500 spirit stones as a reward. After returning to the main residence, Qin Zhengyang said, this matter is of great importance, related to the future development of the entire Qin family. From now on, all of Qin Changqing's descendants must be secretly tested, and the results, whether good or bad, are not allowed to be leaked to anyone. Yes, Patriarch. The others cupped their hands in agreement, with smiles on their faces. Go call Xiaolan over. Qin Zhengyang pondered for a moment and said. The elders' hearts stirred, more or less guessing Qin Zhengyang's thoughts. Qin Fenglan is Qin Zhengyang's eldest daughter, with a mid-grade spiritual root talent, and is unmarried to this day, being the most talented woman in the Qin family at present. It seems that Qin Zhengyang intends to betroth her to Qin Changqing. Soon, a slender woman in a white dress gracefully came and bowed. Father, you called me. Qin Zhengyang hummed and smiled. Xiaolan, you are not young anymore, you have long reached the age of marriage, have you taken a fancy to any talented young men? Qin Fenglan frowned and said coquettishly, Father, why are you suddenly talking about this? Daughter doesn't want to marry yet. Qin Zhengyang put on a stern face and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Men and women marrying is the natural order of things, you will eventually marry. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Shin Fonglan pouted and said, Dad, what do you mean? Are you so eager to send me away? Shin Zhengyang's expression softened, and he tentatively asked, It's not that I want to rush you away, but there are some things Dad wants to ask for your opinion. Qin Changqing, you know him, right? Qin Changqing? Shin Fonglan asked doubtfully, Of course, I know him. He is a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law recruited by our family, and he's especially fertile, already having dozens of children. That's right. Qin Zhengyang smiled and said, Qin Changqing is a rare and talented young man. Although his cultivation is not high, he is kind and honest. Your father has decided to betroth you to him. What? Qin Fenglan's eyes widened instantly, and she refused, I won't marry him. Qin Zhengyang's face darkened slightly, and he said, The marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Can't your father make the decision about your marriage? Qin Fenglan stomped her feet and snorted, I haven't spent any time with him, and I don't understand him. Moreover, he already has so many wives and concubines. You still want me to marry him? I'm going to tell Mom. Qin Zhengyang's expression twitched slightly, and Qin Xiuhe, who was beside him, quickly stood up and explained, Miss, in fact, the head of the family also has good intentions and is considering it for the family. With Qin Zhengyang's tacit approval, Qin Xiuhe explained the matter roughly. After listening, Qin Fenglan couldn't help but be shocked. All of his children have superior grade spiritual roots? How is that possible? It's absolutely true. Qin Xiuhe said, We have already sent 8 children to the Taishin sect. Even so, Qin Fenglan still disagreed, shaking her head and saying, Dad, I don't mind if you ask your daughter to sacrifice herself for the family, but this kind of thing is too bizarre. Unless you can prove that he really has the ability to strengthen the qualifications of his offspring, I won't marry him. Qin Zhengyang frowned immediately and said, How can this be proven? Qin Fenglan thought for a while and said, My personal maid, Xiaolan, has inferior grade spiritual roots. Why not let her marry him first? If their children really have spiritual root qualifications and are above superior grade spiritual roots, I will marry him. Qin Zhengyang pondered for a moment and felt that this was a more appropriate approach. In fact, he didn't want to marry his daughter off so hastily, so he nodded and said, Okay, let's do it this way. Second elder, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Yes, head of the family. Qin Xiuhe nodded in agreement. Qin Zhengyang added, Also, go and purchase a spirit stone as soon as possible that can detect the qualifications of newborn children. 6 years is too long. Yes. Qin Changqing took another concubine, and it was Qin Xiaolan, the personal maid of the Qin family's eldest daughter. This matter quickly spread throughout the family, and everyone was a little shocked. It wasn't just because Qin Xiaolan was Qin Fenglan's personal maid, but also because Qin Xiaolan was a cultivator with inferior grade spiritual roots. The head of the family is actually willing to marry sister Xiaolan to Qin Changqing? What's there to be reluctant about? Qin Changqing has given birth to 3 superior grade spiritual root descendants for the Qin family. In order to win him over, marrying off a maid is nothing. This treatment is the same as Jia Chang's back then. It's really enviable. At the banquet, everyone whispered in disgust, looking at the high-spirited Qin Changqing with envy. Jia Chang also had a complicated expression. Back then, he married Qin Rongrong and was in the limelight. Now, Qin Changqing has also married a Qin family woman with inferior grade spiritual roots, and she is still the personal maid of the Qin family's eldest daughter. He now only hoped that his son could also have some cultivation qualifications, otherwise, with only this one son after so many years, he would never be able to raise his head in the Qin family in the future. That night, Qin Changqing entered the bridal chamber. Having married so many wives, he was already familiar with the routine. He naturally understood the Qin family's intentions very well, but he didn't care. It was just having children. As long as there were enough spirit stones, it wouldn't be a problem for him at all. The personal maid of the Qin family's eldest daughter was certainly not bad-looking, and as a cultivator with spiritual roots, her skin was even smoother and more delicate than other women, making Qin Changqing's heart flutter. Soon, the red candles were extinguished, and a woman's low moan came from the darkness. Detected that your partner has inferior grade spiritual roots. You have the following options. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, and you can give birth to offspring with superior grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, and you can give birth to offspring with top grade spiritual roots. With sufficient lifespan at the moment, Qin Changqing directly chose the second option. Having married another one, and a female cultivator at that, Qin Changqing's home became much livelier. In addition to Qin Changqing's children, who all had good talent, countless women in the entire Qin family were eyeing him. Now, his wives and concubines couldn't wait to cling to him whenever they had the chance. Husband, these are the snacks I made myself. How do they taste? Qin Changqing had already known that this woman was coming for this, and was about to agree when he saw second madam walking in with a food box. Seeing Qin Sherman, her expression changed slightly, and then she smiled and said, "Sister is also here? What a coincidence. I made some wine and dishes. Would you like to try them together?" Qin Sherman pursed her lips, shook her head, and smiled. "No, thank you, sister. You and husband chat. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Seeing Qin Sherman leave, second madam breathed a sigh of relief, took out the wine and dishes from the food box, and her words were exactly the same as Qin Sherman's. Qin Changqing was speechless. Damn it, where has this gone? There's already a hint of concubines fighting for favor in the harem. If this continues, it won't work. This trend cannot be encouraged. Qin Changqing ate the wine and dishes but didn't make any promises. Instead, he found an excuse to slip away. Sure enough, before long, several more madams came here to look for him, and their purpose was naturally self-evident. Nowadays, this has almost become a major feature of Qin Changqing's residence. As long as the madam is not pregnant, she will come to Qin Changqing every few days to express her concern, and her attitude is much better than before. On this day, it was time for the family to test spiritual roots again. Early in the morning, Qin Rongrong took her son Qin Shiping to line up, and she was full of expectations for her son's qualifications. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. On the plaza, children were being tested for their talents one by one. When Qin Shiping's small hand touched the spirit stone, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. This is a supreme grade spiritual root. Qin Shiping, supreme grade spiritual root. Hearing supreme grade spiritual root, Qin Rongrong trembled with happiness. Even though she was somewhat prepared, she was still shocked by her son's talent. "Brother Changqing, I love you so much," Qin Rongrong shouted in her heart. She had been a little uneasy these past few years, but at this moment, seeing her son's amazing talent, everything was worth it. "No, I must have another one." In the next second, a crazy thought ignited in her heart. "Congratulations, congratulations. Heaven bless the Qin family." Amidst the lively congratulations, the news of Qin Shiping's supreme grade spiritual root spread throughout the Qin family. "Have you heard? Jia Chang's son tested positive for a supreme grade spiritual root." "I heard too. Jia Chang has finally turned things around in the Qin family. He only had one son after all these years, and people have been gossiping about him a lot. Supreme grade spiritual root TSK, even a large sect like the Taishan sect would fight for him. This is a talent that is guaranteed to reach the golden core stage and has a chance to reach the nascent soul stage. If I had such a son, I would laugh in my dreams. Jia Chang has really come into his own this time." "That's right. I heard that yesterday. An elder from the Taishan sect personally came to take Qin Shiping as a personal disciple and has already taken him to the sect in advance." On the road, Qin Changqing heard the discussions of the people around him, and his eyebrows immediately rose. He remembered that today was the day when the Qin family uniformly tested their qualifications. His child had not participated in this public test, but others did not yet know that Qin Shiping was his son. Come into his own? That Jia Chang has to thank me, okay? Qin Shangqing thought to himself. He could now confirm that Jia Chang indeed had a problem with his body. If it weren't for that incident with Qin Rongrong, he might not have been able to have a son or daughter to this day. Just as he was thinking, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Chongqing. Qin Shangqing turned around and saw Qin Rongrong, still charming, approaching him quickly from a small path with light steps. What you fear comes to you. Qin Shangqing greeted her with a smile and wanted to slip away, but Qin Rongrong was quick-witted and grabbed Qin Shangqing directly, saying with some resentment, Brother Changqing, why are you running? Qin Shangqing said with a smile, I'm not running. I just suddenly remembered that there is something at home that I need to deal with quickly. Rongrong, we'll talk about anything later. Qin Rongrong held him back and went straight to the point, Brother Changqing, Sheeping has a supreme grade spiritual root, you know that, right? Qin Shangqing nodded and said, Congratulations, congratulations. Qin Rongrong stared at him with naked eyes and said, Some things you and I know very well, Brother Qin, I want you to help me one more time. After Qin Sheeping, Jia Chang never had any more children. He lost much interest in this aspect and devoted himself to cultivation, slowly neglecting his wives and concubines, including Qin Rongrong. Qin Shangqing pretended not to understand, help you with what? Qin Rongrong said firmly, help me have another one. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Qin Shangqing sighed, Rongrong, we've already made a mistake once, we can't make another mistake. No matter what Qin Rongrong said, Qin Shangqing just wouldn't agree, and in the end, she could only threaten, Brother Qin, if you don't agree, I'll go to the head of the family to explain everything. Qin Shangqing's expression twitched. This woman is too ruthless, she doesn't even want her reputation for the sake of her child? However, this also hit Qin Shangqing's weak spot, and he could only agree and was dragged away by Qin Rongrong half-heartedly. That night, the clouds and rain rose again, and old dreams were relived. Detected that the partner has an inferior grade spiritual root, please choose, 1. Consume 10 years of life to strengthen the seed, and a child with a high grade spiritual root can be born. 2. Consume 100 years of life to strengthen the seed, and a child with a supreme grade spiritual root can be born for the sake of a better next generation. Qin Shangqing still chose the second option. He also felt a little sympathy for this woman, marrying Jia Chang was indeed a bit bitter for her. Qin Rongrong snuggled contentedly on Qin Shangqing's broad and sturdy chest and muttered in her sleep, Brother Changqing, give me 2 more children. Okay. Qin Xiaolan finally ushered in the time of delivery. Outside the room, not only Qin Shangqing and some wives and concubines were there, but even Qin Xiaoha and several elders were also guarding here, looking a little nervous. With a loud cry of wah, the door opened, and the midwife came out holding the child and smiled, Congratulations, it's a daughter. Qin Shangqing took the child with a smile. He was no longer as excited and nervous as he was at the beginning, but he was still very happy. Brother Changqing, bring the child in. Qin Xiaoha led a few people into the side room, and with a flip of his hand, a special stone appeared in his hand. This was the spirit stone that could test the aptitude of a newborn infant. Qin Xiaoha gently placed the spirit stone on the baby's head. In an instant, the light almost illuminated the entire room. Supreme grade spiritual root. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded, and then their eyes burst out with ecstasy. They stared at Qin Shangqing and laughed, Brother Changqing, you really didn't lie, good, good, good. Soon, Qin Zhengyang rushed over upon hearing the news. After witnessing the baby's aptitude with his own eyes, he also showed a look of ecstasy and immediately rewarded Qin Shangqing with 500 spirit stones. Brother Changqing, you are the lucky star of my Qin family, this is your reward. Qin Shangqing quickly thanked him and accepted the reward. Qin Zhengyang looked at Qin Shangqing and found him more and more pleasing to the eye. He opened his mouth and said, Changqing, I want to marry my little girl to you, what do you think? Qin Shangqing was shocked and didn't expect that Qin Zhengyang would be willing to marry his daughter to him. He cupped his hands and said, the head of the family loves Changqing and is grateful, but is it a little sudden for the eldest lady to marry me? The Qin family's eldest lady, Qin Fenglan, has a middle-grade spiritual root aptitude, which is not something that their sons-in-law can covet. He already has so many wives, is Qin Zhengyang willing to let his precious daughter join his big family? Is my charm so great? Okay, I know, it's for better children. This system, it's better to change its name to the daughter-giving system. Qin Changqing complained in his heart. Qin Zhengyang waved his hand and said, "You are a great hero of my Qin family, how can you be wronged? Since you have no objection, then it's settled. Pick an auspicious day to get married." Seeing that Qin Zhengyang had said so, Qin Changqing naturally wouldn't object anymore. It's just marrying another wife, and such a beautiful wife, who would dislike it? After returning, Qin Zhengyang told Qin Fenglan about the matter. Qin Fenglan was originally a little unhappy that Qin Zhengyang had made the decision without her consent, but she was also taken aback when she heard that Qin Xiaolan had really given birth to a child with a supreme great spiritual root, and she was also a little moved. This Qin Changqing is indeed different from ordinary people. Those born with ordinary mortal women have high grade spiritual roots, and those born with women with inferior grade spiritual roots have supreme grade spiritual roots. I have a middle grade spiritual root aptitude. Wouldn't that mean I can give birth to a genius with an earth grade spiritual root aptitude? Qin Zhengyang stroked his beard and smiled. If you and Qin Changqing can really give birth to a child with an earth grade spiritual root, my Qin family may be able to produce a nascent soul true monarch in the future, Xiaolan. At that time, you will be the mother of a nascent soul stage cultivator, and your status will be comparable to those immortal sect leaders, and you can give birth to multiple earth-grade spiritual roots. These words were no less than a shot in the arm, making Qin Fenglan's heart flutter. Nascent soul true monarch, not to mention in the top 10 sects, is a prominent figure in the entire Jing kingdom. And she is the mother of one or even more nascent soul true monarchs. Qin Fenglan felt like she was about to faint from happiness just by imagining it. Everything is up to father. Qin Fenglan's eyes were full of radiance, and she finally stopped arguing and agreed. Half a month later, the Qin family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The Qin family's eldest lady officially married Qin Changqing, and the Qin family's head personally presided over the wedding. The scale of the wedding was also unprecedentedly grand. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. This time there were quite a few people. After all, this was the marriage of the Qin family's head, Qin Zhengyang's daughter, and everyone understood its importance. The Qin family's higher-ups were all present, and the various phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and sons-in-law also rushed over to offer toasts. Brother Changqing, you are truly blessed to be able to marry the eldest daughter. I hope you will give me some guidance in the future. Brother Changqing, our relationship is quite good. Can you secretly tell me, do you have some kind of secret? How did you manage to win the eldest daughter's favor? I am truly envious. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme and sons-in-law took advantage of the opportunity to offer toasts to try and extract information from Qin Changqing. How could Qin Changqing tell the truth? He casually brushed them off with a few words. Night had deepened. Qin Changqing cast a spell to dispel the alcohol from his body and entered the room. He saw Qin Fenglan sitting upright in front of the couch, quite proper. Qin Changqing lifted the veil, and Qin Fenglan's bright, sparkling eyes stared intently at him, discovering that this man was not bad-looking. He had been in the Qin family for so long, yet he was still so young. Her originally uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Can you make me give birth to a child with an earth spiritual root? Qin Fenglan's eyes were bright and somewhat fiery. How could Qin Changqing possibly guarantee such a thing? Otherwise, wouldn't he truly be held by the lifeline? I can't guarantee that, I can only say I'll do my best. Qin Changqing smiled awkwardly, but in his heart, he was accumulating rage points. I know you're just here to borrow a seed, but is there any need to be so obvious? Watch how I release my anger later. Then let's begin. Although Qin Fenglan was a little shy, when she thought about how she would be able to have a child with an earth spiritual root in the future, she became a little excited. Disregarding her reservedness, she eagerly reached out to hook Qin Changqing's neck. However, she obviously didn't have much experience, and her movements seemed a little flustered. Qin Changqing grabbed her soft wrist and took control. Don't panic, there's no need to be so hasty. I still need to do some groundwork. Do what? Qin Fenglan looked at him in confusion. Qin Changqing explained, to give birth to a child with a high-quality spiritual root, a large amount of spirit stones is required. The spiritual energy currently contained in my body may not be enough to nurture a child with a very strong spiritual root. Qin Fenglan understood. Qin Zhengyang had told her about this. She directly took out a box from her storage bag and said, "Is 1,000 spirit stones enough?" One spirit stone after another turned into flying ash in his hands, and the speed of absorption was so fast that Qin Fenglan next to him widened her eyes in shock. She believed Qin Changqing's previous words by 30%. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator couldn't absorb spirit stone energy so quickly, and it was a one-time absorption of 1,000 spirit stones. If he really couldn't nurture a spiritual root, it would indeed be unreasonable. 1,000 spirit stones were completely absorbed, and Qin Changqing once again increased his lifespan by 1,000 years. "Madam, I'm ready." Qin Changqing walked in front of Qin Fenglan, smiling. Qin Fenglan gently hummed in agreement. The next moment, she was pounced upon by Qin Changqing on the couch. The curtains fell, and clothes were constantly thrown out. The long night was endless, and there was no desire to sleep. Qin Changqing began to do multiple choice questions again. Detected that your partner has a medium-grade spiritual root, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a high-grade spiritual root. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a top-grade spiritual root. 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with an earth spiritual root. As expected, as previously guessed, Qin Fenglan's medium-grade spiritual root could indeed improve the aptitude of her descendants again. The 1,000 years of lifespan that he had just obtained was about to be gone again. Qin Changqing sighed in his heart, but he still chose the third option. Not long after, Qin Fenglan was found to be pregnant. The Qin family once again sent several women with low-grade spiritual roots, and without explanation, directly stuffed them into Qin Changqing's backyard. This impatient style of doing things made Qin Changqing have to praise the Qin family's efficiency. However, this time Qin Changqing made a request. For every child with a top-grade spiritual root, he would need to absorb 500 spirit stones in advance. This way, he could earn 400 from each one. A month later, Qin Rongrong's second child was also born. After Qin Changqing learned about it, he sighed helplessly at the sky. What a sin the Jia residents. Qin Xiuhe, along with the elders and the steward Qin Wenba, came together to congratulate him. Jia Chang was immediately flattered and led them to the inner hall to be seated. After taking a sip of tea, Qin Xiuhe smiled and said, "Brother Jia, I have a spirit stone that can detect newborn babies' spiritual roots. Why don't we take this opportunity to test the child's spiritual root aptitude?" Jia Chang's heart stirred, understanding that these people were probably here for the child. He quickly nodded and said, "I'll bring the child out right away." Soon, Jia Chang brought the baby in swaddling clothes in front of the elders. Qin Xiuhe was also not polite and directly took out the spirit stone and placed it on the baby's forehead. In an instant, the light shone brightly. Another top-grade spiritual root. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Qin Xiuhe frowned slightly and glanced thoughtfully at Jia Chang, who was full of excitement, and exchanged glances with the other elders. They had long suspected that Jia Chang hadn't had a child in 10 years, but as soon as he had one, it was a top-grade spiritual root, and the key was that they were all born from Qin Rongrong. His other wives and concubines didn't have any movement in their bellies. Qin Rongrong herself had the aptitude of a low-grade spiritual root, so they couldn't help but think of a certain prolific person in the Qin family. "Brother Jia, you have indeed not disappointed us. The Qin family has added another top-grade immortal seedling. This is a great thing. I will have someone send the rewards back later. Rongrong is a great contributor to our Qin family. The head of the family asked me to send some spiritual medicine to replenish her body. Thank you for the family head's kindness." Jia Chang quickly reached out to invite them in. Qin Xiuhe cupped his hands with a smile and then entered the room alone. Watching Qin Xiuhe enter the room, Jia Chang also slowly calmed down from his excitement and felt more and more uneasy as he looked at the child. He hadn't been able to have children for so many years. How could he have 2 top-grade spiritual roots as soon as he had them? Was he that awesome? Calculating the days, it seemed that the birth dates of the two children were not quite right. During that time, he seemed to be wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion and didn't have any relations with Qin Rongrong. Where did the child come from inside the room? Qin Shoa reached out and pressed down on Qin Rongrong, who wanted to get up and salute. He placed a layer of magic barrier around them to isolate the sound and said lightly, "Rongrong, tell me the truth, whose child is this after all?" Qin Rongrong's heart thumped, and she felt a little frightened. She barely squeezed out a smile and said, "Elder, what are you talking about?" "Of course, it's mine." Qin Shoha snorted heavily in his nose and squinted. "I'm asking who the real father of this child is." "We already know. Do you still dare to hide it?" Qin Rongrong's face was full of panic, and she didn't care about her physical weakness. She turned over and got out of bed and knelt on the ground. "Elder, it's my fault for being confused. Jia Chang has been slow to move, and I was anxious to have children for the family, so I did this kind of thing." She immediately told the whole story. After listening, Qin Shoa's expression was uncertain. Finally, he sighed, helped Qin Rongrong back to the couch, and said, "Forget it, the family is also sorry for you in this matter. We didn't expect Jia Chang to have problems in this area. You've suffered." Qin Rongrong immediately burst into tears, venting her grievances of so many years. Qin Shoha looked at Qin Rongrong with some emotion and slowly said, "The family can forgive you for what you did. After all, you did it to have more outstanding descendants for the family, but we also need to give Jia Chang an explanation. After all, our Qin family was at fault first." Qin Rongrong raised her head, her face full of determination, and said, "Elder, don't worry. If Jia Chang becomes suspicious and asks, I will confess to him. I will have no complaints if he wants to hit or scold me." Qin Shoa's face darkened slightly, and he snorted, "He dares. Even if you are at fault, you are still a member of my Qin family. It's not up to him to hit you as he pleases. The fact that you haven't been able to have children for so many years is also his problem. Don't worry, if he dares to lay a hand on you, the Qin family won't tolerate him." A warm current flowed through Qin Rongrong's heart. The Qin family was still on her side after all. She quickly thanked him. That night, just as the two had guessed, Jia Chang found Qin Rongrong with a gloomy face and asked directly, "Rongrong, tell me honestly, are these two children mine?" Qin Rongrong said calmly, "No." Jia Chang almost spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest with a pale face, and pointing at Qin Rongrong, he roared, "No wonder Qi Ping doesn't look like me at all, you bitch, you've deceived me." He now felt like a complete fool, with a green grassland on his head. He reached out his hand and was about to strike her with a palm. Qin Rongrong didn't dodge or avoid, but instead stretched her head over, and also angrily said, "Jia Chang, if you want to hit me, go ahead. If things get out of hand, see if you or I will lose face. Will the Qin family still tolerate you?" Jia Chang's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air, not falling for a long time, his face twisted. Seeing this, Qin Rongrong sighed and softened her tone, saying, "Husband, I'm doing this for the good of our family. Think about it, Xi Peng has already been sent to the Taishan sect. There's no problem with him establishing his foundation. It's not impossible for him to become a golden core cultivator. You haven't been able to have children for so many years, but I still haven't abandoned you. Instead, I've helped you marry a few more concubines. As long as you treat me and the children well, you will be the father of a golden core cultivator, in the future a golden core cultivator." Jia Chang slowly lowered his hand. For cultivators, the golden core can be said to be the highest pursuit, something they yearn for but cannot reach. His child might become a golden core. Jia Chang slowly calmed down. He was originally a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law, relying on the Qin family, and he only had his status because of Qin Rongrong. The Qin family raised him and cultivated him, with the purpose of him giving birth to immortal seedlings for the Qin family, but he couldn't give birth, which meant he was useless in the family and wasted Qin Rongrong. It was already good that the Qin family didn't drive him away. Reality was in front of him, and he had no choice. In addition, he was a cultivator and understood the importance of spiritual roots. Who wouldn't want a child with top-grade spiritual roots? In the future, I will be the dad of a golden core cultivator. The more Jia Chang thought about it, the more excited he became. Qin Rongrong got up and took Jia Chang's arm and said softly, "I and the family won't tell anyone about this. The children won't treat you badly in the future. Wouldn't it be good for us to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme well together?" Jia Chang's cheeks twitched, and he looked at Qin Rongrong with a complicated expression. Finally, he sighed and said, "Rongrong, you're right. I was too extreme. It's really my fault that I can't have children. You've suffered these years." Qin Rongrong immediately smiled and said, "It's good that you can think like this. I'm also at fault. Don't hate Qin Shangcheng. I forced him." After the two communicated and understood each other, both felt relieved. Jia Chang no longer worried about having children. Instead, he had cheap children with top-grade spiritual roots. The Qin family and Qin Rongrong owed him. He could stay in the Qin family more comfortably, and his mood suddenly became much broader. And Qin Rongrong no longer had to hold things in her heart and could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme openly. With the shackles in their hearts unlocked, the two became even more harmonious. If Qin Shangqing were here, he would definitely be shocked. "Rongrong, since it's already like this, why not have a few more? They're all top-grade spiritual roots," Jia Chang took the initiative to suggest. "This, what are you hesitating about? Anyway, the family will help us raise them." "Okay." The next day, Qin Rongrong found the head of the family, Qin Zhangyang, and told the family about the showdown. Qin Zhangyang also knew about this, and without saying much, he personally visited with several elders and sent 500 spirit stones as compensation, which also relieved Jia Chang. The Qin family was really good, and they didn't abandon him just because he couldn't have children and was a useless person. Little did they know that the Qin family also had their own considerations. After all, Qin Rongrong was at fault first. This kind of thing was not easy to make public. Secondly, they also had to take care of the thoughts of the two children. They were both high-quality immortal seedlings with top-grade spiritual roots. What if they knew that they were actually illegitimate children? "As long as brother Jia, you can treat Rongrong well," Qin Zhangyang said with a look of shame, and then said, "By the way, news has come from the Taishan sect that Qiping is highly valued there and has already reached the 4th level of the Qi training stage. You don't need to worry too much." 4th level of the Qi training stage. Jia Chang was shocked and felt shocked. As expected of a top-grade spiritual root, his talent was terrifying. He had cultivated for so many years and had only barely reached the 3rd level of the Qi training stage, but Qin Shiping had surpassed him after only cultivating for more than a year. It was simply killing people to compare people. Wouldn't this mean that he would be able to establish his foundation soon and then cultivate into a golden core? His dream of being a golden core father would soon come true. Jia Chang couldn't restrain the ecstasy in his heart. He couldn't help but urge Qin Rongrong again, and even took the initiative to hide himself and create opportunities for her. Cultivation has no years, and another year has passed. In the Qin family's courtyard, a middle-aged man with a fair face and no beard was walking slowly with a woman. The middle-aged man's name was Lin Hong. He was also an elder of the Lin family, a cultivating family in Xianyang Mountain, and had a marital relationship with the Qin family. The person next to him was his daughter, Lin Ziwei. "Ziwei, how is the matter that I asked you to inquire about before?" Lin Hong looked around and then asked through voice transmission. The Qin family had several more children with high-grade spiritual roots who had entered the Taishan sect, but this did not attract the attention of the Taishan sect. After all, it was a large sect, and most of the disciples recruited had high-grade spiritual roots. However, the Lin family, which was also a cultivating family, noticed it. The two families had a marital relationship. It was difficult for their small cultivating family to produce even one high-grade spiritual root, but now the Qin family had produced several, not to mention even a top-grade spiritual root. This naturally aroused the suspicion of the Lin family, so they asked Lin Ziwei, who had married into the Qin family, to quietly inquire about the news. Lin Ziwei transmitted her voice, "Father, the Qin family has a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law who has been marrying very frequently in recent years. He alone has married dozens of wives and concubines. Not only that, but even the eldest daughter of the Qin family has condescended to marry him as a concubine. All the unmarried women in the Qin family with spiritual root qualifications have also married him. It is indeed very unusual. Those children with high-grade spiritual roots all came from his family. Lin Han's eyes suddenly narrowed and asked, "What is this person's name?" Qin Changcheng. After chatting for a while, Lin Han patted his daughter on the shoulder and smiled, "Father knows. You have made a great contribution this time. The family remembers it. You can go back first." Lin Ziwei laughed. Lin Hong stood in place and pondered for a moment, then quickly left the Qin family and flew away, controlling a magical instrument. Several hours later, the head of the Lin family, Lin Xiuwen, personally came to visit. In the main hall, Qin Zhengyang sat in the main seat, and the Lin family members sat in the lower seats in turn. "Brother Lin, why do you have time to visit my Qin family?" Qin Zhengyang asked with a smile. Lin Xiuwen said directly, "Brother Qin, I wouldn't come to the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. I'm here today to ask for something." Qin Zhengyang's eyes flickered slightly, and he said with a smile, "Why are you being so polite between our two families? As long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse." Lin Xiuwen said, "I heard that the Qin family has a remarkable person who can help women conceive immortal seedlings with spiritual roots. I wonder if you can lend him to my Lin family?" Qin Zhenyang's face suddenly changed drastically. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Qin Zhengyang's expression instantly returned to normal, and he chuckled, "Brother Lin, where did you hear such rumors? How could there be such a person in the world? To conceive a spiritual root is simply absurd." Lin Xiuwen said calmly, "Brother Qin, don't try to hide it. We already know. I think it's better to share such a remarkable person with everyone. It's not a good habit to be greedy. Brother Qin wouldn't want other families to find out about this, would he? Which bastard leaked the news?" Qin Zhengyang was furious. Seeing Lin Xiuwen's determined look, he knew that the other party must have received definite information before coming to his door. Lin Xiuwen's threat was indeed holding the Qin family by its lifeline. "Brother Lin, what exactly do you want? Just say it." Qin Zhengyang gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. A look of ecstasy flashed in Lin Xiuwen's eyes. So it was true. He chuckled, "Brother Qin, there's no need to be so nervous. Our two families are related by marriage, and after all, he is your Qin family's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and son-in-law. Our Lin family just wants to send some women to help this Qin Changqing conceive some immortal seedlings. We will definitely not let the Qin family suffer." Lin Xiuwen agreed readily. A child with a top-grade spiritual root was worth it, even if it cost 10,000 spirit stones. Qin Zhengyang was immediately overjoyed. Qin Changqing had given their Qin family an immortal seedling with a top-grade spiritual root, and they had only spent 500 spirit stones. The Lin family gave them 1,000, so they had earned 500 spirit stones. Not a loss. All right. Qin Zhengyang said calmly, "However, this matter can only be arranged by our Qin family. You cannot casually interfere during the process. In addition, I hope Brother Lin will keep this matter a secret, otherwise, it will not be good for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme of our families if it leaks out." Of course, of course. The two men laughed heartily at each other. Soon, the Lin family sent several women with low-grade spiritual roots, and the Qin family personally went to communicate with Qin Changqing. Qin Changqing had no objections to this. Anyway, the Qin family promised to give corresponding spirit stone rewards according to the number and quality of the children born. Marrying a few more concubines wouldn't have much of an impact. Just consider it exercise. The meaning of life lies in movement. So, Qin Changqing quietly took in a few concubines, but none of them were made public. 1 year later. Lin family mansion. Qin Zhengyang personally drove a magical artifact, and Lin Xiuwen led him into the study. Qin Zhangyang smiled and cupped his hands. Congratulations, Brother Lin, on having an immortal seedling with a top-grade spiritual root. As he spoke, he waved his hand to disperse the spiritual power disguise, revealing the swaddling clothes in his arms. Lin Xiuwen was overjoyed and personally tested it with the spirit testing stone he had prepared in advance. In an instant, the study shone brightly. It was indeed a top-grade spiritual root. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiuwen laughed heartily. My Lin family also has offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. He naturally knew how precious a top-grade spiritual root was. This meant that the Lin family would have one or even more golden core cultivators in the future. The status of their Lin family would naturally rise. Thank you, Brother Qin. Lin Xiuwen was full of gratitude and took out a box from his storage bag and pushed it over. This is the 1,000 spirit stones we agreed upon in advance. Please thank that Brother Changqing for me. For the current Lin family, let alone 1,000 spirit stones, they would not hesitate to take out 2,000 or 3,000 to please him. Qin Changqing was already the hope and future of the Lin family. There is one more thing. Qin Zhangyang said solemnly, our two families will have more and more immortal seedlings with spiritual roots. If they are all sent to the Taishan sect, problems will arise in the long run. I mean, we can send these children to the 10 major sects of Jing country separately, so that we can avoid attracting the attention of those who are interested. Lin Xiuwen pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. Brother Qin is right. That's how it should be. Now the two families are tied to the same boat, sharing honor and disgrace. Protecting Qin Changqing's secret is also protecting the two families. Today was the day Qin Fenglan was due to give birth. It seemed that because the fetus in her womb had a good talent, her delivery was several months later than normal. Qin Zhangyang and a dozen core members of the family personally guarded outside the door, feeling uneasy, which formed a sharp contrast with Qin Changqing, who had a calm face. Soon, the midwife walked out of the room holding the child. Qin Zhangyang quickly stepped forward to take the child and turned his head and whispered, "Follow me." The crowd followed Qin Zhangyang into the side room and placed a layer of spiritual power barrier around it. As soon as the spirit testing stone was placed on the baby's head, a dazzling spiritual light suddenly erupted, bright and dazzling. If there was no spiritual power barrier, it would definitely attract the attention of people outside. Earth spiritual root. It's really an Earth spiritual root. Heavens, I can actually see the legendary Earth spiritual root in my lifetime. Qin Zhangyang and the other elders were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Earth spiritual root. This was a terrifying talent that could smoothly cultivate into a nascent soul true monarch without any accidents. In other words, if all goes well in the future, their Qin family will also have a nascent soul cultivator to guard them. Qin Zhangyang trembled with excitement, and then quickly stabilized himself with spiritual power, for fear of disturbing the child in his arms. Ha 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 ha. Qin Zhangyang patted Qin Changqing on the shoulder and couldn't restrain his ecstasy. Changqing, you are a great hero of my Qin family. Qin Changqing quickly cupped his hands and smiled lightly. Luck, this is what I should do. Qin Zhangyang waved his hand, and a large box floated out of the storage bag. The dense spirit stones were a little dazzling. You have given birth to an immortal seedling with an earth spiritual root for my Qin family. This is a great achievement, and my Qin family will naturally not be stingy. There are 2,000 spirit stones here, which are your reward. Qin Changqing was overjoyed. The spirit stones consumed by this child were paid by Qin Fenglan, which meant that the 2,000 spirit stones given by the Qin family were completely earned, and could add 2,000 years to his life. Earned. Thank you, patriarch. Qin Changqing happily accepted it, and silently gave a thumbs up to the system. The system is a great son. The news of Qin Fenglan giving birth to offspring could not be concealed. Lin Xiuwen immediately rushed over in a hurry after knowing about it, and asked head-on, Brother Qin, I wonder what the qualifications of the child born by your daughter are? Qin Zhangyang knew that this matter could not be concealed from Lin Xiuwen. Lin Xiuwen had been staring at Qin Fenglan for a long time, and he probably understood how to use Qin Changqing, so he was looking forward to the birth of Qin Fenglan's child. Ahem, don't be so excited, it's just a mere earth spiritual root. Qin Zhangyang raised his head and smiled. Lin Xiaowen gasped, looking at Qin Zhangyang with itchy teeth. A Mirror-Earth spiritual root? You have the nerve to say it. This is the future nascent soul true monarch. A rare talent in 100 years, 1 in 10,000. Combining Qin Fenglan's qualifications, Lin Xiaowen's heart moved slightly, and he asked excitedly, the quality of the born immortal seedling is also related to the qualifications of the woman, right? Is it? Can a woman with a middle-grade spiritual root do it? In the room, the two exchanged glances, each trying to see through the other. Qin Zhangyang nodded helplessly. Indeed, after verification, a woman with inferior spiritual roots can give birth to supreme spiritual roots, and a woman with medium spiritual roots can give birth to earth-grade spiritual roots. According to Qin Changqing, the higher the aptitude of the woman, the more spiritual energy she can withstand, and the better the quality of the immortal seedling she can conceive. Lin Xiaowen's eyes suddenly burst out with dazzling brilliance, and he exclaimed with joy, in that case, if Qin Changqing were to combine with a woman with superior spiritual roots, wouldn't he be able to give birth to a heavenly spiritual root that is rare to see in 1,000 years? A heavenly spiritual root. It is said that only the top 10 sects have them, and they are also rare existences, each of whom is a genius in the sect. Qin Changqing sighed. It's a pity that my Qin family doesn't have any women with superior spiritual roots. I heard that the Lin family had a female prodigy with extraordinary aptitude in her early years. Lin Xiaowen's expression changed slightly. Are you talking about Yuxia? Because of her outstanding aptitude, Lin Yuxia had already joined the Taiqing sect, one of the top 10 sects, and had even been accepted as a disciple by an elder, with a bright future ahead of her, and was the future hope of the Lin family. Qin Zhangyang nodded and said, Brother Lin, I know that Yuxia has a promising future, but that is a heavenly spiritual root. Do you want to give it a try? Yes, a heavenly spiritual root. Lin Xiaowen was very tempted. A heavenly spiritual root. No elder disciple or sect leader disciple could stop him. He said it. Returning to the Lin family, Lin Xiaowen immediately sent someone to the Taiqing sect to summon Lin Yuxia back, telling her that there was an important matter in the family and asking her to return to the clan quickly. However, returning from the sect was not that fast. There was no rush for a while. After the message was sent out, the Lin family could only wait. Patriarch, earth-grade spiritual roots are also excellent aptitudes that are rare to see in 100 years. Why don't we send a woman with medium-grade spiritual roots over first? An elder suggested. Alas! Lin Xiaowen sighed, somewhat embarrassed. Do you think I haven't thought about it? But the only woman in the family with medium-grade spiritual roots is Xinyao, and she is already married, so it definitely won't work. The elder quickly said, That's not necessarily true, Patriarch. They have been married for many years without having children. If they could have a child with earth-grade spiritual roots, they would probably not refuse. This is also for the sake of the family's future. Besides, we are only borrowing Xinyao, not asking her to marry over. The value of earth-grade spiritual roots was enough for them to give up some things. Lin Xiaowen pondered for a long time before nodding. Go and discuss it with them. Yes. The elder was overjoyed, cupped his hands, and withdrew. Not long after, Lin Xinyao was sent to the Qin family's residence. This immortal seedling, who was quite famous in the Lin family, was immediately recognized by someone. Patriarch, this Lin Xinyao seems to be married. Why would the Lin family send her over? Qin Zhangyang looked at Lin Xinyao below, who was plump and charming, and his expression twitched slightly. He also understood the Lin family's intentions. As expected, they couldn't resist the temptation of earth-grade spiritual roots. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he thought of Qin Rongrong and his own family, who was in a similar situation, and sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, send her to Qin Changqing. That kid is really getting a bargain. Qin Changqing could be considered to have seen countless women. Although the Qin family didn't say who it was, they only asked him to do things. But at the first glance of Lin Xinyao, he saw the similar temperament on her body as Qin Rongrong. Her plump curves and charming posture were even better than Qin Rongrong. That night, Qin Changqing began to stay up late to do multiple choice questions. Elder, there are more and more women being sent over now, and it's too frequent. I feel physically exhausted. If I don't have a lot of spiritual energy to replenish, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue like this in the long run. What requirements does Chongqing have? Just ask. I have to add spirit stones. Plus 2 days of rest. I also have to stay at home with my wife and children. Qin Xiuhua was a little embarrassed to hear Qin Chongqing say this. Indeed, both of their families were a bit too much. They only cared about the family's interests and didn't consider Qin Chongqing's body and family. As a man, he deeply understood and nodded, asking, "How many spirit stones do you want?" Qin Chongqing thought for a while and said, "Conceiving a child with supreme spiritual roots requires 500 spirit stones, and conceiving an earth-grade spiritual root requires at least 2,000 spirit stones." Qin Xiuhua glared, thinking that you really dare to ask for a high price, but he didn't refuse and said, "I'll go back and discuss it with the patriarch." After listening to Qin Changqing's conditions, Qin Zhengyang pondered, "A clever woman can't cook without rice." Qin Chongqing is right. This kind of thing does consume spiritual power and physical strength. Our Qin family can't do the stupid thing of killing the chicken to get the eggs. Tell him, I agree. Qin Xiuhua nodded. Qin Zhengyang added, "Agreeing is agreeing, but our Qin family can't suffer losses. Tell the Lin family later that their share must also be increased. Qin Chongqing wants 2,000 from us, and they have to give 4,000. The two looked at each other and both showed meaningful smiles. A month later, a rainbow light landed in the Lin family's residence. The light faded, and it was Lin Yuxia who had rushed back. "Patriarch, what happened at home that was so urgent?" Lin Yuxia saw Lin Xiuwen sitting upright above, and it didn't seem like there was anything urgent, so she asked strangely. Lin Xiuwen stretched out his hand and said, "Yuxia, don't worry, sit down and talk slowly." Lin Yuxia sat down suspiciously as instructed, listening to Lin Xiuwen's slow explanation. Her beautiful eyes widened more and more, and finally she couldn't help but exclaim, "Can control the aptitude of offspring and conceive spiritual root immortal seedlings? How can there be such a strange person in the world? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Lin Xiuwen waved his hand with a smile, and an elder immediately brought over the child who had just been brought back. "This is the offspring of Qin Chongqing and a woman from our Lin family. You can test it yourself." Lin Yuxia immediately took out the spirit stone to test. When she saw the dazzling spiritual light bursting out, she was a little dazed and murmured, "It really is a supreme spiritual root?" Lin Xiuwen took advantage of the situation and coaxed, "Yuxia, you have the aptitude of a superior spiritual root. If you combine with that Qin Chongqing, you can give birth to a child with a heavenly spiritual root, a heavenly spiritual root. That's a terrifying aptitude that could become a God transformation heavenly lord in the future. How many God transformation heavenly lords are there in your Taiqing sect?" Lin Yuxia's breathing was a little rapid, and her eyes were shining brightly, but she still forcibly suppressed her impulse and said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, this matter is of great importance and concerns the interests of the entire family. You said that Sister Xinyo has already gone to the Qin family. Why don't we wait for Sister Xinyo to give birth to the child before talking about it?" Lin Xiuwen thought about it and thought it was better to be more cautious. After all, Lin Yuxia was a disciple of the Taiqing sect's elder, and she also wanted face. It was impossible for her to marry casually. "Okay, then let's wait for Xinyo to give birth to the child." Lin Xiuwen nodded in agreement. 1 year later, Lin Xinyo, who had been brought back in advance, finally gave birth to a big fat boy. All the core members of the Lin family gathered together, all holding their breath and watching Lin Yuxia place the spirit stone on the child's brow. Phew! In an instant, the hall was filled with brilliance and spiritual light. Earth-grade spiritual root. It really is an earth-grade spiritual root. The rise of my Lin family is in sight, ha ha ha. My Lin family will also have a nascent soul true lord sitting in charge in the future. Who would dare to provoke my Lin family? The elders couldn't help but laugh excitedly. It's not just a nascent soul true lord, maybe there will be a God transformation heavenly lord sitting in charge. Lin Xiuwen looked at Lin Yuxia, who was already in a daze, with a meaningful look. Lin Yuxia recovered from the shock, looked at the child in the cradle, and nodded slowly and firmly, "I agree, I'm going now." Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Qin Shangqing had another job, and this time it was an even bigger deal. It was actually Lin Yuxia, the #1 female prodigy of the Lin family, a disciple of the elder of the Taiqing sect, and possessed an upper-grade spiritual root aptitude. After learning this news, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but be surprised for a while. The Lin family was really willing to give such a promising disciple to him, a mere qi refining stage cultivator? To get a child with a heavenly spiritual root, they are willing to give up anything. Qin Shangqing didn't care who came anymore. As a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law, he was originally a tool of the Qin family. Even if he didn't agree, he had to agree. However, since the other party had a higher status, he was also very much looking forward to it. That night, Lin Yuxia quietly came to Qin Shangqing's room. Seeing Lin Yuxia, who was ethereal, had an extraordinary temperament, and whose appearance could at least score 9 points, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but secretly sigh. To die under a peony flower, even being a ghost, is romantic. Just take 10,000 spiritual stones and play with her. Can you really make me give birth to a child with a heavenly spiritual root? Lin Yuxia blinked her big eyes and looked at Qin Shangqing, still asking with some uncertainty. Since she had already come, there was no turning back. She was just seeking peace of mind. However, the man in front of her was quite handsome and very young, so she could accept it. Qin Shangqing smiled faintly. You should know that I already have several children with earth spiritual roots here. You have an upper-grade spiritual root, so giving birth to a heavenly spiritual root should be no problem, but I still need to absorb enough spiritual energy. How much more spiritual energy do you need? Lin Yuxia had to ensure the quality of the child she would give birth to. Qin Shangqing summoned the system in his mind to check. Host, Qin Shangqing lifespan, 7650. According to the law of tenfold increase, wanting a child with a heavenly spiritual root should require consuming 10,000 years of lifespan, which is still more than 2,000 short. Qin Shangqing pondered for a moment. According to my past experience, wanting a heavenly spiritual root now requires at least 5,000 spiritual stones, and this is a bit of an overdraft for me. Afterwards, you need to compensate me with 10,000 spiritual stones, he said, raising a finger. This time, he was asking for a high price because of the sudden situation like Lin Yuxia. He had to guard against it. What if another upper-grade spiritual root suddenly came next time? Wouldn't that be bad for the child? 15,000 spiritual stones? Lin Yuxia was stunned for a moment, and then she felt relieved. If she wanted a child with a heavenly spiritual root without paying a price, she would feel uneasy. Qin Shangqing's asking for 15,000 spiritual stones gave her more confidence. Moreover, objectively speaking, exchanging 15,000 spiritual stones for a child with a heavenly spiritual root was simply too worth it. Okay, here are 50 middle-grade spiritual stones for you to absorb first. As a disciple of the elder of the Taiqing sect, Lin Yuxia naturally had some savings, and directly took out 50 middle-grade spiritual stones from her storage bag and handed them to Qin Shangqing. 1 middle-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Qin Shangqing quickly absorbed them, and his lifespan increased to more than 12,000. Then, we can start. Qin Shangqing slowly approached. Being so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a man for the first time made Lin Yuxia's cheeks flush red. Wait, I haven't prepared. However, for Qin Shangqing, who had already maxed out his proficiency in this situation, it was just child's play. What was there to prepare? In Cheng Yaojin's words, one word, do it. Lin Yuxia hadn't finished speaking when Qin Shangqing pounced on her on the couch and blocked the words she wanted to say later. Suddenly, like a spring breeze coming overnight, thousands of trees and thousands of pear trees blossomed. When the moon rose on the branches, Qin Shangqing paused and began to do multiple choice questions. Detected that your partner is an upper-grade spiritual root, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, and a descendant with an upper-grade spiritual root can be born. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, and a descendant with a top-grade spiritual root can be born. 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, and a descendant with an earth spiritual root can be born. 4. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, and a descendant with a heavenly spiritual root can be born. Choose 4. Qin Shangqing quickly responded in his mind, and without hesitation, he chose the 4th option. After finishing the question, the rest was slacking time, and he could play to his heart's content. A humble house welcomes evil guests, and delicate flowers bloom for you. The disciple of the elder of the Taiqing sect, who had kept herself for many years, finally became a woman. When the sun was high, Lin Yuxia reluctantly left Qin Shangqing's room. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, this man had left a very deep impression on her. A few days later, the Lin family sent the promised 10,000 spiritual stones, and Qin Shangqing directly accepted them with a smile. Watching Lin Shouwen leave with a smile, Qin Zhengyang felt a little envious and a little uncomfortable. Qin Shangqing was clearly a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law of the Qin family, but he was nurturing a heavenly spiritual root for another family. This first child with a heavenly spiritual root was not from the Qin family. Qin Xiaoche saw Qin Zhengyang's thoughts and transmitted his voice. Patriarch, Lin Yuxia has an upper-grade spiritual root aptitude, so giving birth to a heavenly spiritual root shouldn't be a big problem. If the Lin family has a child with a heavenly spiritual root, they will be one step ahead of our Qin family in the future, and I'm afraid the Lin family won't be satisfied with just one heavenly spiritual root. Lin Yuxia will probably come again. Qin Zhengyang sighed depressingly. It's a pity that our Qin family doesn't have a woman with an upper-grade spiritual root. Qin Xiaoche suddenly said softly, Patriarch, do you still remember Emerald? Qin Emerald? Qin Emerald is a woman from the Qin family who married into another immortal cultivation family, the Huang family, and her daughter Huang Qianqian is an upper-grade spiritual root. The Huang family has a golden core ancestor sitting in town, and the strongest in our Qin family is only the foundation establishment stage. If they find out about Qin Shangqing, it will be troublesome. Although Qin Zhengyang was tempted, he was a little hesitant. If the Huang family forcibly snatched Qin Shangqing, the Qin family would not be able to stop them at all. Now Qin Shangqing is their Qin family's treasure. Who can resist the temptation of a heavenly spiritual root? Qin Xiaoche continued, a heavenly spiritual root, it's okay to take a little risk. We can secretly contact Emerald and let her bring Qianqian home to visit her relatives. Qin Zhengyang frowned and pondered. This method is risky. After all, a girl who is married out is like spilled water. Who can guarantee that Qin Emerald will be wholeheartedly towards the Qin family? However, the temptation of the heavenly spiritual root was too great, and Qin Zhengyang finally gritted his teeth and nodded, okay, you go contact Emerald and make sure she comes back as soon as possible. Don't worry, Patriarch, I will definitely arrange it properly. Qin Xiaoche smiled. Half a month later, Qin Emerald brought her daughter Huang Qianqian back to the Qin family. Qin Zhengyang greeted them personally and explained the situation. Heavenly spiritual root. Qin Emerald and Huang Qianqian both showed suspicious expressions on their faces. Brother, how is this possible? As the Patriarch, can I deceive you? Qin Zhengyang also understood Qin Emerald's mood, and immediately asked Qin Xiaoche to bring a few children over. Qin Emerald personally tested the aptitudes of several children, and was immediately shocked speechless. She knew very well what the Qin family's composition was. It was difficult to produce even a middle-grade spiritual root, but now there were suddenly so many top-grade spiritual root newborns, so she had to believe it. Qianqian, what do you think? Qin Emerald looked at her daughter Huang Qianqian with some anticipation. She couldn't force her daughter in this kind of matter, although she also wanted a child with a heavenly spiritual root. With the facts before her eyes, Huang Qianqian was of course also tempted, but she was still a little hesitant. After all, she was still young and had never been in a relationship. She had never met this Qin Shangqing and didn't know what kind of person he was. She was a little uneasy about suddenly having a child with a strange man. Qianqian, don't have any psychological burden. This is all for the future of the family. Think about it, if you give birth to a child with a heavenly spiritual root, you will be admired wherever you go. You need to know how powerful a child with a heavenly spiritual root is. They are all treasures in the sect. Several people persuaded her in succession, and Huang Qianqian's face was flushed red. She dispelled her worries and agreed. That night, Qin Changqing and Huang Qianqian were secretly sent to the bridal chamber. 10,000 spiritual stones were sent in with them, and they also promised to compensate Qin Changqing with another 5,000 spiritual stones afterwards. Qin Changqing had long been accustomed to this. As long as there were enough spiritual stones, women could come as they pleased. Now Qin Changqing had seen many beauties. Although Huang Qianqian was not bad, she seemed a bit immature compared to Lin Yuxia. However, she also had her own unique characteristics. Beauties were like flowers, each with their own fragrance. A child with a heavenly spiritual root meant consuming 10,000 years of lifespan again. Qin Changqing was distressed and happy. The next day, Qin Emerald and Huang Qianqian went to Qin Zhengyang's study together and hesitantly opened their mouths. "Brother, I think it's best not to hide this matter from the Huang family. After all, Qianqian is the daughter of the Huang family. Sooner or later, they will find out when she gives birth to a child with a heavenly spiritual root." Qin Zhengyang raised his eyebrows, put down the book in his hand, and looked a little displeased. "Emerald, although you have married into the Huang family, you are still a member of my Qin family after all. It's only been a few years, and you are already speaking for outsiders?" Qin Emerald quickly waved her hand and said, "Brother, I don't mean that. Think about it, with Qin Changqing, the number of immortal seedlings in our Qin family will definitely increase, and the cultivation resources needed to cultivate these immortal seedlings will be even more terrifying. If they are all sent to the sect, I'm afraid they will be exposed sooner or later. If they are placed in the family, we can't afford to supply them." Qin Zhengyang's eyebrows slowly furrowed. What Qin Emerald said was indeed the truth and what they were worried about. Stop giving birth to immortal seedlings? That was impossible. Who could refuse their family's rapid growth? Seeing this, Qin Emerald seized the opportunity and said, "The Huang family is a golden core family with abundant resources and a third-order spiritual vein. They can completely cultivate these children themselves. There is no need to send the children to the sect. When these children reach the foundation establishment stage, or even the golden core stage, they can let them go out and make a name for themselves. The Huang family can completely serve as a transitional stage for their early cultivation. If you agree, brother, I can go and talk to the Huang family and let them bring in the children of the Qin family who have cultivation talent to be cultivated together." "Yes, uncle, this way the Qin family will also have much less risk. I believe that facing this temptation, our Huang family will not refuse." Huang Qianqian also echoed. Qin Zhengyang pondered for a long time and said, "This matter is related to the interests and survival of my Qin family. I will make a decision after discussing it with the elders." Qin Emerald and Huang Qianqian also knew that they couldn't rush it and could only step back and wait for the Qin family to discuss it. This matter was very important to the Huang family, but they also didn't want to break up with the Qin family. Once the two families cooperated, then their Huang family could also use Qin Changqing. The rise of the Huang family was just around the corner. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Soon, the core members of the Qin family were summoned to the study for a meeting, and Qin Zhengyang explained the thoughts of Qin Shui and Qin Fei. The elders looked at each other, all somewhat hesitant. As Qin Shui said, talent is important, but cultivation emphasizes wealth, companionship, law, and location. Resources are also essential, and the Huang family does have this strength. The Qin family already occupies a large portion of its resources to provide spirit stones for Qin Changqing's absorption, and they indeed do not have the ability to allocate resources to cultivate these children. What do you all think? There is not much time left for the Qin family. When these children grow up, they must find a way out for them. The current Qin family is too big to fail. The Huang family's proposal is indeed a good way out for them. Alright, since you all have no objections, then I will agree to Chui's proposal and personally discuss it with the Huang family, Qin Zhengyang decided immediately. Qin Shouha then said, "Patriarch, what about the Lin family side?" Qin Zhengyang sneered, "Even our Qin family has compromised, the Lin family has to agree even if they don't want to."
Moreover, Qin Changqing is a member of our Qin family.
You go and notify the Lin family and let them consider it themselves first.
The next day, Lin Shouwen received the news from the Qin family, and his face changed drastically.
He cursed the Qin family for being unethical. This matter indeed had to be agreed to.
If the Qin family formed an alliance with the Huang family, it would affect the interests of the entire family. The Huang family would not allow the Lin family to mess around.
To maintain secrecy, they might even take action against the Lin family to eliminate the root. How could the Lin family withstand the attack of a golden core true person? Agree to them.
Lin Shouwen sighed deeply. On the other side, after obtaining Qin Zhengyang's approval, Qin Shui immediately returned to the Huang family and explained the matter to the Huang family's patriarch.
There is such a remarkable person?
After hearing this, the Huang family's patriarch was shocked and immediately convened a meeting of important family members to discuss it.
Even the Huang family's ancestor, golden core true person Huang Yuanjing, was alarmed.
Such an unbelievable thing made him impatient.
He immediately went to the Qin family to verify the truth.
A stream of light shot into the Qin family's mansion. The barrier set up outside was like nothing to a golden core true person.
Qin Zhengyang was taken aback and quickly ran out to check.
He found a gaunt old man with a celestial air standing in the courtyard.
I am Huang Yuanjing of the Huang family.
The old man announced his name. The Qin family members were shocked. The Huang family's ancestor had come in person. This junior greets the golden core true person. The Qin family members hurriedly saluted.
Huang Yuanjing stroked his beard and said, "No need to be polite. I heard from that girl Chui that your Qin family has a remarkable person who can create spiritual roots. Is it true?"
Facing the pressure of the golden core true person, Qin Zhengyang was under great pressure.
He cupped his hands and said, "It is true.
I can agree to the conditions your Qin family proposed, but I need to verify the truth of this matter."
Huang Yuanjing naturally could not listen to these people's one-sided statements. This concerned the future of the entire family and had to be taken seriously. "Senior, please."
Qin Zhengyang personally led the way and sent Qin Fenglan's child, Qin Mengjing, to Huang Yuanjing.
Huang Yuanjing placed his hand on Qin Mengjing's forehead.
With his cultivation level, he no longer needed the assistance of a spirit stone to directly detect the quality of the spiritual root through his own spiritual power. Suddenly, a flash of light burst out from Huang Yuanjing's eyes, his face full of shock. It really is an earth-grade spiritual root. He already believed it 70 to 80%. However, to be on the safe side, he still asked Qin Zhengyang to send a few more children for testing. When the last child's test was over, Huang Yuanjing couldn't help but laugh loudly, unable to restrain the demeanor of a golden core true person, and exclaimed with ecstasy, "They are all extreme-grade spiritual roots. Good, good, good." He was already imagining the future of the Huang family, a grand scene where golden cores were as common as dogs and nascent souls walked everywhere.
Huang Yuanjing himself had a high-grade spiritual root and knew how important talent was to a cultivator. The quality of a person's spiritual root almost determined the upper limit they could reach. "Where is that Qin Changqing you mentioned? I want to see him." Huang Yuanjing turned his head and asked urgently, with a somewhat impatient tone. "I will immediately have someone call him."
Qin Zhengyang tilted his head, and Qin Xiuha outside the door immediately acted as an errand boy with great tact. Before long, Qin Changqing was brought in. Huang Yuanjing looked at the young man in front of him, his divine sense swept over him, but he did not detect anything special.
However, he did not dwell on it.
He had already heard Qin Zhengyang's explanation and believed that Qin Changqing had a special physique. The vast world is full of wonders, and it is normal for some magical physiques they do not know to appear. Being able to meet him proved that it was the Huang family's luck. Huang Yuanjing was in a great mood, looking at Qin Changqing as if he were a rare treasure, only a qi refining stage 1 cultivator, yet he possesses such heaven-defying abilities.
Amazing, amazing. Cultivate well, and give birth to more offspring.
Our Huang family will flourish, and this old man will not treat you badly. This Qin Changqing is simply a priceless treasure.
He must be well protected and there must be no mistakes.
Qin Shangqing was also seeing a golden core stage great cultivator for the first time. The pressure unintentionally exuded by the other party made him somewhat breathless. He was envious and immediately cupped his hands and smiled. "Senior, don't worry, as long as there are enough spirit stones, I will definitely not disappoint you." The other party valued his system brother. Qin Shangqing still had confidence in his brother. After all, there were already hundreds of successful cases of children. The system would not let him down. However, Qin Shangqing was still envious of the golden core cultivator. The Huang family and the Qin family were far apart. Ordinary people would have to travel for half a month, but this Huang Yuanjing arrived in one night. High-level cultivators have incredible abilities. It was a pity that with his aptitude, he didn't know how long it would take to cultivate to the golden core stage. Qin Shangqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme forever without ability was also a weakling. When could his system be more helpful? "Alright, Shangqing, you can go down first." Huang Yuanjing waved his hand. Then he said to Qin Zhengyang, "I heard that the Lin family is also involved?" You immediately summon the important members of the family, and also call the people from the Lin family over. Yes. Qin Zhengyang immediately went to arrange it. As a golden core true person, Huang Yuanjing understood the cruelty of the cultivation world better than anyone else. Qin Shangqing must be protected. He had to personally block the news of Qin Shangqing within the three families. Soon, the important high-level members of the three families gathered in the Qin family's secret room, and the foundation establishment stage ancestors of each family also came. As the most powerful figure with the highest cultivation level, Huang Yuanjing unceremoniously occupied the main seat, while the others sat in the lower seats in turn. "I believe you all know the purpose of this seat's gathering you here." Huang Yuanjing swept across the faces of everyone present, and the pressure of the golden core stage instantly covered the entire room. There is no need for this old man to say more about how important this matter is. The future descendants of each family with spiritual roots can be sent to my Huang family for cultivation, but there is a condition: all those who know about Qin Shangqing's special ability must sign a confidentiality spirit contract. If there is any breach, they will inevitably be jointly besieged and killed by the three families, and there will be no mercy. Everyone's hearts trembled, but no one objected. This was a good thing for the three families. Since there are no objections, let the people present sign the confidentiality spirit contract first. Huang Yuanjing patted his storage bag, and immediately dozens of spiritual lights flew out from it and hovered in front of everyone. Everyone did not dare to neglect and directly signed the confidentiality spirit contract. Huang Yuanjing smiled, and the pressure on everyone's body also eased. From now on, we are a family, sharing honor and disgrace. Although cultivating disciples now requires a considerable investment, the future payback will be even greater. I hope you all will take a long-term view. Everyone repeatedly agreed. Warm reminder: the website is about to be, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save, and in time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. After everyone present had signed the sole contract of secrecy, Huang Yuanjing carefully went over everything again. "There's one more thing," Huang Yuanjing added. "Among your families, there should be many mortals who know of Qin Shangqing's existence. After you return, you must gather all these people and erase their memories of Qin Shangqing." His expression was quite solemn. "Qin Shangqing is too important to us, no mistakes can be allowed." Everyone agreed with this. Lin Shouwen cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I propose that in the future, the attendants and guards around Qin Shangqing should be jointly dispatched by our three families, with reliable personnel supervising each other." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look, especially the Qin family, their faces somewhat unsightly. My Qin family's precious son-in-law now not only has to be shared with the other two families, but also has to be monitored. If we want to make small moves in the future, I'm afraid it won't work. The other two families will definitely know. Huang Yuanjing stroked his beard and pondered. "That's not a bad idea, let's do that." Most of his wives and concubines were from the Qin family, and they had feelings for each other over the years. Although the Qin family was using him, they were genuinely good to him. At least the Qin family wouldn't harm him. If he went to the Huang family, it would be different. Without the bonds of wives, concubines, and children, who knows if he would be plotted against by villains, or even treated like livestock. Huang Yuanjing thought for a while and nodded. What the Qin family head said makes sense. Okay, then forget it, you continue to stay in the Qin family.
But your safety is still very important. I will personally come back to set up a formation here.
Being able to have a golden core true person personally set up a formation for protection can be considered a very good treatment. After seeing Huang Yuanjing off, Qin Changqing breathed a slight sigh of relief.
Dad, who was that grandpa just now?
You all seemed very afraid of him. A 5 or 6-year-old child ran out of the room and asked curiously. This was Qin Changqing's unknown which child in order, named Qin Qian. Now Qin Changqing was a little confused about how many children he had. There were more than 30 in this mansion alone, and that didn't include some who were unborn. As for those children with supreme spiritual roots or higher, almost all of them were taken away by various families to be cultivated. Now those who remained in the mansion were basically born to Qin Changqing and his previous mortal wives. These children spent the most time with Qin Changqing and had the best relationship with him. Of course we're afraid of him, he's a golden core stage grade cultivator, he can control other people's life and death with a wave of his hand. Qin Changqing said with a smile, affectionately stroking Qin Qian's head.
Golden core stage is so powerful?
Qin Shiming yearned, then I will also become a golden core stage grade cultivator in the future, I will protect Daddy, so I won't be afraid. Qin Changqing immediately laughed and picked up the little guy, comforting him, then Daddy will be waiting for you to protect me. A group of children ran out of the inner hall and swarmed around Qin Changqing, chirping non-stop, we all want to protect Daddy.
Okay, you all protect Daddy together.
Looking at these children, Qin Changqing sighed in his heart. Although their aptitude was already very good, it was more than a notch worse than the younger brothers and sisters who were born later. He couldn't give them better aptitude, so he could only make up for it in other ways.
Let's go, Dad made some new toys, I'll take you to play.
Qin Changqing called out, and the children's eyes lit up and cheered, following behind Qin Changqing. A month later, all the mortals who knew of Qin Changqing's existence had been withdrawn from the mansion in batches and had their memories erased. In the Qin family's secret room, the heads of the 3 families gathered, and Qin Changqing was also here. Changqing, we invited you here this time to discuss some things with you. This is the charter that our 3 families have discussed. Qin Zhangyang took out a jade slip and placed it in front of Qin Changqing. Qin Changqing picked up the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual sense, his face darkened. Good fellow, the 3 families were treating him like a perpetual motion machine, wishing they could arrange it for him once a day.
3 family heads, you are too ruthless. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed the horse enough. This arrangement is not appropriate. It's not that easy to conceive spiritual root seedlings. I need time to absorb spiritual energy, otherwise, failure to conceive is simply doing useless work. Qin Changqing was already cursing in his heart. The brows of the 3 family members were all furrowed, but after Qin Changqing said this, they were also a little embarrassed. It was indeed a little too hasty and did not consider Qin Changqing. What Qin Changqing said also made sense. If spiritual root seedlings could be born directly, that would be too heaven-defying. Then how do you think it would be appropriate to arrange it? Qin Zhangyang asked tentatively.
Qin Changqing said, at most 4 times a month.
4 times is too few.
Huang Mingyi, the head of the Huang family, said with some dissatisfaction, at least 10 times. Their Huang family started the latest, of course, they wanted to have more.
10 your sister. Do you think you have the say or I have the say? Don't even look at who controls the launch rights.
Qin Changqing firmly said, family head Huang, I have already said that the time is too short for me to absorb spiritual energy.
If you want good ones, it won't be that fast. If you don't pick the aptitude, then I didn't say anything.
Don't blame me if the spiritual root aptitude is not enough when they are born.
Huang Mingyi immediately glared, how dare a little son-in-law in the qi refining stage talk to him like this? However, he didn't dare to attack. The current Qin Changqing was the treasure of the 3 families.
If he dared to touch a single hair on Qin Shangqing, his family's golden core ancestor would probably rush over immediately and slap him away, and then turn his head to ask Qin Shangqing if he was satisfied. Moreover, his daughter was also going to be arranged to this kid.
Endure it. Seek quality, not quantity. Let's listen to Changqing.
Lin Xiuwen said with a smile.
4 times is 4 times.
Qin Zhengyang quickly said, Brother Huang, Changqing is right, we are pursuing the quality of the spiritual root, this kind of thing cannot be forced. Huang Mingyi thought it was right, but still made a request, 4 times is also okay, but our Huang family must take 2 places.
Although Qin Zhengyang and Lin Xiuwen had complaints, they could only pinch their noses and accept it.
Who told them that their fists were bigger? Thus, the cooperation of the 3 families was officially reached. The Huang family was indeed a golden core major family. There were 3 or 4 women with high-grade spiritual roots alone, and 2 were sent over that month.
Greetings, fellow Daoist Changqing.
The 2 women, one charming and one sweet, each had their own style, and both stared at Qin Changqing with ardent eyes. They already knew from their families that the man in front of them could allow them to conceive children with heavenly spiritual roots, and they were so excited that they couldn't wait to start immediately.
They are all pretty good looking, full of charm, but why do they always send me these mature women? Is this to forcibly pass on the legacy of Wei Wu to me?
Qin Changqing felt that he was not that kind of person, but phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme walked that path.
However, it must be said that it is easier to walk that way. Once you get a taste, you know the sweetness.
Qin Shangqing was worried about Menga's path, afraid that it would be difficult to turn back. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. With the family behind them, and with everyone's agreement, they were like receiving a family mission, contributing to the family, so there was not much psychological pressure. For the heavenly spiritual root, for the future of the family. A little pressure was still bearable. Seeing Qin Shangqing so handsome, their mood improved even more. It seemed alright to have this kind of pressure a few more times. Moreover, as long as they could give birth to descendants with heavenly spiritual roots, their status in the family would rise. They didn't care, and Qin Shangqing cared even less. Anyway, the other party gave him plenty of spirit stones, he'd be a fool not to take advantage. Half a month later, the 2 Huang family women left contentedly together, reminding Qin Shangqing to take care of his health before leaving, saying they would come again. Qin Shangqing was a little speechless. System upgrade successful, 5 new functions added. 1.
System space opened, can store items, consuming lifespan can increase storage space. 2.
Physique enhancement opened, can consume lifespan to enhance the physique of offspring. 3. Cultivation return opened, can obtain cultivation return from offspring. 4.
Hidden function opened, can consume lifespan to help the host hide body, cultivation, and aura. 5. Interpersonal relationships opened, displays the favorability of people related to the host and their key moments. Qin Shangqing was ecstatic and trembled slightly with excitement. After enduring humiliation for more than 10 years, he finally saw the rewards today. So the system had not abandoned him. He had misunderstood it before. If the system could materialize, Qin Shangqing would definitely hug it and kiss it a few times, and even spend a few $100 million to enhance it. Slowly calming down, he began to carefully examine the functions after the system upgrade. Needless to say about the storage space, Qin Shangqing tested it and found that it was a spatial function similar to a storage bag or storage ring.
Physique enhancement. The specific situation would only be known next time he engaged in intercourse.
What excited Qin Shangqing the most was the cultivation return function, which could actually return the cultivation of his children to himself.
Didn't this mean that he wouldn't need to cultivate in the future, and his cultivation would continue to improve as his children improved? However, this kind of return was limited.
Offspring with upper-grade spiritual roots returned 1/10 of their cultivation, extreme-grade spiritual roots returned 1/100th, earth spiritual roots returned 1,000th, and so on, corresponding to the reciprocal of the amount of lifespan he consumed. Qin Shangqing had already seen the information prompt sent by the system.
Obtained 1/10 of Qin Shiming's cultivation return, receive? Obtained 1/10 of Qin Kiru's cultivation return, receive? Obtained 1/100th of Qin Shiping's cultivation return, receive? Receive. Give me a one-click receive.
Qin Shangqing chose to receive with an excited heart and trembling hands. Instantly, he felt dozens or hundreds of invisible rainbows shooting from all directions, directly pouring into his body. Qin Shangqing's cultivation, which had not moved for nearly 10 years, increased wildly at this moment, and his aura climbed steadily, soaring all the way.
Qi training 2nd level. Qi training 3rd level. Qi training 6th level. Qi training 7th level.
His cultivation only stopped after reaching the peak of the 8th level of Qi training. The feeling of this rapid increase in power made Qin Shangqing a little addicted.
Why did it stop so soon? He was a little unsatisfied.
But after calming down, he understood that his children were still young. The oldest, Qin Shiming, was only 16 years old now. Although he had upper-grade spiritual root aptitude, he had only cultivated for 10 years and was only at the 7th level of Qi training. His children generally had very high aptitude, but most of them had only cultivated for a few years, and some had not even started yet.
It was still early, and if he could be satisfied, the future would be promising. Qi training 8th level.
Qin Shangqing licked his lips, his smile a little uncontrollable. He thought he would never be able to build his foundation in this life, but he didn't expect the system to give him a big surprise.
It seems that I have to work hard to have more children in the future.
Qin Shangqing had always had a nonchalant attitude because of his own aptitude, but now that the system had been upgraded and he could obtain cultivation from his descendants, it immediately gave him great motivation. Suddenly jumping from the 1st level of Qi training to the 8th level will definitely arouse suspicion.
I am already the target of public criticism, so I can't let others detect the abnormality.
Qin Shangqing looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, this was his private inner courtyard, and there was also a formation personally arranged by the Golden Core cultivator Huang Yuanjing, so no one dared to enter without permission. System brother is really considerate, having foreseen this and prepared the function to hide my cultivation. Qin Shangqing immediately activated the hidden function. His entire body's aura instantly converged. In the eyes of outsiders, his cultivation was still at the 1st level of Qi training.
This kind of hiding ability was provided by the system. Not to mention Golden Core cultivators, even nascent soul and transformation God stage cultivators couldn't see through it.
This hiding ability was a consumable function. Activating it also continuously consumed his lifespan, but the consumption was extremely small.
With his current lifespan, it was almost negligible. It can even hide my figure? Isn't this invisibility?
Qin Shangqing's eyes lit up when he found that his body had become transparent, and even sunlight passed through his body without leaving a shadow on the ground. Not only that, Qin Shangqing was shocked to find that this invisibility function could even pass through walls and formations, as if he were a ghost. Any wall, including the steel-forged quiet room door, could not stop him. Qin Shangqing immediately became interested and strolled around the Qin family, even standing in front of the Qin family's foundation establishment ancestor who was in closed-door cultivation without the other party noticing.
This ability is simply heaven-defying.
Qin Shangqing was extremely excited. With this ability, if he were to carry out assassinations, the other party would be completely caught off guard. If he encountered an unbeatable opponent, entering an invisible state would probably immediately stun the other party.
Damn, where is the person?
Thinking of this, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but chuckle. Returning to his room, Qin Shangqing deactivated the invisibility function. This ability was so heaven-defying that it consumed much more lifespan than the ordinary hidden cultivation function, and he couldn't handle it for long periods of time.
There's still one last function left, I wonder what it is.
Qin Shangqing checked the last system function.
Qin Weiwei, favorability 99 Qin Fomlan, favorability 90 Qin Rongrong, favorability 86 Qin Qiming, favorability 92 Qin Kiru, favorability 97 Huang Qianqian, favorability 60 Lin Yuxia, favorability 70 Qin Wenba, favorability 90 Jia Chang, favorability 50 Hint, favorability is positive and negative. The higher the value, the more favorable they are to the host and the more trustworthy they are.
If the value is negative, it will be converted into hatred, and the host needs to be careful of the other party.
So that's how it is. Qin Changqing's eyes lit up. Wouldn't this allow him to detect in advance which people harbored ill intentions towards him in the future? This is also a divine skill.
Qin Changqing carefully looked at everyone. The people shown above were all people who had some contact with him, and they were all positive numbers.
No enemies. It seems that I have very good popularity. Qin Changqing chuckled.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Come to think of it, since joining the Qin family, Qin Changqing has indeed not offended anyone, and he has been continuously providing talents, bringing great benefits to others. Everyone has benefited from him. In this situation, they would be too busy protecting him to even think about harming him. Of course, what surprised Qin Changqing a little was that Jia Chang actually had a 50% favorability rating.
This guy was cuckolded and doesn't resent it? Instead, he has goodwill.
Qin Changqing was previously worried that this guy might get hot-headed one day and commit a passionate murder, secretly seeking revenge for the grassland, but it seems he was overthinking it.
Fellow Daoist has a good capacity, I hope you continue to maintain it.
Otherwise, wanting to kill him now would be harming himself. He is already at the 8th level of Qi refining and has the ability to be invisible.
It's too easy to deal with someone like Jia Chang.
Qin Changqing continued to browse.
After the favorability function, there are also dynamic records about these people.
Your son Qin Shiming had an epiphany while practicing swordsmanship, releasing sword intent, and his strength greatly increased. Your son Qin Shiping obtained a foundation establishment opportunity, and his luck improved. Your son Qin Shihong was attacked by a fellow disciple, and his Dao heart wavered.
Shiming is good, this kid has had good comprehension since he was little.
Shiping also has a bit of the air of a child of destiny. His special background as an illegitimate child also fits the protagonist.
Shihong, how did father usually teach you? A little setback and your Dao heart wavers, how can this work?
If you can't withstand the beatings of society, you will only become more and more cowardly.
You have to stand up and learn from your sister Mingxue, the more setbacks, the braver you become.
Qin Changqing sighed as he watched. He discovered that the system only announced the key moments about them and didn't record everything they were doing every moment.
But this is enough.
It allows him to generally understand the growth experiences of his children. Seeing the dangers they encountered and the opportunities they obtained, Qin Changqing couldn't help but reveal the gratified smile of an old father as he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme through them one by one. Although he can't see most of his children now and can't help them, at least he understands their growth trajectory from the side, and he will know how to get along with them when he sees them in the future. Overall, Qin Changqing is very satisfied with this system upgrade. Life continues, how can struggle stop? Qin Changqing stood up, full of fighting spirit, and strode out of the courtyard.
Husband, why are you so happy today?
Qin Weiwei happened to come out of the room and couldn't help but ask strangely when she saw Qin Changqing, who was radiant. More than 10 years have passed, and Qin Weiwei, as a mortal, has some traces of time on her face, but she is only in her 30s or 40s. With the help of the Qin family's elixirs, she has become even more charming. Qin Changqing felt a little guilty. He had somewhat neglected his first wife, so he laughed and hugged Qin Weiwei horizontally, saying, "Madam, how about we have another child?"
Qin Weiwei was greatly ashamed. Husband, it's still daytime. What does it matter? This is our home, why be picky about the time? Spring goes and autumn comes.
At this time, a year has passed since the three families formed an alliance.
The Lin family.
Inside the secret room, Lin Shiwen nervously placed the spirit testing stone on the baby's brow.
Whoosh! The dazzling light illuminated the entire quiet room.
Everyone was immediately excited and their faces flushed red. Congratulations, Patriarch, Yusha's child is indeed a heavenly spiritual root. Lin Shiwen's face was also filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Good, 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 Yusha is a great contributor to my Lin family. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shouwen personally came to Lin Yuxia's side to inform her of the good news, and Lin Yuxia was also so excited that she couldn't add anything.
That man is really powerful. However, one is not enough. She still wants more.
Not long after, Huang Qianxian of the Huang family also gave birth to a baby girl, who was also tested to have a heavenly spiritual root aptitude. The mad laughter of Golden Core true person Huang Yuanjing almost broke through the formation barrier. I never thought that my Huang family would one day produce a genius with a heavenly spiritual root.
The rise of my Huang family is right now.
Huang Yuanjing rewarded Huang Qianxian and her child with a pile of spirit stones and elixirs on the spot, and at the same time, he paid more attention to Qin Changqing.
Old ancestor, if Qin Changqing's heaven-defying ability is only limited to heavenly spiritual roots, wouldn't it be a bit too much of a pity?
Huang Mingyi, the head of the Huang family, said. A woman with a high-grade spiritual root can give birth to a heavenly spiritual root, so thinking further, wouldn't a woman with a top-grade spiritual root or an earth-grade spiritual root be able to give birth to a child that surpasses a heavenly spiritual root? Once a person's ambition is born, it will not be satisfied, it will only grow bigger and bigger. In Qin Changqing's situation, the heavenly spiritual root obviously hasn't reached his limit.
Huang
Yuanjing hummed and said, "It is a bit of a pity, but my Huang family only has women with high-grade spiritual roots at most. Geniuses with top-grade spiritual roots and earth-grade spiritual roots are almost all in the top 10 sections.
It is too risky to try to find away from them.
Top-grade spiritual roots and earth-grade spiritual roots are absolute geniuses who can cultivate to the nascent soul stage.
Even in the top 10 sects, they are considered absolute backbones.
They have received the sect's inheritance, and it can be said that most of them have been brainwashed by the sect. Not to mention that they don't have the opportunity to contact them. Even if they can contact them, trying to attack these people is likely to expose Qin Changqing's existence."
Old ancestor, what do you think of Miaoying? Huang Mingyi asked cautiously.
Miaoying?
Huang Yuanjing's eyes lit up. That's right, he almost forgot about his family's genius granddaughter. Huang Mingyi nodded and said, Miaoying is a congenital water spirit body.
In terms of aptitude, it is not inferior to a top-grade spiritual root. If she combines with Qin Changqing, there may be unexpected surprises.
Huang Yuanjing's eyes flickered, somewhat hesitant.
The congenital body is a special cultivation physique in the cultivation world. It is somewhat different from spiritual roots, but it is equally outstanding in cultivation, far surpassing those low-grade spiritual root seedlings. However, before, they only allowed Qin Changqing to combine with women with spiritual roots, and had not tried congenital bodies.
If it fails, wouldn't it harm the family's precious genius?
There is no better way at the moment, old ancestor. If it succeeds, our Huang family may produce a genius even more monstrous than a heavenly spiritual root.
Huang Mingyi persuaded again.
Even if he is the head of the family, he does not have the right to make decisions on his own for this level of genius disciple.
Okay. Huang Yuanjing finally made up his mind.
If it doesn't succeed, at most it will be cheaper for that kid Qin Changqing.
If it succeeds, then everyone will be happy. He took a deep breath. You immediately send someone to call Miaoying back. Huang Mingyi was overjoyed and immediately turned to arrange it. Time passed quickly in the Huang family's anxious waiting.
A month later, a crane fluttered to the ground in the sky above the Huang family. A cold and beautiful woman wearing a goose-yellow gauze skirt jumped off the back of the crane.
It was Huang Miaoying. Uncle, what important matter are you in such a hurry to call me back for? Huang Miaoying asked. Come with me, the old ancestor wants to see you. Huang Mingyi hurriedly took Huang Miaoying to the backyard. The old ancestor wants to see me? Huang Miaoying was a little surprised. Could it be that something really happened at home?
The two quickly saw Huang Yuanjing standing in the center of the courtyard with a smile.
Greetings, old ancestor. Huang Miaoying respectfully saluted.
Already established the foundation, not bad, not bad.
As expected of a water spirit body.
Huang Yuanjing looked at Huang Miaoying with satisfaction, and then said, Miaoying, there is something the old ancestor wants to ask for your opinion at the moment. Huang Yuanjing told the story of Qin Changqing.
Nurturing spiritual roots? Huang Miaoying's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Old ancestor, aren't you kidding me? I knew you wouldn't believe it.
Huang Yuanjing waved his hand, and someone immediately brought Huang Chanxian's child. Miaoying, this is the child born to Chanxian and Qin Changqing. Huang Miaoying took out the spirit testing stone with suspicion and tested it herself. When she saw the dazzling light that erupted, her mouth immediately grew wide. It really is a heavenly spiritual root.
Huang Yuanjing smiled and said, how could the old ancestor deceive you about this kind of thing?
Shanxian only has a high-grade spiritual root, and she can give birth to a child with a heavenly spiritual root, and your congenital water spirit body is comparable to a top-grade spiritual root. Think about it, if you and Qin Changqing combine, Huang Miaoying's heart beat faster. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookcase and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Seeing Huang Miaoying's silence, the Huang family members became somewhat anxious.
Huang Yuanjing said in a deep voice, Miaoying, do you have any concerns? Just speak them out.
Huang Miaoying gave a wry smile. To be honest, ancestor, my master had hinted before that she wanted me to marry into the Guan family. The Huang family members were all stunned upon hearing this, and their expressions immediately turned unpleasant.
Even Huang Yuanjing's eyelids twitched violently. Huang Miaoying's master, Guan Xilan, was a well-known figure in the entire Jing country's cultivation world.
She was an elder of the Azure Sea sect, a genuine nascent soul true monarch.
The Guan family she belonged to was an illustrious great cultivation family in Jing country, with several nascent soul stage cultivators sitting in town.
The Guan family was a behemoth in front of the Huang family, and they couldn't afford to offend them at all. If it were in the past, if Huang Miaoying could marry into the Guan family, the entire Huang family would have to decorate with lanterns and celebrate, wishing to form a marriage alliance with the Guan family. But now that they had Qin Changqing, the Guan family was no longer an insurmountable mountain for them, and surpassing the Guan family was only a matter of time. Now, the three families, even when they encounter a woman with good talent, their eyes will light up, and they will subconsciously consider what kind of talented child would be born if this woman were to combine with Qin Changqing.
That's the Guan family, I think we should forget about it. Yes, we can't afford to offend the Guan family. A nascent soul's anger is unstoppable. It's just a marriage issue. Since Elder Guan didn't explicitly propose it, Miaoying has the right to choose.
Moreover, Miaoying is a daughter of our Huang family, and we still have a say in her marriage. The Taiqing sect is a righteous sect, and Elder Guan herself is unmarried. She can't possibly hold a grudge just because Miaoying doesn't marry into the Guan family. I also think it's a bit of a fuss. At most, this matter will displease Elder Guan, but it won't bring a crisis to our Huang family. On the contrary, if Miaoying gives birth to a child surpassing the heavenly spiritual root, that would be a great thing for our Huang family.
I think we can try. Ancestor, what do you think?
The Huang family's higher-ups were talking among themselves. Some were apprehensive and conservative, but most of them wanted to try.
However, the final decision still had to be made by Huang Yuanjing.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ancestor, waiting for him to make a decision.
Ahem, I've already considered the issues you've raised.
Since I called Miaoying back, I definitely want to try it with Qin Changqing.
There's no need to worry about Elder Guan. Isn't she just hinting? Let's just pretend we don't know. Moreover, we're not asking you to marry Qin Changqing. This time, everything will be kept secret. Just quietly have a child. Having a child won't take long. When the child is born, we'll leave the child in the family, and you can go back. No one will know. Later, if Elder Guan asks you to marry into the Guan family, it won't be too late to talk about it then. Huang Yuanjing looked like an old fox. His explanation reassured everyone.
That's right, have a child first, and after the child is born, just pretend that nothing happened.
We'll talk about the rest later. This way, it would satisfy their requirements and wouldn't offend Guan Xilan on the surface. Even if Guan Xilan finds out about the child later, at most you will be disappointed in the Huang family, but so what?
Compared to a child surpassing the heavenly spiritual root, disappointment is just disappointment.
Wonderful. The ancestor is wise. Yes, 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 it's just having a child, we're not marrying anyone.
If you don't say it, I won't say it, who will know? Huang Miaoying's father also excitedly followed up with persuasion. Inger, your master is only hinting that you marry into the Guan family, she hasn't explicitly promised you in marriage.
Then you just pretend you don't know about this matter.
Besides, you're not marrying Qin Shangqing, you're just having a child with him.
When the child is born, it will stay in the family, who will know?
If the child is born, he will be the child's own maternal grandfather. Given the current situation between Qin Shangqing and Huang Miaoying, he will raise the child.
No one is more looking forward to the child's birth than him.
As the patriarch, Huang Mingyi also nodded repeatedly. Anyway, it's only a year's time. Qin Shangqing's efficiency is still very fast.
When you return to the sect, just don't mention the child. If your master really wants you to marry into the Guan family, you can just politely decline.
Anyway, she's your master, at most she'll just be unhappy, but it won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to a falling out. Marrying into the Guan family now is nowhere near as good as combining with Qin Shangqing. A seedling surpassing the heavenly spiritual root is someone who is expected to reach above the God transformation stage in the future.
I'll leave it all to the ancestor. Huang Miaoying bowed gracefully, which meant she agreed. 3 days later,
Huang Miaoying sent a message back to the Taiqing sect. She stated that she had obtained an opportunity in the family and suddenly had some insights. She would be in seclusion in the family for some time, and she probably wouldn't return to the sect for a while.
Qin Shangqing's residence, in the main hall.
Shangqing, I came this time to ask you, how many spirit stones are needed to give birth to an offspring surpassing the heavenly spiritual root?
Huang Mingyi asked directly.
Suddenly asking this question surprised Qin Shangqing.
Could it be that the Huang family also has a woman with an excellent spiritual root?
As expected of a golden core great family, their foundation is not something that the Qin and Lin families can compare to. Based on my past experience, the number of spirit stones needed to conceive a child above the heavenly spiritual root is indeed not a small amount.
To be on the safe side, it will need at least 150,000.
Qin Shangqing said after pondering for a moment. Conceiving a heavenly spiritual root already requires 10,000 spirit stones. Increasing it tenfold to go to the next level would be 100,000. For insurance and to extend his life, Qin Shangqing would ask for half more.
Whoever has the gun in their hand has the right to speak. Anyway, he has the initiative.
If you don't give it, I won't do it. 150,000.
Huang Mingyi was also slightly taken aback.
Although their Huang family has a large business, it is still not easy to take out 150,000 spirit stones at once. However, when they thought about the future aptitude of the child, they were relieved. An aptitude surpassing the heavenly spiritual root, 150,000 is not much. Even if it is a heavenly spiritual root, 150,000 is still a bargain. It's just that they are used to buying goods cheaply from Qin Shangqing, so it's not so easy to accept all of a sudden. Huang Mingyi pondered for a while and still firmly said, okay, I will send someone to deliver the spirit stones in a while. You can absorb them with peace of mind.
I will also notify the other 2 families. If it doesn't bother you, you can prepare first.
A month later, the Huang family did send the spirit stones, which were fully packed in a storage bag. After counting, it was 150,000, no more, no less. Qin Shangqing immediately put these spirit stones into the system space. Here, the system will automatically absorb and convert them into lifespan, which is much more efficient than him absorbing them piece by piece himself.
He also didn't let the Huang family send people over immediately.
So many spirit stones also take time to absorb. After all, he is only in the Qi training stage on the surface.
Absorbing them too quickly would arouse suspicion. Moreover, the longer the time is delayed, the more it will appear that he is working hard and accumulating with difficulty. Qin Shangqing can't let the 3 families think that having children is such a simple matter for him. Things that are too easy to get will not be cherished. Huang Miaoying's matter is also being carried out in secret. The Qin and Lin families are not aware of it, but they have noticed something, but they just don't dare to ask more. 3 months later. Daddy, don't forget that you said you would tell us the story of the journey to the west tomorrow.
Shin Shiyun waved his small hand hard and left with his mother. He turned his head 3 times, somewhat reluctant. He had just heard about the Monkey King making havoc in the Heavenly Palace, which was the critical moment.
Daddy stopped telling the story, which was unbearably frustrating. I won't forget.
Shin Shangqing waved goodbye to his son with a smile, then turned and entered the house. Cultivating his character and resting for a few months, it's almost time to go to work. There are still many multiple choice questions waiting for him to do. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Shin Shangqing sat down cross-legged, examining his attribute panel. Host, Shin Shangqing. Age, 37. Aptitude, low-grade spiritual root. Current lifespan, 206197. After deducting the upcoming 100,000 years, he had unknowingly accumulated 100,000 years of lifespan. In other words, even without cultivation, as long as there were no unavoidable death crises, Shin Shangqing could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a comfortable 100,000 years without any pressure.
It's about time. I can have the Huang family send someone over.
Shin Shangqing was quite looking forward to what kind of woman the Huang family would arrange this time. After more than 3 months of recuperation, this was Shin Shangqing's longest period of calmness since marrying into the Qin family.
Now, he was ready to go.
Shin Shangqing found the Huang family disciple stationed at the residence and asked him to send a message back to the family.
The Huang family had been eagerly awaiting this matter. Soon, they secretly sent Huang Miaoying over.
In the courtyard, under the cool moonlight, Shin Shangqing met Huang Miaoying.
Ethereal like a fairy, gentle like a dream.
Her long hair was as black as the night, and a gentle breeze brought wisps of immortal aura. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, slanting into her temples, delicate and elegant. Her eyes were as deep as a lake, as bright as stars, and her face was as white as jade, as exquisite as a painting. Her figure was graceful, like willow catkins dancing in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, slender and charming, like orchids blooming alone, fresh and refined. Her clothes fluttered gently, like celestial clouds, and with her light steps, one could almost see the elegant immortal aura emanating from her body. The innate water spirit physique greatly enhanced her appearance and temperament. Shin Shangqing was secretly astonished. Her appearance and charm alone were enough for him to give her 99 points. However, Huang Miaoying's expression seemed a little nervous, and her hands and feet were slightly awkward. Her beautiful eyes looked at Shin Shangqing with curiosity and anticipation, as well as some unease, deeply scrutinizing him. Perhaps she was satisfied with Shin Shangqing's appearance, as she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Having reached this point, having children was a must, but the other party's appearance could also affect her mood.
You are Shin Shangqing?
Yes. Shin Shangqing nodded indifferently. He had experienced this kind of scene too many times.
Anyway, the two of them were just a brief encounter.
Apart from the bond of having children, they probably wouldn't have any chance to interact in the future. The Huang family members silently withdrew from the courtyard and waited outside the door.
Shin Shangqing then led Huang Miaoying into the room. I hope you won't disappoint me. Huang Miaoying took a deep breath and followed Shin Shangqing to sit on the couch.
As the candlelight went out, Huang Miaoying whispered softly, Mr. Qin, Miaoying is new to this, please guide me. Quite gentle and polite, Shin Shangqing had a good impression of Huang Miaoying. This girl not only had a spiritual charm, but also had the air of a noble lady, worthy of being the daughter of a prominent family.
Naturally. Okay.
Eager to teach, Shin Shangqing began to diligently impart his knowledge.
The moon rose above the branches, and in the blink of an eye, an hour passed. The familiar multiple-choice question reappeared.
Detected that the partner has the innate water spirit physique, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a high-grade spiritual root. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a top-grade spiritual root. 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with an earth-grade spiritual root 4. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a heaven-grade spiritual root 5. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a multi-attribute heaven-grade spiritual root 6. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with an innate spirit body 7.
Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a special spirit body, huh? Why are there so many options this time?
The innate water spirit physique was so heaven-defying that it could not only nurture good spiritual roots, but also nurture special spirit bodies.
Qin Shangqing immediately understood.
It seemed that the innate water spirit physique and the top-grade spiritual root should be on the same level. Fortunately, if there was an option to consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan, although he wouldn't choose it and couldn't afford it, he would definitely feel regret. Without much hesitation, Qin Shangqing chose the 7th option. Qin Shangqing also wanted to see what this special spirit body was.
1 year later.
After spending time with his wives and children, Qin Shangqing closed the door and checked the system again.
Received 1/10 of Qin Shiming's cultivation base as a return, do you want to accept it? Received 1/10 of Qin Mengshua's cultivation base as a return, do you want to accept it? Received 1% of Qin Mengyao's cultivation base as a return, do you want to accept it?
More than a year had passed, and the children's cultivation had also increased. It was almost time to harvest a wave. Qin Shangqing selected to receive them all with one click.
Between heaven and earth, streams of spiritual power merged into his body.
Qin Shangqing instantly felt his cultivation base, which had been stagnant for a year, rise again, and the bottleneck that seemed extremely tough to him was instantly broken through. And it continued to grow, slowly stopping after a long while.
9th level of Qi training.
Qin Shangqing opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power fluctuations in his body, and couldn't help but show joy on his face.
At this rate, he would soon be able to establish his foundation. Children, work hard on your cultivation.
I don't know how the children are doing now, whether they have suffered any grievances outside. Most of the children were not by his side, so Qin Shangqing was naturally worried, and opened the real-time dynamic record next to him. Your son Qin Shifeng accidentally obtained a treasure, and his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. He has been taken as a disciple by an elder. Your son Qin Shihong was injured by a monster during a trial down the mountain. Fortunately, he was rescued by his fellow disciples and safely returned to the sect. Your son Qin Kitchen is secretly in love with the daughter of an elder in the clan, and is depressed all day long. His cultivation has stagnated and there are hidden demons in his heart. Your daughter Qin Mengru showed her brilliance in the sect competition and was valued by a golden core elder and accepted as a disciple. Your daughter Qin Mengjiao found an ancient incomplete magic weapon in the market, and her strength has greatly increased. Your son Qin Shifeng encountered an attack from a demonic cult woman. Shifeng is quite blessed. I wonder what treasure he got. It's a pity that I'm not by his side, otherwise I would definitely have to tell him a few words. Don't show off your wealth, Kitchen, that kid is making me angry.
He's so young and already obsessed with women, and it's delaying his cultivation. How can this be? Look at your old man, passing through a sea of flowers, focusing on pleasure and not on feelings. He still needs to learn more. I hope he can get out of it soon. Hee, not bad, not bad. Mengru was quite quiet when she was a child, but she actually made such a big splash when she went to the sect, with constant good luck. Qin Shangqing carefully looked at the dynamics of each child, his expression sometimes serious and scolding, and sometimes gratified and laughing. For the sake of his children, he had really broken his heart, but unfortunately he couldn't be by their side to teach them one by one. Huang family. Huang Miaoying finished drinking the nourishing spiritual liquid and stroked her belly. Child, it's been a year, why haven't you come out yet? Huang Miaoying was a little helpless.
Since she became pregnant, she had stayed in her own courtyard, isolated from the world. The Huang family sent a large number of natural treasures in order to create a good foundation for her child, and she had to absorb spiritual objects every day. But with such good treatment, the child didn't have much movement, and it seemed that it wouldn't come out so soon. Looking at the uncles who came to deliver things again, Huang Miaoying said with some amusement, "Third uncle, don't be busy, I'm also a foundation establishment stage cultivator, not that delicate."
Huang Mingyi glared and said, What nonsense are you talking about? It's precisely because you are a cultivator that you have to be more cautious.
The child in your belly is the hope of our Huang family, and there can be no problems.
The longer the time, the better the talent of Miao Ying's child. This is a good thing.
As for the Bihai sect, there is no need to worry too much. Miao Ying is returning to her own family, not going to some dangerous place for training.
Half a year, no big problem. Yes. The longer the pregnancy, the better, haha.
The Huang family looked at Huang Miao Ying's big belly, all looking forward to it.
This is the future of the Huang family.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Time flies, and another year has passed in haste.
The Huang family.
A cultivator hurriedly entered the hall, handing a spiritual talisman to Huang Mingi. The Azure Sea sect has sent another message, this time a spiritual talisman personally written by Elder Guan.
Huang Mingi's eyelids twitched as he asked, "Is there still no news from Miao Ying's side?" "No." Reply, and say that Miao Ying is still in seclusion and cannot return to the sect for the time being. The former acknowledged the order and left.
Huang Mingi sighed, a worried look in his eyes.
He didn't expect Huang Miao Ying's pregnancy to last so long.
Huang Qianxian has already given birth to her second child, who is a heavenly spiritual root, yet there is no movement on her side, making him anxious. Huang Miaoying is, after all, Guan Xilan's personal disciple, and there is also the intention of marrying her into the Guan family, so she naturally cares more about her. Not returning to the sect for 2 years has already made Guan Xilan suspicious, and this is the 4th time this year that the Azure Sea sect has sent a message to inquire.
But the current Huang Miaoying definitely cannot return to the sect. Returning with a big belly would surely enrage Guan Xilan.
I can only stall for now, hoping Miaoying can give birth soon.
Huang Mingi gave a wry smile.
As for Qin Changqing, in this year, he has gradually reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi, refining through the continuous return of his children's cultivation, only one step away from the foundation establishment stage. However, this step is not so easy to cross. After all, it is a leap in major realms, requiring more cultivation return from the children. He was not in a hurry, anyway. He had plenty of lifespan and could slowly wait for the children to grow up. Without having to worry about cultivation, he spent his days with his wives and children, occasionally going out to do multiple choice questions. His life was very fulfilling, except for occasionally worrying about the children experiencing the harshness of society outside. He was still very happy most of the time. In the blink of an eye, another year passed.
Inside the Qin family's mansion,
Qin Changqing took a deep breath, set up a restriction around him, and then brought up the system interface.
Obtain 1/10 of Qin Shiming's cultivation. Do you want to receive it? Obtain 1/10 of Qin Mengshua's cultivation. Do you want to receive it? Obtain 1% of Qin Mangyao's cultivation. Do you want to receive it? Receive.
Qin Changqing's forehead bulged with veins, as if in response to his words, even more spiritual energy poured in.
Boom!
Qin Changqing only felt a muffled sound like a great bell ringing in his body. The bottleneck was finally broken through, and he instantly felt that his whole person was different, as if he had stepped into a new world.
Foundation establishment stage. I finally reached foundation establishment.
Qin Changqing's face was flushed with excitement.
This is the feeling of foundation establishment pill. It's too strong. Children, listen to your father and thank you. Azure Sea sect, Guan Xilan's cave abode. A female cultivator flew into the cave. Greetings, master. Guan Xilan's clear and cold voice asked, "Is Miaoying still not returning?"
The female disciple handed over the message talisman. The Huang family replied that junior sister Miaoying is still in seclusion and cannot return for the time being. I went to the Huang family, but I didn't see junior sister phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme. They said junior sister is in seclusion at a critical period and wouldn't let me disturb her, fearing it would affect junior sister's cultivation. I couldn't forcefully investigate phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme.
Seclusion? Miaoying has only just broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. It's still too early to try to reach golden core. Why would she need to be in seclusion for so long at this time? With Miao Ying's talent, 3 years of seclusion should have been enough for a breakthrough. I want to see what the Huang family is up to. As the voice fell, Guan Xilan flew out of the cave abode, controlling her magical treasure to quickly soar into the sky.
Huang family mansion. A rainbow light descended from the sky, falling straight down, treating the Huang family's formation barrier as nothing.
Who dares to trespass into the Huang family? Someone shouted loudly.
A woman wearing a purple dress landed in the courtyard, coldly sweeping over the approaching Huang family disciples. The pressure she casually exuded suffocated people.
Don't be rude.
The alarmed Huang Yuanjing quickly rushed out. Seeing the woman, he was shocked, a look of fear and guilt flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Junior greets Elder Guan.
Why didn't Elder Guan notify us in advance so that Junior could go out to welcome you?"
This person was Huang Miaoying's master, the Azure Sea Sect's Elder Guan Xilan.
There's no need for a welcome. Where is Miaoying? Let her come and see me.
She's been staying at home for so long, it's time for her to return. Guan Xilan said indifferently.
Huang Yuanjing's forehead was sweating. Huang Miaoying was currently in the delivery room, about to give birth.
At this crucial moment, Guan Xilan actually came in person, catching him somewhat off guard.
Just one day. It would have been better to wait one more day. Huang Yuanjing was somewhat anxious, wondering how to deal with the situation. Reporting to Elder, Miaoying is currently in seclusion, and it's inconvenient for her to come out to meet you.
Disturbing her might cause her to go into qi deviation. Huang Yuanjing could only bite the bullet and say,
"Inconvenient?" Guan Xilan raised an eyebrow, heavily humming in her nose. "I am her master, is it also inconvenient for me?" "Whether she will go into qi deviation or not, I will know after taking a look. Besides, if something really happens, I need to protect her. Do you think anyone is more qualified than me?" Huang Yuanjing felt bitter in his heart, repeatedly cupping his hands and saying, "That's naturally not the case. Who is more qualified than Elder Guan?
It's just that Miaoying is in seclusion in the clan, and there is a formation to isolate her. The other party was a nascent soul true lord, and he dared not stop her, so he could only persuade her with kind words and delay for time." The other Huang family higher-ups also rushed over one after another. Facing the power of the nascent soul true lord, many people showed panicked expressions, guessing that the other party was Guan Xilan. Some with poor mental fortitude were even so frightened that their faces turned pale.
Seeing the Huang family's nervous and hesitant expressions, Guan Xilan's doubts deepened.
She coldly snorted and directly unleashed her divine sense to cover the entire Huang family. Almost instantly, she locked onto Huang Miaoying in the delivery room, and her expression changed drastically.
"You dare to deceive me!"
Frost appeared on Guan Xilan's face, and her eyes revealed deep disappointment and anger. Huang Miaoying had extraordinary aptitude, coupled with her intelligence, which Guan Xilan deeply loved, and had long regarded her as a daughter.
She didn't expect that the disciple she had painstakingly cultivated would deceive her. How could she not be angry? Elder Guan.
Seeing Guan Xilan's expression, Huang Yuanjing immediately understood that she had discovered the truth. His heart trembled, wanting to explain, but he didn't know how to explain, his face full of panic. "I'll settle the score with you later." Guan Xilan coldly left a sentence, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, she had already appeared in the delivery room.
"Master! Master!"
Huang Miaoying, who was working hard to give birth, was shocked to see Guan Xilan. She struggled to get up, but weakly lay back down.
"Miaoying! How could you? Why would you do this?" Guan Xilan couldn't understand.
Her beloved disciple, on whom she had placed high hopes, had been hiding for 3 years, actually giving birth to a child.
"Did the Huang family force you?"
Guan Xilan's anger surged in her heart. Having broken through to nascent soul for so many years, it was the first time she had lost control of her emotions so much.
"Master, it's nothing to do with the family, it's me. I volunteered."
Huang Miaoying didn't know how to face her master for a moment.
"You are truly a good disciple of mine.
For the past 3 years, I was wondering why you didn't return, and I was worried about you.
I didn't expect that, for the sake of giving birth, you would not hesitate to deceive me?
Guan Xilan's eyes were full of disappointment as she scolded. What kind of man can make you sacrifice so much, even at the cost of damaging your Tao foundation, to bear his offspring? Guan Xilan had her own plans.
Huang Miaoying was still in the ascending stage of cultivation.
Guan Xilan did want her to marry into the Guan family, but she also wanted to wait until she formed her golden core before talking about it.
As an innate spiritual body, prematurely conceiving offspring would also damage her own spiritual body's Tao foundation.
She didn't want to affect her disciples' future phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, but she didn't expect Huang Miaoying to degenerate and secretly become pregnant. And she was already giving birth.
Master, Huang Miaoying's face was full of shame.
However, her physical strength was somewhat insufficient now, and the child about to be born had absorbed too much of her spiritual energy.
Guan Xilan also saw Huang Miaoying's current state and that it was not suitable to pursue the matter. You all go out.
Guan Xilan said with a cold face, waving her hand to drive the others in the delivery room out. I won't argue with you for now, give birth to the child first. After all, she was her own disciple, and she felt sorry for her even if she was wrong.
Guan Xilan slowly input spiritual energy to help Huang Miaoying give birth. Master, I'm in so much pain. Why is giving birth so difficult? You're not a mortal, why would there still be a difficult labor? This child. Although Guan Xilan was angry, she still loved this disciple at heart. Seeing that Huang Miaoying was taking a long time to give birth, she immediately stepped in to help. Streams of pure spiritual power entered Huang Miaoying's body.
Wah, finally, with a cry, the child was successfully born.
It's a girl.
Guan Xilan said subconsciously.
She told Huang Miaoying the news.
Buzz at the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in the room. The third-order spiritual vein under the Huang family was shaken. The rich spiritual energy formed clouds and mist, floating in the house, and quickly gathered into auspicious 5-colored clouds on the ceiling. Accompanied by crisp and melodious sounds, a 5-colored beam of light, as thick as an arm, fell from the auspicious clouds, shining directly on the newborn baby. The baby was wrapped in 5-colored light, with a peaceful expression. Perhaps because it was too comfortable, the baby made a crisp giggle sound, and innate spiritual energy, like ripples of water, rippled around its body.
Innate water spiritual energy. Blessing from the great Tao.
Guan Xilan was shocked by this sudden scene and gasped, her face full of disbelief. Blessing from the great Tao, this is only possible for those who are born with great luck, or those who possess a special physique.
What kind of genius did her disciple give birth to? It could actually evoke a phenomenon of heaven and earth. What's going on in the room? Why is there music? What a rich innate energy, has the child been born?
The child's birth has caused such a big commotion, amazing, ha. The Huang family members guarding outside the delivery room, their uneasy mood, also became excited with the birth of the baby, their faces full of excitement. The Huang family's unicorn child is definitely extraordinary. The 5-colored light faded away, and Guan Xilan couldn't wait to use her spiritual power to probe into the child's body for a careful examination, just in time to see a complex and obscure Tao pattern at the child's heart, disappearing into the body.
Tao rhythm. It's actually Tao rhythm.
Guan Xilan exclaimed in shock, no wonder this child can attract the blessing of the great Tao, it turns out to be an innate Tao body that is even above the heavenly spiritual root. As an elder of the Tai Ching sect, she knew more clearly than those Huang family members outside. The so-called Tao pattern is a concrete manifestation of a heaven-defying physique or spiritual root. The larger the area the Tao pattern occupies on the body, the stronger and more heaven-defying the talent it represents. As long as a Tao pattern appears, it means that the child's talent is in harmony with the great Tao, and the future is limitless. Guan Xilan carefully probed with her divine sense, and then her body shook again, azure marrow frost body.
It's actually an azure marrow frost body.
No wonder there is such a rich innate water spiritual energy accompanying it.
Miaoying, who exactly is your Tao companion? To be able to give birth to such a heaven-defying child?
Azure Marrow Frostbody, this is a legendary physique recorded in the Tai Ching sex classics, and has never appeared in the entire Jing kingdom. This is a water attribute physique, but it is very powerful. Generally speaking, a water spiritual body like Huang Miaoying's would give her a natural advantage when cultivating water attribute techniques, allowing her to cultivate faster than others, but that's all. However, the power of this Azure Marrow Frostbody is not only reflected in cultivation. It is born with a wisp of innate frost energy, which will become stronger as its strength increases. It is rare to find an opponent among cultivators of the same rank, and fighting beyond one's level is not a problem. Moreover, this special physique becomes stronger in the later stages. If this child cultivates to the nascent soul stage, even if it has just entered, even she herself would not be an opponent, which shows how powerful it is.
This child's physique is very compatible with the Tai Ching sex techniques.
If it is brought into the sect for cultivation, it will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. In the future, the Tai Ching sect may be able to go further. Guan Xilan's beautiful eyes lit up. A heavenly spiritual root is enough to shock the sect. If I bring this child back, I'm afraid it will cause the elders to fight over it.
The sect leader's senior brother may not be able to help but come forward to accept it as a disciple. Guan Xilan handed the child to her. Huang Miaoying's face glowed with maternal love. She reached out her finger to tease the child, and at the same time separated a wisp of spiritual power to investigate. The smile on her face became even brighter. Great. Qin Changqing really didn't lie to me, the child's talent is really strong. When should I go find him again to have another one?
Excellent offspring are naturally the more the merrier. Outside the door, the Huang family members were full of anxiety, each stretching their necks to see the movement inside, but because of Guan Xilan, they were also afraid and could only wait anxiously. Huang Yuanjing also stood outside the door with his hands behind his back, appearing indifferent on the surface, but his hands behind his back were shaking unconsciously, showing that his heart was not calm. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme.
Whoosh!
The door was opened by spiritual power, and Guan Xilan appeared at the door holding the child. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their eyes fell on the child.
Senior, may we see the child? Huang Yuanjing stepped forward and said.
After all, it was the Huang family's child, and Guan Xilan had no reason to stop them from seeing it. She nodded lightly and handed it to Huang Yuanjing. A group of Huang family members immediately gathered around, and Huang Yuanjing couldn't help but laugh after casting a spell to check. Azure Marrow Frostbody.
It's actually an Azure Marrow Frostbody. Azure Marrow Frostbody. That legendary special physique? Even stronger than Miaoying's innate spiritual body. Ha ha ha, as expected, Miaoying didn't disappoint us.
The Huang family members were all radiant, and some were so excited that they wanted to laugh wildly, but found Guan Xilan's cold gaze cast over them, and suppressed their laughter.
Guan Xilan also noticed something was wrong.
How could the Huang family members seem to have expected it, and their expressions of surprise at the child's aptitude were all joy, excitement, but without any unexpected expression. It was as if they had known for a long time that this child would be extraordinarily talented. How could this be possible? Huang Miaoying, who also walked out of the room, secretly cried out when she saw her master's expression, but she couldn't openly stop it, which would only make her master more suspicious.
Fellow Daoist Huang. Guan Xilan said lightly. Senior, what instructions do you have? Huang Yuanjing hurriedly restrained his smile and stepped forward to clasp his hands. Guan Xilan's eyes were sharp. Who is this child's father?
The Huang family members' faces all changed drastically, and no one answered for a long time.
What, is this something that can't be seen? Guan Xilan's voice became a few degrees colder. At this point, are you still going to hide it from me?
The Huang family members were flustered.
They didn't dare to say at all. Who is Guan Xilan?
A nascent soul true monarch of the Tai Ching sect. If she found out Qin Changqing's secret, she would definitely be tempted, and might directly snatch him.
Who could stop her then? Huang Miaoying?
Don't be kidding. Qin Changqing's heaven-defying ability to conceive spiritual roots, let alone a personal disciple, even her own father couldn't stop it. Master, please don't ask, this is disciple's privacy. Huang Miaoying could only grit her teeth and say. She really didn't want her master to know about Qin Shangqing's existence. Her master was also a woman, and a very well-maintained, outstandingly beautiful woman with excellent spiritual root talent.
Faced with Qin Shangqing's temptation, I'm afraid her master would also be tempted. Hearing Huang Miaoying's words, Guan Xilan's anger surged up again.
Rebellious disciple.
Guan Xilan's face showed anger again, and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Are you afraid that your master will eat him?
Huang Miaoying lowered her head, muttering in her heart, I'm really afraid you'll eat him, though not in that way. Her usually obedient disciple repeatedly defied her, causing Guan Xilan's face to darken with anger, which she struggled to suppress. The child's special talent had briefly diverted her anger, but it couldn't conceal the fact that Huang Miaoying and the Huang family had deceived her. Guan Xilan felt disappointed and saddened that her highly regarded disciple had lied to her in such a way.
It's good that the child has good talent. What if the child were an ordinary person? Wouldn't that be a great loss? Moreover, the child and the deception are two different matters. Elder Guan, the child's father is just an ordinary cultivator, not qualified for you to meet him. Besides, he is not currently at the Huang family. The spiritual power that had just risen around Huang Yuanjing was instantly dispersed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward and collapsing a house.
Old ancestor. Master, please calm your anger. The Huang family members were shocked, some begging for mercy, others trying to rescue him, the scene somewhat chaotic.
Huang Yuanjing, supported from the ruins, fed himself a spirit pill.
His eyes were filled with horror.
Guan Xilan was indeed a well-known nascent soul true monarch of the Taiching sect.
A casual move from her seriously injured him. He sighed inwardly, knowing that this matter could not be concealed.
Are you challenging my patience?
Guan Xilan said each word clearly, her gaze as sharp as a knife, sweeping across everyone's faces. Those who were seen couldn't help but lower their heads, afraid to meet her eyes.
Are you really willing to betray and defy your master for a man?
Guan Xilan's gaze locked on Huang Miaoying's face, and she shouted sharply, Speak.
This shout made everyone tremble.
Huang Miaoying's face was pale, and finally, she spoke, His name is Qin Shangqing. He is currently at the Qin family in front of her master. She didn't dare to play any tricks.
Guan Xilan could see through any lies at a glance.
Now she could only hope that her master was just taking a casual look, otherwise, the trouble would be great.
Guan Xilan grabbed Huang Miaoying's arm and soared into the sky without hesitation. Take your teacher there. Old ancestor, what do we do now?
The Huang family members asked with mournful faces.
Huang Yuanjing sighed, things have come to this, what else can we do? We'll have to adapt to the situation.
Saying that, he also summoned his magic weapon and followed closely behind. Although he couldn't defeat Guan Xilan, he at least needed to know the development of the matter and not be too passive.
Qin family, Changqing mansion. The sound of reading aloud echoed in the school hall. First filial piety, then caution and trustworthiness.
Love all, and be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the virtuous. If there is spare energy, then study literature. When parents call, respond without delay. When parents command, act without laziness. When parents teach, listen respectfully. Qin Shangqing walked slowly among the children, a smile on his lips, looking very much like a schoolteacher. These were the Enlightenment classics from his previous life. Qin Shangqing couldn't teach them too much in the way of cultivation, but establishing proper conduct was paramount.
Since he was raising these children, their character and conduct couldn't be lacking. This old father was putting in a lot of effort. Dad, you last talked about the Tang monk and his disciples arriving in the women's kingdom. What happened then? What happened then?
After finishing their lessons, the children swarmed around Qin Shangqing, asking with curious eyes. Qin Shangqing smiled and said, It is said that there is a river in front of the women's kingdom, called the Zimu River. The Tang monk and his disciples felt thirsty when they arrived here, so they drew water to drink. Who knew that after a while, their bellies would bulge, and they were shocked to learn from passers-by that they were pregnant. Daddy, what is pregnancy?
Silly, it means having a little baby. We were all born after our mothers were pregnant. Will you get pregnant just by drinking water? So that's how I came to be?
No, no, you only get pregnant if you drink the water from the Zimu River, otherwise, how come we don't get pregnant even though we drink so much water every day?
Daddy, are you right?
The children immediately quarreled, arguing about whether drinking water will phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals lead lead slash phoneme to pregnancy.
Xin Changqing's forehead was immediately streaked with black lines.
He shouldn't have mentioned this to them. They were too young, and some things were difficult to explain.
Alright, we'll talk about this story next time, you guys go play first. Xin Changqing waved his hand with a headache.
The children cheered and each took their favorite toys from the toy cabinet next to them and ran to the yard. Xin Changqing had deliberately built this toy cabinet for the children, filled with various small trinkets he made. They weren't precious, but they were novel, just right for the children to play with.
Suddenly, 2 streams of light arrived instantly and landed in the courtyard. It was Guan Xilan and Huang Miaoying with the child.
The children looked at the 3 of them with some surprise, but they didn't show any fear. As disciples of a cultivating family, they had seen many cultivators flying around.
School hall?
Guan Xilan glanced at the surrounding architectural structure and the children playing in the courtyard with some surprise, and a series of question marks flashed in her mind. This place didn't look like a school hall, and there were so many children.
Could it be that her disciple found a teacher? But could a teacher have such great charm? To the point that she would deceive her master?
Just as she was about to scold Huang Miaoying for lying to her again, she noticed something was wrong.
Spiritual energy?
Of course, there was no problem with a cultivating family having spiritual energy, but the problem was that this spiritual energy was emanating from those children. These children ranged from 1 or 2 years old to more than 10 years old, and some were even younger, not yet old enough to cultivate, so where did the spiritual energy come from? Guan Xilan immediately released her divine sense to cover the courtyard, investigating these children, and her beautiful eyes widened more and more.
Superior spiritual root? Another superior spiritual root? Still a superior spiritual root? Supreme spiritual root. Another supreme spiritual root?
Guan Xilan's shock was beyond words, and her mouth gradually formed an O shape. She wondered if she had come to the wrong place.
Was this really a school hall?
She quickly looked at the aptitudes of all the children, her face full of disbelief. None of these children were below superior spiritual roots. This kind of situation was impossible even if the top 10 sects were recruiting disciples. She had just learned from Huang Miaoying that the Qin family was just a small family, with only a few foundation establishment cultivators.
How could such a family have so many high-quality immortal seedlings? Thinking of Huang Miaoying's child's heaven-defying aptitude, a somewhat absurd thought gradually arose in Guan Xilan's mind. Could it be that these children were all born to that Xin Changqing? Seeing the change in her master's expression, Huang Miaoying knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, and hesitated. Master, actually Guan Xilan interrupted, these children were all born to that Xin Changqing? Huang Miaoying stammered, maybe probably yes. Is it or isn't it? Be clear. Yes.
Guan Xilan took a deep breath, her heart trembling, staring at these children. Her mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading history. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. After a long while, Guan Xilan recovered from her shock and asked, is that man inside him? Huang Miaoying nodded slightly. At this moment, Xin Changqing in the room also noticed the movement outside, and a child ran in excitedly, Daddy, 2 very beautiful fairy sisters have come outside.
How beautiful is very beautiful.
What kind of woman haven't you seen, Dad? Don't make a fuss. Xin Changqing walked out of the house and saw Huang Miaoying walking in the front at a glance.
His eyes fell on the child in her arms, and he couldn't help but smile and cupped his hands. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Huang for successfully giving birth to an offspring. He was also a little happy in his heart. He had another child with heaven-defying aptitude, which meant that his cultivation could grow faster in the future. Huang Miaoying just hummed softly, and turned sideways to let Guan Xilan behind her come out.
Are you Qin Changcheng?
Guan Xilan looked him up and down, and the willow eyebrows she had been twisting loosened slightly. Qin Shangqing's appearance at the moment was indeed good. He was wearing a white robe, with a gentle smile, holding a book in his hand, and exuding a gentle, refined, and scholarly aura.
It's just that this cultivation is actually only at the second level of qi refining? Guan Xilan was secretly shocked. How could the father who gave birth to such a child with heaven-defying aptitude be only at the qi refining stage? Originally, she thought that Huang Miaoying's Taoist partner would have to be a cultivator above the golden core stage to be worthy of her. She released all her divine sense to investigate with some disbelief, and the conclusion she got was still the second level of qi refining, and there was nothing special about it. Little did she know that Qin Shangqing had the system blessing. Not to mention that she was just a nascent soul true monarch, even an immortal, it would be difficult to see through his details. Of course, even if she could see it, Qin Shangqing's cultivation in Guan Xilan's eyes would still be the same. That's right.
Qin Shangqing was also carefully looking at Guan Xilan, and found that what the child said before was right, it was indeed so beautiful. Her eyebrows were like paintings, her hair was piled high in a bun, revealing a swan-like white neck, she was wearing a purple luo skirt, her figure was slender but not lacking in fullness, her temperament was refined and elegant, but also contained a sharp edge. The slight frown between her eyebrows revealed a compelling majesty, which made people involuntarily feel awe.
Qin Shangqing's eyes couldn't help but light up.
This was the first time he had seen such a woman.
To be honest, his Tao heart moved.
However, he also saw that although the woman in front of him looked young, judging from her eyes, he knew that she obviously had extremely rich experience and was not a character that could be easily fooled.
The age of a cultivator is never reflected on the face.
Two fellow Taoists, if you have anything to say, let's go inside and talk.
There are many children here, it's too noisy.
Qin Shangqing led the two towards the inner courtyard.
You said that child's father is him? Guan Xilan asked again via voice transmission uncertainly. Huang Miaoying hummed weakly. Tell me, what is so special about this kid?
How can you even like him with just the qi refining stage?
And what's going on with these children here? How did he do it?
Master, his physique is actually very special. He can absorb spiritual energy and store it in his kidneys.
Women who combine with him will give birth to offspring with extraordinary talents. Most of the children here are born to him and some mortal women.
They only have high-grade spiritual roots.
If they are born to women with spiritual roots, then they will have top-grade spiritual roots.
The better the woman's talent, the higher the talent of the child born with him. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide it.
Huang Miaoying can only tell all of Qin Shangqing's special abilities.
Although Guan Xilan still found it a little unbelievable, both the children in the courtyard and the jade marrow cold body born by Huang Miaoying had fully proved the truth of this matter. With the facts before her eyes, she had to believe it. Mortal women give birth to high-grade spiritual roots, low-grade spiritual root women give birth to top-grade spiritual roots. Guan Xilan muttered to herself, extremely shocked, and the light in her eyes became more and more intense. Her heart gradually became hot. She herself has the qualifications of an earth spiritual root.
If she combines with Qin Shangqing, wouldn't she be able to give birth to a qualification stronger than the jade marrow cold body?
Thinking of this, the way she looked at Qin Shangqing suddenly became extremely fiery. Qin Shangqing and Huang Miaoying both noticed the change in Guan Xilan's expression. Huang Miaoying sighed in her heart, as expected.
Different women, the same change.
At this time, Guan Xilan also understood Huang Miaoying. Faced with this temptation, as long as she is a woman, she can't resist it.
Who doesn't want a few descendants with peerless talents?
Guan Xilan had never looked for a Taoist partner, nor did she want one, but children she could still have one. The reason why she hadn't had one was because she hadn't met a suitable partner, and she was also worried that the child's bloodline would not be good enough in the future. She didn't want to experience the pain of seeing a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person.
This is also the consideration of most cultivators.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme they have unlimited births, or they don't have any. But Qin Shangqing's appearance gave her a very good choice.
And it was an irresistible choice. It's him. It's him. It's him.
Miaoying, go out for a while, master has something to discuss with fellow Taoist Chanqing. Guan Xilan coughed lightly and said indifferently.
Master, go out. Guan Xilan said in a low voice.
Huang Miaoying left aggrievedly, leaving a resentful look. Qin Chanqing's heart trembled.
This beautiful woman in front of him was actually Huang Miaoying's master? He had heard Huang Miaoying's story before.
Her master was an elder of the Taiqing sect, a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage.
No wonder she is so powerful.
It was the first time he had come into contact with a cultivator of this level, and Qin Changqing became a little cautious.
Is there a quiet place? Guan Xilan asked hesitantly.
Qin Changqing stretched out his hand and said, if you don't mind, please come in, fairy, for a chat.
Guan Xilan nodded, and didn't show any dissatisfaction with Qin Changqing's somewhat frivolous address of fairy. It seems that the other party is really moved.
Qin Changqing's heart moved slightly, and his words just now were also a test.
Sure enough, as soon as he entered the quiet room, Guan Xilan waved his hand to set up a restriction, and then asked, can you guarantee that you can get someone pregnant in one go?
As a high-level cultivator, she knew very well the difficulty of giving birth. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to give birth to offspring. There was a pair of nascent soul-stage Taoist partners in the Taiqing sect who had been working hard for hundreds of years without any movement. Qin Changqing was slightly stunned, then felt a little amused in his heart.
Wouldn't it be over if she just said she wanted one? Why be so hesitant? The two of them were already standing face to face. Was it interesting to beat around the bush like this?
However, he also understood that after all, this person had a noble status and was a little embarrassed.
I can't guarantee this, but so far, I haven't made any mistakes. Almost all of them are hits in one shot.
Qin Changqing naturally wouldn't say too much.
Guan Xilan asked, how many are there so far?
Qin Changqing, I can't remember the exact number, but it should be no less than 200.
Guan Xilan snorted coldly and mocked, that's really a lot.
Qin Changqing sighed, my cultivation is low, I'm just a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and son-in-law.
When you're under someone else's roof, you have to lower your head. I have no choice. Guan Xilan's expression softened a lot, and she also understood Qin Changqing's situation, but she still sneered, don't you ever have times when you're willing?
Qin Changqing smiled and said, that's not the case. If I meet someone like fairy with such stunning beauty and peerless appearance, it would also be Changqing's blessing. Guan Xilan's pretty face suddenly flashed a blush, don't talk nonsense, I didn't say I wanted to warm reminder, the website is about to be, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Changqing naturally understood that Guan Xilan couldn't let go of her pride for a moment, and smiled sheepishly, fairy, don't be offended.
I'm just giving an example. If the fairy isn't willing, I can't force you, can I? Guan Xilan snorted softly, revealing a you little brat know what's good for you expression, and nodded, I heard Miaoying say that your spirit root needs to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy in advance. The more spiritual energy, the more powerful the spirit root you can nurture. If a woman has an earth spirit root, how many spirit stones would you need to absorb to be enough?
Qin Changqing glanced at her, thinking to himself, so this elder of the Taiqing sect is actually an earth spirit root.
Her talent is indeed extraordinary.
For an earth spirit root, according to the system's rules, it increases tenfold, requiring 1 million years of lifespan, which is 1 million spirit stones.
Qin Changqing gave the answer, at least 5 million spirit stones are needed.
As always, adhering to the principle of not suffering losses, Qin Changqing asked for half as much again.
Guan Xilan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything.
5 million spirit stones might be difficult for the Huang family to produce in a short time, but for her, a nascent soul true monarch with a deep foundation, it's not a big problem.
Here are 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Guan Xilan directly threw over a storage bracelet. How long will it take to absorb them all? Qin Changqing's eyes lit up.
TSK, as expected of a nascent soul true monarch, so generous, taking out so many spirit stones without hesitation.
It will take about 3 months.
Okay, I'll wait for you for 3 months.
Guan Xilan nodded, then raised her eyebrows and said, I'll stay here for these 3 months, is that okay?
Qin Shangqing smiled and said, mountains are not about height, but about having immortals.
It is my honor for the fairy to stay in my humble abode. Guan Xilan gave a faint hum. I'll stay here.
Without waiting for Qin Shangqing to arrange it, Guan Xilan directly chose the side room next to Qin Shangqing. Her intention was obvious.
Yes, I just want to monitor you. Any objections?
The reason she wanted to stay was also to observe more during this time. After all, Qin Shangqing's ability was too unbelievable. Without more verification, she wouldn't dare to easily give herself to a chi refining stage kid like this. Of course, Qin Shangqing had no objections, and he wouldn't dare to raise any. Who told her that her fist was bigger? Learning that her master was going to stay here, Huang Miaoying quickly expressed that she also wanted to stay to take care of her. It was just right to let her child spend some time with his biological father. Although she and Qin Shangqing were only a fleeting affair, she didn't want her child to be without a father's love. Qin Shangqing was also happy and arranged a room for her next door. As for his wives and concubines, they were transferred out first. With such a great god living at home, if he accidentally angered her, it would be a catastrophe. Although it might be that he was being overly cautious, he had to consider it. The world of cultivation is not a place where reason prevails. Judging from Guan Xilan's current performance, she is mostly tempted by his ability, so sharing a bed is inevitable. It's not that she will have much love for Qin Shangqing. People are selfish, and everyone has a desire to possess. Even a nascent soul true monarch is no exception. So many women sharing a man with her, even though she is a latecomer, seeing it every day will also be upsetting.
The invisible confrontation in a relationship is the most fatal. Guan Xilan's arrival did not alarm the Qin family.
Huang Yuanjing, who arrived later, also stabilized the surrounding Qin family disciples as soon as possible, and only after things were settled did he personally find Qin Zhengyang to explain everything. Qin Zhengyang's face immediately looked a little unsightly, but he immediately summoned the elders of the clan and the Lin family to discuss the matter.
Inside the secret room, the three families gathered. True man Huang, what you're doing is a bit unethical. We agreed not to reveal Qin Shangqing's existence, but you broke the agreement so quickly? We all signed a spirit contract.
That's right, we were going to find a personal disciple of the Tai Ching sect elder, but now it's good, even a nascent soul true monarch has been attracted.
How can we protect Qin Shangqing now? Fellow Daoist Huang, shouldn't you give us an explanation?
The other two families accused him in a sarcastic and angry tone. They didn't dare to question Huang Yuanjing, the golden core true man, but they were very impolite to Huang Mingyi.
Huang Mingyi's face turned red and white, but he was unable to refute. It was indeed the Huang family's fault in this matter. Huang Yuanjing's face was also not very good looking. He could hear that these people were scolding him indirectly, and besides, he was also very upset that Guan Xilan had been provoked. In Qin Shangqing's courtyard, the neat and uniform sound of reading aloud awakened Guan Xilan, who was concentrating on sitting quietly. Her divine sense spread out and found that it was Qin Shangqing who was teaching the children. Qin Shangqing, dressed in a white robe, was gentle and refined, and his smile was extremely friendly, causing Guan Xilan's beautiful eyes to flash with a different color. Daddy, why doesn't the dog bark? A child asked. Poochie. Guan Xilan, who was listening attentively, couldn't help but chuckle.
She looked around. Fortunately, no one was here, otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the elder's demeanor. Qin Shangqing's face darkened, it's if not taught.
Not the dog doesn't bark. Yes, it's the dog doesn't bark.
The child's expression was very serious. Qin Shangqing's expression twitched, and he couldn't maintain his gentle temperament. Fortunately, he had learned about the strange questions that these naughty children had come up with over the years, and he was used to it.
He reached out and used spiritual power to write these words in the void. Do you see clearly? It is if not taught, his nature deteriorates, which means that if children are not strictly disciplined, their nature will deteriorate with the influence of the environment. This is also the reason why I am strict with you, do you understand?
The children nodded vigorously and said in unison, "Understood."
Okay, this class is over. Qin Shangqing smiled and said, "Next is the storytelling session. What stories do you want to hear?" Jade Dynasty.
Journey to the West hasn't finished yet. I want to know if Sun Wukong was born as a monkey or a stone. I want to hear about Su Xian fighting the white snake.
It's Fahai fighting the white snake. Su Xian is the white snake's husband. Oh.
Qin Shangqing smiled. Su Xian and the white snake had a child, so it's not wrong to say that Su Xian fought the white snake.
Of course, he can't say this to the children. Okay, then I'll continue telling Jade Dynasty.
Last time, we said that Zhang Fan betrayed the sect and was rescued by Bai Yao, transforming into ghostly and walking the world. Guan Xilan listened to Qin Shangqing's vivid narration and was also engrossed, worried about Zhang Xiaofan, frowning from time to time, saddened by Bai Yao's tragic encounter, and amused by the cleverness of the three-eyed spirit monkey. This story was only started by Qin Shangqing for the children after she arrived. A beautiful figure stood quietly by the window with a child in her arms, watching Qin Shangqing, who was full of vigor, with some absent-mindedness.
It was Huang Miaoying.
I didn't expect this man to be so talented. Guan Xilan and Huang Miaoying couldn't help but have this thought in their hearts. Guan Xilan was fine, it was just that her impression of Qin Shangqing had improved a bit. After all, it was a new acquaintance, and she found him quite interesting. Huang Miaoying was different, perhaps because she had a child with him. Looking at Qin Shangqing's handsome profile as he focused on telling a story, her heart couldn't help but pound, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. Qin Shangqing also noticed the figure outside the window. After finishing the story, he walked out, glanced at the child in her arms, and shook his head. "You can't hold her like that." Although the child's constitution is extraordinary and her talent is remarkable, she's still too small and will be uncomfortable.
Look, she's about to cry. Huang Miaoying exclaimed and became flustered. Then how should I hold her?
As a new mother, there were some things she didn't quite understand yet. Qin Shangqing smiled, took the child into his arms, and demonstrated. Strangely enough, when the child was in Qin Shangqing's arms, her little face, which had been wrinkled up, instantly relaxed, and she giggled, tightly gripping Qin Shangqing's finger.
She's smiling. She's smiling. Huang Miaoying said in surprise.
Qin Shangqing smiled and said, "Taking care of a child is also a skill. You have to be careful and understand why she's crying and what she wants. You'll gradually learn as you spend more time with her." The child gently swayed in Qin Shangqing's arms, her eyelids slowly drooped, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Huang Miaoying stared at Qin Shangqing, who was now radiating a fatherly glow, and couldn't help but be captivated. It had to be said that a man who knew how to take care of children was very attractive. At that moment, Huang Miaoying felt that perhaps it would be nice to stay with Qin Shangqing for the rest of her life, a family of three living in harmony. Just imagining the scene made her feel warm and content.
Changqing, Huang Miaoying suddenly said, her voice indescribably gentle, "This child doesn't have a name yet. How about you give her one?" Qin Shangqing was stunned and glanced at her in surprise. "Let me name her?" "Yes." Huang Miaoying's beautiful eyes sparkled, full of anticipation.
Qin Shangqing pondered for a moment. Although he had many children, not many of them were personally named by him, especially those with good talents.
Many he hadn't even met, which was his regret.
Now, the child in his arms had the best talent. Since he had the opportunity to name her, Qin Shangqing was especially cautious.
How about Mengshi?"
Qin Shangqing said, "She represents the morning sun, implying that the sun is still sleeping in the water, gradually revealing its brilliance. Once it rises, it will surely illuminate the world."
Qin Shangqing didn't mention the surname.
With his current status, the Huang family would never allow the child to take his surname, which he was well aware of.
Mengshi.
Huang Miaoying murmured the name, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and said softly, "Okay, the child will be called Mengshi from now on." Mengshi, Guan Xilan, who was inside the room, also whispered, her eyes also lighting up, "It's quite a nice name."
Time flew by quickly.
These days, Huang Miaoying would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme bring her child to see Qin Shangqing.
The family of three would stroll in the courtyard, and silvery laughter would occasionally ring out. It could be seen that Huang Miaoying was very happy now.
As for Guan Xilan, she didn't stay cooped up in the house all the time. She would occasionally come out for a walk, seemingly unintentionally calling Qin Changqing aside to play chess, and then unintentionally chatting about topics she was interested in, or having Qin Changqing secretly add more chapters to Jade Dynasty. In a flash, 3 months passed. Qin Changqing finally absorbed all the spirit stones. Lifespan, 1,624,378. Late at night, just as Qin Changqing was about to go to sleep, he suddenly smelled a refreshing fragrance. He turned his head abruptly and found that Guan Xilan had come to his room at some point.
Fairy Guan.
Qin Changqing had known this day would come for a long time, but when Guan Xilan was actually standing in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. After all, this was a nascent soul cultivator.
For a mere chi training cultivator like himself to ride rampant on a nascent soul true monarch, what kind of posture would he dare to dream of? Are you ready?
Guan Xilan had changed into a simple and elegant pleated gauze dress today, adding a touch of charm to her cold beauty. She looked even more delicate and moving in the candlelight. Qin Changqing's heart was also a little itchy.
Who wouldn't be moved by such a fairy?
Even though he had already developed a considerable immunity to beauties, he still felt as invigorated as an 18-year-old when facing such an exquisite Guan Xilan.
I'm ready. Qin Changqing took a deep breath and nodded gently. Guan Xilan sat somewhat unnaturally on the couch and said softly, "Then let's begin. I don't have much experience, understood?"
Qin Changqing smiled and extinguished the candlelight. His gentle voice rang out in the darkness, "Fairy, relax.
Just leave everything to me."
There was a hint of tenderness in her somewhat nervous voice, her breath like orchids.
"Tonight, you're allowed to call me Xilan." Qin Changqing smiled slightly, leaned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to her ear, and couldn't help but say, "Xilan, call me Gidge." Guan Xilan was already somewhat intoxicated.
Lacking experience, she chose to follow Qin Changqing's instructions, "Gugidge." Hearing the nascent soul true monarch's voice, laced with Jiao's soft, sweet tone, calling him Gidge, it was like opening a volcano. Qin Changqing erupted with unprecedented power. The night was long, the beauty like a dream, the humble door welcomed guests, and the jade lotus bloomed layer upon layer just as the fish and water were in harmony, and Qin Changqing was engrossed in expanding his territory. The system forcibly pulled him back to his senses. The familiar multiple choice question reappeared. Detected that the partner has an earth spiritual root. Please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a high-grade spiritual root. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a top-grade spiritual root. 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with an earth spiritual root. 4. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a heaven spiritual root. 5. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a multi-attribute heaven spiritual root. 6. Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a perfect variant spiritual root. 666. Choose 6.
Hurry up and get out.
After making his choice, Qin Changqing directly dismissed the system.
This emotionless thing didn't understand romance. How could he be in the mood to do questions at this time?
He still wanted to hear Guan Xilan call him Gidge. When the emotions ran deep, Guan Xilan was very obedient and called him Gidge very naturally.
Qin Changqing even went further, asking her to call him Baba.
In her intoxicated state, Guan Xilan also called him that without thinking. In this world, they all called their fathers Dai, but they didn't know what Baba meant. Although Guan Xilan didn't understand, Qin Changqing himself knew what it meant, satisfying his personal little interest and increasing his combat power by 999. He didn't dare to be so obvious with other things, and could only provide mental commentary, such as nascent soul true monarch. Let you be a nascent soul true monarch, let you be a nascent soul true monarch, still a nascent soul true monarch? Are you convinced? Sages and virtuous men have always been lonely. Qin Changqing reached the realm of sages, and everything was as plain as water.
He also began to think about the issue of spiritual roots.
During this period, Qin Shangqing also learned a lot about the levels and qualities of spiritual roots. Spiritual root attributes are divided into the basic 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
A heaven spiritual root represents a single attribute spiritual root with perfect purity. This is the best spiritual root talent that most people know. However, there are even better ones above the heaven spiritual root. Above that is the multi-attribute heaven spiritual root. A multi-attribute heaven spiritual root means possessing 2 or more perfectly pure attributes at the same time.
This talent has the same cultivation speed as a heaven spiritual root, but also has more choices.
Each additional attribute also means 1 more power and 1 more path. By the later stages of cultivation, the advantages will become increasingly obvious, surpassing cultivators of the same rank.
The perfect variant spiritual root above that is a fused heaven spiritual root, which is derived from the perfect fusion and mutation of multiple pure attributes. It is stronger than a heaven spiritual root, such as the lightning spiritual root, yin spiritual root, yang spiritual root, etc. A perfect variant spiritual root not only represents a terrifying cultivation speed, but also possesses special abilities that are different from the 5 elements.
These abilities are rare and powerful.
It signifies formidable combat power, sweeping through cultivators of the same rank and even fighting across realms. In the later stages, cross-realm battles are very valuable.
After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult each small realm becomes, just like a nascent soul cultivator like Guan Xilan, who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme needs dozens or hundreds of years to improve by a small realm. Through clouds and rain, spring returns again and again. In dreams, I'm drunk on you, but the dream ends and my soul is lost.
Qin Shangqing looked at Guan Xilan, who was curled up in his arms like a kitten, fast asleep, and couldn't help but gently stroke her face.
Perhaps only in this state of complete relaxation would this aloof elder of the Tai Ching sect reveal such a posture.
This also filled Qin Shangqing with a sense of accomplishment.
I've actually reached the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. Only now did Qin Shangqing feel the change in the spiritual power within his body, which had directly risen from the 1st level of the foundation establishment stage to the 3rd level, a situation that caught him completely off guard. Looking at Guan Xilan in his arms, Qin Shangqing guessed that it must have something to do with her, probably because her cultivation technique had some benefits for her Dao companion in the art of dual cultivation. Coupled with her accumulation of hundreds of years, it allowed Qin Shangqing to leap across 2 minor realms overnight. It was indeed an unexpected surprise.
With this benefit, Qin Shangqing became even more infatuated with Guan Xilan. Not only was she beautiful and powerful, but galloping with her also provided cultivation feedback, a double dose of happiness.
Such a woman is too precious.
Sunlight streamed through the window lattices, and the sounds of children playing gradually drifted in from outside. Guan Xilan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes, immediately seeing Qin Shangqing looking at her with a gentle expression, causing her fair face to flush red.
Are you not asleep?
Seeing Qin Shangqing looking so radiant, Guan Xilan couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
Last night, they had tossed and turned for so long, how could he still be so energetic?
Although Guan Xilan was experiencing this kind of thing for the first time, she still knew that the art of dual cultivation was extremely draining on a man's body.
Qin Shangqing said softly, I couldn't bear to sleep, I wanted to look at you more.
Guan Xilan paused, a touch of tenderness flashing in her eyes, and she pursed her lips without speaking, then leaned her face back against Qin Shangqing's chest. The two remained quietly for a while, but eventually, Guan Xilan gently pushed Qin Shangqing away, sat up, and quickly dressed, concealing her alluring figure. Once again clad in her robes, Guan Xilan regained her aloof and noble temperament.
Forget about what happened last night. Guan Xilan had once again become the aloof elder of the Tai Ching sect.
Qin Shangqing sighed inwardly and nodded. After all, she was a nascent soul true monarch. Although she had experienced the joy of being a woman last night, she was able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, so her self-control was naturally extremely strong, and it was impossible for her to be easily moved by emotions, otherwise she wouldn't have avoided having a Dao companion for hundreds of years. Now that her purpose had been achieved, she naturally wanted to draw a clear line between herself and Qin Shangqing. To Guan Xilan, Qin Shangqing was just a rather special passerby in her life, who would ultimately become a memory after 100 years. Seeing that Guan Xilan was about to turn and leave, Qin Changqing suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her jade arm. Xilan, wait a moment. Guan Xilan's spiritual power flickered slightly, gently shaking off Qin Changqing's hand, and said lightly, from now on, call me Elder Guan. She really does deny people after getting what she wants. Qin Changqing was a little speechless, but he still nodded. Alright, Elder Guan.
What else is there? Can you take me with you?
Qin Changqing stared at Guan Xilan, his eyes filled with deep affection.
You want me to take you away?
Guan Xilan's heart seemed to have been struck, and she was stunned, her heart filled with mixed feelings. In fact, she had been observing Qin Changqing for the past 3 months and did not dislike him. On the contrary, her impression of him became deeper and deeper. This man was very special. Facing her, a nascent soul true monarch with profound cultivation, he always behaved neither obsequiously nor arrogantly. The words he occasionally spoke even made her secretly admire him. Although his cultivation was not high, he possessed a clever and astute mind.
He could make ingenious toys and weave many fascinating stories.
It seemed that apart from cultivation, there was nothing he was not proficient in.
Qin Changqing's request at this moment was also an affirmation of her charm.
Originally, after discovering Qin Changqing's ability, Guan Xilan had the idea of taking him away, but it was different now that Qin Changqing himself had brought it up. This kind of being needed, this responsive love, allowed her, who had always been aloof and strong, to experience the long-lost warmth and happiness between people. Of course, Guan Xilan would not show all of this.
Why do you want me to take you away? Life here is peaceful and comfortable. I see that you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a carefree life every day. Isn't that good?
Guan Xilan suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and asked somewhat doubtfully. Even if she took Qin Changqing away, she would definitely use Qin Changqing's abilities to continue cultivating spiritual root seedlings, which would not be much different from the current situation. Of course, Qin Changqing understood this. Even if he went with Guan Xilan, he would still be a tool person. But the situation was very different now that he had taken the initiative to bring it up. Not only did he gain the initiative, but he would also win Guan Xilan's favor. After more than 10 years, Qin Changqing planned to be sincere for once. In the past, he had no choice. He had been used too much, and he had become somewhat numb. He had always been driven by lust rather than love. But for Guan Xilan, he was really a little moved, and besides, from a benefit point of view, if he could really develop feelings with her, it would also be a guarantee for himself.
Hugging a big thigh is not shameful.
Of course, there was also an important reason. Qin Changqing wanted to consider his children. Now that he was staying in the Qin family, although he was superficially free, he was still controlled by the 3 major families like livestock, without much room for choice, and it was difficult to even see many of his children. Moreover, the 3 families were, after all, only small families with limited resources, and Qin Changqing had too many children to take care of them all. For example, most of the children by his side had superior spiritual roots, but because there were too many immortal seedlings above the extreme spiritual roots, these children born to mortal wives did not receive much resource care. The children were still young now, but they would eventually embark on the path of cultivation in the future. Continuing to stay in the Qin family would definitely be unpromising and would only delay the children's growth. Moreover, Qin Changqing's cultivation was linked to his children. A good cultivation environment for his children would also be beneficial to him in improving his strength. In short, choosing Guan Xilan had too many benefits for him, and the advantages outweighed the disadvantages.
If he was going to be a tool person anyway, why not choose a bigger stage to be one on?
Qin Changqing had already thought this through. Guan Xilan did not know his little thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Do you know that even if you come with me, you will still have to repeat your current life and continue to nurture spiritual root seedlings for the sect?"
"I know. Although it's all the same, I think I should be happier following you."
Qin Changqing's eyes were filled with tenderness.
Guan Xilan's eyes were somewhat complicated.
After looking at him for a long time, she nodded lightly, "All right." After saying that, her figure flashed and disappeared into the room. Warm reminder, the website is about to be, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save the bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Huang Yuanjing was in secluded cultivation in his quiet chamber when he suddenly felt a jolt. The defensive formation he had set up had actually been broken. He was just about to get up when Guan Xilan pushed open the door and entered. Elder Guan. Huang Yuanjing's movements froze.
Guan Xilan said indifferently, "Summon the people from the three families to discuss matters at the Qin family."
Yes. Huang Yuanjing replied respectfully.
After being beaten, he became much more obedient. Soon, all the core members of the three families gathered in the Qin family's secret chamber. Guan Xilan waved her hand and set up a barrier around them, then with a spread of her 5 fingers, dozens of streams of light flew out from her palm and entered their bodies.
Elder Guan, what are you doing? Everyone panicked.
Guan Xilan released her aura and said calmly, "You don't need to worry.
This is just a restriction to prevent you from leaking secrets. As long as you don't talk nonsense about Qin Changqing's secrets, it won't have any effect." The crowd was still in shock, feeling uneasy. Guan Xilan glanced around. "I'm taking Qin Changqing away. Do the three families have any objections?"
The three families looked at each other, seeing the unwillingness and helplessness in each other's eyes.
Objections? Of course, they had objections. But no one dared to say it.
Even Huang Yuanjing, a golden core true person, dared not speak out his anger in front of Guan Xilan, bowing his head in silence. The three families had actually anticipated this outcome, but there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They didn't expect Guan Xilan to be so decisive and overbearing, not giving them any room for discussion. The restriction she had just placed was a warning. When Guan Xilan left, the terrifying aura like a mountain range also dissipated, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Elder Guan is too overbearing. Yes, this is simply not giving our three families a way out.
Qin Changqing is my Qin family's son-in-law.
Fellow Daoist Huang, are we really going to hand over Qin Changqing? The three families discussed, their faces full of unwillingness and anger.
Huang Yuanjing raised his hand, and the scene quieted down.
Do as Elder Guan says. There is no room for maneuver in this matter. We simply cannot protect Qin Changqing. Huang Yuanjing sighed and waved his hand.
The crowd dispersed with pale faces. In Guan Xilan's view, the Huang, Qin, and Lin families were indeed overestimating themselves. With their strength, they wanted to seize Qin Changqing. It was simply wishful thinking.
Not to mention them, even a strong family like the Guan family could not swallow it.
The foundation of cultivation families is too shallow, and their limitations are too great.
They simply cannot digest so many immortal seedlings.
Only a large sect like the Tai Ching sect, with a long heritage and deep foundation, can better hide Qin Changqing without affecting the children. The three families are now frantically having Qin Changqing give birth to children, but they only care about giving birth, not raising them.
If there are too many children, it will easily push them to destruction. When it is full, it will overflow.
It was fortunate that she discovered it early, otherwise, Qin Changqing might have been killed by the three families.
Cultivating disciples is not that easy.
The sect has pressure to cultivate 2 heavenly spiritual roots at the same time, let alone such small families.
The three families actually understand this principle, but facing the huge temptation of being able to conceive spiritual roots, how many people can resist?
Under Guan Xilan's pressure, the three families acted very quickly and handled it properly within a few days. Guan Xilan took Qin Changqing, Huang Miaoying and her child, as well as the 4 heavenly spiritual roots of the three families and their mothers, back to the sect first. As for Qin Changqing's other wives and children, they would be sent to the Tai Ching sect in batches by the 3 major families. And the 3 major families, in their current situation, can only choose to become affiliated sects of the Tai Ching sect, fighting on the same front and sharing life and death with the Tai Ching sect. To the east of Jing country, there is a vast mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, with beautiful scenery. Various palaces and caves are scattered like stars on the peaks. This is the number 1 sect in Jing country, the Tai Ching sect. Xiyang Peak, inside the main hall's quiet chamber. An old man wearing a cloud robe embroidered with gold edges, with 3 strands of long beard hanging in front of his chest, was sitting cross-legged, with a faint Tao rhythm flowing around him.
This person is the sect leader of the Taiching sect, Lu Qinghui. Sect leader, Elder Guan requests to see you.
A voice came from outside the door.
Let her in.
Immediately, the door of the quiet chamber was pushed open, and Guan Xilan stepped in, cupping her hands and saying, "Greetings, senior brother sect leader." Lu Qinghui smiled and said, "No need to be polite.
Why do you have time to come here, junior sister Guan?" Guan Xilan looked around and said, "May I ask senior brother sect leader to activate the formation?"
Lu Qinghui raised his white eyebrows, but he didn't refuse. A spiritual talisman flew out from his sleeve and disappeared into the wall, and a golden formation barrier immediately propped up around them.
What exactly is it that makes junior sister so eager? Guan Xilan didn't say much.
She took off the cloth bag from her waist and cast a spell on it.
Dozens of figures immediately flew out of the bag.
Lu Qinghui was stunned. "What do you mean, junior sister?"
Guan Xilan took one of the children's hands and came closer. "Senior brother sect leader will understand when you see it."
"Oh?" Lu Qinghui showed a look of doubt, reached out and pressed down, his divine sense wrapped around the child's whole body.
Heavenly spiritual root.
Lu Qinghui suddenly opened his eyes, his face showing great joy. "Junior sister Guan, you have really given me a big surprise."
Guan Xilan smiled and said, "Senior brother sect leader, don't worry, look at this one."
Saying that, she brought another child over. Lu Qinghui didn't quite understand Guan Xilan's meaning.
Could it be that this one is also a heavenly spiritual root? How is that possible? However, when his divine sense wrapped around the child in front of him, his whole body shook, his face full of disbelief. Another heavenly spiritual root? Junior sister Guan, where did you find these 2 geniuses?
Lu Qinghui looked at Guan Xilan with passionate eyes.
2 heavenly spiritual roots. Their Taiching sect doesn't have one now.
Guan Xilan smiled without saying a word, and brought out 2 more children.
Junior sister, you wouldn't tell me that these 2 children are also heavenly spiritual roots, would you? Yes, heavenly spiritual roots. Guan Xilan looked at Lu Qinghui with a faint smile. She knew that the other party's reaction must be wonderful. Currently, the Taiching sect does not have any outstanding disciples.
The best ones are earth spiritual roots, or innate spiritual roots like Huang Miaoying.
As the sect leader, how much he wants excellent disciples. The temptation of the heavenly spiritual root to the senior brother is conceivable. Lu Qinghui almost pulled off his beard, shocked beyond words. "Junior sister, you wouldn't tell me that all 5 of these children are heavenly spiritual roots, would you?" Guan Xilan smiled and said, "Senior brother sect leader thinks too much."
Lu Qinghui breathed a sigh of relief, not so excited. After all, this is normal. If they were all really heavenly spiritual roots, then the Taiching sect would take off directly. However, he also felt some regret in his heart. If they were really all heavenly spiritual roots, he would sell everything to raise them.
Only 4 are, this one is not.
Guan Xilan took the child from Huang Miaoying's arms and walked to Lu Qinghui. "Senior brother, see what the aptitude of this child is like?" Lu Qinghui felt a little funny in his heart.
Is his junior sister testing his Tao heart?
It's just one more heavenly spiritual root. With the previous 4, his Tao heart has been restored to calm. But when his divine sense enveloped the baby in front of him, his body trembled suddenly, and his voice was trembling. This is a special physique.
Jade marrow cold body. Jade marrow cold body.
This is a special innate spiritual body recorded in the classics, an existence beyond the heavenly spiritual root. Not to mention the top 10 sects, the entire Jing country hasn't seen it for a long time.
Sect leader Lu's Tao heart is in turmoil again.
Lu Qinghui held the child, reluctant to let go, while enveloping all the children with his divine sense. He was already a little overwhelmed by Guan Xilan's constant stimulation. For heavenly spiritual roots, 1 azure marrow frost body.
Thousands of years. The Taiching sect seedlings have never been so abundant.
Lu Qinghui was already stunned in place, looking at the 5 children, unable to speak for a long time. A faint smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of Guan Xilan's lips. It was the first time she had seen the sect leader act so uncomposed.
Junior sister, where did you find so many talented seedlings?
After a long while, Lu Qinghui came back to his senses and asked with shining eyes. Guan Xilan smiled lightly. Senior brother, these children all come from one person.
Who? Lu Qinghui asked hesitantly. Guan Xilan then explained the general situation of the three families.
A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and son-in-law of a cultivation family.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and son-in-law?
Lu Qinghui was a little dazed for a moment. The key is that it's hard to connect these 5 top-quality seedlings with a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and son-in-law. At this time, Guan Xilan beckoned, and Qin Changqing, understanding her intention, stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Greetings, sect leader." He was also secretly sizing up the Taiqing sect leader in front of him, with his immortal demeanor, and found that he didn't have the sharp aura of Elder Guan, but was very gentle, exuding a wonderful Tao rhythm all over his body.
Him?
Lu Qinghui looked at Qin Changqing suspiciously. A qi refining stage 2, what does he have to do with these children? Guan Xilan stopped being mysterious and slowly explained, his name is Qin Changqing, he is the father of these 5 children. Qin Changqing has a special physique, he can store spiritual energy in his kidneys, and after combining with a woman, he can give birth to spiritual roots of various qualities. She then explained Qin Changqing's special ability. Lu Qinghui's eyes flashed rapidly, and his divine sense swept back and forth over Qin Changqing's body, as if to see through him inside and out. But no matter how he looked at it, this guy was just an unremarkable qi refining stage 2 cultivator, and also a low-grade ordinary spiritual root.
There is such a miraculous physique in the world. It's truly unimaginable. However, with the facts before him, he couldn't help but believe it, marveling in his mouth, but his heart was already excited. This physique. It's too good. If what Guan Xilan said is true, then the Taiqing sect will have a continuous supply of high-quality seedlings in the future. Cultivating these geniuses, the future of the Taiqing sect will not only be limited to the Jing Kingdom, becoming the #1 sect in the entire cultivation world is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Lu Qinghui's face was radiant.
With Qin Changqing, the Taiqing sect would no longer have to worry about recruiting disciples, and they wouldn't have to compete with the other 9 major sects for disciples.
Yes.
Guan Xilan led Qin Changqing and others away, while Lu Qinghui shot out spiritual talismans from the hall. Soon, the elders who received the sect leader's order drove their magical treasures and landed in the main hall, with puzzled expressions on their faces, secretly communicating with each other.
What is the sect leader so anxious to call us for? Unless it's a major event, the sect leader wouldn't call all of us over. Could it be that a great enemy is invading? But there's no movement? We are the #1 sect in the Jing Kingdom, who dares to invade my Taiqing sect? What's the matter with those children? Could it be that the sect leader found some treasure from somewhere? The crowd was talking. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Qinghui waved his sleeves, and the hall door slammed shut. Immediately, spiritual lights lit up around, and a barrier was activated in the hall. Everyone gasped, their hearts pounding wildly. What is the sect leader doing? Could it be that something really happened, and it's being done so secretly? Has it become so serious? Some people were already suspecting that the sect had really encountered some crisis. Sect leader, what does this mean? A middle-aged elder in a black robe couldn't help but ask. Lu Qinghui smiled lightly and said, "Everyone, don't be nervous, the matter I'm about to talk about is too important. It's just to make some small arrangements to prevent accidents." Small arrangements? Everyone looked at each other, their expressions twitching slightly. So solemn, it's hard not to believe that nothing major has happened. What is it that makes the sect leader so cautious? Someone asked curiously. Lu Qinghui smiled lightly and said, "Everyone, why don't you first see how the qualifications of these children are?" Everyone was a little confused by the sect leader's behavior today, but they still sent out their divine senses to envelop the 5 children for exploration. Immediately, the expressions of the elders were extremely wonderful. They opened their mouths wide and exclaimed, "Heavenly spiritual root! Mine is also a heavenly spiritual root.
You must be exploring the same child as me, he is also a heavenly spiritual root. No, I've already seen 4, all of them are heavenly spiritual roots. This baby Tao ancestor is above, Azure Marrow Frost body. It's an Azure Marrow Frost body. When the elders withdrew their divine senses, they were so shocked that they couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme their mouths for a long time. Sect leader, where did you find so many top quality seedlings? Someone couldn't wait to ask, and the others echoed, their eyes fiery, already wondering what method to use to snatch 2 more disciples. Lu Qinghui was very satisfied with the reaction of everyone present, thinking about his performance just now compared to them. Well, much better. Previously, junior sister Guan went down the mountain to find disciples returning home to visit relatives, but discovered a shocking secret. Lu Qinghui then told the story of Qin Changqing.
Everyone present was filled with disbelief. There is such a special physique in the world? Really, I don't believe it. You don't believe it? Then how do you explain these children? Do you really think heavenly spiritual roots are Chinese cabbage, that you can find them whenever you want? Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway.
Although this matter sounded bizarre, but faced with the facts, coupled with the sect leader's solemn appearance, they all believed it to be 70 or 80% true.
Junior sister Guan, bring fellow Taoist Chongqing out.
Lu Qinghui said loudly.
As soon as the voice fell, Guan Xilan led Qin Chongqing out of the inner hall. Greetings, sect leader, greetings, elders.
Qin Chongqing cupped his hands. His eyes swept over everyone present, and his heart was pounding wildly. Those present were all the absolute core high-level members of the Taiqing sect, all nascent soul stage experts, and the pressure gathered together was suffocating. He, a mere chi refining stage 2, was as small as an ant in the face of these excited bigwigs.
He is Qin Chongqing? Everyone looked sideways, their faces full of curiosity, probing with their spiritual senses. They discovered that he was just a small cultivator at the 2nd level of chi refining, with the inferior aptitude of a low-grade spiritual root. How could such a person be able to produce high-quality immortal seedlings? It really is puzzling. Qin Chongqing was used to everyone's investigation. Anyway, he had the system, so no matter how they looked, they couldn't find any clues. Fellow Taoist Chongqing, are you willing to join my Taiqing sect?
Lu Qinghui asked with a smile. Joining the Taiqing sect meant accepting various arrangements from the Taiqing sect in the future, which meant continuing to produce high-quality immortal seedlings, just with a different identity.
Both sides knew this very well.
Qin Chongqing cupped his hands and said, Disciple is willing, but Disciple has some requests, and hopes that the sect leader and all the seniors can agree. Previously, he chose to lie flat because his aptitude was too low and he had no hope for cultivation. But now that the system has been upgraded, he sees the hope of becoming stronger, so naturally he doesn't want to be manipulated all the time, and wants to plan for his own future.
A mere chi refining cultivator dares to make requests? How preposterous!
Some elders sneered in their hearts, feeling that it would be embarrassing to have such a disciple as a gatekeeper. However, no one spoke out. After all, such a remarkable person was rare. They all wanted to see what kind of requests this guy could make. Qin Chongqing took a step forward and said with a full voice, Seniors, you must all know about Disciple's ability. The 5 children you saw before were all born from me. In addition to these few children, I also have 19 Earth-grade spiritual roots, 52 top-grade spiritual roots, and 398 high-grade spiritual root children. The main hall was suddenly silent. The elders stared blankly at Qin Chongqing, who was talking eloquently, and looked around.
How many? More than 400 high-grade or above spiritual root immortal seedlings? Many elders subconsciously looked at Guan Xilan, and some even inquired through voice transmission. Guan Xilan gave affirmative answers one by one.
Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes shining. This guy can not only produce high-quality immortal seedlings, but also has extremely high production. The reason why Qin Chongqing said this was to show his value, so that he could fight for greater benefits for himself. The importance of disciples' ability, I believe the sect leader and all the elders know better than me. Although disciple's spiritual root is inferior and his strength is weak, as long as my children grow up, their achievements will be immeasurable. Qin Shangqing said firmly, so I hope that the Tai Ching sect can give disciple enough status and respect, instead of raising me like livestock. Everyone looked at Qin Shangqing with great interest. This small cultivator at the second level of qi refining was not only not timid in the face of a group of nascent soul stage or above big shots, but also dared to make various requests.
He really is a newborn calf not afraid of tigers.
Guan Xilan pursed her lips, her eyes slightly complicated.
She was both worried that Qin Shangqing would anger the sect leader and the elders, and admired Qin Shangqing's unyielding attitude at this moment. Some elders sneered in their hearts, their faces full of sarcasm. Which of them, old monsters who have cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, doesn't have a few means to control people? It's too easy to want to control a small qi refining cultivator. Including Lu Qinghui, he also narrowed his eyes slightly. Calling you a fellow Taoist before was to give face to your children. Now that you have arrived here, some things are beyond your control. If you are really disobedient, he doesn't mind controlling Qin Shangqing and treating him as a puppet for the Tai Ching sect to produce immortal seedlings. Qin Shangqing noticed everyone's expressions and naturally guessed the general idea. He had already had a countermeasure in his heart, and said indifferently, I forgot to tell you seniors that disciple can also control the quality of the children's talents. This characteristic of my physique is not simply giving birth.
If I don't cooperate or lose my primordial spirit, the children born may just be mortals. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Qin Shangqing straightened his body and said firmly, what disciple said is not a threat to you seniors. I know that you seniors all have various magical powers and means, and may be able to control my behavior and thoughts or even seize my body, but these are useless. I know my body best, so seniors, please think twice and don't do things that kill the goose to get the eggs. It's not good for both parties. Disciple just wants a respect, and the conditions I propose will not be harmful to the sect in any way. As long as the sect leader and all the seniors agree, disciple will definitely do his best to serve the sect. What he said was indeed the truth. The system is bound to his soul. If he is controlled, this body will not be able to produce spiritual roots. The system will not randomly recognize a father. Seeing Qin Shangqing's confident appearance, everyone couldn't help but frown secretly, and many people extinguished their previous thoughts. Just like what Qin Shangqing said, killing the goose to get the eggs is not good for anyone. This ability is too heaven-defying and too incredible. No one has ever seen it before. If they really control him but find that they can't continue to produce immortal seedlings, it will be too late to regret. Lu Qinghui pondered for a moment and nodded, tell me your specific conditions. Qin Shangqing breathed a sigh of relief, raised 3 fingers and said slowly, first is protection. I hope to have a quiet and hidden environment. Except for giving birth to offspring, don't disturb me at other times. This request is not excessive. As long as you can normally produce spiritual root immortal seedlings for the sect, no one will bother a small qi refining cultivator like you for no reason.
Everyone nodded slightly. Second is resources.
The conditions for giving birth to offspring with different talents, I have already said before.
Prepare them before bringing the woman.
In addition, the resources for my cultivation, I hope to receive the treatment of a core disciple.
Only a core disciple? This kid's appetite is not too big. Qin Shangqing continued, finally, it's my children.
I hope to watch them grow up, and before they start cultivating at the age of 6, I will enlighten them and teach them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and write. What Qin Shangqing mainly wanted to mention was the third request. The first 2 actually didn't need to be said. He believed that the Tai Ching sect would also prepare them for him. Only the third one had a very strong purpose. Lu Qinghui and the elders secretly communicated through voice transmission. What do you all think? The requests made by this child are not too excessive. I have no opinion, as long as he can give birth to heaven-grade spiritual roots. The first 2 are nothing, but this third condition. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Esteemed senior brothers, Qin Changqing does indeed have some achievements in enlightening children and possesses considerable talent. In any case, the children are not suitable for cultivation before the age of 6, so entrusting them to him would not be a problem. 6 years is but a blink of an eye for us cultivators. After all, Qin Changqing is their father, and wanting to have more contact with his children to cultivate their relationship is understandable. Doing so can also make him more devoted to the sect. Since that's the case, then it's settled. However, the placement of Qin Changqing and these children must be in a secret location, and no one else must know. Yes, that's right, especially those genius disciples with heavenly spiritual roots or higher. Before they cultivate to the golden core stage, their existence must not be exposed. Soon, the discussion ended. Lu Qinghui smiled faintly and said, "Changqing, we can agree to your request." A look of joy flashed across Qin Changqing's face, genuinely happy, and he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, sect leader, for your accomplishment. Go, Elder Guan will arrange accommodation for you." Guan Xilan immediately waved her hand, and Qin Changqing and the others were once again taken into the cloth bag and soared away. Taiqing Peak is the #1 peak of the Taiqing sect, suppressing a fifth-order spiritual vein beneath it, and is the retreat of the supreme elders of the sect. Guan Xilan released Qin Changqing and his group, pointed to the huge manor in front of them, and said, "This place is secluded, and no one will easily disturb you. There is also a large array guarding it, so you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here in peace." Qin Changqing looked at the huge manor in front of him with satisfaction. The environment was elegant, nestled against mountains and rivers, and the spiritual energy was abundant. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a paradise. Even if all his children were brought over, it would not feel crowded. "Wow, Mom, this place is so beautiful." "Dad, is this a fairyland?" "It's so beautiful." His older children looked left and right excitedly. Huang Miaoying, Lin Yuxia, and the others also seemed a little excited. This was the place where the supreme elders retreated, the core of the sect, where the spiritual energy was the most concentrated. There were too many benefits to being able to cultivate in this place. Now, they were benefiting from Qin Changqing's good fortune. After Guan Xilan finished giving simple instructions, she flew away again. The next day, everyone gathered again in the main hall of Qiang Peak to discuss the arrangements for the future. Guan Xilan arrived a little late. As soon as they saw Guan Xilan, everyone turned their heads to stare at her, with strange expressions. Guan Xilan felt a little uncomfortable being watched and frowned. "What are you all looking at me for, senior brothers?" Lu Qinghui coughed dryly and said, "Junior sister, now that our sect has obtained such a treasure, we must make the best use of it. You see, you have an earth spiritual root. If you were to combine with Qin Changqing," Guan Xilan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that they had set their sights on her. "Yes, junior sister, don't feel burdened. This is also for the sect, and of course, for yourself. Think about it, if you give birth to a child who surpasses the heavenly spiritual root in the future, you will have face wherever you go." "Yes, yes, yes, senior brother is right." Everyone looked at Guan Xilan with anticipation. Guan Xilan knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, touched her belly, and pretended to be calm. "You don't have to worry about my affairs, senior brothers." Since Guan Xilan had already planted the seed, everyone began to discuss other candidates. "Since junior sister Guan is willing to dedicate herself to the sect, I can't fall behind." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman who looked quite charming stood up. "Elder Mei, you master, why are you also?" Everyone turned their heads in astonishment, even Lu Qinghui's face showed surprise. "This person is named Mei Qiuxue, and she can definitely be considered an old-timer of the Taiqing sect. Don't look at her black hair like a waterfall, her skin is tender and white as a young girl, and her figure so enchanting that even Guan Xilan is somewhat ashamed, but she has cultivated for a full 1,000 years, just because her cultivation is profound and she has the art of preserving her appearance, so her age cannot be seen on the surface. Moreover, this elder Mei already has a Taoist partner, and he is the supreme elder of the Taiqing sect, a terrifying existence of a transformation god heavenly lord. What is she thinking?" Mei Qiuxue had already expected everyone's reaction and said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. I discussed this with my husband last night, and he has already agreed and supports me in doing so." Everyone smacked their lips in their hearts. can this be agreed to? The Supreme Elder is righteous.
Meichoshua said, "My husband and I have long wanted a child, but we have never been able to fulfill our wish.
This is an opportunity. We are both people who have achieved the Tao. How can we still care about the eyes of the world? Moreover, a fairy seedling that surpasses the heavenly spiritual root is more important to us and the Tai Ching sect." Seeing that Meichoshua was determined, and the two of them had already discussed it, what else could they say?
Even Meichoshua could put down her face to conceive an heir. Their minds gradually became active and slowly went crazy, without any scruples. They began to recommend their descendants or familiar women, or even confidants, wives. At this moment, they no longer had any status in their eyes, only spiritual root talent.
Sect leader, I have a female descendant with a top-grade spiritual root.
Although she can't compare to junior sister Guan, she can add another heavenly spiritual root seedling to the sect. Sect leader, I have a good friend as Taoist partner, who also has a top-grade spiritual root. Sect leader, looking at everyone's somewhat eager appearance, Lu Qinghui's white eyebrows twitched, and his expression twitched.
I know you are doing this for the good of the sect, but this elder, is it a bit inappropriate for you to recommend your great-grandson's Taoist partner? And this elder, you said that your sister-in-law has a high-grade spiritual root and you want to recommend her? Can your eldest brother agree he's already dead? Okay, then it's okay.
Perhaps it was because of the abundant spiritual energy in the high mountains and distant clouds. The night of the Tai Ching sect seemed to be more beautiful than the Qin family. Qin Shangqing stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, his expression a little dazed, and he couldn't help but think of some fragments of his previous life.
Whoosh!
A familiar fragrant breeze entered his nose, and Qin Shangqing turned his head in surprise, only to see Guan Xilan entering the house at some unknown time.
Elder Guan, what are you doing visiting late at night?
Qin Shangqing quickly cupped his hands in salute. Guan Xilan turned her head away, a blush flashed across her face, and said lightly, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to successfully conceive a fairy seedling in one go." Qin Shangqing understood immediately, and without pointing it out, he smiled and said, "Elder Guan's worries are also reasonable. There is indeed this possibility." Then Guan Xilan turned and walked to the couch, waved her hand to extinguish the candlelight, and the room fell into darkness.
Elder Guan, you can call me Xilan now. Okay, Xilan, call me Daddy.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Having just experienced the ways of love, Guan Xilan seemed to have a new world opened up to her by Qin Shangqing.
Once tasted, never forgotten.
Every few days, she would come to Qin Shangqing at night, and the two of them tacitly avoided mentioning other matters. It's rare to be confused, happiness is all that matters. Currently, Huang Miaoying, Lin Yusha, and Huang Qianxian were also living with Qin Shangqing. 3 months later, Qin Shangqing indicated that he was ready and asked Huang Miaoying to notify the sect to arrange for someone to come over. That night, a charming and graceful figure quietly entered the room.
Elder Mei.
Upon seeing the person, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but be greatly surprised. During this time, he had gained some understanding of the various elders of the Tai Ching sect. This Meichoshua was a very senior elder, and her Tao companion was even the supreme elder of the sect, an existence at the Transformation God Heavenly Lord realm. Unexpectedly, she also Meichoshua lightly brushed a strand of hair beside her ear and smiled faintly. What? Is Taoist Changqing not welcoming me? Or does he think I'm not charming enough? That's not it, it's just that Changqing is crude and violent, and I'm worried about offending Elder Mei. To be fair, although this Elder Mei had cultivated for over 1,000 years, her beauty was in no way inferior to Guan Xilan. Because she was already someone else's Tao companion, coupled with her high cultivation level, she exuded a unique charm. Meichoshua naturally understood his concerns and said indifferently, "You don't need to think too much. Just do your job." With that, she directly extinguished the candlelight in the room. In the darkness, the whispers of the two could be heard. "What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to come?" Oh. Changqing, you have so many tricks. Nothing more than practice makes perfect. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a high-grade spiritual root. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a top-grade spiritual root 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with an earth spiritual root 4. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a heaven spiritual root 5. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a multi-attribute heaven spiritual root 6. Consume 1 million years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a perfect exotic spiritual root. Of course, there was nothing to say about this. Just go with 6. As the morning light faintly appeared, Qin Shangqing opened his eyes and found that the person beside him was already gone.
Last night's madness made him feel somewhat aftertaste.
Soon, the sect sent a storage bag, which contained over 1 million spirit stones, obviously for him to continue absorbing in preparation for the next time. Qin Shangqing sent the spirit stones into the system space, stretched lazily, and walked out of the room refreshed.
Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Shangqing had been in the Taiching sect for nearly half a year.
His children were also being sent over one after another, and the Enlightenment Hall was about to reopen. For the sake of the children and his own future, this kind of thing could not be neglected.
Did you write this? Guan Xilan didn't know when she appeared beside Qin Shangqing, looking up at the newly hung plaque, on which 3 large characters were written in a flamboyant style, Qingyun Hall. Qin Shangqing smiled and nodded, just scribbling for fun. Guan Xilan's eyes flickered with a strange color.
Although she was not proficient in calligraphy, she could still tell the difference between good and bad. This character had the demeanor of a master. If one's cultivation was profound, one might be able to integrate one's own Tao into it. Little did she know that Qin Shangqing didn't need to cultivate at all. When he had nothing to do, he liked to study and ponder some things, and calligraphy was one of them.
Practicing calligraphy well was also a good example for the children. Elder Guan, I happen to have something I want to ask you to help with.
The two entered the inner room, and Qin Shangqing spoke.
Guan Xilan nodded, speak.
Qin Shangqing smiled. Elder Guan also knows that many of my wives and concubines are of mortal bodies and cannot resist the passage of time. Although our marriages were forced, they only have me now, so I want to ask the sect for some longevity-enhancing and youth-preserving pills, which I can exchange with my share. He was now enjoying the treatment of a core disciple, and there would be a certain share of resources supplied every month, so it was no problem to exchange for some pills. This guy is quite thoughtful for his own women. She wasn't jealous of these mortal women, on the contrary, she felt warmth in Qin Shangqing's actions and looked up to him even more. Guan Xilan stared at Qin Shangqing for a long time before nodding. This is no problem, I will explain to the sect.
Thank you, Elder Guan.
Qin Shangqing said gratefully. There's no one here, no need to be so formal. Guan Xilan's eyes were somewhat eager.
Qin Shangqing understood. Okay, Xilan. So, the lights in the room went out again. Guan Xilan was indeed a sect elder, and her work efficiency was very fast. A few days later, someone sent over the exchanged longevity pills and youth-preserving pills. This kind of pill had little effect on cultivators, but it was an extraordinary elixir for mortals. Qin Shangqing immediately distributed these pills to his mortal wives and concubines. Thank you, husband. Qin Weiwei held the pill, her hands trembling slightly with excitement, and she couldn't help but cry with joy.
What Qin Shangqing did was equivalent to giving them another life. As Qin Shangqing's first wife, Qin Weiwei watched him marry more and more women, who were becoming more and more beautiful, and were all powerful cultivators. She could feel the distance between herself and Qin Shangqing growing further and further. As time went on, she would eventually grow old, and even if Qin Shangqing came to her at that time, she would probably be too embarrassed to see him. But she never expected that even now that Qin Shangqing had reached this point, becoming a guest of the Taiching sect, he still did not abandon her and could still think of her in every way, finding her such an elixir, making her extremely moved. Weiwei, with me here, you and the children will get better and better, believe me. Qin Shangqing put Qin Weiwei in his arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. The other mortal wives and concubines had similar reactions to Qin Weiwei after receiving the pills, all moved by Qin Shangqing's actions and becoming more dependent on him. Returning to the quiet room, Qin Shangqing sighed softly and then opened the system interface. Received 1/10 of Qin Shiming's cultivation as a return. Do you want to accept?
Received 1/10 of Qin Mengru's cultivation as a return. Do you want to accept? Received 1/100th of Qin Mingjing's cultivation as a return. Do you want to accept?
Qin Changqing chose to accept, and spiritual energy from all directions drilled into his body. His aura climbed steadily, and only slowly calmed down after a long time. Foundation establishment stage 4th layer.
A smile appeared on the corner of Qin Changqing's mouth.
He was one step closer to becoming a golden core true person. Immediately, he opened the real-time dynamic record as usual.
He was equally concerned about those children who were far away from him.
Your son Qin Shiyun is deeply loved by his master, has been taught secret methods, and has gained something from closed-door training, greatly increasing his strength. Your son Qin Shiping encountered an attack from fellow disciples while out on an experience, narrowly escaped, and was seriously injured. Your son Qin Shihong was severely injured by a guardian spirit beast while picking spiritual fruits. Your daughter Qin Mengxue tempered her heart in the mortal world and encountered a disciple of the demonic sect. The two sides fought, and both were injured. Qin Mengxue relied on a secret treasure to escape back to the sect. Your son Qin Kitchen had an epiphany during cultivation and successfully broke through to the 9th level of the Qi training stage. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Changqing's expression grew increasingly complex as he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme. His children had been encountering danger more and more frequently lately, which was due to their increased cultivation levels requiring them to complete sect-assigned tasks and venture out more. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often phoneme. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could cost them their lives. At this rate, something will happen to the children sooner or later, and some might even meet with misfortune. Qin Changqing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, hating his own lack of power, unable to protect his children when they faced danger, and fulfill his responsibilities as a father.
Children, you must be well. When I become strong, I will definitely protect you.
Qin Changqing said silently in his heart. Life in the Taiqing sect wasn't much different from life in the Qin, Lin, and Huang families. He still taught, lectured, and spent time with his wives and children, nurturing spiritual roots and immortal seedlings for the sect. The difference was that Qin Changqing did indeed have more autonomy and received the respect he deserved. Normally, no one would bother him, except when a child reached the age of 6, people from the sect would come to take them away to begin cultivation. And the sect would regularly send women to Qin Changqing to assist in nurturing spiritual roots and immortal seedlings. For women with earth-grade spiritual roots, Qin Changqing needed 3 months of preparation time. For women with supreme-grade spiritual roots, he needed 1 month in the blink of an eye. 2 years passed quickly. In those 2 years, the Taiqing sect had continuously arranged for 7 women with earth-grade spiritual roots, 2 with innate spiritual bodies, and the rest with supreme-grade spiritual roots. After all, even for a powerful sect like Taiqing, finding top-notch and reliable women wasn't easy. That night, in the darkness, 2 figures intertwined, the sounds of rain and clouds incessant. Detected that your partner has supreme-grade spiritual roots. Please choose. Qin Changqing was just preparing to continue the battle when the system prompt didn't end as usual. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 10 million years of lifespan. The system is starting to upgrade. Upgrading. Qin Changqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately became more energetic. 3 days later, the system upgrade was complete. System upgrade successful. A new function has been added. Teleportation function activated. Lifespan can be consumed for teleportation. The greater the distance, the more lifespan is consumed. You can also locate the positions of associates with positive favorability and teleport directly to them. Qin Changqing was immediately overjoyed. The system had actually activated the teleportation function. Didn't this give him the ability to escape? If there was danger, he could consume some lifespan and immediately flee thousands of miles away. More importantly, targeted teleportation meant that he could teleport to his children's side. In the future, when his children encountered danger, he could teleport over and help them. Qin Shangqing began to carefully study and ponder the system's teleportation function.
He wasn't in a hurry to experiment.
He still maintained a cautious attitude towards the world of cultivation, believing that caution was never a mistake. Moreover, he was going to protect his children, and it would be awkward if he ended up in danger instead. Although I'm already a Foundation establishment cultivator, I've never fully practiced combat techniques or possessed magical treasures. It's too dangerous to go rashly. I still need to prepare. Qin Shangqing immediately made a decision and found Huang Miaoying, asking her to get him some talismans, magical treasures, and various pills.
Although Huang Miaoying was a little strange, she didn't ask too much.
She now trusted Qin Shangqing extremely and immediately went to prepare them. In the courtyard, Qin Shangqing continuously manipulated sword incantations, a flying sword dancing nimbly up and down in front of him. To prevent anyone from intruding and spying, Qin Shangqing only used spiritual power equivalent to the third level of the qi refining stage to control it. This was the realm he outwardly displayed. Guan Xilan's figure quietly appeared in the courtyard, somewhat surprised to see Qin Shangqing performing the sword control technique.
Wasn't he uninterested in cultivation? Why did he suddenly think of practicing the sword control technique?
Qin Shangqing also noticed Guan Xilan, retracted his flying sword, and cupped his hands with a smile. "Greetings, Elder Guan."
Guan Xilan hummed in response and asked, "Are you interested in the sword control technique?"
Qin Shangqing smiled, "I'm just practicing for fun when I have nothing to do.
Although I'm very safe in the sect, it's necessary to have a little self-preservation ability." Guan Xilan nodded, "That's right.
The world of cultivation is full of dangers, and having more means of self-preservation is a good thing." Her gaze fell on the flying sword in Qin Shangqing's hand, and after a moment of contemplation, she took out a set of purple glowing flying swords from her storage bag and handed them over. "This is the violet light flying sword. It's a complete set of high-grade magical artifacts, enough for you to use until the Foundation establishment stage." Qin Shangqing was immediately delighted. They were actually high-grade magical artifacts. That meant his true strength could perfectly activate in fight.
"Thank you, Xilan."
Qin Shangqing didn't decline and directly accepted the flying swords.
He really needed a good magical artifact right now.
Seeing that Qin Shangqing wasn't being reserved, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Guan Xilan's mouth, and she said softly, "I just saw that your control of the flying sword was somewhat obscure and sluggish. I don't have anything to do right now, so I can give you some pointers."
Qin Shangqing was overjoyed. That was even better.
A month later, Qin Shangqing stood in the courtyard, a violet light flying sword surrounding him like a swimming dragon, its sword light sharp, the tip of the sword faintly emitting a purple sword glow. With the guidance of Guan Xilan, a nascent soul true monarch, his sword control technique became more and more smooth and effortless.
In that case, protecting the children shouldn't be a problem. Qin Shangqing felt extremely happy.
Only a few of his children had broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, and most were still only in the qi refining stage.
His true strength was fully capable of protecting them.
The Yuyun Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, with a wide variety of spiritual herbs, but they also concealed many demon beasts. Qin Shiping was surrounded by a layer of faint golden spiritual energy shield, cautiously advancing through the jungle. He and his fellow disciples had gone out for training, but who knew they would encounter a powerful demon beast, and the team was scattered.
He could only find a way out alone.
"I wonder where senior brother Zhao and the others have gone, and if they escaped." A look of worry appeared on Qin Shiping's face. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis struck, and then, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the side and rear, pouncing towards Qin Shiping. Qin Shiping was shocked and patted his storage bag.
2 talismans were instantly activated. Boom!
The talismans exploded on the black shadow, and the black shadow let out a sharp howl, blasted backwards, but wasn't greatly harmed, and showed its ferocious fangs at Qin Shiping. Only then did Qin Shiping see clearly that this was a wolf-like demon beast. Just as he was about to press his attack, Qin Shiping's expression suddenly changed. He saw figures suddenly leaping out of the surrounding jungle, surrounding him.
It was actually a large group of demon wolves.
This day, Qin Shangqing finished his cultivation. He had just put the violet light flying sword into his storage bag when the system interface suddenly popped up with a constantly flashing prompt. Your son, Qin Shiping, is under attack by demon beasts. Your son, Qin Shiping, is under attack by demon beasts. Your son, Qin Shiping, is under attack by demon beasts. 143 Pinger. Has he fallen into a den of demon beasts? Qin Shangqing was immediately shocked. He quickly turned back into the house and activated the house's unique protective formation. Once this formation is activated, it is equivalent to telling others that he is concentrating on absorbing spirit stones and cannot be disturbed. Even Guan Xilan would not easily barge in. Qin Shangqing put on a black robe that he had prepared in advance, put on a mask to cover his face, quickly opened the system, and adjusted to the teleportation interface. Initiate teleportation, target Qin Shiping. This teleportation will consume 2 years of lifespan. A white light enveloped Qin Shangqing, and then the whole person disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Qin Shangqing's figure directly appeared in the Yuyun Mountains. In the mountain forest, dozens of wolf-like demon beasts were constantly spewing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blades from their mouths around a young man, and some demon beasts were trying to attack from behind. This young man was Qin Shiping. His whole body was covered with wounds, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted, but he still stubbornly remained vigilant, constantly using spiritual talismans to repel the demon beasts. But Qin Shangqing could see that Qin Shiping was obviously at the end of his rope. Roar! A demon beast suddenly pounced at Qin Shiping from an extremely tricky angle, its ferocious fangs popping out, and it spewed out scorching flames from its mouth. It's over! Qin Shiping didn't have time to react when he noticed, and a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. Father, mother, your child is useless. I can only be your son again in the next life. Just as he was preparing to meet death, a flash of purple light flashed before his eyes. The demon beast that pounced on him suddenly froze in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, a wolf's head rolled down from its neck, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Who saved me? Qin Shiping escaped from death and was overjoyed. He turned his head to look. He saw a man in a black robe surrounded by a violet light flying sword guarding him. At the same time, he pinched a sword technique, and 8 other flying swords shot out like electricity, directly killing into the wolf pack. The demon beast wolf pack that had just pushed Qin Shiping into a desperate situation was simply vulnerable under the attack of this violet light flying sword, as easy and comfortable as killing chickens and slaughtering sheep. Soon, the demon beast wolf pack was slaughtered, and the ground was full of demon beast corpses. Qin Shiping's face was full of shock. At this moment, the image of the man in black robe in his eyes was infinitely elevated. Qin Shiping was slightly stunned, revealing a look of shame. What the senior taught is true. Qin Shangqing also took great pains. His children were all talented, but some of them relied on their talents and were arrogant, and repeatedly took risks. This wouldn't work. This is the world of cultivation. Living long is the most important thing. As long as you grow up and become strong, it will be much safer to come out and venture out. Think carefully, what would have been the result if I hadn't appeared today? You won't always be so lucky to have someone happen to rescue you. Cultivate with peace of mind. Cultivation is the most important thing. Qin Shangqing took out a few bottles of healing pills from the system space and threw them to Qin Shiping. He didn't give too much. After all, he was acting as a passerby, and it wouldn't make sense to give too much. Take the pills, and I will take you out. Qin Shiping took the pills and swallowed them, his face full of gratitude. Junior will definitely keep the senior's teachings in mind. Qin Shangqing nodded slightly, grabbed Qin Shiping's shoulder, and activated the teleportation function again. He chose a relatively safe location. With a flash of white light, the two had already appeared outside a certain city. This teleportation function can also control the distance to the target's location. We're out just like that? Qin Shiping widened his eyes, his face full of shock. Is this the legendary void movement? Don't let others know that you have met me. Before he could recover, Qin Shangqing had already activated the teleportation again. The white light flashed again, and there was no one around him. This senior is simply too powerful. Qin Shiping was full of excitement. He didn't expect that he could escape from death this time and also meet such a powerful senior.
It could be considered his opportunity. Qin Changqing's figure reappeared in his home in Qingyun Mansion.
The protective formation was still running, and there were no traces of intrusion. Qin Changqing took off the black robe and put it into the system space. He recalled the previous situation and was quite satisfied with his performance.
I hope this child can be obedient and stay safe, and not wander around.
Qin Changqing smiled and shook his head. He was also a little scared. Fortunately, he had prepared early, otherwise Qin Shiping would have been in danger this time. It seems that he will have to pay attention to the movements of the children in the future in the world of cultivation. Time flies.
A year passed in a flash.
Among the women sent by the Taiqing sect, the women with earth spiritual roots were still pregnant, but the women with top-grade spiritual roots had begun to give birth to offspring. The very first one caused a shock among the higher-ups of the sect.
Taiqing sect secret land.
With the cry of an infant, the hall door was pushed open, and a female elder walked out holding the child.
It's actually a dual water-wood heavenly spiritual root. Lu Qinghui was overjoyed after personally testing the child's aptitude.
The other elders also showed ecstatic expressions, and had no more doubts about Qin Changqing's ability, and paid even more attention to him. As for Qin Changqing, after learning the news, he just smiled indifferently. He had known the result for a long time and was not surprised. This was just the beginning, and the top-grade spiritual root women behind him successively gave birth to offspring. 3 attribute heavenly spiritual root, 4 attribute heavenly spiritual root, and even 5 attribute heavenly spiritual root were born one after another, making the higher-ups of the Taiqing sect both surprised and delighted.
Another year passed. Senior sister, work hard, the child is coming out soon. Several female elders simultaneously urged their spiritual power to help Guan Xilan give birth. It's a girl.
Finally, the child was successfully born. The wonderful sounds of the heavenly Tao instantly rang out in the room, accompanied by bursts of strange fragrance.
Everyone looked at the fleeting Dao on the child's forehead in shock. This is Yin's spiritual root. It's actually a Yin spiritual root.
The elder holding the child was excited. Senior sister, you actually gave birth to such a child with outstanding talent, that's great. Guan Xilan weakly propped herself up and took the child into her arms, a gentle smile appearing on her face. It's good that the child is safe. Of course she knew that the child had good talent, but now that she had become a mother, Guan Xilan's concern for the child was not only reflected in talent, but the child's health was also very important. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. After receiving this news, Lu Qinghui and the elders were all filled with ecstasy and excitement. Yin spirit root. This was a spiritual root aptitude even more precious and rare than the azure marrow frost body. Congratulations, sect leader. Congratulations to you too. This is the blessing of my Taiqing sect. Lu Qinghui smiled so wide that his mouth almost couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and he waved his hand, saying, quickly send some pills to replenish vital energy to junior sister Guan, she is a great contributor to my Taiqing sect. Yes. A month later, Guan Xilan, who had fully recovered, found Qin Changqing with her child. Congratulations, Elder Guan, on the birth of your daughter. Qin Changqing was also very happy. There's no one here, just call me Xilan. Guan Xilan's expression now had a hint of tenderness. Qin Changqing took the child, and looking at her lovely and bright eyes, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, smiling, the child looks like you, very beautiful. A happy smile flashed in Guan Xilan's eyes, and she pursed her red lips, saying, give the child a name. Qin Changqing was a little surprised, and then laughed. Could it be that he had gained Guan Xilan's formal recognition? Being able to name the child meant that he already had a certain position in Guan Xilan's heart. It was worth his hard work day and night, finally getting a response. Okay. Qin Changqing walked slowly with the child in his arms, pondered for a moment, and slowly opened his mouth, saying, how can one have the best of both worlds, to not betray the Tathagata and not betray you? How about calling her Mengqing? Not betray the Tathagata and not betray you. Guan Xilan's beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter. She knew about the Tathagata. It was from the story of Journey to the West that Qin Shangqing told. Looking at Qin Shangqing, her eyes were almost melting. This name is very good, let's call her Mengqing. It must be said that Qin Shangqing, with his memories from his previous life, indeed had a unique advantage in flirting. Although this child was not born from him, Mei Qiu Shue was his Dao companion after all, and on the surface, he was the child's father. Having such a child with outstanding talent, how could he not be happy? Alright, stop laughing, hurry up and give the child a name. Mei Qiu Shue chided and urged. Feng stopped laughing, lowered his head and pondered for a long time before saying, this child is a lightning spirit root, as the saying goes, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme follows the dragon, clouds follow the tiger, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, rain, thunder, and lightning are inseparable. My son has the posture of an immortal, and will surely become a great figure in the future, let's call him Feng Yunlei. With two children with perfect exotic spiritual roots appearing one after another, the high-level members of the Taiqing sect had fallen into madness. Sect leader, Qin Shangqing's ability is too heaven-defying. Even a earth spirit root is like this. If we can find a woman with a heaven spirit root to combine with him, wouldn't we be able to give birth to a legendary immortal spirit root child? In the inner hall, an elder said with an excited expression. As soon as this was said, the other elders also showed excited expressions. Lu Qinghui's white beard trembled, and his eyes gleamed. It is said that when the legendary immortal spirit root is born, it will be accompanied by immortal spiritual energy, the body is pure and flawless, and cultivation is more than 1,000 miles in a day, there is no bottleneck at all. It is said that as long as the immortal spirit root does not die prematurely, it can become an immortal in just 100 years. It's just a pity that my Taiqing sect currently doesn't have a woman with a heaven spirit root. Lu Qinghui sighed. The elders also looked regretful. Now they need to seek stability. When the children slowly grow up, the Taiqing sect will naturally slowly grow stronger, and sooner or later they will be able to find a woman with a heaven spirit root. Changqing, this is our sect's chief senior sister, Nangong Dai. Elder Chao Feng, who came riding a magical artifact, introduced with a smile. This elder Chao Feng was responsible for Qin Shangqing's daily affairs. Because Qin Shangqing was too important to the sect, all matters concerning him could not be handled by others, so the sect specially sent an elder to be responsible. Qin Shangqing looked at the chief senior sister in front of him, and was also slightly amazed. This senior sister was a little different. Unlike the others who wore Taoist buns, she casually grabbed a high ponytail behind her head, appearing youthful, unrestrained, and cheerful. You are Qin Shangqing? This senior sister's dress was a little more casual than the other women in the sect, but it was unique. Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she generously bowed in greeting. Qin Shangqing quickly returned the greeting, saying, Shangqing has met senior sister. No need to be so polite, we are all sect disciples, we are a family. Nangong Dai waved her hand generously, saying, the environment here is really good, and the spiritual energy is abundant. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme here for a while, is that okay? Qin Shangqing subconsciously glanced at Elder Chao Feng, and only smiled when he saw him nod, saying, it's an honor. Nangong Dai smiled contentedly, put her hands behind her back, and went straight into the mansion. Changqing, senior nephew Nangong is entrusted to you, this is the spirit stone. Elder Chao Feng handed a storage bag to Qin Shangqing, and left writing a magical artifact after giving a few instructions. That night, Nangong Dai entered Qin Shangqing's room, and after a friendly exchange, Qin Shangqing began to do the familiar multiple-choice question again. Detected that the partner is a top-grade spiritual root, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can give birth to offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can give birth to offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can give birth to offspring with earth-grade spiritual roots. 4. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can give birth to offspring with heaven-grade spiritual roots. 5. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with multi-attribute heaven-grade spiritual roots. Continue to choose 5. Junior brother Changqing,
concentrate a little.
Nangong Dai's dissatisfied voice came from her ear.
In the following days, the sect successively sent all the inner sect's second senior sister, third senior sister, and other disciples with good qualifications, and even 2 newly entered junior sisters. These 2 junior sisters, one named Su Man and the other named Wu Menglan, were both gifted, one with an earth spirit root, and the other with a rare fire spirit body. In the darkness, Wu Menglan frowned tightly, making a slightly painful sound. Qin Changqing suddenly felt a burst of pity. During this time, he had been with the sect's elders and peak masters who had higher cultivation bases and were hundreds of years old.
The intensity was too high.
The so-called 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. The fairies who are hundreds of years old are like a melting pot, which can directly melt Qin Changqing. Suddenly facing the junior sister who was as tender as a newly opened rose, he had to be gentle. The familiar multiple-choice question emerged again. Detected that the partner is a congenital fire spirit body, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can give birth to offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 6. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan, can give birth to offspring with a congenital spiritual body. 7. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan, can give birth to offspring with a special spiritual body. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. As long as the conditions are sufficient, Qin Changqing wouldn't be stingy and would always choose the best aptitude for the children.
Besides, now within the Tai Ching sect, the supply of spirit stones is only increasing.
Without a doubt, choose 7. The Qingyun mansion is now very lively.
Besides the children sent for enlightenment, their mothers also frequently come to Qin Changqing's place, some even staying here to accompany their children. Thus, the Qingyun mansion is filled with the most outstanding celestial maidens of the Tai Ching sect. Every day, it can be said that the garden is full of spring colors. The main thing is that Qin Changqing is the only adult man here looking at the various fairies, some enchanting, some charming, some aloof, shuttling back and forth every day. Qin Changqing is also filled with emotion. His days are probably the envy of the gods. This is a genuine case of a single green amidst a sea of flowers. However, Qin Changqing doesn't dare to offend any of these women. Their status and position in the sect are not low, and their cultivation is at least at the foundation establishment stage. Qin Changqing has to serve them well.
Fellow Taoist Changqing, I have some things I want to discuss with you in detail. How about I come to find you tonight?
At the entrance of the school, Qin Changqing watched each child being picked up by their fairy mother, and suddenly heard a voice transmission in his ear. Looking up, he saw a woman wearing a fiery red gauze dress secretly raising her eyebrows at him. Qin Changqing blinked, feeling somewhat helpless in his heart. This kind of thing has long been commonplace for him. This is already considered restrained, at least giving him a heads up in advance. Some are even more excessive, secretly sneaking into his room in the middle of the night for a night of passion. The aloof and noble fairies during the day, once they enter his room, completely let go of their airs. After Qin Changqing's guidance, they become more and more open. If it were just 1 or 2, it would be fine, but the key is that there are many fairies in the entire Qingyun mansion now, and there are quite a few who do this kind of thing, so it is inevitable that they will run into each other. At first, it was fine, and they all retreated shyly. Later on, there was always someone in Qin Changqing's room, and finally someone couldn't help but push the door open. Choosing to be together once someone took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, the fairies behind had no more scruples. Not to mention 1 or 2, it was common for 4 or 5 to sleep together in the same bed. Qin Changqing is also tired and happy about this. He can only bear the karma brought about by his system. Fortunately, the spiritual energy absorbed by the system also has a specific blessing for him, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Qin Changqing also had to speed up the absorption of spirit stones and start the second round of equal distribution of favor.
Gradually, within the Qingyun mansion, many fairies' bellies bulged up again. They simply stayed in the mansion for a long time. Anyway, the spiritual energy here is abundant, the environment is good, and there is such a gentle and considerate man to accompany them, which is much better than boring closed-door cultivation. Just treat it as a life experience. In the inner courtyard. Eldest senior sister, I still don't quite understand some aspects of this earth escape technique. Can you give me some pointers? Xin Chongqing humbly asked for advice. Xin Chongqing was immediately overjoyed. 5 elements treasures are very rare in the cultivation world, and each one is worth a lot. If you give it to me, what will you do? Xin Chongqing declined. Nangong Dai said sternly, just take it if I give it to you, don't decline. My attainments in the 5 elements escape techniques have already reached a high level, and this earth spirit pearl is no longer of much use to me. Only then did Xin Chongqing accept it. During this period, in addition to asking for advice on cultivation issues, he also obtained a lot of good things from these fairies, including elixirs, formation bases, magical instruments, spiritual herbs, and talismans. It has to be said that these women really have a lot of good things in their hands. During this period, under Qin Shangqing's hard companionship, the fairies' goodwill towards him increased day by day, and they gave him these things voluntarily. Qin Shangqing is already at the foundation establishment stage, and although he can't use many things himself, he can give them to the children. In fact, every few days, he would use the system's teleportation function to take care of the children who encountered difficulties and dangers, helping them to turn danger into safety, and would also hand over the magical instruments and treasures that the fairies gave him to the children. Qin Shangqing's eyelids suddenly twitched, noticing the red light flashing on the system interface, and immediately cupped his hands and said goodbye. Eldest senior sister, I suddenly remembered that I have some things that haven't been dealt with yet, so I'll take my leave first. Nangong Dai was obviously a little unfulfilled, but she didn't stop him, and smiled. If you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I should go back to cultivate too. Qin Shangqing returned to his room, quickly activated the protective barrier in the room, and then opened the system interface. Your son Qin Shiming was injured in a competition with his fellow disciples. My son is injured. Qin Shangqing was a little anxious, and immediately put on his black robe and activated the system teleportation. Taishin sect. In an empty courtyard, Qin Shiming was waving the long sword in his hand, his spiritual energy fluctuating, but somewhat chaotic. It could be seen that he was very uneasy at the moment. My swordsmanship is much higher than his. If it weren't for the difference in magic weapons, how could I have lost to him? Qin Shiming's face was full of resentment. Suddenly, a white light lit up in the courtyard, and Qin Shangqing appeared wearing a black robe and a mask. Master! Qin Shiming was slightly stunned, and then ran over with a face full of surprise, but accidentally pulled his wound and let out a muffled groan. Qin Shangqing felt a little distressed, but he still stood in place without moving, with a faint expression, looking like a detached expert. This was not the first time he had come to see Qin Shiming. His current identity was Qin Shiming's expert master. The previous few times he had seen Qin Shiming, he was diligently cultivating, even practicing until late at night every day, specializing in swordsmanship, and he had a certain talent in swordsmanship. So he began to guide Qin Shiming in his cultivation. As for how to guide him, he naturally didn't know. But he had people. He changed the way he asked those nascent soul fairies about Qin Shiming's problems, and then gave feedback to Qin Shiming. In addition, he had watched a lot of cultivation dramas and novels in his previous life, so he could casually say a lot of profound truths, full of presence. For people with understanding, your casual remarks may inspire him. Under Qin Shangqing's guidance, Qin Shiming's swordsmanship did improve by leaps and bounds. Looking at your appearance, you were taught a lesson again? Qin Shangqing asked indifferently. Qin Shiming's face flashed with anger. Master, this can't be blamed on the disciple. His magic weapon is too good, I can't fight him at all. His understanding of swordsmanship is much worse than mine. If it weren't for the difference in magic weapons, the disciple wouldn't have lost. Qin Shangqing frowned slightly and scolded, foolish. It's their business if others have magical treasures. Everyone has their own opportunities. How can you have such thoughts? This is just a competition between fellow disciples. If you were outside facing a life and death battle, would you also complain that other people's magical treasures are too good? These words struck Qin Shiming like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. That's right, if he encountered a strong enemy outside, would they not use their good magical treasures and fight you fairly? That was obviously impossible.
Magical treasures were also part of their strength. His mentality was indeed flawed. Thinking of this, Qin Shiming's face flushed red with shame, and he lowered his head, saying, "Master is right.
I was being stubborn."
Seeing his son's awakening, Qin Shangqing nodded with satisfaction and said, "Disciple, magical treasures are ultimately external objects.
What is most important for cultivators?
It is cultivation and magical combat skills. Clearly, your sword cultivation is not strong enough. Otherwise, with your talent, even if the other party's magical treasure is better, you shouldn't have lost within the same realm. The way of the sword is profound and vast, not just using spiritual power to clash head-on.
What difference is there between that and ordinary people?
You must remember, let him be strong, the breeze caresses the mountain, let him be fierce, the bright moon shines on the great river. You must learn to find the enemy's flaws, respond to all changes with constancy, and overcome force with skill.
This is the essence of the sword Dao. Qin Shiming listened attentively, nodding with excitement. Master was truly amazing.
Just a few words were filled with the truth of the great Tao. In this short while, Qin Shiming already felt that his understanding of the sword Tao had advanced a small step. Qin Shangqing felt sorry for his son's injured shoulder and took out a bottle of healing elixir, handing it over, saying, "This kind of sect competition is not very meaningful.
Everyone is a fellow disciple, and no one will strike a fatal blow. Also, showing off too much is not beneficial.
On the contrary, you may be targeted and schemed against. The cultivation world is a place where the weak are prey to the strong, and there are dangers everywhere.
It is better to cultivate well and improve yourself.
When your cultivation increases, there will be fewer things that you fear." Qin Shiming knew that his master was concerned about him and was filled with gratitude. Master is right, disciple will remember. Qin Shangqing looked at the slightly damaged magical sword in his son's hand, pondered for a moment, and took out a crescent-shaped purple flying sword from his storage bag. This was given to him by a golden core stage fairy.
Take this flying sword.
Remember, do not compete fiercely with others. Qin Shiming took the flying sword, somewhat surprised. This flying sword was too beautiful, like a crescent moon, with purple starlight shining on it. Master, this flying sword seems to be for female cultivators. Is it appropriate for disciple to use it? Qin Shiming was a little embarrassed. If he used such a beautiful flying sword, he would be ridiculed. Qin Shangqing felt a little helpless in his heart. It's not that your father won't give you a normal magical weapon, but the magical weapons and treasures in his hands were all given by fairies.
He hadn't taken out even more beautiful ones.
This flying sword was already considered good. Of course, he would naturally not say this, but instead said sternly, "What did I just tell you? Magical treasures are just external objects.
Don't care about their appearance. The strength of a magical treasure ultimately depends on the person using it. I see that your swordsmanship is fierce, but lacks flexibility. That is why I am giving you this flying sword, so that you can learn the way of softness from it.
The combination of strength and softness is the right path. Moreover, this flying sword is only for you to practice swordsmanship.
When you truly cultivate the sword Dao to great success, everything around you can become a sword."
Every move of master had profound meaning.
Everything around him can become a sword?
Qin Shiming couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of this scene.
It is this disciple who is foolish.
Qin Shiming said with some shame, "Master, please rest assured, disciple will definitely study and cultivate diligently, and will not let you down."
"Very good."
Qin Shangqing smiled and patted Qin Shiming's shoulder, saying gently, "Cultivate well, I'm leaving." After speaking, white light enveloped his body, and the next moment, he disappeared. Qin Shangqing's departure made Qin Shiming feel somewhat lost. He liked this master very much, but he always came and went in a hurry, and only said a few words each time before leaving.
"I must cultivate well and not let master down,"
Qin Shiming said secretly. He immediately began to refine the flying sword bestowed by his master. After a moment, a look of shock appeared on his face. It's actually a top-grade magical weapon. It was indeed a bit extravagant for him to use a top-grade magical weapon with his current realm. This was just something master casually gave him, and it was only for him to practice swordsmanship.
Master indeed had profound meaning.
Master is simply too amazing. Qin Shiming's admiration for Qin Changqing had reached an extreme level. With a flash of light, Qin Changqing appeared in his room, sighing slightly.
Son, cherish it well, these magical weapons and treasures were all earned by your father's body. After thinking about it, he once again called up the dynamic records to check.
Your daughter Qin Mengxue is exploring an abandoned immortal cultivation cave. Qin Changqing thought for a moment and activated the teleportation again. Among the towering mountains, Qin Mengxue held a jade slip in one hand, checking it, while she was quickly flying while controlling a magical weapon.
This jade slip was something she obtained unintentionally. It recorded an immortal cultivation cave, and this time she took advantage of a sect mission to come and explore its authenticity. It's here.
Qin Mengxue floated in front of a huge waterfall, the silver-white waterfall rushing down, with a huge roar that never stopped. It seems that it should be behind this waterfall, Qin Mengxue pondered, reaching out and casting a water-repelling talisman to shroud herself, and controlled her magical weapon to rush straight in. Not far away, Qin Changqing, who had already activated his stealth ability, stomped his feet anxiously. This girl, why is she so reckless, not even testing it first?
What if there is danger inside? He quickly flew and followed closely, only to see that behind the waterfall was a smooth stone wall. Where was any cave? Qin Mengxue was a little unwilling, and probed with her divine sense, finally discovering a clue.
It turned out that the entrance to this cave was shrouded in an array as a disguise.
If she couldn't open the array, she couldn't get in at all.
Watching his daughter trying her best to break the array, Qin Changqing directly flew into the stone wall.
The system's stealth function could completely ignore the array's obstruction.
However, after coming in, Qin Changqing was greatly disappointed. This was indeed a cave of an immortal cultivation senior, but that senior had long disappeared, and the cave had not left anything behind.
Wouldn't Mengxue be very disappointed if she saw it?
Qin Changqing thought for a while and left some elixirs, talismans, and even magical weapons in the cave. These were originally intended for the children, and this was a good opportunity.
However, this girl is a bit impulsive.
It's not a good thing to barge into unfamiliar caves. She needs to be taught a lesson to prevent her from getting into real trouble due to recklessness in the future. Qin Changqing hid in the dark, found the weak point of the formation, and directly broke it.
The original owner of this cave shouldn't have been a high-level cultivator, and the formation left behind wasn't very sophisticated.
Moreover, Qin Changqing broke it from the inside, which was definitely much easier than from the outside. Seeing the formation disappear and reveal the entrance, Qin Mengxue was overjoyed and rushed in directly, soon discovering the things Qin Changqing had left behind.
Wow, so many spiritual talismans and pills, there's even a top-grade magic weapon. It seems this trip wasn't in vain after all.
Qin Mengxue excitedly collected the items. Buzz! Suddenly, the cave began to shake.
Qin Mengxue was startled and looked around, but couldn't find anyone. Crap, the cave is about to collapse.
Qin Mengxue immediately controlled her magic weapon to rush out, but a loud rumble came from the entrance.
The mountain collapsed, sealing it off completely.
Moreover, the entire mountain was shaking violently, and rocks kept falling, as if the entire cave was about to be buried.
Qin Mengxue's face turned ashen.
With her current strength, it was impossible to break through the entrance and escape in a short time.
It's over, it's over. Qin Mengxue regretted it immensely. This must be a contingency plan left by the cave's owner to prevent outsiders from breaking in.
Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her, grabbed her shoulder, and shouted, "Go!" Immediately afterward, the two were enveloped in white light and disappeared from the spot. The scenery in front of Qin Mengxue's eyes changed from illusion to reality, and she realized that she had already left the cave and appeared on a plain. Looking at the black-robed man standing calmly on her left, she was immediately surprised and delighted. "Senior, you saved me." This black-robed man had appeared several times when she was in danger. Not only was he powerful, but he was also mysterious and elusive. This time, he had appeared again at the critical moment of life and death to save her life, making Qin Mengxue extremely grateful. Qin Changqing hummed in acknowledgement and said solemnly, "It's good that you have opportunities, but you act recklessly. If this old one hadn't been nearby, you would have been in trouble just now." Qin Mengxue was also afraid for a while and said shamefully, it was this junior who didn't consider things carefully.
Thank you, senior.
Qin Shangqing waved his hand and said, these are all trivial matters. Remember, the world of cultivation is full of dangers. Think twice before you do anything, and don't turn opportunities into desperate situations.
Qin Mengxue nodded emphatically, this junior has remembered.
Seeing that Qin Mengxue had really realized the problem, Qin Shangqing nodded slightly, it's safe here. This old one has other matters to attend to and will take his leave. After speaking, he disappeared in a flash of white light. Taking off his black robe, Qin Shangqing let out a long sigh. He had done what he should do. In recent days, he had established contact with many children, and several children who liked hard work and had good comprehension had established a master-disciple relationship with him. He had also given away many treasures he had obtained from the fairies. Of course, he wouldn't blindly help without a bottom line, as that would only harm them. They still had to endure the hardships they should endure.
How could they grow without experiencing trials and tribulations?
Qin Shangqing only appeared at the most critical moments to help them overcome difficulties and teach them some survival skills to prevent them from going astray. Shihong is a troublesome child. Qin Shangqing was a little worried when he thought of Qin Shihong, whom he had just met.
This child actually had secret connections with demonic cultivators.
Although there weren't many connections now, it was still a hidden danger. He was now a little conflicted and couldn't directly point it out, so he could only observe secretly and not let Shihong go astray. Taiching Sect, Hall of Teaching. This is where the elders who usually teach the Tao give public lectures. Elders and deacons will come here regularly to teach the disciples and solve some problems in their cultivation. Speaking of which, it seems like we haven't seen Senior Sister for a long time. A group of disciples whispered.
Yeah, I haven't seen her for a long time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme.
I even went to Senior Sister's cave a few days ago, but she wasn't there at all.
What did you go to Senior Sister for? Master just gave me a good magic weapon.
I think Senior Sister can use it, so I wanted to give it to her. The disciple who was asked blushed a little.
Senior Sister is beautiful and has a good personality.
She is a well-known fairy in the sect, and many disciples admire her.
It's not just Senior Sister.
I haven't seen second Senior Sister and third Senior Sister for a long time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Those two junior sisters who just joined the sect are said to have extremely high talent.
Do you remember them?
They haven't shown up for a long time. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme.
It's really strange.
Not only these senior sisters and junior sisters, but also several senior aunts, senior grandmas, and senior great-grandmas haven't appeared for a long time. They used to come here regularly to teach us the Dharma. I asked Master, and she said they are all in seclusion.
Seclusion? All of them are in seclusion at once? That's unlikely, right?
The disciples were talking a lot and felt that something was wrong. Alas, Senior Sister hasn't shown up for so long, and I'm not in the mood to cultivate. A white-robed disciple said with a mournful face. I confessed my feelings to Junior Sister as soon as she entered the sect, but not only has she not responded until now, but she's also in seclusion? She's only at the 3rd level of Qi training. Does she need to be in seclusion? The blue-clothed disciple next to him was also not feeling well.
Isn't that obvious?
She just didn't take a fancy to you.
Someone mocked. No, it must be that I didn't express my sincerity.
The blue-clothed disciple said firmly, I'll go back and guard outside Junior Sister's cave later.
I won't leave until she comes out. Sincerity can move even metal and stone.
I will definitely be able to impress Junior Sister. Where do these sighing disciples know that the Senior Sisters and Junior Sisters they are thinking about are now in someone's residence with big bellies, accompanying the same man, leisurely raising their babies? If they knew, these guys would probably vomit 3 liters of blood in anger. Suddenly, a middle-aged man drove a magic weapon and landed outside the hall door, and then led a 6 or 7-year-old child into the hall, attracting the attention of many people.
That junior brother looks a bit unfamiliar? Oh, I know this. He is a new disciple accepted by Junior Uncle Zhou.
It seems his surname is Huang, and he has top-grade spiritual roots. My senior uncle also recently accepted 3 disciples, all of whom have top-grade spiritual roots, one surnamed Qin, one surnamed Lin, and one also surnamed Huang.
Newly accepted. Hey, have you noticed a problem?
The sect hasn't held an ascension conference recently, so why are there so many junior brothers and junior sisters with good talents?
I don't know about this.
Who cares? The sect doesn't only have the ascension conference as a channel for recruiting disciples.
Why should we worry about this?
That's true. The elder who teaches the Dharma is here. Keep quiet. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading history. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
2 years later. It has now been 5 years since Qin Changqing came to the Taiching sect. By now, he has given birth to more than 100 children with heavenly spiritual roots or higher for the Taiching sect. And his cultivation has successfully broken through to the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage with the feedback from his children.
Daddy, this toy was broken by my younger brother.
This black dot was moving very fast, and it reached the sky above the Taiching sect in a dozen breaths. Whereas fellow Taoist Qiang, a grand voice resounded throughout the entire Taiching sect, and everyone looked up. A group of people stood directly on a huge magical treasure ship, led by a middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe. As the voice fell, more than a dozen figures flew out from Qiyang Peak, led by Lu Qinghui.
Fellow Taoists, have you been well?
Lu Qinghui smiled and opened the sect's great formation, welcoming the group into the sect.
The Taishan sect has arrived so quickly.
A figure flashed out beside Qin Changqing, also looking up.
It was Guan Xilan. Qin Changqing asked doubtfully, "What are the people from the Taishan sect doing here?"
Guan Xilan said, "The once-in-a-decade sect competition is here. This time, it's our Taiching sect's turn to host it." Qin Changqing suddenly understood. He had been staying in Qingyun Mansion all the time, and hadn't gone out to do any activities, so he didn't know what was happening outside. However, having stayed in the sect for so long, plus teleporting to meet his children, he still knew about the sect competition. This was a competition jointly established by the 10 major cultivation sects of Jing country. It had been going on for hundreds of years, and was considered a competition between the 10 major sections. Each major sect would send disciples from the Qi refining stage to the golden core stage, divided according to cultivation level, to compete and discuss the Tao, vying for rankings. These rankings also had a certain impact on the rankings of the 10 major sects, so they all attached great importance to it. Just as he was speaking, another group of black dots approached rapidly from the horizon, a group of people riding on flying birds and strange beasts. These strange beasts were of various shapes, huge in size, and exuded a suffocating sense of oppression.
"Is that the Daotian sect?" Qin Changqing asked. Guan Xilan nodded and said, "The Daotian sect is good at beast taming. The snowflame eagle at the front is a golden core stage spirit beast."
Qin Changqing marveled, feeling a little envious in his heart, wondering when he could also get a few flying spirit beasts as mounts. Before long, another group of people came riding on flying swords, each with their hands behind their backs, their faces full of arrogance. The men were handsome and the women were valiant, all with good appearances. "This is the Fengling sword sect," Guan Xilan said indifferently. "Their sect is good at sword control and likes to use flying swords to fight enemies." In the following time, the 10 major sects arrived one after another. In addition to the previous 3, the others were the Bihai sect, the Tai sword sect, the Thunder sword sect, the Ice and Snow palace, the Yunxiao sect, and the Haoyang sect. The Taiching sect became busy. After settling the disciples of the 10 major sections, Lu Qinghui and the other high-level officials discussed the competition in a secret room. "Sect leader, now that our niece Nangong and the others are pregnant, they can't participate in the competition at all. What should we do?" "Yes, although there are also disciples with good talents in the sect, there are not enough of them, and their cultivation is still shallow. Originally, we focused on training our niece Nangong and the others for the sect competition, but who knew, alas?" The elders all looked anxious. Nangong Dai and other important disciples with good talents are now all in Qingyun Mansion with big bellies. Lu Qinghui was also a little worried. Qin Changqing was too powerful. In recent years, he basically hadn't let the women in his mansion be idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme they were pregnant, or they were on the way to being pregnant.
Isn't it just a sect competition? If it really doesn't work, let other disciples with slightly weaker talents fill in.
Now, our Tai Ching sect doesn't need to pursue rankings too much. In the future, when those disciples grow up, we can take back everything we lost.
Elder Chao Feng said. The elders were stunned, thinking that it was true.
They now held so many top-notch immortal seedlings in their hands, which was more precious than anything else.
Why should they care about those vain rankings? Lu Qinghui also smiled and said, Junior brother Chao is right. Our Tai Ching sect is only seeking stability now. Rankings are not important.
You only need to ensure that the competition proceeds smoothly and that there are no problems.
Yes.
I hope this competition ends soon.
Taixian Sect Station.
Qin Shiping and Qin Shiqing came to the Tai Ching sect for the first time, standing on the edge of the cliff overlooking the misty clouds below.
Brother, the Tai Ching sect is indeed the #1 sect.
The spiritual energy is indeed much richer than our Taixian sect.
Qin Shiqing took a deep breath and sighed. Qin Shiping laughed and scolded, if the master hears you say that, you will inevitably be reprimanded again.
Qin Shiqing immediately grinned happily.
Both of them were children who were sent to the Taixian sect in their early years, both born to Qin Rongrong. Shipeng? Shiqing?
Suddenly, a voice sounded. Qin Shiping was stunned, turned his head to look, and saw 3 figures, 2 women and 1 man, standing not far away, looking at them with surprise on their faces.
You are Qin Shiping, and the 2 were a little puzzled, then their eyes slowly lit up, seeing familiar shadows on the 3 of them, and said uncertainly, Big brother, second sister, third sister?
The people who came were Qin Shiming, Qin Mengru, and Qin Mengxue. They also came out for a stroll when they were free, and by the way, to make friends with the outstanding disciples of various sections. They didn't expect to meet the 2 here.
Ha ha ha, it really is you, little Shiping.
Qin Shiming laughed and stepped forward, saying, At first, I wasn't sure, after all, so many years have passed.
Fortunately, you haven't changed too much, you've grown a lot taller. Qin Shiping and the 2 were also full of excitement that they could meet their relatives here.
Although in the perception of the 2 of them, he and Qin Shiming and the 3 were only cousins, but they grew up together since childhood, and their relationship was better than relatives. Xiao Chang has also grown up.
When he was a child, he followed behind my butt asking for candy.
Qin Mingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Qin Shiqing scratched his head embarrassedly, Third sister, please don't make fun of me. After chatting for a while about the general situation after leaving the family, everyone felt a little emotional. Qin Mengru said, there were quite a few brothers and sisters who grew up with us who were sent to the 10 major sections. You 2 are here, maybe other brothers and sisters have also come.
Qin Shiping's eyes lit up and said, yes, there must be more. Why don't we go look for them?
The few people immediately drove their magical instruments and left the station, and began to wander around the sect. Although there is competition between the 10 major sects, they are still relatively friendly as righteous paths, and there are not many restrictions on the disciples brought by each sect.
Except for some forbidden areas, other places can still be moved around freely.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
The group wandered around the sect for a long time, but didn't encounter any familiar faces, which was a bit disappointing.
Thinking about it, it made sense. The disciples of the 10 great sects wouldn't all be running around idly. Many were focused on cultivation to prepare for the grand competition.
Moreover, the Tai Ching sect was so large that even if they did come out, they might not run into each other.
Besides, so many years had passed.
It was impossible for everyone to remain unchanged like Qin Shiping and the others. Some might be standing right in front of them and they wouldn't even recognize them.
Big brother, let's stop searching for now.
If there really are any brothers who have come here, we'll naturally know tomorrow during the grand competition. We haven't seen each other for so long. I have a few jars of spirit wine here, how about we have a drink together? Qin Shiping suggested.
Qin Shiming hesitated. The grand competition is tomorrow, wouldn't that be bad? What does it matter? We are cultivators, ordinary spirit wine won't affect us.
Let's go, little brother, third sister will accompany you for a drink. The group left together. Within the Taiching sect, on Fire Spirit Peak, there was a huge stone platform. It had been smoothed and flattened extremely well by the Taiching sect using great divine powers. The competition venue for the 10 great sects was located here. The platform was divided into 10 areas, each belonging to one of the 10 great sects, and the middle was separated into small round platforms for the disciples of each sect to compete. Streams of light from magical artifacts descended. Under the arrangement of the Taiching sect, the sects took their seats one after another. Everyone was very familiar with the competition process of the sects, which saved a lot of trouble. The first month was for the Qi refining stage disciples of each sect to compete, vying for the top 10.
Each family would take out some treasures as rewards.
The second month was for the foundation establishment stage, and the third month was for the golden core stage. After 3 months, disciples from each sect would be arranged to enter a trial ground, which contained various spiritual medicines and treasures, but also had demon beasts guarding them. It tested the ability of the disciples of each sect to handle dangerous situations. Danger was natural, but it was within a controllable range. Everyone understood the principle that jade must be cut and polished to become a useful object.
Taishan sects Qin Shiming vs Bihai sects Guan Shangxian. Thunder Sword sects Luo Yan vs Tai Sword sects Tanglinger.
The competitions of the 10 great sects were conducted simultaneously, otherwise it would take too long for so many disciples to compete.
Junior brother Qiming, show the momentum of our Taishan sect and beat that kid up. Senior brother Luo Yan, you must not show mercy just because the opponent is a woman. The disciples whose names were called immediately flew out from their respective sects and landed in the arena.
Big brother Qiming is on the stage. Qin Shicheng watched the situation below with some nervousness. Don't worry, I see that big brother Qiming's aura is strong and his foundation is very solid. That Guan Shangxian is no match for him. Qin Shiping's vision was still very good, and with his cultivation already at the foundation establishment stage, he could naturally see it at a glance.
That's not for sure, maybe the other party has some good magic weapon?
Qin Shicheng was still a little worried.
In the arena,
Qin Shiming took a deep breath, cupped his hands and said loudly, Taishan sects Qin Shiming, asking for guidance from senior brother. The young man opposite also cupped his hands and smiled, junior brother, please. A formation rose from the edge of the arena, isolating it from the outside world, meaning that the competition officially began.
Qin Shiming moved at this instant.
A crescent-shaped flying sword with a cyan glow emerged from the storage bag and hovered in front of him, buzzing and trembling.
Before coming to the grand competition, Qin Shangqing specially met with Qin Shiming and told him not to use the things he gave him in the sect competition.
Qin Shangqing's treasures all came from the female fairies of the Taiching sect, and it was easy to be recognized, which would be difficult to explain. Qin Shiming also understood what his master meant. He wanted him to show his ability by his own strength, not to rely on external objects, and at the same time, treat these external objects as trump cards, not to expose them to outsiders, and use them desperately at critical moments. Understanding this principle, Qin Shiming became more attentive in his swordsmanship. Now, he can exert super strength even with ordinary swords. Qin Shiming didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. The flying sword in front of him suddenly split into 3 sword shadows, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, and shot towards the opponent. These water droplets instantly burst towards the 3 flying swords. 2 of the flying swords blurred for a moment before re-solidifying, but the real from the fake had been identified.
Good.
The disciples of the Bihai sect under the stage shouted, Senior brother Guan is a water spirit root, and the water attribute between heaven and earth is simply a part of his body.
The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the power. Break it for me.
Guan Shangxian changed the spirit art again, and the water droplets suddenly merged into one, condensing into a huge palm in mid-air, grabbing towards the rail flying sword. The corner of Qin Shiming's mouth suddenly curled up in a smile, and his hands quickly formed a seal, splitting light reversal. I saw that the huge water current palm suddenly grasped, but it only grasped a ball of light and shadow.
Not good. Guan Shengshuan's face changed drastically, but it was too late.
The false flying sword that he had identified was suspended 1 inch from his eyebrows, and the sword light spitting out from the tip of the sword made his skin feel tingling.
Guan Shengshuan's face turned pale.
Only then did he understand that he had been fooled. The one in front of him was the real flying sword. The previous test was just a deliberate illusion given to him by Qin Shicheng.
Qin Shiming wins.
The monk in charge of monitoring next to him shouted loudly, and then opened the formation barrier.
Senior brother, you have given way.
Qin Shiming put away his flying sword and cupped his hands.
Junior brother's swordsmanship is really amazing. I lost unfairly.
Although Guan Shengxian was a little unwilling, he still cupped his hands with great demeanor and stepped down from the stage. Qin Shiming returned to the Taishan sect's side, and immediately attracted a burst of cheers.
Junior brother Qiqing, well done.
You have brought glory to our Taishan sect. It turns out that the splitting lightsword technique can be used like this.
Junior brother Qiming, you have really opened my eyes. Not bad.
The leading elder also had a smile on his face. In the distance, Qin Shiping and the other two also smiled and made a gesture of congratulations.
The competition went very smoothly.
Each sect attached great importance to the sect competition, and the disciples they brought were all talented.
Some disciples' competitions made the elders' eyes light up.
A month passed quickly, and the competition for the Qi refining stage disciples came to an end, and the top 10 disciples were selected. Immediately afterwards, it was the competition for the foundation establishment stage disciples. Because they had better cultivation, the competition was even more exciting.
Spiritual power rolled in the arena, and magic weapons flew around.
On the higher platform in the distance, the high-level officials of the 10 great sects were sitting.
Fellow Daoist Qiyang, I heard that your sect has many talented female cultivators, and there are also several earth spirit roots. Why haven't I seen any of them? Someone asked strangely.
The disciples who came out of the Taiching sect this time were not satisfactory, because many of their powerful female disciples did not participate in the competition. Lu Qinghui explained with a smile, it's also a coincidence. We just opened a secret realm suitable for female cultivators to practice in the past 2 years, so we sent them all in. After all, cultivation is the most important thing. He shook his head as he spoke, looking regretful.
Qin Changqing's function is indeed no less than an opportunity.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading record. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Upon hearing Lu Qinghui's explanation,
the other sects were immediately curious.
There's actually a secret realm specifically for female cultivators? That's hard to say.
The world of cultivation is infinitely mysterious.
What kind of place doesn't exist? The Taiching sect is truly blessed. Everyone sighed.
Lu Qinghui and the elders wore wry smiles, as if to say, you got lucky this time because those genius disciples didn't participate.
Another 2 months flew by.
With the end of the Golden Core Stage Disciples competition, the top 10 of the 3 realms were also announced.
Each sect presented magical treasures to reward and encourage the top 10 disciples.
The most concerning to everyone was still the Qi training. After all, although these children's realms were still low, they were indeed the seeds of each sect, the hope for the future.
Elder Zhua, your Bihai sect has produced a monster. This girl named Wen Luqing is actually a heavenly spiritual root. Really a heavenly spiritual root. Elder Zhua, where did you find such a genius?
The high-level members of each sect widened their eyes, staring at the somewhat aloof female disciple with incomparable fervor. Elder Zhua stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his face full of pride. This was the disciple with the strongest talent they had recruited in recent years, and bringing her here was not without an element of showing off. You must know that Wen Luqing is only 15 years old now, and she has already reached the peak of the Qi training stage. If it weren't for the sect competition, she could have broken through to the foundation establishment stage in the past 2 years. How could he not be happy with such a genius? Lu Qinghui and the elders of the Tai Ching sect also stared at Wen Luqing with incomparable fervor, but their thoughts were completely different.
A female cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root.
If only she were in our Tai Ching sect. If she were to combine with Qin Shan Qing, in a few years, our Tai Ching sect could have disciples with immortal spiritual roots.
Immortal spiritual root. This old man wishes he could snatch this girl over.
The elders were filled with envy and jealousy, but they could only stare blankly.
The Taishan sect was infinitely glorious in this sect competition.
2 of the top 10 on the foundation establishment were disciples of the Taishan sect, one was Qin Shiping, and the other was Qin Shicheng. The Qi training even occupied 3 of the top 10, Qin Shiming, Qin Mengru, Qin Mingxue.
Strange, are children named Qin so talented now?
On these lists, there are as many as 6 disciples with the surname Qin, and they are all named with the characters Qi and Meng.
Could there be some connection? Someone noticed some clues.
Some people had already become suspicious, secretly observing, and found more doubts. On the announced list, there were also some disciples who, although they did not enter the top 10, also had the surname Qin. And these Qin children look somewhat similar.
Is it possible that these children come from the same family? Some people's minds became active. Could it be that this family's bloodline is particularly good, producing high-quality spiritual roots and immortal seedlings?
The sects that noticed this immediately secretly sent people to investigate the matter.
A few days later,
the leading high-level members of the major sects all received the same news feedback.
Xianyang Mountain Qin family.
Elder of the Thunder Sword sect's eyes flickered, gently tapping the table with his finger. This kind of thing is unlikely to be a coincidence. Those who can stand out in the competition of the top 10 sects are all geniuses, but there are several with the same surname or even the same generation with the character Qi.
Something is wrong. After returning, we must thoroughly investigate this Qin family. The reactions of the other sects were similar.
They all set their sights on this Qin family and planned to investigate carefully after the trial was over. The top 10 sects jointly hold 3 secret realm lands, corresponding to the Qi training stage, foundation establishment stage, and golden core stage, respectively.
Not everyone is qualified to enter these secret realms.
Only those who enter the top 100 in the sect competition are qualified to enter.
The Qingyuan secret realm is the secret realm that the Qi training stage will enter.
The top 10 sects led their disciples to the edge of a desolate phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert phoneme.
Elder, is this the Qingyuan secret realm? Why can't I see anything?
Qin Shiming asked with some confusion, looking at the barren phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert phoneme. The leading elder smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will know later." Soon, the leading elders of each sect flew out of the team, each offering their own magical treasures, or flying swords, or soft whips, or crutches, all flashing various colors of light, and suddenly blasted towards the distant phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert phoneme.
Boom!
In the shocked eyes of the disciples, a huge blue light curtain suddenly lit up in the barren phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert phoneme, like a huge bowl inverting the entire phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert phoneme into it. The leading elders drove their whole body's spiritual power, forcibly propping open a passage in this light curtain, and then shouted, "Go in quickly!" The disciples of each sect woke up one after another, and quickly drove their magic weapons into the passage. This passage was very unstable and could only support disciples in the Qi training stage to enter. Qin Shiming and his 2 younger sisters rushed into the passage together, originally thinking that they would be able to fight against the enemy together and reduce the danger, but they did not expect that just after entering, there was a strong sense of dizziness, and when they returned to normal, they found that they were already deep in a dense forest, with no one around. As everyone knows, after they enter the secret realm, they will be randomly teleported to various corners of the secret realm, and it is impossible to form a team. In Jing country, in addition to the top 10 immortal cultivation sects, there are also the 4 major demon sections. In the sect competition, at such a lively time, the 4 major demon sects would naturally not be willing to be lonely, and always have to do something. On the other side, the 4 demonic disciples who had already secretly received the news also gathered on the other side of the Qingyuan secret realm. We have found a way to enter the Qingyuan's secret realm. This time we must kill all the so-called righteous disciples. Jia, kill them all. A strange man in a grey robe sneered, his eyes full of murderous intent. This person is Elder Du Jing of the Six Desires Demon sect of Jing country. Behind him, there were also 3 elders from the Sword Demon sect, the Moon Demon sect, and the Ghost King sect, followed by as many as 400 demonic disciples in the Qi training stage. Brother Du is right, this time we must kill all the top 100 disciples of the top 10 sections. These disciples are all their treasures. If we kill all these immortal seedling seeds and cut off the roots, let's see how they can fight us in the future. Ha 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 ha. The elder of the Sword Demon sect laughed wildly, and the others also showed hideous smiles. Kill! 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 These demonic disciples were full of blood, their faces full of evil spirits, and their eyes were flashing with bloodthirsty light. Suddenly, a stream of light shot from a distance. It was a demonic disciple who had gone to secretly investigate. The disciples of the top 10 sects have all entered the secret realm. Good. The 4 demonic elders were immediately refreshed, and immediately each used their means to prop open the secret realm passage, and one by one demonic disciples poured in.
The top 10 sects did not know that a bloody massacre against them was about to begin.
Also randomly teleported, the 10 major sects only had 100 Qi refinement stage disciples, while the 4 major demonic Dao sects had a full 400 people, a number 4 times that of the 10 major sects.
Inside the secret realm, Blackwater Pool.
A disciple of the Thunder Sword sect had just finished fighting. Lying by the pool was a python as thick as a bucket, the guardian demon beast of this place. That was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, almost got swallowed into this beast's stomach. Master was right, the world of cultivation is indeed very dangerous. The Thunder Sword sect disciple was still somewhat afraid, but then he became excited looking at the spiritual herbs all over the pool. TSK, as expected of a disciple from a major sect, you have some skill. A cold, sinister laugh came, and 2 young men slowly walked out of the jungle, wearing blood-colored robes and with sinister faces.
Demonic cultivators.
The Thunder Sword sect disciples' face changed drastically.
Isn't this the exclusive secret realm of the 10 major sects? How could there be demonic Dao disciples? However, there was no time to think at the moment. He knew that he was definitely not a match for these 2 people. He flipped his hand and threw 7 or 8 spirit explosion talismans at the 2, while he drove his magical artifact and fled rapidly into the distance. He had to get out as soon as possible to notify the elders that this place had been invaded by demonic Dao cultivators. Want to run?
The 2 blood-robed youths sneered, and at the same time, they opened their hands, and 2 streams of blood mist spread out from their bodies, quickly drilling into their respective magical artifacts. 2 blood-colored flying knives bypassed the spirit explosion talismans and stabbed straight into the former's back from both sides.
Bang, bang.
However, just as the 2 flying knives were about to pierce through the Thunder Sword sect disciple's body, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the former's body, directly repelling the flying knives, and the golden shield shattered. The Thunder Sword sect disciple was shaken, but escaped even faster. At the same time, he was also rejoicing in his heart. If it weren't for the life-saving spirit talisman given by his master, he would have died just now. But before he could be happy, a stream of light suddenly shot out from below, gently wrapping around his neck, and his head rolled off his neck, spraying hot blood, with a smile of escaping death still remaining on his face. At this time, the 2 blood-robed youths flew over, looking at the enchanting figure standing in front of the corpse and laughing. Fortunately, we prepared an extra move, otherwise this kid would have really run away. Stop talking nonsense, keep searching, we must kill them all before those old phobies from the righteous path react. The 3 immediately looted the storage bag on the corpse and then left again. On the other side, Qin Shiming was quietly sneaking through the jungle when he suddenly frowned slightly, smelling a bloody scent. His heart trembled, and he restrained his aura and slowly touched over. Soon, he found a corpse at the bottom of an ancient tree. This is a disciple of the Supreme Mystery sect. Qin Shiming recognized him from the other party's clothes, and his face changed drastically after careful observation. He was killed by a cultivator. Could it be killing and treasure snatching for the sake of spiritual herbs? No, why is there still a bloody baleful aura?
Qin Shiming immediately realized that something was wrong.
Under Qin Shangqing's teaching in the past few years, he had become much more stable and cautious in his actions. A strong sense of unease rose in his heart, and he immediately stepped on his flying sword and was about to flee.
"How is it?" I said. "A fish would take the bait. You want to leave now? It's too late."
Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures flashed out from the surrounding jungle, wearing brightly colored robes and with grinning faces.
Qin Shiming's face was extremely ugly. Demonic Dao cultivators? How can there be demonic Dao cultivators here?
He understood how the Supreme Mystery Sect disciple had died just now.
"Boy, stand still immediately, and we'll give you a quick death, otherwise we'll let you taste the power of the 100 ghosts devouring souls."
A Ghost King sect cultivator held a black banner, from which came constant, shrill howls.
"Stop talking nonsense, kill him."
The Sword Demon sect cultivator had a murderous look on his face and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and offering a demonic sword and rushed over, and the others also quickly pounced to kill. Qin Shiming felt an unprecedented crisis, but his mind became incomparably calm at this moment. A trace of understanding rose in his heart. He pinched a spirit incantation, and shouted violently, splitting lightsword technique. The purple flying sword given by Qin Shangqing shook in mid-air, transforming into a full 6 swords, facing the opponent's attack. At this moment of life and death, his sword path had risen to another level.
Feigning mystery.
Several demonic Dao cultivators sneered, not taking Qin Shiming seriously at all, and the demonic artifacts they offered crashed straight over. In their opinion, only one of these 6 sword shadows was real. As long as someone blocked the real body among them, others could pounce directly on Qin Shiming. They were right in thinking, but they underestimated Qin Shiming's sword skill level. Only to see these 6 sword shadows draw an extremely mysterious trajectory, flashing past the rushing demonic Dao magical artifacts, and directly attacking the opponent's body. The cold, bone-piercing sword energy, as if substantial, made the faces of several people change drastically. They did not dare to gamble whether what was in front of them was real or fake, and they quickly recalled their demonic artifacts to resist. However, one person's demonic artifact had just been blocked in front of him when it was directly destroyed by the purple light, and it pierced through his throat without hindrance.
How is this possible?
This unlucky 6 Desires demonic sect disciple's eyes widened, covering his throat and falling to the ground unwillingly.
Top-grade magical artifact.
The other people were also shocked. They didn't expect the other party's sword path to be so powerful, and the magical artifact was much stronger than their demonic artifacts.
Run!
Taking advantage of the moment when the other party lost his mind, Qin Shiming decisively stepped on the flying sword and fled quickly.
He still had self-awareness.
Although his sword path comprehension had broken through again, he would definitely not be a match for so many of them. Just now, the other party was counter-killed by him because of carelessness, but now that they were cautious, it would not be so easy to deal with.
Moreover, Qin Shiming didn't know how many demonic Dao cultivators were still here.
The longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be.
Chase!
Several demonic Dao cultivators were furious and chased after him.
"Second sister, third sister, you must be all right."
Qin Shiming was anxious in his heart. His encounter with demonic Dao cultivators here meant that others were definitely not safe. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
He was right.
The Qingyuan secret realm was now in chaos, and there was fighting everywhere.
The base number of demonic Dao cultivators was too large.
Whenever they met disciples of the 10 sects, they would fight more against less, which was a completely one-sided massacre, and few people could escape.
"Senior brother, save me. I am a genius disciple of the Azure Sea sect, I don't want to die yet."
"No, don't kill me, I'll give you everything, don't kill me, junior sister." For a time, screams were heard one after another in the secret realm, and corpses were everywhere. Supreme Clarity Sect, Azure Cloud Mansion. Qin Shangqing, who was playing with the children, suddenly felt his eyelids twitch, and the system interface flashed red light frantically. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save the bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Shangqing, who was in Qingyun Manor, suddenly stopped while playing with his child in the yard. Your son Qin Shiming is being hunted down by demonic cultivators. Your daughter Qin Mengru is being attacked by demonic cultivators. Your daughter Qin Mengxue is being attacked by demonic cultivators. A series of system prompts flashed wildly, indicating the urgency of the situation.
Qiming and the others went to the secret realm to participate in the trial, didn't they? How could they be attacked by demonic cultivators? Could it be that demonic cultivators have invaded the secret realm?
Qin Shangqing's hair stood on end, and he was extremely anxious. Without thinking too much, he immediately returned to his room, put on his black robe, and activated the teleportation function.
This teleportation will consume 10 years of lifespan. Do you want to teleport? Teleport.
Qin Shangqing breathed a sigh of relief. The system was indeed awesome, even able to enter the secret realm. He was a little worried before that he would not be able to teleport to such a special place. A white light flashed, and Qin Shangqing's figure disappeared.
Qing Yuan's secret realm.
Qin Shiming, who was running away, was breathing rapidly, looking back from time to time. Those demonic cultivators were sticking to him like leeches, obviously hating him to the extreme. Fortunately, his flying sword was a top-grade magic weapon, and its speed was faster than those people, so they couldn't catch up for the time being.
Damn, my spiritual power is almost unsustainable. Qin Shiming felt despair. Was he going to die? Countless scenes flashed through his mind in an instant.
Father, mother, master, second sister, third sister and master, I can only repay your kindness in the next life. He immediately turned around and was about to fight the opponent with his last bit of spiritual power. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of him, and a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The familiar black robe made Qin Shiming stunned in place, unable to believe it. Master. Qin Shangqing scanned with his divine sense and already understood his son's physical condition. A raging fire ignited in his heart, and he threw a bottle of pills over. Stand behind me and recover your spiritual power as soon as possible. Even the master of the sect could not enter the secret realm, but master could enter and exit at will.
What else could master not do?
At this moment, his worship of Qin Shangqing had reached a blind level. At this moment, those demonic cultivators had already arrived, looking at Qin Shangqing with some suspicion.
Who was this guy who suddenly appeared? He couldn't see his cultivation at all? Could it be a cultivator above the foundation establishment stage? How was this possible? Even nascent soul-true monarchs couldn't enter here.
Who is your excellency? A Jian Mazone cultivator asked with a frown. Qin Shangqing looked at these guys who almost killed his son, his eyes full of killing intent, too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He gently flicked his right hand, and 9 purple streamers emerged from the storage bag and instantly arrived in front of several people. The few people were shocked and wanted to cast spells to resist, but the purple streamer completely ignored their defenses and shuttled back and forth hundreds of times in the blink of an eye.
Several demonic cultivators died. Qin Shiming's eyes widened.
He knew that master was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. These people were still very powerful in his eyes, but in master's hands, they were instantly killed in less than a breath? Master Qin Shiming had just opened his mouth when Qin Shangqing grabbed his shoulder and said, "Don't talk first, I'll take you to a safe place." The two then disappeared in place. In a corner of the Qing Yuan secret realm, Qin Shangqing and Qin Shiming reappeared. This was a location Qin Shangqing had explored through the system. It was relatively safe, and no demonic disciples would come over in a short time.
This place is very safe. Don't move around here. First, restore your spiritual power. If you meet other people, don't reveal master's existence. Qin Shangqing instructed.
Qin Shiming didn't even have time to say thank you before watching Qin Shangqing disappear again.
He was a little puzzled. What was master so anxious to do?
Of course, Qin Shangqing was anxious. There were 13 of his sons and daughters in this secret realm, and most of them were in danger. On another cliff, Qin Mengxue covered her shoulder, blood gurgling from her fingers, but her face was full of determination and anger. Opposite her, 3 demonic cultivators grinned and sneered. "I didn't expect you, a little girl, to be quite powerful."
Don't struggle in vain.
Remember, the one who killed you today is from the Yumazong. Before he could finish his words, a purple flying sword pierced his throat, blocking his next words. Not only him, but the two demonic cultivators next to him were also pierced through the heart by the flying sword and died with their eyes wide open. The three corpses crashed to the ground, revealing Qin Changqing in a black robe behind them.
Senior!
Qin Mengshua's expression slowly changed from astonishment to surprise, and then her lips flattened and her eyes turned red.
After all, she was still a girl.
After surviving a desperate situation, she couldn't control her emotions when she saw the senior who had saved her many times. Qin Changqing felt a pang of heartache when he saw his daughter's tearful appearance.
But now was not the time to talk. He reached out and pressed Qin Mengshua's shoulder and activated the teleportation.
A white light flashed, and the two appeared not far from Qin Qiming. After stuffing Qin Mengshua a few bottles of healing and recovery pills, Qin Changqing instructed her and left again. Senior Qin Mengshua was a little aggrieved. Why did he leave like this? Her injuries were not light, so she had to restrain her emotions and find a safe place to heal. Not far away, she found a familiar figure quietly sitting cross-legged in the corner.
Big brother! Qin Mengshua called out in surprise.
Qin Shiming also noticed someone approaching, got up instantly, and sacrificed his flying sword.
When he saw the figure in front of him clearly, he was also overjoyed. Third sister. Both of them were excited.
After a brief reunion, they learned that each other had encountered demonic cultivators. Because of Qin Changqing's instructions, neither of them revealed his existence, only saying that they had escaped by luck. Qin Changqing kept teleporting in the secret realm and soon rescued all his sons and daughters from the clutches of the demonic cultivators, and all of them were placed not far from Qin Shiming. Although each teleportation would consume 10 years of lifespan, Qin Changqing didn't feel sorry at all. After all, he was saving his sons and daughters. The 13 sons and daughters met, all of them were excited and felt more at ease. After all, entering the secret realm was all random teleportation, and the same was true for the demonic cultivators. A dozen cultivators were already a force not to be underestimated and enough to protect themselves.
Big brother, you are really amazing. You can even counter-kill demonic cultivators. Unlike me, I can only run away in embarrassment. Qin Mengru admired. Qin Shiming smiled bitterly. It was just a fluke.
Speaking of which, our brothers and sisters are all blessed with good fortune. At most, we only suffered minor injuries.
It's really a blessing in disguise.
The others all lowered their heads slightly. They had all received Qin Changqing's instructions and did not reveal his existence. After all, Qin Changqing had repeatedly rescued them from danger. He was not only their savior but also their benefactor and master.
Moreover, the senior's strength was unfathomable and his whereabouts were elusive.
Maybe he was watching in the dark now, so he must listen to him. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you.
They also had some guesses in their hearts.
Could it be that other people were also rescued by the Black-Robed Senior?
After all, everyone has seen the ferocity of the demonic path cultivators.
Everyone is safe and sound, and they all met in the same place. It's just too coincidental.
However, this is not important. Even if it is true, the Black-Robed Senior must have his reasons. Everyone, heal your injuries and recover as soon as possible.
I will protect you,
Qin Shiming said loudly. The others nodded and sat down to recover their spiritual power. Just as everyone guessed, Qin Changqing was indeed invisibly standing not far from everyone. After confirming that his children were fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go back, Qin Changqing stopped again, frowning and thinking.
No, it's too obvious to only save them.
If the various sects find out that only my children survived after returning, they will definitely be suspicious.
The Taiqing sect is likely to directly suspect me. Although the system's concealment ability is very powerful, there is no need to take risks. It is safer to save some other disciples.
Qin Changqing always followed the principle of staying steady and not being reckless, and considered things thoroughly. In the dense forest, Wen Luqing was running away in embarrassment, feeling desperate in her heart. She had already suffered serious injuries, her magic weapon was broken, and her magic talismans were almost used up. The reason why she was still running was just a belief supporting her. Behind her were 5 demonic path cultivators following on hurriedly, each with a smug smile on their faces as if they were playing with a mouse.
Wen Luqing, stop running. You can't escape. Just obediently come back with us. This young master will take good care of you, ha 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 ha.
I heard from my uncle before that the Bihai sect has a genius female cultivator named Wen Luqing, and she also has the aptitude of a heavenly spiritual root.
TSK, I haven't played with a woman with a heavenly spiritual root before. I wonder what it's like.
She is the #1 genius disciple in this 10-sect competition.
If we bring her back, the sect master will definitely reward us handsomely, hee hee hee. This woman is really beautiful. I will personally peel off her face later. Suddenly, a female cultivator from the 6 Desires demonic sect flicked a long whip. Black light flashed, and the tip of the whip lashed on Wen Luqing's back. Pa! Wen Luqing screamed and fell to the ground, a deep bloodstain appearing on her back. What are you doing? If you damage her, it will affect the mood when we play with her later. The other 4 were immediately a little unhappy. Wen Luqing's face showed grief and anger. She naturally knew what kind of fate she would have if she fell into the hands of these people. Suddenly, she took out a spirit explosion talisman from her storage bag, gritted her teeth and said, "Even if I die, I will not let you succeed." The 5 people showed mocking expressions. One of them suddenly grabbed with his 5 fingers, and the spirit explosion talisman in Wen Luqing's hand was taken away from the air. Wen Luqing, whose spiritual power was exhausted, turned pale. She didn't expect that she couldn't even die if she wanted to. The 5 people laughed loudly. They liked to see these righteous disciples desperate and struggling, but powerless. Give me here. One person sneered, his body filled with black mist, rolling towards Wen Luqing. Wen Luqing desperately kicked her feet and retreated, fear and endless despair appearing on her face. Suddenly, a figure flashed out, interposing in the middle. With a wave of his hand, the rolling demonic energy instantly dissipated. Who is it? The faces of the 5 demonic path cultivators changed, revealing vigilance. I have to say, this genius female disciple of the Bihai sect is indeed very beautiful, especially now, with a pitiful and touching appearance that is simply melting a man's heart. Seeing that Qin Shangqing ignored them at all, the 5 people were immediately angry. The cultivation level of those who can enter the secret realm is not very different. Everyone is in the Qi training stage, and there are 5 of us here. 5 against 1, who is afraid of whom? Isn't it just some special means? Pretending to be a ghost. Looking for death. The 5 people attacked at the same time, black demonic energy mixed with a strong bloody aura rolled in, and there were also hideous ghost phantoms roaring, which was overwhelming. Be careful. Wen Luqing quickly reminded him. Qin Shangqing smiled faintly, and 9 purple streamers shot out. The surging spiritual power instantly dispersed the black and red energy, and then shot through their bodies in the horrified eyes of the 5 people. Too strong. Wen Luqing's face was full of shock. She immediately understood that the mysterious black-robed man in front of her was definitely a master whose cultivation level could not be speculated. However, Qin Shangqing was only 1 major realm higher than them, just hiding his cultivation level so that these people couldn't see it. Although these people are all proud sons of heaven, unfortunately, they are only in the Qi training stage. No matter how heaven-defying they are, it is difficult to be an opponent of a foundation establishment cultivator, not to mention that Qin Shangqing also has powerful magic weapons, talismans, etc. Go! Qin Shangqing scanned with his divine sense and knew that Wen Luqing had lost all her spiritual power at this moment, and even had difficulty moving. He directly picked her up and activated the teleportation. A white light flashed, and the 2 reappeared. It's very safe here, you can heal your injuries with peace of mind. Qin Shangqing handed over a few bottles of pills, thought for a while, and left a red flying sword. Don't reveal to others what I saved you today, not even your parents or elders, understand?
When Luqing pursed her lips and nodded heavily, "Don't worry, senior, I will definitely not say it."
Qin Shangqing nodded, just about to turn around. He heard Wen Luqing ask urgently, "Senior, I will remember your life-saving grace in my heart, can you tell me your name?"
Qin Shangqing smiled faintly, did not answer, and disappeared into the white light with a turn of his figure.
"You don't even want to say your name." Wen Luqing was a little lost.
Qin Shangqing appeared when she was most desperate, like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating her entire world. This mysterious senior in black robes has been deeply imprinted in her heart. Although she doesn't know who he is, Wen Luqing has already remembered his smell when Qin Shangqing hugged her. She is very sensitive to smells. If there is still a chance to meet, she will definitely be able to recognize him. After solving Wen Luqing's matter, Qin Shangqing went to save other disciples of the 10 sects without stopping. He didn't entangle with other demonic path cultivators. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme.
He took people away and left. After a few hours, he saved more than 60 people.
Now most of the disciples of the 10 great sects have gathered together, while the demonic path cultivators are still very scattered and cannot gather in a short time. If the two sides meet again, the position of the slaughter will be immediately reversed.
The secret realm trial will last for 3 days.
We still need to pay attention at all times these 2 days, and we can't let the children fall into danger again.
Qin Shangqing did not relax and continued to pay attention to everyone's movements.
No, the disciples of the 10 sects have all suffered casualties, but none of my children are in trouble.
I'm afraid it will still attract attention.
Qin Shangqing still felt that it was not safe enough. After all, the Taiqing sect knew his details. After thinking about it, he set off again, secretly took away 2 children when others were not paying attention, and directly teleported them out of Jing country, a certain mountain range in Zhao country. Qin Shangqing grabbed Qin Shiling's shoulder and appeared.
"Master, where is this?"
Qin Shiling looked around curiously. He was not worried at all, and had absolute trust in Qin Shangqing. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Shangqing said, "This is Zhao State."
Zhao State?
Qin Shiling was immediately surprised and asked in confusion, "Master, why did you bring me here?"
Qin Shangqing said calmly, "Shiling, do you know what your fate would have been if Master hadn't appeared this time?"
Shiling remembered the ferocity of the demonic sect cultivators and was also a little afraid. He said sadly, "I'm afraid less than 1 in 10 would have survived to the end." Qin Shangqing nodded and said earnestly, "You told Master before that you were repeatedly ostracized by your fellow disciples, which has a lot to do with your somewhat detached personality."
Of course, quiet inaction is not a bad thing.
There is a cultivation sect called Wunyan Pavilion in Zhao State, which is very suitable for you. Qin Shiling was both surprised and touched. He was surprised that his master was going to leave him in Zhao State, and touched that his master was always thinking of him.
Yes.
You don't need master to say more about the principle of not showing off your wealth. People's hearts are sinister, so you must be more careful. Qin Shangqing gave him a storage bag with a lot of talismans, magic weapons, spirit stones, etc. in it, solemnly explained a lot, and then patted him on the shoulder and teleported away.
"Master, I will definitely not let you down."
Qin Shiling kowtowed 3 times heavily in the direction where Qin Shangqing disappeared. After Qin Shangqing returned, he teleported away a few more children with similar personalities to Qin Shiling who were not doing well in the sect, and then he felt relieved. With a flash of white light, Qin Shangqing returned to Qingyan Mansion, slowly took off his black robe, and sighed softly. He didn't want to send these children away, but he had to do it for the sake of stability.
He would pay more attention to their movements in the future. Children, grow up quickly.
Qin Shangqing stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, his eyes a little dazed.
Outside the Qingyuan secret realm. Fellow Taoists, the time has come.
The elders of the 10 sects who were waiting outside the secret realm stood up one after another and once again sacrificed their magic weapons to open the entrance passage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, figures shot out from the passage one after another. Seeing their blood-stained appearance, the smiles on the faces of the elders of each sect gradually changed.
What's going on? Why are they all so seriously injured? Could it be that the monsters in the secret realm have grown so fast this year? Everyone was shocked and quickly grabbed their own disciples to ask. Senior uncle, we were besieged by demonic sect cultivators.
Senior brother Zhang, he saved me.
Woo woo. Master, it's because disciple is useless and failed to protect junior brother. Elder, why did demonic sect cultivators invade the secret realm?
Several senior brothers and sisters are dead, and only I have returned alive from our lineage.
Hearing this, the elders of each sect all showed angry and shocked expressions. What? Demonic sect cultivators invaded the secret realm. How could they open the entrance to the secret realm?
Damn demonic sect cultivators, dare to touch my Taishan sect disciples, this old man will definitely teach you to die a horrible death.
This matter must be reported to the sect as soon as possible. Demonic sect cultivators are slaughtering my righteous disciples. This is to cut off our roots. This old man will definitely uproot this demonic sect. Repay it 100-fold.
The elders of each sect were trembling with anger, their faces full of rage. After another half an hour, until the passage was closed, no one came out again. The elders of each sect felt their eyes go dark and almost fainted, unable to believe it. Have all the disciples come out? After counting, there were only more than 60 disciples who came out, which meant that more than 30 people died in this secret realm trial. Normal trials are not without deaths, but they will not exceed 10 people, but now the loss is 3 times more. The hearts of the elders are bleeding. These are all their treasures. What they didn't know was that if Qin Shangqing hadn't appeared, it was very likely that none of the righteous disciples would have survived this trial. The passage has been open for so long, those who can come out should have come out, and those who didn't come out may have.
Demonic sect. This old man will never coexist with you under the same sky. This matter was too important, and the elders of each sect immediately led their disciples back to report to the sect. On the other side, the 4 demonic sects also opened the secret realm passage to receive their disciples back.
The immortal seedlings that have been painstakingly cultivated are all dead.
Those old guys are probably going to be so angry that they vomit blood. I can already imagine those old guys being furious. The 4 demonic sect elders looked at each other and laughed. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. What's the situation? Why do their demonic sect disciples all look so miserable? When everyone came out, the demonic sect elders all gasped and said angrily, "What's going on? Why are so many people missing?"
400 demonic sect cultivators entered the secret realm, but only more than 200 returned, which meant that more than 100 demonic sect cultivators died in the secret realm.
Are those little brats from the 10 sects so powerful? They actually killed so many of our disciples? The Moon Demon sect elder couldn't believe it. Elder, it's not like that. We have the advantage in numbers. Those righteous disciples are not opponents at all. It's just that when we were killing them, a mysterious man in black suddenly appeared, not only rescued people, but also killed many of us. Yes, we also encountered a mysterious person here, wearing a black robe and a mask, coming and going without a trace, with unfathomable strength. We can't resist it at all. I also encountered him here. It should be the same person. The demonic sect disciples spoke one after another, with grief and unwillingness on their faces. Mysterious man in black robe? The 4 demonic sect elders looked at each other, with a look of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. How could such a mysterious expert appear in the Qingyuan secret realm? Isn't it impossible for cultivators above the qi refining stage to enter here? If he is not in the qi refining stage, how could he wantonly slaughter these disciples? This matter is a bit strange. We have to go back and report to the sect master as soon as possible. The 4 nodded solemnly, and then led their disciples to rush into the sky quickly. Soon, the sect masters of the 10 sects who received the news were also furious. What is the demonic sect trying to do? Do they want to provoke a war between the righteous and the demonic? Invading the secret realm and killing so many of my disciples, if I don't avenge this, I swear I won't be a human being. Inside the main hall of the Bihai sect, The trial disciples, including Wen Luqing, have been safely sent back.
The sect master looked at the disciples' embarrassed appearance. His face was extremely ugly, and his heart was also filled with fear. Fortunately, Wen Luqing, the most talented disciple, did not die, otherwise they would have regretted it.
According to what you said, the demonic sect cultivators who invaded the secret realm were at least 4 times more than you. How did you survive?
The sect master suddenly stared at everyone and asked. The disciples' hearts tightened, and they cupped their hands and said, the disciples were also lucky.
Lucky? Not necessarily?
The sect master narrowed his eyes slightly. More than 400 demonic sect cultivators besieged only 100 righteous disciples. Although there are many geniuses among you, you can repeatedly escape the siege of demonic sect cultivators who are several times stronger than you.
It's a bit unreasonable.
The other elders also reacted. They were too worried before, but now that they think about it, it is indeed a bit strange.
The secret realm is randomly teleported. They couldn't have been united from the beginning. Facing the ferocious demonic sect cultivators, the number of disciples from the 10 sects who survived is indeed a bit wrong.
Speak! The sect master shouted sharply, and everyone's bodies trembled. He suspected that there was a problem within the sect.
Qinger, what exactly is going on? An elder asked softly via voice transmission.
Wen Luqing pursed her lips and shook her head. Senior uncle, the disciples were really lucky to escape.
The elder nodded slightly and didn't suspect anything.
After all, Wen Luqing is a heavenly spiritual root and has many life-saving magic weapons. It is not surprising that she can escape from the demonic sect cultivators.
Sect master, there is a mysterious man in black. He saved me.
I was also saved by a mysterious man in black robe.
Faced with the pressure from the elders, someone finally couldn't hold on and told everything like pouring beans from a bamboo tube.
The same situation was also playing out in the other 9 major sections. Although Qin Shangqing repeatedly instructed them, some people eventually couldn't resist the pressure from their elders and revealed the information.
A mysterious black-robed man? He can freely travel through the secret realm?
This person has done a great service to my Taishan sect.
I just don't know his true identity.
He saved so many righteous disciples.
Could he also be a member of our 10 sects?
The demonic cultivators were filled with murderous intent and clamored.
The Ghost King sect master sneered and said, "Kill him? Do you know who he is and where he is now?" Everyone was a little helpless.
Yes, it was useless to shout so loudly.
They didn't even know the other party's identity. This matter could only be put aside for now. Suddenly, the Moon Demon sect elder transmitted a message. Sect leader, I discovered an interesting thing during this competition.
The Moon Demon sect master raised his eyebrows slightly. Speak. The hidden agents we placed there discovered that many of the talented disciples of the 10 sects are surnamed Qin. I have already sent people to investigate and found that these Qin disciples all come from a small family in Jing country, the Xianyang Mountain Qin family.
There is such a thing?
The Moon Demon sect master became interested. Most of these Qin disciples have high-grade spiritual roots, and some even have top-grade spiritual roots.
Their talents are extraordinary.
This Xianyang Mountain Qin family can produce so many high-quality immortal seedlings.
There must be something unique about it. Why don't we bring them back? Wouldn't this be cutting off the roots of the 10 sects from another aspect? The Moon Demon sect master was overjoyed. Elder is right.
Seeing him so happy, the others looked at him in surprise. Now that the demonic path is weak, the 4 major sects jointly resist the righteous 10 sects.
The Moon Demon sect master did not hide it and told the story.
The others were also excited. This discovery is very important.
We should send people there immediately. Each family immediately sent out several elders and deacons.
To destroy a small immortal cultivation family, there was no need to send too many people.
A large-scale operation would attract attention instead.
Ever since the trial ended, the Taiqing sect had been paying attention to their movements after the sects left, knowing that because of this competition, some clues had been revealed, attracting the attention of the other 9 sections.
Sect leader brother, things have been a little strange near the 3 families recently.
There seem to be many more unfamiliar cultivators in the dark.
I'm afraid they have already been exposed.
Elder Chao Feng stepped forward to report. Lu Qinghui frowned. It seems they have become suspicious.
We can't delay any longer.
Immediately send people to bring all three families to the sect.
Qin Changqing's ability must not be known to them. Those three families are simply extremely stupid.
If they had sent all the children to the Taiqing sect before, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. The elders were a little annoyed, but since things had come to this, they could only clean up the mess as soon as possible. Soon, a stream of light shot out from the Taiqing sect's mountain gate and quickly disappeared into the distance.
Xianyang Mountain, Qin family. What happened? Why did the family head ask us to gather together?
I don't know, but I think the family head seems a little nervous. The crowd gathered in the backyard and discussed. Suddenly, several streams of light landed in the courtyard.
6 Taiqing sect elders, led by Chao Feng, appeared with Qin Zhangyang. What's the situation? Who are they? I haven't seen them before, but why did even the old ancestors come out? And they seem to be very respectful and afraid of them? Chao Feng said indifferently, are all the people here?
Reporting to Elder Chao, everyone in the family is here. Qin Zhangyang respectfully cupped his hands. They were depressed. The Taiqing sect elders had already informed them of the situation, and they understood that it was impossible not to go with the Taiqing sect. The Taiqing sect would definitely not allow other sects to know Qin Changqing's secret. If they didn't comply, they would be forcing the Taiqing sect to silence them.
Elder Chao Feng didn't waste any words.
With a wave of his hand, a huge white jade flying boat rapidly enlarged and floated in the air above the courtyard.
Everyone, get on immediately, quickly!
Elder Chao Feng shouted.
The Qin family members were in an uproar. Why do we have to go up? Where are they taking us?
Qin Zhangyang and several foundation establishment elders shouted, listen to Elder Chao's orders, everyone get on the boat immediately.
Most people didn't know the identities of Elder Chao Feng and the others. At this time, the family head and the old ancestors were more effective. Everyone stopped arguing and got on the boat.
Suddenly, a voice came from mid-air.
Brother Chao, where are you taking so many low-level cultivators?
As he spoke, the Qin family's great formation in mid-air was instantly shattered, and 5 figures appeared above the Qin family. Chao Feng and the others' expressions changed drastically. Yuanjin.
Yuanjin was an outer sect elder of the Taixian sect.
Like him, he was also a nascent soul true monarch, and the two were of similar strength.
Oh my god, who are these people?
Such terrifying spiritual power fluctuations, I'm almost suffocating.
The last time the Huang family's golden core old ancestor came, it wasn't so terrifying. Could it be a nascent soul true monarch? Why would a nascent soul true monarch come to our Qin family? This is unreasonable.
The Qin family members looked up, their faces pale. Chao Feng's mind raced, he cupped his hands and smiled, these people have some connection with me. Brother Yuan also knows that demonic cultivators have started to cause trouble again recently, and I have to be on guard. Yuanjin said with a smile that was not a smile, no matter how rampant the demonic cultivators are, there is no need to target a small immortal cultivation family, right?
Is Brother Chao a little too worried?
Chao Feng frowned slightly and was about to explain when dozens of streams of light shot from all directions again, hovering above the Qin family, seemingly sealing off the surroundings.
Damn it!
Chao Feng and the others felt bad.
How did these guys come so fast?
Little did they know that the other 9 major sects had already sent people to pay attention to the movements here. Sensing something was wrong, they immediately came to intercept. There were already 5 major sects present, and the leaders were all elders and deacons of each sect, obviously attaching great importance to this.
Brother Chao, did the demonic path just make a little noise and scare you like this? It doesn't seem like your style. Hey, Brother Chao's worries are not unreasonable. Since everyone is here, why don't we escort them together? It will also provide more security. What do you think, Brother Chao?
The elders of the 5 sects looked at each other, guessing each other's intentions. Originally, they were only suspicious, but now seeing the Tai Ching sect so eagerly transferring the Qin family disciples, they were even more certain.
How could Chao Feng not know what they were up to?
They just wanted to take advantage of the escort to investigate the Qin family's reality and see what the Tai Ching sect was up to.
This is my personal matter, so I won't bother you fellow Taoists. Please step aside. Chao Feng was about to drive the white jade flying boat away. We are all being kind, Brother Chao is a little unkind.
Yuanjin's face darkened slightly, he lightly dusted his sleeves, and the 4 people behind him immediately dispersed. The elders of the other 4 sects also exchanged glances, vaguely creating a situation where Chao Feng was trapped here. Chao Feng's face was ugly and anxious, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a mass of blood-colored mist drifted from the distant horizon, moving extremely fast, and arrived above the crowd in the blink of an eye, and a strange laughter sounded.
Jia, it's really lively here, everyone, are you all well? The blood mist dissipated, revealing a dozen demonic cultivators wearing brightly colored robes.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Xu Xinghe, Yin Cheng. It's the scum of the demonic sect, they actually dare to come. Bastards, return my disciples' lives.
Upon seeing this group, Yuanjin and the others immediately turned red-eyed, their spiritual energy surging, and their magical artifacts humming.
The ones who appeared at this moment were the elders of the 4 major demonic Dao sections. Why did the people of the demonic Dao also come here? Did they also sense something? Elder Xu Xinghe of the Sword Demon sect cackled strangely. You're already this angry after killing only a few of your disciples? We originally intended to kill them all, but they were just lucky. Hee, you'd better keep a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme I on your disciples and be careful when they go out, otherwise, it won't be good if they go out with their lives but don't return. Haha, the demonic sect cultivators laughed wildly.
Yuanjin and the others' expressions were unsightly, and Chumingi, the elder of the Azure Sea sect, couldn't bear it any longer, directly offering a magic weapon and blasting it over, shouting violently, "Scum, die for me!" As soon as this side made a move, it immediately set off a chain reaction, and both sides offered their magic weapons and attacked wildly, and for a time the spiritual energy in the air surged, and various colors of light shone non-stop, and the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations shook the surrounding buildings, and terrifying sword chi and saber chi crisscrossed, tearing the earth into deep ravines. With the demonic Dao attacking, Chao Feng, as an elder of the Tai Ching sect, couldn't possibly stand idly by, glanced at the Qin family members behind him who were already trembling with fear, and transmitted his voice, "Elder Wu, you take them away first." Elder Wu understood the importance of the matter, nodded, and directly drove the white jade flying boat to quickly skim through the gap.
Not good, they're going to run.
Seeing the white jade flying boat leave, Yuanjin immediately became anxious. The purpose of this trip was for the Qin family, how could he be willing to watch the Tai Ching sect take people away? Chase. The goals of all parties were the same, including the 4 demonic Dao sects, and at this moment, for the sake of the Qin family, they actually temporarily abandoned their mutual grudges and turned their heads to chase after them.
Crap. Chao Feng's expression also changed drastically.
He didn't expect that these people would ignore their hatred this time in order to chase the Qin family.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
A dozen magic weapons shot from behind at extreme speed, hitting the white jade flying boat hard. Although this white jade flying boat had a formation defense, it was impossible to withstand the simultaneous attack of so many nascent soul true monarchs. The defense collapsed in an instant, and the flying boat also disintegrated in mid-air.
Damn it!
Elder Wu spurted out a mouthful of blood, already suffering minor injuries, but at the first time, he threw out a flying sword from the storage bag again, quickly enlarged it, and waved his hand to disperse his spiritual power, dragging the surrounding Qin family disciples onto the flying sword and continuing to turn around and flee frantically.
He couldn't care too much now, he could only save as many as he could.
The other disciples of the Qin family hurriedly offered their magic weapons to float after the white jade flying boat collapsed. Some were at a loss, and more were afraid.
This one is mine.
A demonic Dao cultivator shot over at extreme speed, condensing a rolling demonic hand in mid-air, directly grabbing 2 Qin family disciples in his hand.
Get out of here!
Before he could take people away, someone immediately killed him from the side, but it was the elder of the Thundersword sect, manipulating the magic weapon to try to snatch people down.
Want to snatch people from this seat? Dream on!
The former sneered, and the two immediately began a fierce battle. Not only them, but the disciples of each sect were frantically snatching the Qin family disciples, and the sound of frightening explosive collisions continued to resound in mid-air. Some people were successfully snatched away, and some were torn into pieces by the powerful spiritual power collision in the battle between the two sides, and died extremely tragically.
Taiqing sect, Xingyun Mansion.
Your friend Qin Zhengyang is under attack. Your friend Qin Wenba is under attack. Your friend Jia Chang is under attack. Qin Shangqing's expression changed. He already knew from Guan Xilan's mouth that the Taiqing sect had sent people to pick up the three families of disciples. How could they be attacked?
Could it be that the other 9 sects sensed something and ran to intercept them? It should be like this.
Fortunately, my children and their mothers were transferred to the sect long ago. As for the others, good luck to them.
Qin Shangqing didn't plan to help them.
First, he didn't have much affection for the other people in these 3 families, and these people were just using him as a tool, which was not worth saving.
Secondly, since other sects have intervened, they must have sent experts, and the clash of golden cores and nascent souls at every turn, wouldn't it be death for his little foundation establishment stage to go?
It is estimated that the aftermath of the spiritual power bombardment between the two sides can make him seriously injured.
Boom!
Qiao Feng and Zhu Xinghe, the elder of the Sword Demon sect, both spurted out a mouthful of blood in the powerful spiritual power collision and flew out thousands of meters before barely stabilizing their figures. And the Qin family member who was sandwiched in the middle had already been exploded into a pool of blood mist and scattered, with no bones left.
Qiao Feng, that's it for today. This seed will definitely take your head to drink another day.
Zhu Xinghe's voice gradually faded away, and he took the opportunity to quickly escape. Qiao Feng's face was livid, but he didn't chase after him. Looking around, the Qin family had already become a ruin, and each family had captured an indefinite number of Qin family disciples.
First, go back to the sect and report to the headmaster brother. Qiao Feng quickly flew towards the Taiqing sect.
Soon, returning to the Taiqing sect, Elder Wu had already arrived first and told the story in general.
How is the situation? Lu Qinghui asked quickly.
Not very good. Many members of the Qin family have been captured. Qiao Feng said the battle situation again, with a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth.
How could this be? Lu Qinghui's 2 white eyebrows stood upside down.
Fortunately, they only know the Qin family, and they don't know the Huang and Lin families. I have already secretly sent people to pick up those 2 families, and they should be able to come back soon.
An elder sighed.
Guan Xilan said lightly, Headmaster brother, don't worry too much. I have already placed a restriction on the 3 families, and the matter about Qin Shangqing will not be leaked. If they use the soul search technique, the restriction will directly kill the divine soul. It's still senior sister Guan who has foresight. In this way, there is indeed no need to be too nervous.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Lu Qinghui shook his head and said, It's not that simple. Our previous actions are equivalent to confirming their guesses. Although there is no conclusive evidence, they will definitely not give up. It is estimated that we will soon be in trouble. Everyone frowned slightly. Indeed, it is true that their Taiqing sect did nothing, which is equivalent to telling them, yes, you guessed too right, the Qin family is the problem.
In addition, Guan Xilan's restriction is even more of a guilty conscience. If there is no problem, why do you want to put this kind of restriction on these low-level cultivators?
Just as the Taiqing sect was worried, the other major sects interrogated the Qin family disciples they had captured as soon as they returned, trying to figure out the origin of those high-quality immortal seedlings. But no matter how they asked, the Qin family members were ignorant, and under desperation, they could only use the soul search technique, but they were surprised to find that these people had been placed with a special divine soul restriction, and as soon as the soul search technique was used, the divine soul was directly annihilated. In the secret room of the Taixian sect, looking at the 3 corpses lying on the ground, Sect Master Chu Tianlu sneered, If there is no ghost in your heart, why do you want to put a divine soul restriction on these low-level cultivators?
Isn't it troublesome?
Senior brother, I have already sent people to investigate. The Taiqing sect has not held an Immortal Ascension conference in these years, but many genius disciples have inexplicably emerged in the sect, top grade, extreme grade, and even earth spirit root disciples.
It's too strange. There is also one thing that is very strange.
I noticed during the grand competition that many talented female disciples of the Tai Ching sect did not appear. In previous years, these disciples were used by the Tai Ching sect to compete for rankings. I also went to investigate later, not only these female disciples, but also many female cultivators with superior qualifications in the Tai Ching sect have not shown up for a long time. These things together make people have to suspect.
Senior brother, the other families have also captured many Qin family disciples. Do you want to ask them? Someone suggested.
Chu Tianlu thought for a while and said, "This matter is indeed too strange. The sudden appearance of so many talented immortal seedlings in the Tai Ching sect has threatened the other sections. You immediately go and gather the sect masters and high-level leaders of the other 8 sects and invite them to the Taishan sect for a meeting."
Yes.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
A day later, the sect leaders of the 9 great sects, along with their high-level members, secretly arrived at the Taishan sect. Inside the inner hall of the Taishan sect, Chu Tianlu waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier, saying, "Fellow Taoists, the Tai Ching sect has inexplicably produced many genius seedlings. If we cannot figure out their origins, the Tai Ching sect will inevitably suppress the other 9 sects in the future, even making them affiliated sects of the Tai Ching sect." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 9 sect members changed drastically. Of course, we know this, but it is impossible for the Tai Ching sect to tell us this secret. We have also interrogated the captured Qin family disciples and even conducted soul searches, but we have gained nothing. The Tai Ching sect has obviously taken precautions and placed restrictions on them, from Kong Shang, the sect leader of the Bihai sect.
Yes, the same is true on our side. We didn't get any results.
The Tai Ching sect guys are too cunning. The other sect members nodded in agreement. Chu Tianlu stated decisively, "This is why I invited you all here. Since it has been confirmed that the Tai Ching sect is up to something, why don't we, the 9 sects, jointly pressure the Tai Ching sect, forcing them to reveal the origins of these seedlings and share them with us?" The other 9 sects were immediately moved.
Who wouldn't want good genius disciples? Brother Chu's words are reasonable. This plan is excellent. That's what we should do.
Why should the Tai Ching sect monopolize so many high-quality seedlings? The other sect members responded one after another.
Good. Since that's the case, our manpower is not enough.
I hope you can invite a few Transformation God Realm Heavenly Lords to help.
It should be so. Everyone nodded and filed out, each wielding their magical artifacts and soaring into the sky.
On the other side, after interrogating the captured Qin family members, the 4 major demon Dao sects came to similar conclusions, believing that the Tai Ching sect had mastered the method of obtaining high-quality seedlings. This was definitely unfavorable for the demon Dao and had to be curbed in time. They also immediately sent experts to the Tai Ching sect, wanting to force them to hand over this method. Outside the Tai Ching sect's mountain gate, streams of dazzling light approached rapidly from afar, eventually stopping outside the grand formation, and a rumbling sound echoed in all directions.
Where is the sect leader of the Tai Ching sect? This commotion alarmed everyone.
Lu Qinghui rushed out of the main hall at the first moment, looked up, and his expression changed drastically. He turned around and shouted, "Quickly, invite the Supreme Elder." The disciples of the Tai Ching sect looked up at the sky, all showing shocked and fearful expressions.
Who are those people? Such a terrifying aura. I recognize that one. It's Chu Tianlu, the sect leader of the Taishan sect. The others seem to be from the 10 great sects. Why do they seem to be coming with ill intentions? Why do I have a bad premonition? Soon, streams of light shot out from Taiching Peak and manifested in mid-air. Brother Chu, what do you mean by this?
The supreme elder of the Taiching sect, Fengjun, asked with a cold face, his gaze coldly sweeping over the people from the 9 major sects opposite him, and a terrifying pressure surged from within him. Opposite him was an old man with a dragon-headed crutch. This person was Chu Tianlu's father, and also the supreme elder of the Taishan sect, Chu Anhua.
Guests have arrived. Is this how Brother Feng treats them? Even the sect protecting formation has been activated. Are you guarding against us? Chu Anhua said indifferently. Feng Jun said unceremoniously, is this how guests behave? Could it be that you want to join forces to destroy my Taiching sect? The supreme elder of the Leijian sect said lightly, what are you talking about, Brother Feng?
Our 10 sects are connected and are all one family.
How could we do something that harms our own?
It's just that we have something we want to ask the Taiching sect.
Feng Jun sneered, if that's the case, why bring so many people?
Lay old ghost, you haven't shown your face for several hundred years, have you?
If you hadn't run out today, I would have thought you were dead. I won't waste any words. If you have something to say, let's talk it out properly. Why make such a big show? Are you bullying my Taiching sect because we have no one?
The supreme elders behind him all glared coldly. The atmosphere in the arena became somewhat heavy for a moment. Suddenly, a huge black flying centipede galloped rapidly from a distance and quickly arrived not far from the crowd.
On the head of this huge centipede stood dozens of demon Dao cultivators wearing brightly colored robes. It was the 4 major demon Dao sections.
Jia, today is really interesting.
Are you going to attack the Taiching sect?
Lay old ghost,
do you want my Ghost King sect to help you? Ha 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 ha.
The 4 major demon Dao sects also brought 4 transformation god realm heavenly lords, letting out sinister laughter.
Good. No problem, these bastards have just harmed many of our disciples. It's a good opportunity to settle the score with you today.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of the demon Dao side changed drastically. They had 4 transformation god realm heavenly lords, while the opposite side, including the Taiching sect, had a total of 7. If they fought, they would definitely suffer.
You have to think clearly.
If people of our level fight, there will definitely be corpses everywhere.
Are you sure you want to fight here?
The supreme elder of the Ghost King sect shouted.
Feng Jun and the others exchanged glances and immediately forcibly suppressed the idea of taking action. Especially Feng Jun, this was their Taiching sect's lair. If people of their level fought, countless Taiching sect members would probably die.
For a time, the demon Dao side did not dare to act, and the righteous path side did not dare to mess around, and the 2 sides fell into a stalemate again.
Qingyun Prefecture.
Qin Changqing had anticipated Lu Qinghui's arrival. After all, everyone had seen the big commotion outside, and he had also guessed the other party's intentions.
Changqing, you should know the situation, right?
Now the 9 major sects are jointly putting pressure on my Taiching sect.
If we don't give an explanation, I'm afraid we won't be able to get through this. What do you think? Lu Qinghui sighed and asked. Of course, Qin Changqing knew.
Guan Xilan, Huang Miaoying, and the other women had told him immediately.
After pondering for a while, he said, now the sect is in a period of rapid development. There is no need to start a conflict with them.
Not only is there no benefit, but it may also bring a devastating disaster to the sect.
After all, this is a joint effort of the 9 major sections. The Taiching sect can't withstand it, right?
Lu Qinghui sighed, that's right. This time, only 3 transformation god realm heavenly lords came from the 9 major sections. If all the transformation gods come out and join forces to deal with my Taiching sect, we simply can't withstand it.
That's it.
Qin Changqing shook his head and said, now that things have come to this, I can only tell them about my situation. As long as I can solve the crisis for the sect, I don't mind being a little more tired.
Changqing. Lu Qinghui was a little moved. I didn't expect you to be so considerate.
Qin Changqing rolled his eyes in his heart.
Who is considerate? I'm also considering it for myself, okay?
Contacting more sects also meant that he could produce more and higher quality children, and his cultivation speed would be faster. Moreover, he would have 9 more backers, which was beneficial and harmless. Sect leader, the Taiching sect has given birth to more than 100 children in recent years, including many with heavenly spiritual roots, which has already surpassed other sects by too much.
Even if we tell them, so what? After all, my energy is limited.
If it is distributed, each sect will not be able to give birth to a few children a year, which is destined to be unable to surpass the Tai Ching sect. Moreover, the Tai Ching sect can also charge other sects more spirit stones, and I will cooperate. After all, how many spirit stones are needed to give birth to a child is up to us. The more Lu Qinghui listened, the brighter his eyes became, and finally he couldn't help laughing loudly. Changqing, you are right.
Let's do it this way.
Of course, there was a premise that they had to keep Qin Changqing in the Tai Ching sect. This was the bottom line, otherwise there was no way to talk.
Okay, I will go and inform the Supreme Elder. Lu Qinghui quickly flew away. Soon, Lu Qinghui's voice transmission rang in Feng Jun's ears.
Feng Jun raised his eyebrows, revealing a bit of a smile, and then said, "Okay, you can go in, but only the sect leaders of each sect. Lay old ghost, you three have to watch these old demons with me." Chuanhua and the other three looked at each other and nodded slightly. "Okay, no problem, Tianlu, go ahead." Chu Tianlu and the other 9 sect leaders immediately flew down, and the sect protecting formation opened a gap to let them in, and then closed again. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. The last time the sect leaders of the 10 great sects sat together so solemnly to discuss matters was hundreds of years ago. The fortunes and misfortunes of the cultivation world are unpredictable. Although everyone is a highly cultivated individual, it's hard to say whether accidents will happen. Gathering again, everyone felt a little emotional.
Brother Lu, let's not waste time with pleasantries.
You know why we're here. Why not reveal the origins of these spiritual root seedlings so we can all share and improve together? Yes, the demonic path is still watching outside. If we delay any longer, those beasts might resort to desperate measures.
Indeed, as long as Brother Lu shares the information, our families will certainly not stand idly by and will join forces to help the Tai Ching sect repel the invading enemies.
Tell us, Brother Lu. This is beneficial to everyone. The Tai Ching sect can't swallow some things alone. The sect leaders spoke all at once, some threatening, some persuading.
Lu Qinghui sneered inwardly, but he was indeed worried about the situation outside. He opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, I won't hide anything. Our Tai Ching sect does indeed have a method for nurturing high-level spiritual root seedlings." Everyone was greatly invigorated, their faces filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting Lu Qinghui's next words.
Do you all know that there is a special physique in this world whose kidneys can store thousands of spiritual energies but cannot be transformed into cultivation?
Instead, when combined with a woman, it can bless future generations and nurture the strongest spiritual roots, Lu Qinghui said calmly. Everyone was suspicious and uncertain, finding it hard to believe.
Brother Lu isn't joking, is he?
There is such a remarkable person in the world? Although I don't believe it, I believe that Brother Lu wouldn't lie to us about such a thing. It wouldn't benefit them. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Lu Qinghui scanned everyone's faces and said calmly, "This person not only exists, but is now in the hands of my Tai Ching sect. He was originally a phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law of the Qin family. Later, the Qin family discovered his ability and secretly found various women to combine with him to give birth to offspring." He explained the matter once. Everyone gasped, their faces showing a variety of expressions.
There really is such a person?
I have lived for thousands of years and have never heard of such an incredible ability. No wonder so many talented female cultivators from the Tai Ching sect have disappeared this time.
It turns out it's because of this. Where is this person? I want to see him. While shocked and excited, the sect leaders were also somewhat fearful.
Fortunately, they discovered it early. Otherwise, in a few hundred years, not to mention the Jing kingdom, the entire cultivation world would probably belong to the Tai Ching sect. The matter had not yet been settled, and the Tai Ching sect had not completely grasped the situation.
Facing the 9 sect leaders, how could Lu Qinghui bring the person over now? The person is in my Tai Ching sect.
After we drive away the demonic path cultivators, I will naturally have my master bring you all there. However, before that, we still need to discuss how to reasonably allocate and use Qin Changqing's ability, Lu Qinghui said.
Chu Tianlu said in a deep voice, "There's no need to say anything.
My Bihai sect is the first place winner of this competition and should be the first to use it." As soon as these words came out, the other sects were immediately unhappy.
Brother Chu, the disciples' competitions are just for fun. How can such a major matter be decided so rashly?
That's right, my Lei Jian sect has the longest history of inheritance and should be the first to use it. Lu Qinghui was sitting there with a smile, neither hurried nor impatient. Now that Qin Changqing was in the hands of their Tai Ching sect, the final decision was still in his hands. Sure enough, after arguing for a long time, everyone didn't come to a conclusion. In the end, they all turned their attention to Lu Qinghui. Only then did Lu Qinghui slowly open his mouth and say, "Everyone, it's not a solution for you to discuss like this.
Why not listen to me? Qin Changqing will stay in my Tai Ching sect from now on.
You will send the women you have arranged each year, and we will make reasonable arrangements according to Qin Changqing's physical condition. Don't worry, this allocation also includes the Tai Ching sect, and everyone will get their fair share.
No sect will suffer a loss."
The other sect leaders were immediately unhappy.
Chu Tianlu said in a deep voice, "This matter is inappropriate.
It would be most reasonable for each sect to control Qin Changqing separately."
That's right, why should he always be in your Tai Ching sect? I don't agree.
Lu Qinghui, you old fellow are as cunning as ever. Lu Qinghui raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said calmly, "Everyone, I believe you all know what Qin Changqing's ability means. My Tai Ching sect sharing this secret is already benevolent and righteous.
We were the first to discover it, so it's not too much to take the initiative, right? Moreover, if you change places every year, aren't you afraid of accidents in the middle? If something happens, it will be too late to regret it. Qin Changqing must stay in the Tai Ching sect. This is the bottom line. If you don't agree, then let's disband. My Tai Ching sect will face the 4 major sects of the demonic path alone.
As for whether Qin Changqing can survive this battle, it depends on himself." This was a naked threat, clearly telling the sect leaders that if they didn't agree, he would destroy Qin Changqing, and everyone would lose, and no one would benefit. The sect leaders' expressions twitched, and they all felt a little itchy when they looked at Lu Qinghui.
"Okay, we agree.
Qin Changqing can stay in the Tai Ching sect, but we also need to send people over. After all, the demonic path is rampant now, and Qin Changqing is too important.
We can't let him have any accidents." Chu Tianlu took a deep breath.
The others also sighed and chose to compromise, but they all said that they needed to send people to the Tai Ching sect. On the surface, it was protection, but in reality, it was also a kind of supervision.
They were also afraid that the Tai Ching sect would engage in small actions behind their backs.
Lu Qinghui thought for a while and nodded, "There's no problem with this. There's also one more thing, which is spirit stones. Nurturing a high-grade spiritual root requires absorbing 100 spirit stones, a top-grade spiritual root requires 300 spirit stones, an earth-grade spiritual root requires 3,000 spirit stones, a heaven-grade spiritual root requires 30,000 spirit stones, and so on. In addition, he also needs time to absorb them in advance before nurturing the spiritual root." Lu Qinghui was not polite and directly doubled Qin Changqing's original price. He was already unhappy in his heart, so earning more spirit stones was a consolation.
Regarding this point, everyone didn't have any objections.
Compared to spiritual roots and seedlings, spirit stones were nothing at all, and they all said that they would prepare the spirit stones and send them over later. Changing the topic, Lu Qinghui said, "Since the matter has been settled, then I won't keep you all any longer. After all, there is still a group of demonic path beasts eyeing our Tai Ching sect's doorstep." Chu Tianlu and the others stood up one after another, waving their hands with righteous indignation and saying, "Eliminating demons and defending the Tao is the duty of my 10 sects.
How can we let the Tai Ching sect resist the enemy alone? That's right.
This group of demonic path beasts killed my disciples.
This hatred is irreconcilable. It's a good opportunity to eradicate them all at once. Brother Lu, don't worry. With us here, we will never let those demonic path beasts harm a single blade of grass or tree in the Tai Ching sect.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. On Red Sun Peak, the sect leaders of the various sects reappeared. Xu Xinghe and other demonic cultivators, who had been observing the movements here, felt a sense of foreboding when they saw their expressions. Father, the matter has been settled.
It turns out that the Taiching sect has obtained a remarkable person. The sect leaders immediately transmitted the information to the others in secret. The faces of the others all showed disbelief, and even the 3 transformation stage heavenly lords, Xuanhua, were shocked.
After confirming again and again, Xuanhua laughed loudly, his gaze suddenly sweeping towards the 4 major demonic sects on the opposite side, and said coldly, Brother Feng, Brother Lei, these demonic villains have committed countless evils.
We don't know how many fellow disciples have died at their hands.
Why don't we take this opportunity to completely eliminate them and restore a clear and bright world to my Jing country? Feng Jun and the others also received Lu Qinghui's voice transmission. Although they were unwilling, they also understood that this was the best way to handle it, and nodded, that's exactly what I intend. Kill. The 7 transformation stage heavenly lords directly flashed out, their bodies surging with spiritual power, and launched a fierce attack on the opposite side. The sect leaders and elders behind them also followed suit. Not good. Xu Xinghe and the others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. These people were actually going to join forces to kill them. Faced with the onslaught of the 7 transformation stage heavenly lords, the 4 major demonic sects were immediately thrown into chaos. For a time, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and clouds outside the Taiching sect changed color, mountains and rivers collapsed, and the earth-shattering bombardment almost deafened people. The battle between transformation stage heavenly lords was simply a battle between gods. If it weren't for the protection of the Great Formation, coupled with the deliberate protection of the Taiching sect by the 10 major righteous sects, I'm afraid the Taiching sect would have suffered countless casualties in the aftermath of the fierce battle between the 2 sides. Inside the Taiching sect, all the disciples looked at the battle outside with shocked faces. Some were already trembling with fear, their faces pale. It's too terrifying. What exactly is happening outside? It seems that the various sects are at war with the demonic cultivators, but why did they suddenly start fighting? Their speed is too fast. I can't see who is who at all. Master, will our Taiching sect be alright? Is this the strength of a transformation stage heavenly lord? It's too terrifying. Inside the Qingyan mansion, Qin Changqing looked up at the battle outside the Great Formation. His heart was shocked, but even more so, he was filled with anticipation. Sooner or later, he will become such an existence. This great battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally ended with the disastrous defeat of the 4 major demonic sects. Less than 30% of them escaped back, and even the 3 transformation stage demon lords, Xu Xinghe, were seriously injured and fled. One of them was even beaten to death by Feng Jun and the others, his soul destroyed. Although the 10 major sects also suffered casualties, they had the advantage in numbers and home field, which was much better than the demonic side. Although the demonic path has been repelled, those villains are vengeful and will surely retaliate. I'm afraid there will be some small actions. Why don't the 3 of us stay in the Taiching sect to deal with the invading enemies? Of course, please. Feng Jun and the other 4 immediately took the 3 transformation stage heavenly lords, Xuanhua, to Qingyan mansion to meet the person, also to reassure the other sections. With the 4 of them present, they were not afraid that the 3 of Xuanhua would mess around. The others returned to their respective homes, selecting suitable women and also sending a transformation stage heavenly lord from each sect to the Taiching sect to guard and supervise. A month later, the female cultivators and spirit stones arranged by the various sects were sent to the Taiching sect. They were all female cultivators with high-grade spiritual roots. After all, the Taiching sect couldn't just say whatever they wanted. Therefore, they first arranged a high-grade spiritual root woman from each sect to test the waters, wanting to see if they could give birth to a heavenly spiritual root. By the way, they also supervised each other to prevent other sects from taking too much advantage, so it was best if everyone was the same. Qin Changqing also began to get busy. More than 3 months passed, and the female cultivators of the 10 major sects successively showed signs of pregnancy, their bellies protruding. The various sects were somewhat surprised. As expected of a remarkable person, according to this calculation, wouldn't this Qin Changqing be able to impregnate with a single shot? Of course, this efficiency also gave them more confidence, and they soon successively arranged for women with top-grade spiritual roots to come to the Tai Ching sect. This time, the time required to absorb spirit stones was longer, and it took a month to absorb spirit stones to conceive a spiritual root. A year later, inside the Qingyun mansion, which was heavily protected by the Great Formation, dozens of extraordinary cultivators stood somewhat uneasily in the courtyard, their eyes occasionally looking towards the delivery room. This was the first female cultivator sent by the various sects to the Tai Ching sect to give birth, and it was also to verify Qin Changqing's ability. Therefore, all the transformation stage heavenly lords guarding the Tai Ching sect came. Old Ghostley, you probably weren't so nervous when your son was born, right? Ha 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 ha. Feng Jun said mockingly. The others also showed teasing expressions. The supreme elder of the Thunder Sword sect snorted disdainfully, laugh your ass. When your family gives birth, see how I make fun of you. As he was speaking, a loud cry came from the room. Everyone's spirits suddenly lifted, and their eyes were fixed on the door of the delivery room. Soon, the door was pushed open, and a female elder of the Thunder Sword sect held the child with a face full of smiles, her excitement overflowing. Martial uncle, heavenly spiritual root, it really is a heavenly spiritual root. Let me see. The former flashed directly in front of him, carefully releasing his divine sense to investigate. At this moment, he laughed loudly and said, it really is a heavenly spiritual root. It is indeed a heavenly spiritual root. The Tai Ching sect has picked up a treasure. What do you mean the Tai Ching sect has picked up a treasure? Now that Qin Changqing is shared by our 10 sects. Yes, he is the treasure shared by our 10 sects. Ha 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 ha. After everyone checked, they all showed shocked and excited expressions. Although this child belonged to the Thunder Sword sect, it also proved the authenticity of Qin Changqing's ability, which meant that the children of the other families were very likely to be heavenly spiritual roots. A high-grade spiritual root can give birth to a heavenly spiritual root. Wouldn't a top-grade spiritual root be able to give birth to a child that surpasses a heavenly spiritual root? Quickly, immediately report back to the sect and tell them to continue arranging for women with earth spiritual roots to come over. Yes, this matter must not be taken lightly, and must be kept secret. Only the high-level officials of each sect can know. Yes, ancestor. More than a dozen streams of light quickly left Qingyun Mansion, scattered and swept away into the sky. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The second batch of female cultivators sent by the major sects also gave birth to offspring, and the birth of multi-attribute heavenly spiritual roots shocked the high-level officials and transformation stage heavenly lords of the various sects once again, completely realizing the terrifying nature and potential of Qin Changqing's ability, and secretly determined to protect him well. The hidden cultivation places of the transformation stage heavenly lords of the various sects were also moved to places closer to Qingyun Mansion. Even when they were in seclusion, they would leave a wisp of divine sense to pay attention to the situation here. Soon, the women with earth spiritual roots arranged by the various sects also successfully gave birth to offspring. It's actually a perfect exotic spiritual root. The high-level officials of the various sects who rushed over were already too shocked to speak when they looked at the Tao patterns flashing on the child's body. An earth spiritual root can give birth to such a perfect exotic spiritual root. Doesn't this mean that if it is combined with a woman with a heavenly spiritual root, it can give birth to an immortal spiritual root? Everyone was shocked by this guess. Immortal spiritual root. That is a natural favorite with no cultivation shackles, a terrifying talent that can become an immortal in just 100 years. Although heavenly spiritual roots are very rare, some sects still have them. Brother Feng, Changqing's talent cannot be wasted. There is a female disciple with a heavenly spiritual root in my sect named Wen Luqing. I want to send her over. What do you think? The sect master of the Azure Sea sect stroked his beard and smiled. Lu Qinghui felt a little disgusted in his heart, knowing that your family has a female cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root.
What's there to be proud of? However, he couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. It was all agreed upon, and he nodded, yes, but this heavenly spiritual root woman needs at least 30 million spirit stones. You have to send them over first for Changqing to absorb.
That's natural.
Soon, Wen Luqing, the talented female disciple of the Azursi sect, was sent to the Taiqing sect. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save the bookshelf and reading record. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. Qingyun Residence.
Elder Chao Feng sent Wen Luqing to the door and said with a smile, "Nephew, you can go in by yourself.
It's not convenient for me to enter here."
The current Qin Changqing is jointly guarded by the 10 great sects, and is given greater respect. Now, within the Qingyun residence, not only are female cultivators from various sects gathered, but children under the age of 6 from each family are also arranged here for Qin Changqing to provide enlightenment education.
To enter, even the sect leaders of the 10 great sects must first seek Qin Changqing's consent. The relationship between the sects now is very delicate. While cooperating, they are also secretly competing, trying every means to show goodwill to Qin Changqing. After all, there are too many women now, and the initiative to have children is entirely in Qin Changqing's hands. The 10 sects are not able to interfere too much in the affairs of the inner residence. If any sect offends Qin Changqing, they can only swallow their anger if he puts their women on hold. After all, if you have an opinion, the other 9 sects will be happy to see it happen, wishing that their female cultivators would have 2 more children. Wen Luqing slowly entered. The size of the Qingyun residence also surprised her.
Not only was the scenery beautiful, but the spiritual energy was also exceptionally abundant. The Taiqing sect had introduced a branch of a spiritual vein into the residence and set up a spirit gathering array. While winning Qin Changqing's favor, it also provided a better environment for the children of each sect. After all, being immersed in spiritual energy from a young age is beneficial to future cultivation. Small bridges and flowing water, green willows hanging down, a scene every 10 steps.
Colorful spiritual herbs and flowers can be seen in every courtyard.
From time to time, female cultivators would pass by with their children, looking at her curiously and smiling as a greeting. Entering the back residence, before she even went in, she heard the laughter of various children.
Wen Luqing was a little curious.
When she walked in and took a look, her eyes widened. This courtyard was extremely large, with at least hundreds of children playing, ranging from 1 or 2 years old to 5 or 6 years old. They were all gathered on different strange magical artifacts, playing happily.
Are they magical artifacts? Wen Luqing was not sure. You are the heavenly spiritual root disciple sent by the Bihai sect, right? I remember your name is Wen Luqing?
A clear and cold voice came from the side, interrupting her thoughts. Turning her head to look, she saw a woman in a purple dress standing beside her, with a faint expression.
It was Guan Xilan. You are? Wen Luqing asked doubtfully, her gaze falling on her slightly bulging abdomen. That's right, Elder Guan is pregnant again. A smile appeared on the corner of Guan Xilan's mouth. My name is Guan Xilan.
Now that you're here, we're pretty much family.
Don't be restrained. Wen Luqing's pupils shrank. Guan Xilan?
She remembered that her master had mentioned that the Taiqing sect had a talented elder with an earthly spiritual root named Guan Xilan.
Could it be the one in front of her?
Looking at her belly, Wen Luqing was shocked. Even the elder of the Taiqing sect.
Guan Xilan naturally understood Wen Luqing's thoughts.
In fact, all the women who came here had similar thoughts.
Don't think too much.
You come here not only to contribute to the sect, but also for yourself. You are a genius with a heavenly spiritual root. If you can really give birth to a child with an immortal spiritual root, you will be the mother of an immortal in the future.
This is your own glory. Guan Xilan said.
Wen Luqing pursed her lips and nodded. She was still too young. She was not even 20 years old yet. Even among mortals, she was still in her youthful years. How could she be willing to be a wife and mother so early?
Elder Guan, what is that?
Wen Luqing changed the subject, pointing to the place where the most children were gathered and asking. Guan Xilan followed her gaze and smiled. That was made by Qin Changqing himself, a special magical artifact called the cloud-piercing flying boat. It was designed by him, and the sect elders personally refined it with special precious materials. It allows the children to familiarize themselves with the feeling of controlling flying swords in advance, which is also good for them.
That Qin Changqing has such whimsical ideas? Wen Luqing's eyes lit up.
She pointed to the small black room next to it, from which the screams of children could be heard from time to time.
What about that one? That is the Dao Heart Room. It contains some subdued low-level illusion demons, which are used to temper the children's Dao hearts. Guan Xilan introduced Wen Luqing one by one.
These wonderful magical artifacts made Wen Luqing's beautiful eyes brighter and brighter. This man is really talented. These magical artifacts not only allow the children to have fun, but also allow them to exercise themselves in the process of playing, which is simply a win-win situation. Looking at Wen Luqing's bright eyes, Guan Xilan couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake her head. Another woman who was conquered by Qin Changqing's talent. So, in the following days, Wen Luqing lived in the residence, waiting for Qin Changqing to finish absorbing the spirit stones, while adapting to the life in the residence.
It must be said that the atmosphere here is exceptionally relaxed.
After a few days, Wen Luqing became one with the children and personally experienced the amusement park designed by Qin Changqing. During this period, she also saw Qin Changqing, but she did not have contact with him, only watching from a distance. She found that Qin Changqing was not the old man she had imagined, but was very young and handsome, with an elegant and gentle temperament all over his body, especially when he was lecturing to the children. He was very charming. Time passed quickly. Qin Changqing finally finished absorbing the spirit stones, and Wen Luqing also received a notice that she could officially combine with Qin Changqing tonight.
Night falls.
Qin Changqing looked at Wen Luqing, who was sitting on the couch a little uneasy, and was a little emotional.
It's really fate that makes people. I didn't expect that I saved her life in the first place, and the two would have an intersection. You don't have to be nervous, just leave it to me, Qin Changqing said softly, slowly sitting beside Wen Luqing. Wen Luqing lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes uneasily with her hands, her heart beating wildly. Suddenly, her movements froze, and her nose smelled a familiar scent. This scent. It's you.
Wen Luqing suddenly raised her head, her bright eyes staring at Qin Changqing, her face full of excitement.
Qin Changqing was startled by her and asked doubtfully, "What is me?"
Wen Luqing grabbed Qin Changqing's arm and said firmly, "Back in the Qingyuan secret realm, there was a mysterious black-robed man who saved me from the hands of demonic cultivators. That person is you." Qin Changqing's expression froze, and his heart trembled.
How could she know it's me?
Impossible, I didn't reveal any flaws at the time.
Could it be that the Bihai sect noticed something and is testing me?
Qin Changqing quickly regained his senses and shook his head. "Fairy one, you must have mistaken me."
"I don't understand what you are talking about." Wen Luqing sniffed Qin Changqing vigorously and nodded with unusual certainty. "It's definitely you, there's no mistake."
"I have a special ability, which is to distinguish and remember any smell. I have already remembered your smell deep in my mind, and I can't forget it." Qin Changqing's eyes widened.
"Damn, if your nose were to solve a case, wouldn't it be accurate?"
Seeing Wen Luqing's certain appearance, Qin Changqing was helpless, knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore, and was considering how to prevent her from saying it.
Cultivation is his biggest secret, and he can also travel through the secret realm at will.
If others know about this, they may take some control measures against him. Wen Luqing saw his worry and chuckled, "Don't worry, I won't tell this secret. After the last trial, my master and the sect leader asked me, but I didn't say anything." Qin Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, secretly determined to hold this woman down and not let her talk nonsense. Knowing that Qin Changqing was her savior, Wen Luqing's mentality changed dramatically. Originally, she thought that Qin Changqing was just a poor worm raised by the 10 great sects, but now Qin Changqing's image has become tall and mighty in her heart. A shy smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Originally, I was a little dissatisfied with the sex arrangement, but now that I know it's you, I am very willing." Qin Changqing also smiled, gently stroking her cheek, and said softly, "Fairy one, it's late at night. Wen Luqing shyly hummed, "Just call me Ching Ching." The candlelight went out, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine slash phoneme and clouds rose again. The familiar multiple choice question reappeared, but this time there was an additional option.
Detected that the partner is a heavenly spiritual root one.
Consume 10 years of life to strengthen the seed, and a child with a high-grade spiritual root can be born too. Consume 100 years of life to strengthen the seed, and a child with a top-grade spiritual root can be born 6. Consume 1,000,000 years of life to strengthen the seed, and a child with a perfect alien spiritual root can be born 7. Consume 10 million years of life to strengthen the seed, and a child with a low-grade immortal spiritual root can be born. This is his first child with an immortal spiritual root. Qin Changqing was also a little excited. Choose 7. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
The morning sun shone through the window lattice onto Wen Luqing's face, her long eyelashes trembled, and Wen Luqing slowly opened her eyes.
Ah!
As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Changqing staring at her with a smile.
Wen Luqing couldn't help but feel greatly ashamed and closed her eyes again, then opened them again. "You didn't sleep?"
Qin Changqing smiled and said, "I woke up early. I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you." Wen Luqing bit her lip, recalling the madness of yesterday in her mind. She felt shy and also a little surprised.
This man's physique was indeed extraordinary. After a moment of tenderness, Qin Changqing suddenly asked, "What are your plans for the future?"
As for the women sent by the sect in the past, he basically went through the motions and then left, without much small talk. After all, everyone was just using each other.
But Wen Luqing was different.
Now she was the only one who knew his secret, so he had to be cautious. When Luqing looked at Qin Changqing's angular profile, her heart fluttered a little, and asked, "I don't know yet. The elders of the sect said that if I don't want to stay here, they can take me back once it's confirmed that I'm pregnant."
Qin Changqing stepped forward, took her soft hand, and said softly, "Since the sect didn't force you, then stay a few more years, okay?" Wen Luqing's heart was pounding, and she asked with a red face, "Are you reluctant to let me go?" Qin Changqing nodded emphatically and said, "Yes, I'm reluctant to let you go, and I'm also very worried about you." In recent years, the friction between the righteous and demonic paths has intensified, and the battles have been constantly escalating. The last time the demonic path suffered a great loss on the Taiqing sect's side, how could they just give up with their vengeful nature? They phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phonemes secretly intercepted and killed disciples of the 10 great sects. If they can't win head-on, they will continue to make small moves to disgust you. Wen Luqing was very touched to see Qin Changqing caring about her so much. Her feelings for Qin Changqing had changed. From the original resistance and sympathy, they had turned into gratitude, curiosity, and appreciation. Now that she had given him her body, her heart was even more than half captured by Qin Changqing. When a woman falls in love with a man, her IQ will drop sharply, and the things a man does for her will also be subconsciously labeled as positive. Qin Changqing had experienced so many women, including many beauties. His heart had long been incomparably strong. How could he fall in love with a little girl he had only met a few times overnight? His purpose was nothing more than to keep Wen Luqing, subtly influence her, and prevent her from revealing his secret. Of course, the concern was also genuine. After all, she was his woman, and she was pregnant with the strongest child at the moment. He didn't want Wen Luqing to have any accidents. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go ask the sect for instructions later." Wen Luqing's eyes were full of tenderness. He hugged Wen Luqing in his arms, and the two enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. After receiving Wen Luqing's request, the sect was a little surprised, but they did not refuse. The current Jing country cultivation world is indeed very dangerous. After the 10 great sects formed an alliance, although the demonic path did not dare to confront them head-on, various insidious methods emerged one after another, which also made the 10 great sects feel a headache. And now the Taiqing sect has the transformation god sovereigns of each sect guarding it, so the safety factor is much higher. What Wen Luqing is pregnant with is the hope and future of the entire Bihai sect, and there must be no accidents.
The sect also plans to wait until the child is born before making a decision.
Sword Demon Tomb. This is one of the secret strongholds of the Sword Demon sect.
Due to the joint efforts of the 10 great sects, the 4 great demon sects have been hiding everywhere in recent years, which is a bit unbearable. The largest sword tomb extends dozens of miles below, and a huge space has been opened up with great supernatural powers, and a hall has been built. At this moment, inside the demon hall,
the high-level members of the 4 major demon sects gathered here, all with gloomy faces.
Those bitches from the Ice Snow Palace launched a surprise attack while we were unprepared, and made us lose dozens of disciples again, including 2 elders in the nascent soul stage. Zhou Huan, the sect master of the 6 Desires Demon sect, was so angry that his face turned blue, and he said fiercely, "I will kill all these bitches sooner or later."
Shen Yuan to squinted, discuss countermeasures? What countermeasures are there?
Now the 10 great sects have formed an alliance, and it is clear that they want to kill us all.
With our current strength, what good methods can we have besides secretly making small moves? Their current situation is indeed not very good. The 10 great sects have launched several surprise attacks together, and even the transformation god sovereigns have been dispatched. The Moon Demon sect is the worst.
In the last battle between the righteous and demonic paths, they lost as many as 6 nascent soul stage demon cultivators, and even their lair was overturned. Not only the Moon Demon sect, but the other 3 major demon sects were also forced to hide everywhere, and they felt unspeakable frustration in their hearts. Zhou Huan frowned and said, although the 10 great sects have always claimed to be righteous allies, they are still in competition with each other, and they all want to sit on the chair of the number 1 immortal sect in Jing country.
How did they suddenly become so united? I also find it strange.
These guys look upright and aboveboard, but they are actually full of bad intentions. They are all hypocritical hypocrites who can't wait to see other sects destroyed. The last time in the Tai Ching sect was very strange. They clearly showed a posture of attacking, but how did they suddenly turn against each other and join forces against us? Yang Zipping raised his thick eyebrows and said, "This matter is probably inseparable from the Tai Ching sect. The Qin family of Xianyang Mountain must be hiding a big secret, which should be the real reason for the 10 sects to join forces."
The Qin family of Xianyang Mountain.
A small immortal cultivation family can attract the 10 sects to join forces to snatch it. It is indeed very suspicious. It seems that we still have to start from this aspect. Zhou Huan narrowed his eyes and said, "The hidden agents we have planted in the 10 sects over the years should also be active. Go and investigate carefully, maybe this is the key for us to break the situation."
Shen Yuantu didn't refute this time.
A strong yin shi rose around him, and there were also the cries of fierce ghosts.
He said gloomily, "Then stop talking nonsense, and go back and arrange it quickly.
I'm already fed up with this ghostly life of hiding everywhere."
Zhou Huan sneered and mocked, "You old ghost, what kind of life do you want? A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme besides a ghostly life? Go to your grandma's. Do you want to taste the power of my 10,000 ghosts devouring heart? Are you afraid that you won't succeed? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme spirit sword sect." Sect Master Shinjun drove a magic weapon and landed on a strange peak.
This is the place where the supreme elder of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme spirit sword sect cultivates in seclusion.
Mother!
Shinjun respectfully cupped his hands.
"Come in."
As the voice fell, the formation opened a passage for passage. Reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Shinjun immediately strode in, the formation closing behind him. A cave was artificially carved out of the mountainside, and the sound from just now came from here.
Following the cave all the way forward, the space inside became larger and larger.
Finally, Shinjun saw a female cultivator sitting cross-legged on a futon at the end.
This person was draped in a plain white robe, exuding an aura of indifference.
With willow eyebrows and phoenix eyes, her appearance was unparalleled. The wide robe couldn't conceal her proud figure. This person was Shinjun's mother, and also the supreme elder of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme spirit sword sect, Jiang Shui.
Mother, you were looking for me? Shinjun sat down opposite her.
Jiang Shui suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in her Danfeng eyes.
She asked indifferently, how is the situation at the Taiching sect? Shinjun smiled and said, everything is as usual. The female cultivators we sent have all become pregnant.
In a few years, our phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme spirit sword sect will have many more disciples with extraordinary talents.
Jiang Shui hummed in agreement. I heard that the girl sent by the Azure Sea sect is also pregnant?
Shinjun smiled wryly. Yes, the news has already reached all the sections.
That girl from the Azure Sea sect has a heavenly spirit root.
With Qin Shangqing's ability, I'm afraid that this time, she will give birth to an unparalleled immortal spirit root. This news had spread throughout the 10 great sects half a month ago, and the sects immediately became restless. This was the legendary immortal spirit root, a heaven-defying physique that would inevitably become an immortal as long as they cultivated normally and didn't perish. Having an immortal spirit root meant that the sect would have an immortal powerhouse in the future.
Who wouldn't be tempted? For example, the Bright Yang sect, the Tai Sword sect, and the Thunder Sword sect all had several disciples with heavenly spirit roots, but their heavenly spirit roots were all male cultivators, so they couldn't have children.
As for the other sects, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme they were male cultivators, or they couldn't be arranged due to other special reasons. For example, the supreme elder of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme spirit sword sect, Jiang Shui, in front of him, was a heavenly spirit root. But her identity was too sensitive, as she was the biological mother of the sect leader Shinjun.
Even if others were interested, they wouldn't dare to mention it.
Now, the major sects were sending out disciples to frantically search for women with heavenly spirit roots within the Jing kingdom, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme spirit sword sect was no exception.
So, what are your plans? Jiang Shui asked indifferently.
Shinjun sighed. I have already sent people to search everywhere to see if we can find female disciples with heavenly spirit roots. Jiang Shui shook her head slightly. Heavenly spirit root disciples are not so easy to find. In hundreds of years, how many heavenly spirit roots have our phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme spirit sword sect accepted?
There are no other good methods besides this.
Shinjun was also very helpless. Jiang Shui raised her phoenix eyes slightly and said nonchalantly, why seek far and wide when what you're looking for is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme at hand?
Aren't I a heavenly spirit root? Shinjun's eyes widened slightly. Mother, you.
In fact, he had thought of this a long time ago, and some elders had hinted at it intentionally or unintentionally, but he had deliberately ignored it, unwilling and afraid to mention it, fearing that his mother would not accept it, and also because he himself felt uncomfortable. Shinjun was the sect leader of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme spirit sword sect, having cultivated for thousands of years, old enough to be someone's ancestor.
How could he accept suddenly having a brother?
Moreover, he had also met Qin Shangqing, a young man who had only cultivated for a few decades. If he really combined with his mother and had a child, how awkward would it be when they met in the future? Jiang Shui saw his concerns, and her voice turned colder. Juner, you are now the sect leader of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme spirit sword sect. Why is your vision so short-sighted?
Don't you understand the value of an immortal spirit root? It's just a matter of borrowing a seed. As long as it can revitalize the sect, what does this little thing matter?
Of course, Shinjun also wanted to revitalize the sect, but he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart for a while.
He braced himself and said, what about father's side?
Jiang Shui said indifferently, I have already discussed it with your father, and he has no objections.
Since his father didn't object, what else could he say?
Shinjun felt complicated and nodded. Mother is righteous, your son has no objections. Jiang Shui hummed, go and make arrangements, the sooner the better, lest other sects take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme.
Yes.
A land covered in ice and snow, as far as the eye could see, was a vast expanse. At the end of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and snow, there was a group of pure white palaces, seemingly carved from an entire huge block of ice, enough to show how terrifying the divine power of the people who built the palaces was. This was the Ice Snow Palace, one of the 10 great sects of the Jing Kingdom. This sect was different from other sections. Most of the members were female disciples, and the cultivation methods were also more feminine. There were very few male disciples, so relatively speaking, the number of people was less than the other 9 great sects, but because of its long heritage and deep foundation, it was able to steadily enter the ranks of the 10 great sects. Ice Heart Hall. On the throne sat a beautiful woman with silver hair hanging down her shoulders, with ice-like skin and jade-like bones. A veil covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of beautiful sapphire blue eyes. This person was the palace master of the Ice Snow Palace, Yu Bingbing, who possessed the Xian Ice Body by birth, a physique of the same level as the heavenly spirit root. Below stood a group of elders and high-ranking officials of the Ice Snow Palace, most of whom were women. Palace Master, we have received news that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals Win Wine / phoneme Spirit Sword sect is preparing to let Senior Jiang go to Qingyun Prefecture. An old woman with a dragon-headed crutch said urgently. Yes, Palace Master, that is an immortal spirit root. Now, the major sects are trying to find female cultivators with heavenly spirit roots in order to conceive an immortal spirit root. If our Ice Snow Palace does not have an immortal powerhouse, it will inevitably be kicked out of the ranks of the 10 great sects in the future. This is the general trend. Yu Bingbing possessed the Xian Ice Body, a heaven-defying physique of the same level as the heavenly spirit root. If she combined with Qin Shangqing, she would definitely give birth to a child comparable to the immortal spirit root. Shock flashed in Yu Bingbing's beautiful eyes, Senior Jiang? She agreed? The old woman nodded. Senior Jiang is Shinjun's mother, a nascent soul heavenly lord. If she doesn't agree, who would dare to force her? A tangled expression flashed in Yu Bingbing's eyes, and after a long silence, she said, but the rules of my Ice Snow Palace. The disciples of the Ice Snow Palace have always sought the Tao wholeheartedly, seeking tranquility and inaction. In particular, there is a rule that the Palace Master cannot seek a Tao companion, let alone have children. The elders persuaded, Palace Master, rules are made by people. Now is not the time to care about rules. This concerns the future of the sect. Please reconsider, Palace Master. Palace Master, please agree, that is an immortal spirit root. Faced with the persuasion of the elders, Yu Bingbing finally closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. Time is of the essence, please set off as soon as possible, Palace Master. The sooner this kind of thing is done, the better. Arriving early will allow you to give birth to offspring earlier, taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme over other sects. The elders obviously didn't intend to let Yu Bingbing off so easily and cup their hands again. A hint of shyness flashed across Yu Bingbing's face. I've already agreed, why are you still urging me? Don't I need to do some mental preparation and take a breather? However, faced with the expectant gazes of the elders, Yu Bingbing still bit her silver teeth, snorted coldly, and a white spiritual light lit up around her body, instantly rushing out of the hall. Quickly follow and protect the Palace Master. The elders were overjoyed and quickly followed behind. Faced with the Ice Snow Palace Master's personal arrival, Lu Qinghui was also a little surprised, and then guessed the other party's intention, feeling both surprised and jealous in his heart. Even the Palace Master has to personally offer herself? Does your Ice Snow Palace still have any shame? Of course, these words were just said in his heart, purely out of envy. Who told his own sect to be uncompetitive and not have any female cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots? Does Qin Shangqing have time now? The old woman before asked. Yu Bingbing stood aside with a cold face, as she was naturally embarrassed to speak about such a thing. Lu Qinghui glanced at Yu Bingbing and smiled, you came at the right time. Changqing has just finished absorbing a batch of spirit stones and hasn't made any arrangements yet. A look of joy flashed in the old woman's eyes, and she threw a storage ring over, smiling lightly, Brother Lu, this is spirit stones. Please arrange it. Lu Qinghui probed with his divine sense and found that the storage ring was full of spirit stones, roughly estimated to be no less than 35 million. Okay, please follow me. Lu Qinghui nodded and immediately led the group to the outside of Qingyun Mansion. A sound transmission talisman was cast on the formation, and a response was quickly received. The formation opened a gap, and Lu Qinghui gestured, "Palace Master Yu, please." Yu Bingbing pursed her lips and flew into Qingyun Mansion. The arrival of a newcomer in the mansion, especially a beautiful woman with flowing silver hair, attracted a lot of attention. Although Yu Bingbing rarely showed her face, some people could still recognize her, such as Guan Xilan.
Guan Xilan was standing quietly outside the playground, watching the children playing inside.
Her gaze was gentle, because her own child was also inside. Seeing the surroundings suddenly quiet down, she turned her head in surprise and saw Yu Bingbing, who was as graceful and ethereal as a fairy, and her face was immediately filled with shock. "Why is she here too?" Qin Changqing also walked out at this time, saw Yu Bingbing, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. He asked curiously, "Who is she?" He had just received a message from Lu Qinghui, only saying that someone was coming, but not who it was. Although Yu Bingbing had shown her face before, she was too far away for him to see clearly. Guan Xilan said with a complicated expression, "Ice Snow Palace Master, Yu Bingbing."
"What?"
Qin Changqing was also shocked.
Even the Ice Snow Palace Master came in person?
Didn't they say that most of the Ice Snow Palace are women, and it is rumored that the Ice Snow Palace Master cannot marry and have children, so why would they let her come? Guan Xilan said, "Yu Bingbing is a rare profound ice body in the world, no less than a heavenly spiritual root." Qin Changcheng understood after hearing this. It seemed that the Ice Snow Palace couldn't resist the temptation of the immortal spiritual root phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme. At this time, Yu Bingbing had already noticed the two of them and arrived gracefully. "Palace Master Yu." Guan Xilan cupped her hands in greeting. Yu Bingbing nodded slightly and looked at Qin Changqing. "Are you Qin Changqing?" Qin Changqing nodded. He was the only adult male in the entire mansion. Who else could it be? His appearance isn't bad. Yu Bingbing felt a little better in her heart and turned her head to glance at Guan Xilan. Guan Xilan immediately understood, cupped her hands and said, "Goodbye, you guys chat, I have something to do and will take my leave." After Guan Xilan left, Yu Bingbing stood still in place, like an ice sculpture. Qin Changqing was a little speechless. This fairy was a bit cold. He also understood that this was because her status was too high and she couldn't bring herself to be forward, waiting for him to give her a way out. He immediately extended his hand and invited, "I wonder if I have the honor of inviting the fairy inside for a chat?" Yu Bingbing nodded and followed Qin Changqing all the way back to the inner residence. It was still early, and Qin Changqing was not in a hurry for fear of embarrassing Yu Bingbing. He personally brewed tea for the two of them and found topics to chat about. Qin Changqing was indeed a transmigrator with memories of 2 lifetimes. With the help of various jokes from his previous life, he occasionally made this cold fairy reveal a shallow smile. As the sky gradually darkened, Qin Changqing saw that the time was ripe and tentatively asked, "Fairy, it's getting late, it's time to rest." Yu Bingbing's delicate body obviously tensed up, and after a moment of silence, she nodded slowly. Qin Changqing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He wasn't usually so cautious, especially now that there were too many women sent by various sects, including those in high positions, and he was used to it. But today, this person's background was really a bit shocking. Not only was she pure and ethereal, but she was also the master of a sect, which put a lot of pressure on him. Waving his hand to extinguish the candlelight, Qin Changqing held Yu Bingbing's soft hand. The other party's body trembled again, but she didn't pull it back. Only then did Qin Changqing realize that Palace Master Yu's palm was actually a little sweaty. It seems that she is also superficially aloof, but is actually very nervous in her heart. Qin Changqing felt a little amused in his heart. But he could also understand that although this person was the master of a sect and a nascent soul-true monarch, she was still a woman after all, and a woman who had never experienced such things. "Fairy, there's no need to be nervous, just leave it to me." Qin Changqing found that he was already very skilled at saying this sentence, and it was almost becoming his catchphrase. He heard Yu Bingbing in the darkness trying to calm herself and say, "What am I nervous about? Just do your job. Keep bragging." Qin Changqing simply stopped talking nonsense and went straight to the point. The veil fell to the ground, her delicate body was like snow, the beauty raised her neck, the flowers bloomed and withered, the scenery was infinitely good. This palace master with ice-like skin and jade-like bones allowed Qin Changqing to experience a different feeling, somewhat indulging, but he was still forcibly awakened by the system at a critical moment. Detected that the partner has a congenital profound ice body, please choose 1. Consume 10 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. 7.
Consume 10 million years of life to give birth to a low-grade immortal spiritual root offspring. 8. Consume 10,000 years of life to give birth to a congenital spirit body offspring. 9.
Consume 100,000 years of life to give birth to a special spirit body offspring. 10.
Consume 1 million years of life to give birth to a congenital perfect spirit body offspring. 11. Consume 10 million years of life to give birth to a human immortal body offspring. Qin Changqing's spirit was lifted. Human immortal body. Is this the congenital spirit body comparable to the immortal spiritual root? It sounds very powerful. I'm going to have another child with a heaven-defying physique. Immediately choose 11.
The news that Ice Snow Palace Master Yu Bingbing personally visited the Tai Ching sect quickly spread to the ears of other sects, and all the sects were shocked and couldn't sit still. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme spirit sword sect cursed secretly in their hearts, regretting that they were too slow to act.
They also didn't expect the Ice Snow Palace to intercept them halfway.
With this happening, they would have to wait a long time to make an appointment for the next time. After all, it was necessary to reserve time for Qin Changqing to absorb spirit stones. The Haoyang sect and several other sects without female cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots were even more anxious and accelerated their search, and the actions of the Azure Sea sect and the Ice Snow Palace had already made them feel the crisis. The cultivation world is like this: the strong prey on the weak, and strength speaks.
Falling behind means being beaten.
Inside the secret room of the Taishan sect, the high-level officials, led by the Taishan sect master, were holding an emergency meeting. Senior brother, the Ice Snow Palace and the Azure Sea sect have already taken action.
If our Taishan sect doesn't act, we will really fall behind, an elder said anxiously. The others also echoed, their faces full of anxiety. How could Chu Tianlu not know this? He frowned and sighed. What's the use of being anxious? Female disciples with heavenly spiritual roots are not so easy to find.
The elder next to him gritted his teeth and said, Senior brother, you can't not know that our ancestor is a heavenly spiritual root. As soon as these words came out, the audience fell silent. Chu Tianlu's cheeks also twitched. They had actually thought of this point a long time ago, but no one dared to point it out. After all, that was the oldest supreme elder of the Taishan sect, a being about to enter the fusion void realm. This person has cultivated for more than 3,000 years and is now in seclusion.
If you suddenly call someone out to have children, are you not afraid that the ancestor will slap you to death in anger?
Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Chu Tianlu cleared his throat twice. Elder Wu, words cannot be spoken recklessly.
However, now that you mention it, Ancestral Master has indeed been in seclusion for a long time.
As disciples of the sect concerned about Ancestral Master's safety, there shouldn't be any problem in paying a visit, right?
The elder's eyes lit up instantly, immediately understanding Chu Tianlu's meaning, nodding repeatedly in agreement.
What senior brother says is true. We are only disturbing Ancestral Master out of concern. It's also reasonable to report the recent situation within the sect during the visit, right?
Indeed, indeed.
Junior brother's words are reasonable.
The group looked at each other and chuckled. They were only concerned about Ancestral Master, and incidentally reporting. Qin Changqing's matter was of utmost importance and definitely needed to be emphasized. As for what Ancestral Master thought, it was not up to them to decide. Chu Tianlu glanced at the reactions of the elders present, rolling his eyes inwardly.
Old but not dead is a thief. This saying is absolutely correct.
Soon, the group rode their magical artifacts to the place where Supreme Elder Xian Chaosu was in seclusion.
Chu Tianlu took out a paper crane made from a spirit talisman and sent it into the formation, waiting quietly. Before long, a clear female voice came from the ears of the group. What is it? Chu Tianlu quickly cupped his hands and said, reporting to Ancestral Master, this disciple has something to request. The formation rippled, opening a passage. Come in. The group breathed a sigh of relief and entered one after another. Soon, the group saw a delicate girl wearing a large red dress, looking like she was only 17 or 18 years old, sitting cross-legged on a stone platform made of spiritual jade inside the cave. This disciple greets Ancestral Master. Everyone bowed in unison. Xian Chaosu raised her hand. No need for formalities, just say what you have to say. Ancestral Master's temper is as straightforward as ever. Chu Tianlu cupped his hands and said, Ancestral Master, in the 10-sect competition a few years ago, the demonic path took the opportunity to enter the secret realm and kill our disciples, cutting off our roots. It was truly arrogant and overbearing, extremely hateful. The elders frowned as they listened, anxious and frantically signaling with their eyes. Just get to the point. Chu Tianlu certainly noticed the elders' gazes, cursing inwardly. You're afraid, but am I not? Xian Chaosu's willow eyebrows stood up. You woke me up just for this kind of thing? Chu Tianlu, as the sect master of the Taishan sect, can't you even handle this? If you can't sit well in this position, then don't sit in it. I'll discuss it with your father later and replace you with someone else. This disciple wouldn't dare. Chu Tianlu said, currently, Qin Changqing has already given birth to several children with heavenly spiritual roots for my Taishan sect. This has been verified and cannot be faked. A playful expression slowly appeared on Xian Chaosu's face, her delicate cheeks slightly flushed. So these guys woke her up just to have her give birth? No wonder they all looked timid. She was over 3,000 years old, yet she still had to do this kind of thing. It was simply absurd. But then again, this was an immortal spiritual root. It was impossible not to be tempted. She herself knew the importance of talent. As someone with a heavenly spiritual root, she had cultivated for over 3,000 years, yet she was only halfway into the fusion realm. It was very, very difficult to make further progress, almost reaching the end. And that legendary immortal spiritual root could effortlessly cultivate into an immortal. In comparison, the difference was obvious. If she could really give birth to a child with an immortal spiritual root, it would be of great benefit to both herself and the sect. Thinking of this, Xian Chaosu swept her gaze over everyone and snorted coldly, this seed is a heavenly spiritual root. Are you planning to have this seed go find that Qin Changqing? The group revealed a look of horror. We wouldn't dare. This disciple only feels that such a major matter needs to be brought to Ancestral Master's attention. Xian Chaosu slowly lowered her feet and stepped off the couch, chuckling coldly, alright, you guys are still too young to play tricks in front of me. Considering that you are also thinking for the sect, this seat will not pursue the matter this time. This seat has been in seclusion for too long and wants to go out and take a stroll. I'll go to the Taiching sect. The group was overjoyed. She agreed. Before the group could react, Xian Chaosu had already transformed into a stream of light and went straight out of the cave. Ancestral Master is really anxious. Ancestral Master is righteous. Xian Chaosu's appearance made Lu Qinghui somewhat apprehensive and shocked. Even Feng Jun and others were alarmed and ran over. Xian Chaosu had cultivated for a long time, and even in front of Feng Jun and others, she was considered a senior. Senior sister, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. Feng Jun said with a smile, cupping his hands. Xian Chaosu waved her hand, there's no need for pleasantries. I ask you, is that Qin Changqing matter real? As expected, she came for this. You are over 3,000 years old, and you are still childlike. Feng Jun nodded, there is such a thing. A look of shock flashed in Xian Chaosu's eyes. She nodded, very good, this seat also wants a child. What do you think? Why are you asking us if you want a child? Everyone was speechless. But they all understood what she meant. She was letting the Taiching sect arrange it. The supreme elder of the Fengling sword sect couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Senior sister Xian, my junior sister Jiang has already made an agreement with Qin Changqing. Xian Chaosu squinted, Jiang Shui? What, even though this seat has come in person, you don't even have the face to cut in line? Yes, yes, yes. The Fengling sword sect had nothing to say. Feng Jun watched and found it funny. This senior sister's deterrent power was as strong as ever. Since that's the case, the next one will be senior sister Xin, but senior sister will have to wait for a while. Changqing needs to absorb spirit stones. I understand this. Xin Chaosu waved her hand.
The spirit stones were quickly sent to Qin Changqing's hands, and he understood which sect was preparing a female cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root again. Changqing, the elder asked me to ask you, how long will it take to absorb all these spirit stones?
Huang Miaoying asked.
Qin Changqing was slightly stunned.
It seemed like they were in a hurry this time. He thought for a moment and said, about half a year.
Huang Miaoying nodded, looking at Qin Changqing with a somewhat complicated expression. The little son-in-law of the past had already reached such a point that even the sect masters of the 10 great sects had to be polite to him. Whether it was on the surface or not, at least they gave him enough respect. Now, there were more and more female dependents in Qingyun Mansion, including high-level figures from various sects, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. With her aptitude, Qin Changqing was probably no longer interested in her. Qin Changqing saw through her thoughts and smiled, pulling her into his arms. What are you thinking about?
Huang Miaoying's cheeks flushed immediately, and she said shyly, I didn't think about anything. I'm going to report to the sect. Qin Changqing smiled and said, what's the rush? It's not too late to go after we're done.
But the soundproof formation was activated, and the spring scenery was infinitely beautiful. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Half a year later, after receiving Qin Changqing's notification, the Taiqing sect immediately informed Xin Chaosu of the news.
The moon hangs on the branches. Inside the Qingyun mansion, a graceful figure pushed open the door, and immediately saw a young man in a plain white robe writing something at his desk.
Xin Chaosu was a little curious and walked over to take a look. She saw stacks of scrolls placed in front of the young man. They were not ordinary ink paintings, but the paper was divided into squares of different sizes with lines. Each square had vivid little figures. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme talking or fighting, forming a distinct storyline when connected. Xin Chaosu had never seen such a strange painting before.
Out of curiosity, she was attracted by the ups and downs of the plot and became absorbed in it. Qin Changqing finished the last stroke and stretched. When he turned his head, he was startled.
When did someone stand next to him?
And it was a petite and lovely little girl, but her demeanor looked quite mature.
You are? Qin Changqing asked in surprise. He knew all the women in this house.
He had never seen this one before.
Could this be the heavenly spiritual root female cultivator sent by the Taishian sect? She's too young, isn't she? Is this even legal? Xin Chaosu reluctantly withdrew her gaze and replied irrelevantly, what are you drawing? I have never seen it before?
Qin Changqing explained with a smile, this is a comic book I drew for the children when I was bored.
I call it a manga. It's a way of presenting some interesting stories in the form of drawings. Xin Chaosu's eyes lit up, manga. Interesting. What's the name of this story? Can you give it to me to take back in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme?
Qin Changqing turned over the cover of the book, revealing 2 large characters, Naruto Cultivator. Next to it was a line of small characters, where the leaves dance, the fire never dies. This was only an experimental stage, so he didn't draw anything that transcended this world. He modified the original plot to make it conform to the world of cultivation. Where the leaves dance, the fire never dies. Xin Chaosu's willow eyebrows rose, and her eyes smiled into crescents. You really are an interesting fellow. I am Xin Chaosu from the Taishian sect, and I'm here today to have a child with you. Qin Changqing was sweating profusely. It was the first time he had seen such a straightforward woman. However, she was too young, and he couldn't help but ask, may I ask how old you are, fairy?
Age?
Xin Chaosu said amusingly, probably 3,300 years old.
I don't remember exactly. Qin Changqing was shocked and said incredulously, more than 3,000 years old? But your appearance. Xin Chaosu pouted, what about my appearance? Don't you like it? It doesn't matter, if you like the appearance of an old woman, I can satisfy you. Qin Changqing immediately shook his head repeatedly, no, this is fine. Xin Chaosu said, then stopped dawdling. Okay. Qin Changqing was a little flustered for a moment. Before he could make any move, Xin Chaosu had already waved her hand to extinguish the spiritual candles, and the room was plunged into darkness. What should I do next? You don't know? Nonsense, I don't have a Dao companion, how would I know? Okay, leave it to me. The petite and soft girl was unique and gave Qin Changqing a different feeling. In a daze, the system prompt sounded. Detected that your partner has a heavenly spiritual root, please choose 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a high-grade spiritual root 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a top-grade spiritual root 6. Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a perfect spiritual root 7. Consume 10 million years of lifespan to give birth to an immortal spiritual root without a doubt, choose 7. After confirming that she was pregnant, Xin Chaosu left the Taiqing sect. Before leaving, she came to Qin Changqing and took away many completed manga. It seems that this person is usually very bored. Immediately afterwards, half a year later, Jiang Shui of the Fengling Sword sect also spent a night with Qin Changqing and successfully became pregnant. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Inside the Qingyun mansion, from various sects gathered here, especially the Bihai sect, with sect leader Chu Tianlu coming in person. Why hasn't she given birth after so long? Chu Tianlu was a little anxious, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, occasionally stopping to watch. Today was the day when Luqing was giving birth. It had to be said that the immortal spiritual root was indeed the legendary top-notch immortal seedling. Just the gestation took more than 3 years. Brother Chu doesn't need to worry. The elders of my Taiqing sect are very experienced in this area and there won't be any problems, Lu Qinghui said with a smile, stroking his beard. As he was speaking, a burst of infant cries suddenly came from the room. At the same time, the sky above the entire Taiqing sect suddenly changed, and a large number of colorful auspicious clouds quickly gathered. In the auspicious clouds, one could vaguely see the phantom of a fairy crane dancing gracefully. A thick golden beam of light suddenly fell from the auspicious clouds, targeting the delivery room. This is an immortal spiritual phenomenon. Everyone was dumbfounded. After cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years, it was the first time they had seen such a celestial phenomenon. What a rich immortal spiritual power! This child is born with an immortal spiritual phenomenon. He is definitely an immortal spiritual root. Ha 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 ha. In the delivery room, several female elders were also stunned by this scene, especially the elder holding the child. The golden beam of light falling from the sky fell on the child, forming a layer of golden light on the child's body surface. The child stopped crying and curiously stretched out his little hand to grab the surrounding flashing golden light. Complex golden Dao patterns spread from the center of his eyebrows to his whole body, reflecting each other with the spiritual membrane formed by the power of immortal spirits, as if he was wearing a golden armor. Immortal patterns. These are immortal patterns. The elder's voice trembled, his face filled with excitement and shock. This child really is an immortal spiritual root. According to legend, children with immortal spiritual roots are born with immortal spiritual phenomena and will be blessed by heaven and earth, forming a layer of immortal patterns. This is a manifestation of the spiritual root. There will be no bottlenecks in the future cultivation path. As long as they don't die prematurely, they will definitely become immortals. Of course, the benefits are more than just these. In that golden beam of light, a small strand was separated and drilled into Wen Luqing's somewhat weak body, and another strand drilled out of the roof and landed in a house not far away. This was a gift from heaven and earth, as a thank you to Wen Luqing for conceiving such an immortal spiritual seedling. Wen Luqing's originally pale complexion turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye,
she recovered the lost spiritual power and energy, and a part of the undigested immortal spiritual power remained in her body, which would greatly benefit her future cultivation. On the other side, Qin Changqing, as the child's father, also received benefits. Feeling the surging golden immortal power in his body, Qin Changqing was also a little dazed.
Can giving birth have this kind of benefit?
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
When the child was brought out, everyone's eyes fell on him, the almost tangible immortal spiritual power causing everyone to show a shocked expression.
Congratulations, sect leader brother, this child really has an immortal spiritual root.
The female elder of Azure Sea sect smiled and handed the child to the sect leader. The Azure Sea sect leader was trembling all over, holding the child in his arms, and probed with his divine sense, then burst into wild laughter. Immortal spiritual root.
My Azure Sea sect has a disciple with an immortal spiritual root. Ha 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 ha.
The others beside him were a little unhappy.
So what if he has an immortal spiritual root? What's there to be smug about?
Such a heaven-defying phenomenon had already indicated that this child's future was limitless. Lu Qinghui and the others were all filled with envy and jealousy, only regretting that their sect did not have a female cultivator with a celestial spiritual root, and could only watch helplessly as the Taishan sect gained a huge advantage. However, the people from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme spirit sword sect and the Ice Snow Palace were filled with joy. The Taishan sect gave birth to an immortal spiritual root, which meant that there was a great probability that they also had an immortal spiritual root. In the backyard, when Luqing carried the child to find Qin Changqing.
He is our first child, give him a name. When Luqing's face was full of tenderness.
Qin Changqing looked at the child who had already fallen into a deep sleep, and the corners of his mouth also slightly raised. He could feel the immortal spiritual power constantly surging in this child's body. He is our first child, and also my first descendant with an immortal spiritual root.
How about calling him Qi Xian?
When Luqing smiled, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." In these few years, when Luqing had already been completely captured by Qin Changqing, she was already at an age where she yearned for love, and Qin Changqing was her savior. Living together day and night, with Qin Changqing's methods, capturing this little girl was simply a piece of cake. Half a year later, Ice Snow Palace. With a loud cry of an infant, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and clouds in the world changed. The difference was that this time the gathered were azure blue ice clouds, and what fell was a sapphire blue beam of light. Palace Master, the child of the child. The female elder holding the child was full of shock, and couldn't speak for a moment.
What's wrong with the child?
Yu Bingbing got up quickly, and was also stunned when she saw the pink and jade-like little girl. This little girl's body was floating with blue Dao rhymes, and wisps of complex immortal patterns flowed on the surface of her body. Unlike the immortal spiritual root, the immortal spiritual power that accompanied her birth was contained in her flesh and bones, constantly evolving and transforming her physique. Tiny ice crystals were constantly breathing in and out with the child's breath, hovering around her body, like bright stars, which was very beautiful.
This is Ice Crystal Immortal Body.
Yu Bingbing and the elders were all shocked, recalling the records in ancient books. Human immortal body, immaculate and dust-free, can become immortal with the physical body. In terms of cultivation speed alone, the human immortal body is even faster than the immortal spiritual root. At about the same time, the retreat of the Taishan sect elders.
Strange phenomena abounded, colorful lights fluttered, and immortal spiritual power surged in Xian Chaosu's cave.
Congratulations, Ancestor Master, this child really has an immortal spiritual root.
Chu Tianlu and the others were filled with excitement.
Chu Anhua also rushed back, looked at the child and laughed. Senior sister, you have made a huge contribution to our Taishan sect. Everyone hurriedly bowed and retreated.
Senior brother, why do I feel that it's a bit unreliable for the child to be taken care of by Ancestor Master? An elder carefully transmitted his voice. Chu Tianlu reprimanded, nonsense. Would Ancestor Master harm her own child?
I don't mean that, it's just that Ancestor Master's personality is too straightforward, and she doesn't have any experience in taking care of children. The elder's face was full of worry. This child with an immortal spiritual root is the hope of the entire sect, there can be no problems. Chu Tianlu looked back at the cave that had been sealed by a large array, and fell into deep thought.
Not long after,
colorful auspicious clouds also gathered over the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme spirit sword sect, immortal music fluttered, and the illusion of immortal cranes danced. Jiang Shui's child was also born, also an immortal spiritual root. The high-level officials of the entire sect who knew the news were extremely excited. Cultivation has no years, in a blink of an eye, Qin Changqing has been in the Taiqing sect for 6 years. The first batch of celestial spiritual root children from each sect had already been taken away by their respective sects and officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Qin Changqing stood in the house with his hands behind his back, looking at the children stepping on the magic weapons of their elders and soaring into the sky through the window lattice, feeling a little melancholy in his heart. Although he had known that this day would come, he still felt a little sad when this day really came. Clearly they were his own children, but they couldn't stay by his side. This kind of mood could not be understood by others.
Children, you must work hard, don't forget the teachings of your father.
Qin Changqing sighed, watched the last child go away, closed the window, and slowly sat back on the couch.
Activate cultivation feedback.
Qin Changqing called out the system.
Obtain 1/10 of Qin Qiming's cultivation feedback. Do you want to receive it? Obtain 1/10 of Qin Kiru's cultivation feedback. Do you want to receive it? Obtain 1% of Qin Qiping's cultivation feedback. Do you want to receive it? Receive.
In an instant, spiritual power that ordinary people could not see surged from all directions and poured into Qin Changqing's body. Qin Changqing closed his eyes and silently accepted. He was already accustomed to this kind of thing, feeling the changes in the spiritual power in his body.
Foundation Establishment Stage 7th Layer.
Foundation Establishment Stage 8th Layer. In the end, Qin Changqing's cultivation stayed at the peak of the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment Stage, and he was only one step away from breaking through the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Stage. Suddenly opening his eyes, the spiritual light in Qin Changqing's eyes gradually faded away, and his cultivation was locked at the 5th layer of the Qi training stage under the concealment of the system.
It seems that it won't be long before I can step into the golden core stage.
Qin Changqing was a little excited.
Back then, when he first saw Huang Yuanjing, the old ancestor of the Huang family, he was simply amazed and thought that it was an insurmountable peak.
Now it seems that the mere golden core stage is not worth mentioning at all.
Now, the people he comes into contact with are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme nascent soul true monarchs, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme cease transformation god heavenly monarchs. What is a small golden core stage?
Slightly shaking his head, Qin Changqing opened the real-time dynamic record again. Your son Qin Qiming successfully broke through the foundation establishment stage, and his understanding of kendo has reached a new level. Your son Qin Qiping went out to practice and was attacked by demonic cultivators, accidentally falling into an ancient cultivator's cave and obtaining an opportunity. Your son Qin Shihong encountered a demonic attack and broke through on the spot in a life-and-death situation, killing the demonic cultivator.
Your daughter Qin Mengxue is studying the way of formations and has achieved a little.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the reading progress to be lost.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Qiming is truly exceptional in terms of comprehension, especially in swordsmanship. He's likely unmatched among his peers. Qi Peng has encountered another stroke of luck? This kid's fortune is simply heaven-defying. Even I, his old man, am ashamed. He's practically the protagonist template. Maybe this kid can forge a different path with all these opportunities. Why has Meng Shui started studying formations? Well, it's good to have more skills, but it's a bit of a waste of time. I need to remind her when I get the chance, so she doesn't neglect her regular cultivation. Those demon Dao bastards are getting more and more arrogant. Not good. Xi Ling is in danger. Qin Changqing's eyes narrowed. Instantly, he donned his black robe, put on his mask, and activated the teleportation. A flash of white light, and he vanished. Zhao State, Immortal Cultivation World.
Qin Shangqing's figure appeared before Qin Shiling. Surging spiritual power sent a massive bear-like beast flying.
Immediately after, a streak of purple light pierced through its head. The beast's enormous corpse crashed to the ground, dead as can be. Master! Qin Shiling's face was filled with joy. At critical moments, he could always see his master.
Qin Shangqing said helplessly, Shiling, this isn't a place you should be coming to yet.
Do what you can, and don't take risks easily. I can't watch you every moment, understand?
Qin Shiling said a little embarrassedly, I was chasing a demon beast and unknowingly came here.
Master, don't worry, I'll pay attention next time. Qin Shangqing was a little exasperated. He tapped him on the head and scolded, there's a next time?
In the future, think before you act, prepare thoroughly, consider all possible consequences, and don't act rashly unless you're 98% sure.
Understood, Master.
Qin Shiling scratched his head and chuckled, then a look of hope appeared in his eyes. Can you stay and spend more time with me?
I miss you very much.
A trace of heartache and reluctance flashed in Qin Shangqing's eyes.
After thinking for a moment, he nodded. That's great. Qin Shiling cheered.
The expression behind Qin Shangqing's mask was somewhat complicated. Qin Shiling was the first child he sent out of Jing country. It was very difficult and lonely to venture out alone, and he understood this, but he had to do it. Now, the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths is becoming more frequent. The demonic path phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme intercepts and kills disciples of the 10 sects, and his children have repeatedly experienced life and death crises. If he hadn't taken action in time, he was afraid that several of his children would have died. In the past few years, he had successively sent several children out of Jing country, which could be regarded as taking this opportunity to make them disappear from Jing country in a logical manner, so as not to attract the attention of various sects, who would only think that they had died at the hands of demonic path cultivators.
Quickly notify the other 3 sects to come and discuss. Yang Zipping couldn't sit still and shouted in a deep voice.
Soon, the Moon Demon sect, the Six Desires Demon sect, and the Ghost King sect leaders, who received the news, came together.
Old Demon Yang, it seems you know about it too.
Xin Yuanta said with a cold face, the 10 sects are very abnormal. This seed now suspects that they have mastered some method that can breed celestial roots.
That's right. Zhou Huan, the sect leader of the Six Desires Demon sect, also looked ugly. Our spies also sent back news that female cultivators with extraordinary talents from various sects have disappeared in the sect.
After a long period of secret investigation, they found out that they had all gone to the Taiching sect.
It's the Taiching sect again. Yang Zipping suddenly turned his head and said, this Taiching sect must have a big secret. We can't let it go anymore. If this continues, the celestial root seedlings of the 10 sects will only increase.
When they grow up, there will be no place for us in Jing country. Not only that, but the 10 sects hate us to the bone. When that day comes, I'm afraid they won't give us a way out. Everyone felt great pressure. However, the 10 sects are now united to fight against the enemy and are deeply rooted. They are inherently weak, and they are not opponents of the solid 10 sect alliance at all.
How about we invite the 10,000 demon ancestor? Zhou Huan suddenly suggested.
Everyone was startled and looked at him in surprise. The 10,000 demon ancestor is the ancestor of the 10,000 demon gate in the neighboring Liang country. That is a real Rongshu realm cultivator.
Moreover, the 10,000 demon gate is a dominant overlord in Liang country, controlling the entire Liang country's immortal cultivation world, and its strength is only stronger than the 10 sect alliance. Zhou Huan? Are you crazy? Don't you know what kind of person the 10,000 demon ancestor is?
He is domineering and ruthless. Bringing him here will not only not get any benefits, but may also put yourself in it.
Yang Zipping frowned and shouted.
Although the 10,000 demon ancestor and they are both demonic path cultivators, his status is much higher than them. Inviting him here is simply seeking skin from a tiger and leading a wolf into the house.
Xin Yuantu grinned hideously, the situation is already like this, how can we manage so much? Do you want to wait for the 10 sects to grow and uproot us? This seat thinks Zhou Huan's proposal is good. Yang Ziping pondered for a long time and said slowly, the 10,000 demon ancestor has a fierce reputation. If we can avoid provoking him, we should avoid provoking him.
I think we should go and talk to the 10 sects in the name of the 10,000 demon ancestor to see if we can force out the secret of the celestial root. If they still disagree, then we will break up, and we can only invite the 10,000 demon ancestor.
No one should think about having a good time. Everyone's eyes lit up. This is a good way.
After making a decision, the 4 demonic path sects did not hesitate and directly brought people to the Tai Ching sect. Feeling that something was wrong, Feng Jun and others immediately flashed out of the formation, their faces full of vigilance, wondering what these 4 major demon sects suddenly came to do. Yang Ziping stood above the demon cloud and called out from afar, "Sect leader Lu, we have come not to start a war, but to discuss some matters with you." Lu Qinghui flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and sneered, "This old man has nothing to discuss with you demonic fiends. We weren't going to seek you out, yet you dared deliver yourselves to our doorstep.
Do you truly believe the 10 sects are without capable individuals? I think you're seeking death."
Seeing the 10 sects stirring with anticipation, Yang Ziping also sneered incessantly, "We have come this time under the orders of the Wanyao old ancestor.
Dare to try and attack us. Believe it or not, the Wanyao sect will flatten your 10 sects. Wanyao old ancestor." Lu Qinghui's expression changed drastically. Feng Jun and the others also froze.
They had naturally heard of the Wanyao old ancestor's fearsome reputation.
That was in existence in the Rongshu realm.
If he were to attack, even if all the nascent divinity heavenly lords of the 10 sects came out, they absolutely wouldn't be able to stop him.
How could they have colluded with the Wanyao sect? Several nascent divinity heavenly lords of the 10 sects secretly transmitted their voices. Could they be bluffing us? That is a sect from Liang country.
Perhaps.
Liang country and our Jing country are neighbors, and both are demonic cultivators. It wouldn't be surprising if they had connections. What should we do?
If we truly anger the Wanyao old ancestor, Jing country will likely be plunged into misery, and the 10 sects combined wouldn't be able to stop him. After a long discussion, the group ultimately decided to first see what their purpose was. Having received the approval of Feng Jun and the others, Lu Qinghui gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice, "We are all cultivators of Jing country.
Can't we sit down and discuss matters peacefully? How can we allow outsiders to interfere?"
Seeing Lu Qinghui say this, Yang Ziping also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and coldly snorted, "If it weren't for the fact that we are all cultivators of Jing country, there would be more than just us standing here now." Lu Qinghui pursed his lips and pointed to a distant mountain peak. "How about we go there for a discussion?" He didn't dare allow these demonic sect disciples to enter the mountain gate of the Tai Ching sect. If something were to happen, it would be too late to regret it.
Yang Ziping and the others had no objections to this.
They also knew that they were merely pulling the tiger's skin to make a banner and couldn't push too hard. Soon, the group used their divine powers to create a large enough space on the mountain peak, and both sides landed cautiously. Lu Qinghui sent people to invite the sect leaders of the other 9 sects over. Although there were other nascent divinity heavenly lords from the other 9 sects present, the true leaders of each sect were still the sect leaders. The grand elders were merely the high-end combat power of each sect, and they usually didn't manage affairs.
Yang Ziping, say what you have to say directly. Chu Tianlu's expression was very unsightly.
Being threatened by demonic cultivators made him feel very uncomfortable. The others were the same. If it weren't for their fear of the Wanyao old ancestor mentioned by the other party, they would have swarmed forward and killed all these demonic cultivators. But seeing the other party's fearless appearance, the 10 sects really didn't dare to act rashly.
If what they said was true, they couldn't bear the consequences.
Shen Yuan Tujie grinned hideously, "Don't play dumb.
We already know that you have a special method to nurture descendants with spirit roots.
As long as you share this method with our 4 sects, we can find an excuse to appease the Wanyao old ancestor. Otherwise, we can only tell the Wanyao old ancestor about this matter. If we can't get it, you can forget about having it easy. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme." The crowd's expressions were ugly, and they exchanged glances.
The demonic cultivator's style of doing things was still so ruthless. If they couldn't get it, they would destroy it.
Fortunately, the Wanyao old ancestor didn't know about this matter yet, which was a blessing in disguise. Forget it, agree to them, otherwise, if we push these demonic bastards too hard, we won't benefit. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
We can only do this. The Wanyao sect's power in Liang country is no less than ours.
If they come to attack, our 10 sects may not be able to stop them.
Moreover, there is a Rongshu realm Wanyao old ancestor. Even if senior sister Xin takes action, I'm afraid it won't work. Let's stabilize them first. When the disciples of each sect grow up in the future, we will find an opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. After a long exchange of voices, Lu Qinghui finally slowly opened his mouth and said, "That's right, we do have a method to nurture heavenly spirit roots." Lu Qinghui was careful and only said that they could nurture heavenly spirit roots, without mentioning that they could nurture higher spirit roots. The other 10 sects immediately had a thought and secretly praised him. The current 10 sects had already been forced into a corner by the reputation of the Wanyao old ancestor and could only cooperate with the 4 major demonic sects, but they would only give them children with heavenly spirit roots. For the current 10 sects, heavenly spirit roots were only a starting point. The current goal was to stabilize the 4 major demonic sects and then slowly plan as expected. They had a method. Yang Zipping and the others were overjoyed. They didn't expect that they would actually be able to trick it out of them.
However, if you want to nurture a heavenly spirit root, there are also conditions. You need a woman with a high-grade spirit root. To nurture a child with a heavenly spirit root, you need at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, Lu Qinghui said lightly.
He was not so polite with the demonic path and directly offered 100 times the price. Yang Zipping and the others had no objection to these spirit stones.
On the contrary, they were even more excited. It would be suspicious if there were no conditions. 1,000,000 spirit stones could be exchanged for a heavenly spirit root. It was simply too worth it.
Good. No problem, as long as what you say is true, we will definitely not go back on our word.
Soon, the 2 sides made an agreement and signed a spirit contract. The 4 demonic sects would regularly send demonic female cultivators and spirit stones over, and would also keep the secret, and would never reveal any news to the Wanyao sect. At the same time, the 2 sides also agreed to stop fighting. In fact, the 10 sects had long since wanted to avoid conflict with the demonic path and only wanted to develop steadily, waiting for those gifted children to grow up.
And the demonic path, after obtaining the secret, also did not want to continue fighting with the 10 sects.
In recent years, they had suffered heavy losses under the alliance of the 10 sects, and they took this opportunity to recuperate. Thus, the Jing country's cultivation world entered a brief period of peace. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookcase and reading history. In time it is recommended to save screenshots, and apologize for the inconvenience. Inside the Azure Cloud Manor, Lu Qinghui and Qin Changqing sat facing each other with a chessboard between them. Changqing, the situation is roughly like this. The current 10 sects have reached an agreement with the demonic path, and we are also under the pressure of the Wanyao old ancestor. However, this is more beneficial than harmful to both sides, but it will be hard on you again. Lu Qinghui gave a wry smile. Qin Changqing picked up a black piece, gazing at the chessboard, and said with a smile, "Sect leader is too polite. This won't have much impact on me." However, sect leader still needs to be cautious, and don't nurture a tiger to invite disaster. Giving birth to high-quality immortal seedlings for the demonic path is tantamount to increasing their strength. The righteous and demonic paths cannot be peaceful forever. The 2 sides are destined to turn against each other. Lu Qinghui said, "We naturally understand this, so we only told them that we can only conceive heavenly spiritual roots at most. Today, I came to confirm with you whether you can control the aptitude of your descendants. But when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head." Currently, he didn't have much room for choice. Lu Qinghui was immediately overjoyed. This is not a problem. As long as you can control the aptitude of your descendants, it will be easy to handle. As for spirit stones, we will collect 1,000,000 spirit stones for each woman sent by the demonic path, and all of these will be yours. Qin Changqing felt a little more comfortable in his heart. The original heavenly spiritual root required the consumption of 10,000 spirit stones, and now giving him 100 times that amount was considered a very good compensation.
Ah, Changqing, you've lost. Lu Qinghui pointed at the chessboard and laughed. Qin Changqing looked at the chessboard, smiled, and cupped his hands. Sect leader's chess skills are indeed superb. This junior admits defeat.
Lu Qinghui waved his hand, chuckled, and stood up. You are also a master.
You are the first person in the entire sect to push me to such a state. It's most enjoyable to play chess with you.
Elder Chow and the others are all lousy chess players.
I won't play anymore, I'm going back.
Qin Changqing quickly stood up and said, respectfully seeing off sect leader. Watching Lu Qinghui leave through the air, Qin Changqing's expression slowly returned to indifference. He looked at the chessboard, suddenly picked up a black piece and pressed it down on a certain position, then turned and left. If Lu Qinghui were to come back and take a look at this moment, he would definitely be shocked to find that this black piece directly revived the inevitable losing situation and, in turn, forced the white pieces into a dead end. Qin Changqing returned to his room, spread out paper on his desk, and began to think silently while grinding ink. This was a habit he had developed over the years. Whenever he encountered something, he liked to write and draw, which could quickly allow his brain to enter a more sober state. Now that the 4 great demonic sects have also joined the ranks of nurturing spiritual roots, this is also beneficial to the Jing country cultivation world, and to him. At least his children can develop stably for a period of time without him having to rescue them everywhere. However, doing so always has huge hidden dangers. The demonic path are all ruthless and insidious people who can turn their faces at any time. If the 4 great demonic sects were to find out in the future that the 10 sects can also mass-produce children who surpass heavenly spiritual roots, then it would definitely enrage the demonic path, and it might once again set off a war between the righteous and demonic paths. At that time, it might really call for the Wanyao old ancestor to enter the arena, and it would be difficult to say what the situation would be like. He had also heard Lu Qinghui talk about that terrifying Wanyao old ancestor. He was in existence in the fusion realm, with overwhelming strength. He didn't want to fall under the control of the Wanyao old ancestor. Although the righteous path is sometimes quite hypocritical, they will at least pretend and give Qin Changqing enough respect.
The demonic path mostly acts without any bottom line.
If he fell into the hands of the demonic path, his life would definitely not be as comfortable and leisurely as it is now. At that time, he would most likely be forced by those demonic cultivators to have children, squeezing out all of his exploitable value.
Moreover, he didn't want his future children to become demonic spawns.
It seems that I must find a way out for myself. Qin Changqing dipped his brush in the ink in the inkstone and, after pondering for a moment, wrote a word on the paper.
Life.
This life refers to a way out for himself, and a way out for his children and their mothers. Qin Changqing had already sensed the hidden dangers of the future, and he must find a way out for his women and children.
A crafty rabbit still has 3 burrows, but he currently doesn't even have one.
Originally, he was quite satisfied with his current situation, but now that he thought about it, being content with the status quo would only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme to his own destruction. This is not the stable society of his previous life, but the cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak. Once the righteous and demonic paths tear their faces and completely start a war, he himself can teleport away at will, but he has so many women and children, and there is not even a place to settle them. If he were to disappear, these people, like dogs jumping over a wall in desperation, might take the lives of these children and women to threaten him.
Faced with the temptation of nurturing spiritual roots, they can do anything, and the 10 sects of the righteous path are the same. It seems that the arrangements I made for Qiling and the others before were still a bit hasty.
Qin Changqing's eyes flickered, and he sighed softly. The situation in the Azure Origins secret realm last time had already given Qin Changqing a warning. He could only selectively teleport away some of the children randomly, but this was not safe for the children. Directly letting them go to an unfamiliar place to fend for themselves was somewhat cruel to the children.
As a father, if he can't give his children a better sense of security and can't help them, then what's the use?
Staring at the word life for a long time, Qin Changqing's fingertips emitted spiritual fire, burning it to ashes. At night, 2 figures were entwined to the death, tossing and turning for several hours before calming down. Guan Xilan hugged Qin Changqing's neck, drenched in fragrant sweat, with an undying tenderness in her eyes. This woman had already been completely conquered by Qin Shangqing. Usually, due to their identities, it was inconvenient to express it, but once they were alone, she immediately turned into a tendervine.
Xylan, do you have any maps of this world? Qin Shangqing's hands wandered restlessly under the quilt, revealing his purpose.
Guan Xylan's sandalwood mouth opened slightly, and she asked strangely with a red face, "What do you want this for?"
Qin Shangqing smiled and said, "It's nothing.
You also know that I usually like to write some stories, but unfortunately, I am now unable to do what I want and can't go anywhere, which limits my imagination, so I want to learn more about it." "Alas, you've suffered." Guan Xylan propped up her body halfway, a touch of heartache revealed in her eyes, and then she showed her white lotus-like jade arm. The storage ring flashed slightly, and a jade slip appeared in her hand. "This was exchanged from a down-and-out cultivator when I went out before, but this map is very rough, and many places only have brief annotations.
If you need it, I will find a way to get it for you later."
"Okay." Qin Shangqing smiled and kissed Guan Xylan on the forehead, then turned over and pressed her back on the couch, smiling and saying, "Tell me, how should I reward you?" Guan Xylan's eyes swirled, and she said, "Aren't you tired yet? Don't you know how powerful I am after so many years?" Warm reminder, the website is about to be, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save a screenshot.
We apologize for the inconvenience.
The map given by Guan Xylan was indeed a bit rough. One could tell it was a hand-drawn map. Later, Guan Xylan successively found other related ancient books. After a full month of piecing things together and carefully sorting them out, Qin Shangqing had a general understanding of the situation. This cultivation world was too vast. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme spanning tens of thousands of miles. The territory was so vast that even a single Jing country was a land that mortals could not cross in their entire lives. Therefore, even though cultivators could fly and do escape underground, very few cultivators would cross territories to explore other locations. It would not only consume energy but also potentially bring about their own deaths. The place where Jing country was located was called the Eastern Region, and it was one of the 7 kingdoms of the Eastern Region. Of course, these 7 kingdoms only covered a part of the Eastern Region's territory. Beyond the broader territory, there were many unknown places, including some hidden cultivation sects that did not reveal themselves to the world. Beyond the Eastern Region, there were also the myriad races of the Demon Region, the immortal islands of the Northern Region, the 3,000 continents of the Central Region, and other more vast and mysterious places. However, the descriptions of these places were also very vague, indicating that the recorders had not explored them in depth. Cultivators had a strong sense of territoriality, and some places were more exclusive to foreign cultivators. This was one of the reasons why the records of certain places in ancient books were incomplete. "It seems that I still need to explore some places myself." Qin Shangqing closed the ancient scroll, deeply engraving the map of the Eastern Region in his mind. He had the system's concealment and teleportation abilities, so he didn't need to worry about encountering unknown dangers. At worst, he could just run away. As it stood, whether it was secret realms, formations, or special terrains, none of them could block the teleportation function, especially after the stealth function was activated. Even a transformation god Heavenly Lord would not be able to detect him. 3 months later. In the westernmost part of the Eastern Region, there was a mountain range shrouded in mist all year round, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. These mists seemed to have the natural effect of weakening divine sense detection. In addition, it was filled with demon beasts, including great demons no weaker than the nascent soul stage, and was called the Demon Mist Mountain Range by the surrounding cultivators. Sparse of people and full of demon beasts, it also meant that many natural treasures were not easily picked. Therefore, even knowing the danger, many cultivators still liked to come here to take risks. At this moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Qin Shangqing's figure appeared on an ancient tree. This should already be very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the core area of the Demon Mist Mountain Range. Qin Shangqing was a little surprised and quickly flew away. After seeing it clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. He then realized that this was not an ancient tree at all, but a huge brown python. Before, it seemed to be asleep, and its body would turn into the appearance of an ancient tree when it was asleep, which was also a disguise. The hissing sound just now was the demon python spitting out its tongue. It wasn't the first time Qin Shangqing had seen this kind of strange thing, but he was still a little apprehensive. This demon python was at least a golden core stage demon beast. If he didn't have the system's stealth function, he would probably have been eaten without even leaving behind any residue. After the demon python wandered in place for a while, it slowly swam away into the distance, seemingly to hunt for food. Qin Shangqing shook his head and continued to fly around with the jade slip, recording the terrain while looking for a suitable location.
Because his divine sense was weakened, he could only use the most foolish method of traveling and recording.
If he really wanted to establish a stronghold here in the future, the map would be particularly important. In addition, he also marked the demon beasts that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme appeared in each location, distinguishing the places he had passed through by the degree of danger. After all, the children did not have his stealth function. In this way, Qin Shangqing teleported to the Demon Mist Mountain range to explore whenever he had time.
Although each teleportation consumed decades of lifespan, this point of lifespan was completely insignificant to him now.
Another month passed quietly. Qin Shangqing's figure appeared again, continuing to go deeper according to the place he had left last time.
Why is it getting more and more wrong?
Qin Shangqing noticed the changes around him. The traces of demon beasts were becoming less and less, and the ones that occasionally appeared were all powerful demon beasts with thick skin and flesh, at least great demons equivalent to the nascent soul stage.
Moreover, the surrounding flowers and plants were becoming more and more sparse.
Not only that, but the surrounding area also began to be filled with an increasingly dense green mist. Originally, Qin Shangqing didn't know what this was, until he saw a demon beast forced into a desperate situation rushing into the green mist in a panic. Before long, it let out a scream, and its whole body was quickly corroded under the erosion of the green mist, and he understood.
Poisonous miasma?
Qin Shangqing's face was a little unsightly. The demon beast just now was at least in the golden core stage, but it couldn't withstand the erosion of this poisonous miasma. I'm afraid even a great demon in the nascent soul stage would have a hard time. If he didn't have the system's stealth function to avoid all external influences, I'm afraid he would have died and become a pile of white bones. No, referring to the unlucky guy just now, his mere foundation establishment stage should not even leave behind white bones. The terrain of the mountain range in front of him was rugged, with two peaks twisting and connecting, like a huge arch, surrounded by strange vines, forming a natural barrier. Qin Shangqing was a little curious, how exactly was this strange place formed? Quickly flying through the air, he teleported directly through the arch. The scene inside the poisonous miasma had a feeling of at first it was extremely narrow, only enough for one person to pass through. The view in sight suddenly opened up, and it turned out to be an extremely vast valley.
The poisonous miasma outside disappeared after passing through the arch.
In the very center of the valley, there was a lake, the turquoise lake water gently rippling, with dreamlike spiritual mist floating above it. Around the lake, there were densely packed various spiritual herbs and plants growing. After investigating around, these spiritual herbs were all of ancient age, and their sizes were several times larger than ordinary spiritual herbs, emitting various strange lights. These spiritual herbs almost filled the valley, and for a time, they were countless.
This is spiritual liquid.
Qin Shangqing's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. Spiritual liquid was a manifestation of spiritual energy being concentrated and condensed to a certain degree of liquefaction, which was incomparably precious. Even in the top 10 sects, it was an extremely rare treasure. But at this moment, in front of Qin Shangqing, there was a whole lake of it. Qin Shangqing rubbed his eyes, even feeling like he was hallucinating. It wasn't until he took a pool of spiritual liquid and carefully investigated it that he finally confirmed that it was not an illusion. This was indeed spiritual liquid. No, so big, it should be called a spiritual lake. Qin Shangqing was so excited that his whole body was trembling.
An entire spirit lake, plus countless spiritual herbs, the value of this treasure land is immeasurable. Heaven never fails those who put their heart into it. It was not in vain that he had spent months searching diligently, even consuming hundreds of years of lifespan for teleportation. Now it seems that it was all worth it. If the children were brought here, the surrounding green poisonous miasma would not only provide them with natural protection, but the spirit lake and spiritual herbs here could also help them in their cultivation, which would increase their cultivation speed by more than one level. However, Qin Changqing quickly calmed down and was not overwhelmed by joy.
Where there are treasures, there are bound to be dangers. If this place is to be set up as a stronghold, absolute safety must be guaranteed. He began to carefully search the valley, and found that there were subtle changes in the mountains corresponding to this lake, and even spiritual herbs grew vigorously in the crevices of the mountains.
As for the danger, he hasn't found it yet.
The valley as a whole is shaped like a gourd, and the mouth of the gourd is where he just entered, with no other exit. And above, it is covered by dense poisonous miasma, making it almost impossible to enter from there. On the surface, there are basically no problems.
No, for the sake of safety, I have to confirm it, the bottom of the lake. Qin Changqing plunged into the spirit liquid lake and quickly sank down. To prevent sudden dangers, he was always ready to teleport away.
This is also the confidence he has to explore casually.
Detected energy can be absorbed and converted to extend lifespan. Absorb?
The system's prompt made Qin Changqing overjoyed. This spirit liquid can also be absorbed, great, but now is not the time to absorb it, first determine whether the environment is safe. His whole body was wrapped in rich spirit liquid, which made him feel unprecedented comfort, and his pores seemed to open automatically, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit liquid. Soon, he came to the bottom of the lake. When he saw clearly what was below, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart trembled. It was an incomparably huge skeleton, curved and curled up, like a snake or a dragon, with bones presenting a strange emerald green color. It is unknown whether it was the original color or affected by the spirit liquid. Even after a long period of time, this skeleton still exudes a suffocating pressure, indicating its terrifying strength before its death.
And too many children disappearing will also attract attention.
Kitchen, this child, has a top-grade fire spirit root, and is studying the art of alchemy, and is already a second-order alchemist.
There are spiritual herbs everywhere, which is very suitable for him. Menglin, this girl, has a wood attribute earth spirit root, and is also quite talented in the way of pharmacists. Let her go too.
Soon, Qin Changqing initially selected 5 more suitable children, preparing to find an opportunity to send them over. Now his children are basically in the 10 sects, and he must ensure that their disappearance does not cause a shock to the sect.
10 days later. Golden Sands Market. Qin Kitchen went out to practice and came here.
In the evening, he just finished refining the elixir, waved his hand gently, put the newly refined elixir into the bottle, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Not bad, your alchemy has improved again.
A voice suddenly sounded from behind. Qin Kitchen was taken aback, and quickly turned his head to look, then showed joy. Master. Qin Changqing nodded slightly. Pack up, Master will take you to a good place to retreat for a while. Out of absolute trust in Qin Changqing, Qin Kitchen didn't ask where it was, and quickly put the alchemy furnace into the storage bag. It was very convenient to pack things up in a while with a storage bag. Qin Changqing grabbed his arm and directly activated the teleportation. The next moment, the two appeared in the treasure land of the Demon Mist Mountain Range. Qin Kitchen was about to open his mouth to ask, but he was stunned by the scene in front of him, and opened his mouth for a long time without saying a word.
After a long while, he stiffly turned his head and asked, Master, I didn't see it wrong, did I? This lake is full of spirit liquid? You didn't see it wrong.
Qin Changqing nodded.
In his heart, he was very proud. How about it, isn't the place found by Dad awesome? Qin Kitchen swallowed, trembling, and approached, using his spiritual power to take a drop of spirit liquid, and after careful identification, he finally confirmed that this was indeed a spirit liquid lake, and the spiritual energy concentration of the spirit liquid was beyond his imagination, better than the sect's 4th order spiritual vein. His face showed ecstasy, and he was so happy that he was about to faint, so much spirit liquid. Master, you are too amazing. You don't know, my master in the sect also has a few bottles of spirit liquid, and from the time I entered the sect to now, he has only been willing to let me use 1 bottle. And now, there is more than 1 bottle in front of him? That's a whole lake. That's Millennium Red Nether Grass, 3,000-year Brahma Sesame, 10,000-year Purple Profound Bamboo. God, Master, what is this place?
Qin Kitchen was so excited that he didn't know what to say, looking left and right, a little overwhelmed. Qin Shangqing smiled and said, "You will practice here in the future, take whatever you need, there is plenty of time to look slowly."
"Thank you, master."
Qin Kitchen's eyes were a little red, and he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, prostrating on the ground. Such a good place, even the top 10 sects would definitely regard it as a core inheritance land.
A disciple like him probably doesn't even have the qualifications to take a look.
Qin Shangqing wants him to practice here at will, and use whatever he wants.
For a cultivator, this is simply like a recreation.
"Silly child, I am your father, who else should I be good to if not you?" Qin Shangqing helped Qin Kitchen up and gave a few more instructions before leaving. After a while, Qin Shangqing found suitable opportunities and sent the other children over one after another. Their reactions were exactly the same as Qin Kitchen's, shocked and grateful to this mysterious black-robed master. Although these children were all from the Qin, Huan, and Lin families, they were sent to different sects after the age of 6 and were not familiar with each other.
They will not know that they have the same father in a short time.
However, even if they knew, Qin Shangqing was not worried, because these children would leave the sect in the future and practice alone with him. With the blessing of such a treasure land, Qin Shangqing believed that their cultivation speed would definitely surpass their fellow disciples, and even be comparable to those spirit root immortal seedlings above the heavenly spirit root. Qin Shangqing felt a little relieved after settling these children down. With the first safe stronghold, at least he can deal with emergencies. This day, Lu Qinghui sent someone to notify him that the 4 major demonic sects were about to send women over, and asked him to be prepared.
Qin Shangqing was always prepared. He also had reservations about the 10 sects.
He had accumulated a lot of spirit stones over the years, and his lifespan had exceeded 100 million years.
Outside Qingyun Mansion. "I have already said what should be said, you only have one night."
Elder Chao Feng, who was in charge of the arrangement, instructed, and then a gap that could be passed through was opened in the formation of Qingyun Mansion. A graceful woman in black gauze in front of him chuckled and nodded. "Elder Chao, don't worry, I will definitely seize the opportunity." With that, she floated in. This woman is a golden core stage demonic cultivator sent by the Sword Demon sect, with the aptitude of a top-grade spirit root, which can already be regarded as the backbone of the demonic sect. After receiving Lu Qinghui's notification, Qin Shangqing had already opened all the formations leading to other mansions in advance. This demonic female cultivator will only have one path to walk in Qingyun Mansion, leading directly to his room. This is also to protect his women and children, not because he is afraid that the demonic women will go crazy. After all, there are several transformation god heavenly monarchs watching at all times, but to keep the secrets of Qingyun Mansion. Lang Qingying followed the path opened by the formation and finally stopped in front of Qin Shangqing's house. She curiously released her divine sense to investigate, but found that her divine sense was bounced back as soon as it touched the house.
A not weak formation restriction had been added here separately. "Come in."
A magnetic and deep voice came, making her body and mind tremble.
This is the man who is about to suppress her.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Lang Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes and pushed the door open, only to see a young man in a white robe sitting cross-legged on the couch, cultivating.
He had already opened his eyes. What a handsome young man! Lang Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up.
She had been worried that he would be too ugly and she wouldn't be able to go through with it, but now it seemed she had worried too much. His appearance alone far exceeded her expectations. This was an unexpected surprise, and whatever she did wouldn't be a loss. The sect leader had already told her the method of conceiving offspring, and she had no objections to it. After all, she was a member of the demonic path and had a strong ability to accept things, unlike those so-called righteous women who acted one way and behaved another, putting on airs.
They did whatever they wanted. You are Qin Shangqing? Can you really conceive heavenly spiritual roots?
Lang Qingying walked over with a smile, gently swaying her gauze skirt, her casual movements captivating. It was Qin Shangqing's first time facing a demonic path female cultivator, and seeing this scene, he sighed inwardly, truly a vixen. Qin Shangqing's resistance to beautiful women had now reached a very high level.
He was able to control himself with ease, and even in the face of Ling Qingying's teasing, he could restrain himself, smiling faintly. If you didn't believe it, why would you come? Ling Qingying was a little unhappy. He didn't react at all to her charming allure. Was he even a man? She simply sat directly in Qin Shangqing's lap, pretending to be weak and pitiful, caressing Qin Shangqing's face and saying, "Can you tell me, how do you do it?" As she spoke, she secretly used the demonic path's unique bewitchment technique. Ah!
With a delicate cry, Ling Qingying was thrown onto the couch, and then the room plunged into darkness, with the sound of silk tearing.
Why are you so rough? Ling Qingying couldn't hold back anymore.
Although she looked rather dissolute, she had never even had a Dao companion. Her usual behavior was just her disguise.
Fairy, don't mess around.
I'm just a little qi refining cultivator, I can't withstand your spiritual power.
Qin Shangqing warned.
Ling Qingying simply didn't care anymore. She hadn't intended to resist anyway, she just felt it was a little too fast.
Soon, the two entered a white-hot battle.
The familiar multiple-choice question appeared, and Qin Shangqing directly chose to conceive a heavenly spiritual root.
Qin, can you tell me, how exactly do you do it?
Ling Qingying was covered in fragrant sweat, hooking Qin Shangqing's neck and speaking softly, preparing to appeal to his emotions. It was said that men's willpower was weakest at this time. Coupled with her charm, she didn't believe she couldn't find out. However, the result still disappointed her. Qin Shangqing sneered in his heart, panting heavily as if affected by the bewitchment technique. I don't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, maybe my physique is special.
That was no different from saying nothing. Ling Qingying couldn't help but feel anxious. She knew it wouldn't be that simple. How could those old foxes of the 10 sects easily let Qin Shangqing tell her? She simply stopped asking and quietly enjoyed.
In the following time, the Moon Demon sect, the Six Desires Demon sect, and the Ghost King sect also sent people over one after another.
These four major demonic sects' female cultivators were indeed different, each with their own unique charm, completely lacking the 10 sects' female cultivators' restraint.
They went all out from the start, using all means to try to get information out of Qin Shangqing's mouth, but Qin Shangqing defused them one by one. It was worth mentioning that the female cultivators of the Six Desires Demon sect and the Moon Demon sect, perhaps because their cultivation methods had the effect of dual cultivation, actually had a significant increase in him, even greater than the benefits brought by Guan's Island. Imperceptibly, this increased Qin Shangqing's expectations of them. Such female cultivators, he felt, the more the better.
1 year later,
Sword Demon sect leader Yang Zipping stood outside the delivery room with his hands behind his back, waiting with a stern expression. The faint light flashing in his eyes showed that his heart was not so calm.
Sect leader.
The door was pushed open, and a Sword Demon sect elder held a baby with a face full of excitement. It really is a heavenly spiritual root.
Yang Zipping's two sword-like eyebrows suddenly stood up.
He flashed to the baby's side, scanned it with his divine sense, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Those old geezers of the 10 sects really didn't lie to me.
They really can conceive heavenly spiritual roots. The surrounding elders were also full of excitement. Good spiritual root aptitude was equally important to demonic path cultivators.
The righteous and demonic paths simply walked different paths, but were essentially both cultivators.
Sect leader, let's not be too happy too soon.
The 10 sects have already begun conceiving long ago, and I'm afraid they have already conceived many heavenly spiritual roots.
We are already behind. An elder reminded.
Yang Zipping's smile suddenly disappeared, and the others also lowered their heads and fought as if they had been doused with cold water. Indeed, although they had now also obtained the channel to conceive heavenly spiritual roots, they were ultimately much slower than the 10 sects. Moreover, the Qin Shangqing who could conceive spiritual roots was always controlled by the 10 sects, and they would always be in a passive state. Yang Zipping waved his hand, signaling the female cultivator to take the child down, and then said coldly, "Elder Feng is right, now is not the time to be happy.
Although we have temporarily reached an agreement with the 10 sects, those who walk different paths cannot work together, and this state cannot continue forever.
After the first batch of children from the other 3 sects are born, please ask Shin Yuan-tu and the others to come here.
Yes.
Several months passed, and the first batch of children from the Moon Demon sect, Ghost King sect, and 6 Desires Demon sect were all born, without exception, all heavenly spiritual roots.
Inside the Sword Demon sect's main hall,
the 4 sect leaders gathered here.
Shin Yuan-tu said bluntly, "Old Demon Yang, why are you in such a hurry to call us over here?" The other 2 also looked at Yang Zipping. Yang Zipping sneered, "I see you all look very happy." Shin Yuan-tu laughed strangely, "Nonsense, of course I'm happy. These children are all heavenly spiritual roots, which means that those old bastards of the 10 sects didn't lie. We have officially mastered a way to steadily obtain heavenly spiritual root disciples. Why wouldn't I be happy?" Zhou Huan frowned and said, "Yang Zipping, are you worried that the 10 sects have already taken the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme and we will inevitably fall behind?" Yang Zipping nodded slightly. Zhou Huan said, "It's useless for us to consider these things now.
It's already not easy to pry this secret out of their mouths.
We have to eat one bite at a time.
As for that Qin Changqing, we can slowly plot against him.
This kind of heaven-defying ability must be used by us." "That's right,"
Shin Yuan-tu said grimly, "find an opportunity, we must snatch this Qin Changqing over."
Yang Zipping waved his hand and frowned, "What I'm saying is not just this matter.
Haven't you noticed that the 10 sects are letting us send over female cultivators with superior spiritual roots, but the number of those who have disappeared into seclusion in their sects is more than that? According to the reports from the spies planted by my Sword Demon sect, many of the top-grade spiritual root and earth spiritual root female cultivators have also not shown their faces for a long time, claiming to be in seclusion. Hee, with Qin Changqing's ability, do you believe that they are collectively in seclusion?" As soon as these words came out, the other 3 changed their expressions and instantly understood his meaning.
"You mean?" Zhou Huan narrowed his eyes, "The 10 sects are still hiding something from us?" Yang Zipping nodded and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the 10 sects must have also mastered a method to conceive stronger spiritual roots, but they are unwilling to tell us." Shin Yuan-tu roared in anger, "These old fogies, they dare to deceive us?" Zhou Huan's expression also turned gloomy, and he suddenly stood up and said, "If this is true, we must not ignore it.
If we let them continue like this, our 4 demonic sects will be wiped out sooner or later." The others also stood up one after another, with ferocious and violent expressions on their faces. "Yes, they must give us an explanation.
Let's go." Yang Zipping didn't waste any words.
This was his goal, to once again join forces with the other 3 major demonic sects to pressure the 10 righteous sections.
Outside the Tai Ching sect,
the demonic aura rose like wolf smoke, and Lu Qinghui and the others instantly sensed it soaring into the sky.
What madness are those guys up to again?
Elder Chao Feng and the others had unsightly expressions.
Feng Jun said coldly, "We'll know once we go take a look."
Leaving half of the transformation stage heavenly lords to guard the sect, the others followed Lu Qinghui and Feng Jun and quickly arrived at the platform that had been previously opened up.
"Yang Zipping, what do you want? Do you want to continue the war?" Lu Qinghui asked angrily from mid-air.
Yang Zipping raised his head and said coldly, "Senior Feng, Sect Leader Lu, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme is strong up there, let's talk below." Everyone landed, and Yang Zipping raised his hand, stopping Lu Qinghui from continuing to question. "I have already notified the sect leaders of the other 9 sections.
They will be here soon. Let's talk about everything together then."
Lu Qinghui and the others exchanged glances, all sensing that the other party had come with ill intentions, but they didn't say anything. It would be beneficial for them if the other 9 sects came.
After half a day, the sect leaders of the 9 sects successively flew over, all with gloomy expressions as they swept over the 4 demonic sections. "Everyone is here, say what you have to say quickly," Chu Tianlu said unceremoniously. He originally didn't have any good feelings towards these demonic cultivators.
Being able to cooperate with them was only due to the pressure from the Wanyao old ancestor. Shin Yuan-tu slammed the table and roared, "I haven't even gotten angry yet, but you guys are already so arrogant.
This seat asks you, are you hiding something from us about the matter of nurturing spiritual roots?" Everyone was shocked. How did these guys know? Could it be that someone leaked the news? Otherwise, how could they be so certain?
Zhou Huan watched the reactions of the 10 sects and sneered in his heart.
As expected, there was something fishy. Lu Qinghui said lightly, Xin Yuan too, since we are already cooperating, we must trust each other. What's wrong? Your 4 demonic sects have given birth to 4 heavenly spiritual roots in just 1 year. Are you still not satisfied? Xin Yuan too shouted sharply, trust? You old thing, you still have the nerve to talk about trust. Enough nonsense, this seat is asking you if you are hiding something. Can your 10 sects nurture even more powerful spiritual roots? Feng Jun's expression suddenly turned cold, and he squinted his eyes and said, Xin Yuan too, who allowed you to speak like that? Do you want to die? He, you demonic whelps still want to rebel?
In terms of numbers, the 10 sects were superior and not afraid at all. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense.
Yang Zipping shouted, what do you want to do? If you want to fight, feel free to try. Since we're here, we're not afraid of you making a move.
If we die here, I guarantee that within a month, the Wanyao old ancestor will come and completely wipe out your 10 sects.
As soon as these words came out, the aura of the 10 sects stagnated. They almost forgot that behind these demonic brats was such a great demon. Lu Qinghui took a deep breath and said, we have already shared the secret and even given you spiritual roots to nurture, showing enough sincerity. Yet you still say that we are hiding something. Isn't that a bit too much? I think you're just deliberately looking for trouble. Just because you've latched onto the Wanyao old ancestor's thigh, you can do whatever you want?
Someone from the 10 sects spoke up and shouted coldly.
Yang Zipping sneered, the 10 sects sent us female cultivators with superior spiritual roots, but secretly arranged for female cultivators with supreme spiritual roots or even earth spiritual roots. Since female cultivators with superior spiritual roots can give birth to heavenly spiritual roots, how could you be willing to arrange for female cultivators above the supreme spiritual root level, and even your own wives and daughters? If you say there's nothing fishy about that, do you even believe it yourselves?
We're not unreasonable. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals ir either / phoneme. As long as your 10 sects bring the children born from these women with supreme spiritual roots and above for us to examine, if there really isn't a problem, then we'll let it go.
If there is, humph.
The faces of the cultivators from the 4 demonic sects all revealed ferocious expressions. The meaning of threat was very obvious. The expressions of the people from the 10 sects suddenly changed, and anger rose in their hearts.
These guys really knew enough and were becoming a bit too greedy.
The 10 sects had already made concessions, sharing Qin Changqing with them, and there was a stable birth of heavenly spiritual root seedlings every year, yet they were still not satisfied.
That's impossible.
Lu Qinghui flatly refused and shouted coldly, Yang Zipping, don't go too far.
We have already made great concessions. I advise you to take what you can get and stop while you're ahead.
That's right, who knows what means you bunch of bastards are hiding?
Sect leader, absolutely not. What if these guys harm the children?
Those children, at the very least, were all perfect mutated spiritual roots, and there were even immortal spiritual roots.
Take what you can get and stop while you're ahead?
A violent look appeared on Yang Zipping's face. You old thing, I'm already being very polite. If you really have mastered a method to give birth to children surpassing the heavenly spiritual root, after 100 years, when these children grow up, I'm afraid you'll be the first to destroy our 4 sections.
Anyway, the ending is the same. What am I afraid of?
I'm putting my words here, whether you agree today or not, you have to agree. The faces of the 10 sects were full of anger, and someone couldn't help but shout, I've endured you for a long time. When did you bunch of demonic brats get to ride on our heads and act mighty?
This is too much, everyone. Why not leave them here completely? Good. Feng Jun and the others also had gloomy expressions, and their momentum rose steadily. I think you really are courting death.
This matter had already touched their bottom line and they absolutely could not retreat, otherwise the consequences would be endless.
Boom!
The violent spiritual power directly collapsed this mountain, and streams of light shot out from the smoke and dust that exploded into the sky, divided into 2 camps facing each other. Various colors of light danced, and terrifying spiritual power fluctuations spread rapidly towards the surroundings.
Feng Jun, how dare you?
The supreme elders of the 4 major demonic sects shouted sharply, "If we die here, someone will immediately go to Liang country to notify the Wanyao old ancestor.
If you're not afraid of death, then come. I want to see what progress you've made in the past 1,000 years. You old dogs of the 10 sects, if you have the guts, come and kill us all. If this demonic master even frowns, I'll take your surname. Come, 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 this demonic master begs for death."
Feng Jun and the others had gloomy expressions, and their hearts were furious, but they were afraid of the Wanyao old ancestor's reputation and didn't dare to really make a move.
In case what they said was true, the 10 sects would face a catastrophe, and they couldn't afford to gamble.
The commotion here was too great, and the Taiching sect was not far away. The rumbling noises had long startled the disciples in the sect to run out to check.
What's going on over there? How did a mountain collapse? That seems to be the sect leader and the others. Elder Ma, what happened? Demonic cultivators? Didn't they say they had stopped fighting? Why are they fighting again? It's over, we won't be affected, will we? This level of battle, is it still too late for me to run now?
Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading record. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of Qingyun Manor. All the women and children ran out, looking nervous.
Changqing, what exactly is going on?
Huang Miaoying asked, her face full of worry. Qin Changqing grabbed her soft hand and comforted her, "Don't worry, it's nothing.
This is the Taiching sect, even if the demonic path attacks, there's nothing to fear. You should go inside first."
After persuading the women and children back into the house, Qin Changqing's expression turned grim.
Why are these guys acting up again after being quiet for so long? It's probably because of the spiritual root issue. He could tell from the previous female demonic cultivators that the demonic path has always been skeptical of the reasons given by the 10 sects. A bunch of short-sighted.
Qin Changqing gritted his teeth and cursed.
Can't they just share him properly and develop discreetly? His strength is so strong, it's not like he can't spread the love evenly.
The children he has already fathered for the 10 sects are enough for them to cultivate.
In fact, their resources are already stretched thin.
If they continue to want more children, they will only repeat the mistakes of the Qin and Huang families.
Too big of an appetite will only break your teeth. A snake trying to swallow an elephant is never satisfied. His children are still very young and can't withstand any trouble.
Once the righteous and demonic factions completely tear each other apart, it will inevitably be a fight to the death. If the myriad demon gate is brought in, the war will inevitably result in countless deaths and rivers of blood, which will inevitably affect his children.
Moreover, he also has children in the 4 great demonic sects now.
Although they have entered the demonic path, they are still his flesh and blood. Qin Changqing doesn't want to see his children in opposing camps in the future, engaging in fratricide. I must think of a way to resolve the conflict between the righteous and demonic paths. It would be even better if they could stand on the same side. Qin Changqing frowned and thought. He actually had this idea a long time ago, but he hadn't implemented it for the sake of stability.
Thyris too small.
I still have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme the future.
Destiny must be in my own hands.
Qin Changqing took a deep breath and stood up, deciding to turn passivity into initiative and take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme and procreation. During this period, he had been exploring various places in the dangerous Demon Mist Mountains in search of safe strongholds, which gave him a lot of inspiration. He has the system's ability to hide and teleport, so he can actually achieve a lot of operations. Having made a decision, Qin Changqing no longer hesitated and immediately went out to find Wen Luqing. Now, Wen Luqing is the only one who knows his secret as the Black-Robed Man. Over the years, Wen Luqing has also developed deep feelings for him. After explaining the plan in general, Wen Luqing's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she asked with some worry, "Changqing, do you really want to do this?
Isn't it a bit too risky?"
Qin Changqing said firmly, "Although I look glamorous on the surface now, I am still a caged bird in the hands of others.
If I want to control the situation and break the predicament, I have to take some risks. just do as I say. Even if something goes wrong, I can get out unscathed.
When Luqing hesitated for a moment before slowly and firmly nodding, okay, then you must be careful.
When Luqing stammered, I wanted to talk to him earlier, but I couldn't find him anywhere in Qingyun Manor. Chao Feng's eyes widened. Gone? How is that possible? Qin Changqing, a qi refining cultivator, couldn't have left here silently. Could it be that someone took him away? But what kind of person could take Qin Changqing away from their heavy protection? It's true. Senior, how could I joke about this kind of thing?
Seeing Wen Luqing's anxious appearance, Chao Feng didn't seem to be lying. He didn't care too much, quickly opened the formation, and carefully searched the entire Qingyun Manor with his divine sense. Immediately, his face changed drastically, with an expression of disbelief.
Qin Changqing is really gone. This is really a ghost.
The opening channel of this formation has always been within the range of his divine sense. Not to mention people, he would instantly know if a fly flew in or out.
But he didn't see anyone come out at all. Go, follow me to see Sect Master's senior brother.
Involving Qin Changqing, Chao Feng didn't dare to neglect, grabbed her shoulder and instantly soared into the sky, flying towards the battlefield. At this moment, the righteous and demonic paths could no longer suppress their anger and started fighting. Magical treasures flew around, spiritual power surged, people were constantly being knocked away and spitting blood, and some were laughing wildly.
Sect Master's senior brother. In this level of melee, Chao Feng didn't dare to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, and transmitted his voice from a distance. Qin Changqing is gone. What?
Lu Qinghui, who was fighting fiercely with Xin Yuantu, trembled in his heart and was taken advantage of by the other party, who slapped him from the air, almost shaking his soul out.
Jia, old thing, you dare to be distracted while fighting this seat, courting death.
Xin Yuantu laughed wildly. Lu Qinghui had no intention of fighting him, threw a magical treasure to self-destruct to block the oncoming Xin Yuantu, and quickly left the battlefield and flew over.
What's going on?
Lu Qinghui roared angrily. How could Qin Changqing be gone? Chao Feng explained the matter with a bitter face. I have searched Qingyun Manor and indeed did not find his trace. Lu Qinghui's expression was uncertain, and he suddenly turned around and shouted, "Everyone, stop fighting!"
However, his words at this moment obviously couldn't have much effect on this level of melee. Both sides were red-eyed and wouldn't easily give up.
Lu Qinghui could only transmit the message to the sect masters of the 10 sects and the transformation god Heavenly Lords. They suddenly trembled, all showing expressions of shock and anger, and almost simultaneously raised their arms and shouted, "Everyone, stop!"
The 10 sects stopped, but the demonic path was unwilling. Xin Yuantu sneered, "You want to fight, then fight, you don't want to fight, then don't fight?
There is no such thing." Lu Qinghui knew that he couldn't get away with it without telling the truth, so he could only roar angrily, "Qin Changqing is gone."
Xin Yuantu's face stiffened and he stopped.
Yang Zipping and others also stopped when they heard this, but their faces were filled with doubt. "Old thing, what tricks are you playing again?" Lu Qinghui didn't have time to talk nonsense with them, and quickly flew down, and the others quickly followed, their faces filled with anxiety. Qin Changqing is now the treasure of each sect and cannot have any problems. Yang Zipping and others also became anxious when they saw that their expressions did not seem to be fake. They also know now that Qin Changqing is the foundation for nurturing spiritual root fairy seedlings, so naturally they don't want this to happen, and immediately wanted to follow. Feng Jun stopped them and said, "You can follow, but each sect can only send 2 people. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. This is the lair of the Taiqing sect. No matter the reason, it's impossible for him to let so many demonic cultivators in. You." Xin Yuantu was about to explode, but Yang Zipping stopped him, nodding and saying, "All right, just a few of us will go in." Immediately, the 4 sect leaders each brought a supreme elder to follow behind. Streaks of light landed outside Qingyun Manor. Lu Qinghui, with a grim face, activated the formation. Immediately, divine senses swept across the entire manor, examining every corner of Qingyun Manor thoroughly. Soon, everyone's expression changed.
Qin Changqing had really disappeared.
Xin Yuan too couldn't help but snarl, "Old thing, you wouldn't have deliberately hidden him, would you?"
Yang Ziping and the others also looked at Lu Qinghui coldly.
They couldn't help but suspect.
They had just come to press him, and the person disappeared.
What a coincidence! How could a person disappear for no reason?
Sect leader Lu, the person disappeared in your Taiching sect.
Shouldn't you give an explanation? I don't believe it.
Qin Changqing is just a qi refining cultivator.
He can't possibly teleport, can he? Some people were already blaming Lu Qinghui.
Everyone knew the importance of Qin Changqing. He was the future of their sects. It would be strange if they weren't anxious.
Oomph, good acting. Xin Yuan too sneered, "Do you think we're fools? How could a little qi refining cultivator disappear under your Taiching sect's noses? You're kidding me?" The demonic path side was full of disbelief. Not only did he not believe it, but even Lu Qinghui and the others didn't believe it.
You must know that outside Qingyun Manor, not only was Chao Feng stationed, but the various transformation god heavenly lords also separated their divine senses to pay attention at all times. The sect leaders also received confirmation from the supreme elders guarding the area, and their expressions changed. Previously, Qin Changqing would at most absorb spirit stones in the secret room by himself, and others couldn't disturb him. But now, he wasn't in the secret room, and they couldn't find him anywhere. Lu Qinghui suddenly turned his head with an angry expression and shouted, "A person can't disappear for no reason.
Did you guys take him away in the chaos? Otherwise, why would he disappear as soon as you arrived?" "That's right, they must have done it. A feint to the east and attack to the west.
These guys have always been very insidious.
Maybe they used a method we don't know to kidnap him. Bastards! Hand him over, or none of you will leave here alive today."
The 10 sects were immediately filled with rage. The demonic path side was stunned.
What the heck, a counterattack?
This operation made Yang Ziping and the others burst into laughter out of anger. "Lu Qinghui, I can see it now.
Your 10 sects are indeed hypocritical enough. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a reason. Since you want to fight, I'll play along. I'm not afraid of you. Demonic path dogs, give me your lives."
Just as both sides were arguing and preparing to continue rolling up their sleeves to start a war,
Qin Changqing was taken away by me.
A figure wearing a black robe and a mysterious mask suddenly appeared out of thin air above everyone. The scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes fell on the figure in the black robe, and divine senses quickly swept over. In the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the transformation god heavenly lords present collectively gasped, their hearts filled with shock.
They discovered that with their cultivation, they couldn't see through the other party's realm, and they couldn't even detect the other party's spiritual power.
The energy and spiritual power were restrained to such an extent.
Who was this person?
Under their divine sense investigation, this mysterious black-robed man was like a black vortex, and even his aura and appearance could not be detected. It was as if there was just a cloud of air there, and there was nothing. But everyone could see that this black-robed man was not a phantom, but a real person.
This shows that the other party's cultivation has reached a level that everyone can't reach, and may even far exceed the fusion void realm. Otherwise, how could even the transformation god heavenly lord not see through a bit?
Looking at the black robe on the other party, both the righteous and demonic paths thought of one thing at the same time. During the 10 Great Sect competition that year, a mysterious black-robed man once appeared in the trial of the Qingyuan secret realm, who could freely shuttle through the secret realm, and his cultivation was unfathomable.
Could it be this guy in front of him? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow secretly. Feng Jun didn't dare to be careless at this moment.
The other party's mysterious aura, as deep as the sea, made him extremely afraid.
He cautiously cupped his hands and said, "I don't know who your excellency is? Why did you take away my Taiching sect's disciple?" The others were also full of trepidation and curiosity.
They all wanted to know who this mysterious black-robed man was.
"And what is the purpose?"
The black-robed man said lightly, "You are not qualified to know who I am.
You can regard me as Changqing's doubt protector. Qin Changqing's Tao protector? Everyone was stunned.
Qin Changqing actually has such a master behind him to protect him.
But how could he be willing to be manipulated by others?
They were somewhat puzzled. However, facing the invisible pressure brought by the black-robed man, even if everyone was puzzled, they did not dare to ask questions casually. The black-robed man shouted coldly, "You short-sighted things, I put Changqing here, originally wanting you to use his ability to slowly nurture spiritual root seedlings and gradually grow and develop. Who knew that in order to satisfy your own selfish desires, you only wanted to monopolize him, and you started to kill each other? By doing this, you will only expose him faster. The cultivation world is so vast, but there is not only one Jing kingdom.
In the eastern region alone, many of you will not be able to get out in your entire lives.
Not to mention the even more vast central region."
Everyone's heart moved.
It seems that this senior had already left the eastern region, and his footprints may have already spread throughout the entire cultivation world.
The black-robed man continued, "Think about it yourself, just the spiritual root immortal seedlings that Qin Changqing has nurtured for you now. If you cultivate them carefully, after 100 years, it will be enough for each of your sects to occupy a cultivation country." Everyone also understood after hearing this. Yes, their sects now have so many excellent disciples. As long as there is enough time, there will definitely be countless nascent souls and transformation gods in the future, and even fusion void and integration are not a problem. When that time comes, not to mention a cultivation country, even dominating the eastern region is not impossible. The existing immortal seedlings are fully capable of supporting the future of the sect they want. Seeing everyone's reaction, the mysterious black-robed man snorted coldly, "Look further ahead, your ambitions are too small, and you are not worthy of Changqing's value." Everyone's eyes flickered, especially the 4 demonic sects, who cursed secretly in their hearts. The old things of the 10 sects were indeed tricking themselves. This Qin Changqing can indeed nurture more powerful spiritual roots. Feng Jun cupped his hands respectfully and said, "I don't know what instructions the senior has?" The black-robed man swept across everyone's faces, "I only want to maximize Qin Changqing's ability. If you continue to waste his ability with such internal friction, then I will have to destroy you, take him away, and find another place to reproduce." He was like a mortal, his tone was extremely ordinary, without power, but the words he said made everyone's hearts tremble, as if they were facing a great enemy. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and even Feng Jun and others broke out in cold sweat. With such a powerful existence, if he were to take action, it would be too easy to destroy the 10 sects and the 4 major demonic sects. They have always regarded Qin Changqing as a tool person, but now it seems that they are the tool people who cooperate with Qin Changqing to nurture spiritual root immortal seedlings. The black-robed man said so lightly that he wanted to destroy them, but no one dared to doubt the truth of this statement. Because everyone is afraid. It is very likely that if they try, they will die. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Seeing that everyone was silent, the black-robed man's gaze seemed to soften a bit, and he continued, "This seat can give you another chance, a chance for Changqing to return, but from today onwards, you must listen to this seat's orders, otherwise don't blame this seat for being ruthless." Everyone's spirits lifted immediately. A chance? It seems there's still hope. As for listening to his orders, everyone didn't react much. Now they wouldn't dare to resist whatever he said. His gaze slowly swept over everyone, and he said indifferently, "In order to prevent you from continuing to cause trouble, from now on, Changqing will be personally controlled by this seat, to nurture spiritual root seedlings for you in turn, starting from that black-faced kid over there. Each sect will have a 1-year usage right. During this time, this seat will not interfere with how you arrange female cultivators or what kind of female cultivators you arrange, but you must provide enough spirit stones and ensure Changqing's life and safety, and must not put any pressure on him." Everyone's hearts tightened, and they looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. It seems that it will be impossible to control Qin Changqing themselves in the future. Yang Zipping, the sect leader of the Sword Demon sect, was stunned at first, looking in the direction the black-robed man was pointing. "Damn, the black-faced kid this senior is talking about wouldn't be me, would it?" Am I dark? Then he was overjoyed. Hey, it really is me. The four major demon sects were all overjoyed, and Shin Yuan-tu and others secretly transmitted their voices. Senior actually gave us the priority of nurturing. We must seize the opportunity. Strive to catch up with the 10 sects as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, black-faced kid, I'm talking about you. What are you looking at? I didn't say this, the senior said it. If you have the ability, go roar at the senior. Don't say, I didn't realize it before, but old Ghost Yang's face is quite dark. Ha 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 ha. Qin Changqing can really control the aptitude of his descendants. These old bastards were indeed tricking us. The black-robed senior said it himself, this is considered confirmed. The people from the four major demon sects all turned their heads and glared at the 10 sections. The 10 sects pretended not to see it. Lu Qinghui and others sneered in their hearts, so what if we tricked you? Are you going to hit me? With the black-robed senior here, who would dare to attack again? Don't they want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme longer? The black-robed man's gaze gradually became cold. In the future, you will all have an inseparable connection with Changqing, and you will also be working hard for the future of your sections. This seed hopes that from now on, you can put aside your grievances and unite. Everyone was stunned. Put aside their grievances and unite as one? What does the black-robed senior mean by this? Then he heard the black-robed man continue, this seat doesn't care what grievances you had before, but from today onwards, there will be no distinction between righteous and demonic in Jing country. Your 14 sects will belong to an alliance, the Changqing Alliance. This seat will be the leader, and Changqing will be the deputy leader. The sects will be equal in status, and no phenomena that disrupt each other's stability and unity will be allowed. Everything will be centered on Changqing's safety and the development of each sect. Remember, everything you do is also for yourselves. As long as you cooperate sincerely with each other, the future will eventually belong to the Changqing Alliance. Do you have any objections? The black-robed man's voice was not loud, but it heavily struck everyone's hearts. His cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. Although there were no spiritual fluctuations, it gave each sect a huge sense of oppression that made it impossible to breathe. Everyone's expression changed. Shinjun, the sect leader of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme spirit sword sect, secretly transmitted his voice, everyone, what do you think? It's impossible to put aside our grievances. The demon sect's bastards killed so many of my disciples. The hatred is as deep as the sea. This matter is not over. Oh, you have backbone. Then go tell the black-robed senior. We support you. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't say it. Feng Jun took a deep breath and slowly transmitted his voice, this senior's strength is unfathomable. Conservatively estimated, he has surpassed the Rongshu realm. That old demon ancestor is probably far from his opponent. What the senior said is beneficial to us. Everyone is just an alliance, and it is all for the future of each sect. What's wrong with temporarily putting aside our grievances? Senior Uncle Feng is right. It's just an alliance, and it doesn't damage the interests of each sect. Why don't we just agree? The four major demon sects were also communicating with each other. Shin Yuan-tu, old Ghost Yang, you have the most ideas. What do you think? Yang Zipping squinted his eyes and said, besides agreeing, is there any other choice? That's right. The black-robe senior's move is simply a great thing for our four sections. Not only has it resolved the pressure on our four sects, but it has also given us the same right to use Qin Changqing as the 10 sections. He is simply our great benefactor. As for grievances, in the face of the sect's interests, anything can be put down. The black-faced kid is right. The senior is simply the sect's great benefactor. Go to your mothers, this seat has a name. Whoever calls me black-faced kid again, I'll tear his mouth off. You have guts. Then go tear the black-robed senior's mouth off. Everyone quickly came to a conclusion in their hearts, but due to face, no one from the 10 sects spoke up. The righteous path is more concerned with face and has a kind of arrogance.
Yang Zipping floated forward and cupped his hands. The sword demon sect disciple is willing to listen to the leader's orders. The other three major demon sects also stepped forward together. We are willing to listen to the leader's orders. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and swept towards the 10 sections. The sect leaders of the 10 sects understood that if they didn't express their position, they might suffer a catastrophe. They took a deep breath, stepped forward together, and cupped their hands. We are willing to listen to the leader's orders. All the people from the 14 sects shouted again in unison, we are willing to listen to the leader's orders. So many experts mobilized their spiritual power to shout, shaking the surroundings and startling countless birds and animals in the surrounding mountains and fields. Seeing the sect leaders who were usually high above bowing their heads and pledging allegiance, including many Huashan heavenly lords, the corners of Qin Changqing's mouth under the black robe couldn't help but rise.
Comfortable. Awesome.
However, he still wiped a handful of sweat in his heart.
His actions just now were like walking a tightrope. If he was not careful and let them notice the clues, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Although he can run, his wives and children can't run.
He can't possibly take so many wives and children to run away, can he?
With his current resources, he can't afford to support them, then he can only be forced to separate from his wives and children.
Qin Changqing waved his hand lightly, go back and prepare. When the time comes, this seat will send people to your sects.
After speaking, a white light flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared.
Feng Jun and others' pupils shrank sharply, horrified.
They hadn't paid much attention before, but now that they experienced it personally, they realized that the disappearance of this mysterious black-robed senior didn't produce any spiritual fluctuations, and they didn't even feel the slightest spatial change. This level of strength is terrifying. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Now it seems that this black-robed senior's strength is even more powerful than imagined. Their decision not to rashly test him was correct.
Everyone, we will go back first. From now on, we are allies.
I hope you can all follow the teachings of the Alliance leader, put aside past grievances, and make progress together. Yang Zipping put on a smiling face and looked at the people of the 10 sects.
The 4 demonic sects can be said to have gained huge benefits.
They no longer have to hide, and, what's more, they have obtained the right to use Qin Changqing equally.
They are very happy in their hearts. Chu Tianlu couldn't help but sarcastically said, hurry up and go. You are the first. If you are not prepared properly and anger the Alliance leader, we will not collect your corpses for you. Go, go, black-faced kid. Is this joke never going to end?
Yang Zipping was immediately furious. Whoever dares to call me black-faced kid again, try it.
Okay, black-faced kid.
Seeing Yang Zipping, enraged, being pulled away by the 4 sects and soaring into the clouds, everyone laughed heartily.
After laughing, Chu Tianlu said, we also need to go back and prepare.
Since the Alliance leader has made arrangements, everyone should not slack off. Arrange a place for secluded cultivation in each sect as soon as possible, and absolutely guarantee Qin Changqing's safety. This is beneficial to all sects.
The Alliance leaders doing this is also a good thing for all sections.
At least we don't have to be cautious anymore, worrying about the 4 demonic sects causing trouble all day long.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
Shinjun opened his mouth and said, Brother Lu, since the Alliance leader has already made arrangements, please allow us to take the children away.
It should be so.
Lu Qinghui nodded, knowing that what's done is done, and immediately completely opened the formation restrictions of Qingyun Mansion. A month later, 14 sects successively established a mansion in various places, named Qingyun Mansion, waiting for Qin Changqing's arrival. For the 10 sects, this was a bit uncomfortable, especially for the Taiqing sect. Lu Qinghui sat in the courtyard of Qingyun Mansion, looking at the chessboard where he used to play chess with Qin Changqing, somewhat lost in thought.
Feng Jun's figure landed, and he said lightly, unwilling? Lu Qinghui gave a wry smile, how could I be willing?
In the past, other sects would beg me, but now alas, the less said the better.
Feng Jun also sighed softly, it's useless to be unwilling. The Alliance leader's strength is as deep as the abyss and cannot be fathomed.
If he forcibly takes Qin Changqing away, we can only watch helplessly. Being able to still have the right to use Qin Changqing is already fortunate.
Lu Qinghui nodded.
Feng Jun said, now our attitude towards Qin Changqing must also change. We didn't know before, but now that we know there is such an expert standing behind him, it is no longer appropriate to be the same as before. Lu Qinghui took a deep breath and nodded. Not only that, but we must also instruct the female cultivators we have arranged. Now that our Taiqing sect is not in control of the situation, we must try our best to please Qin Changqing, so that we can leave a good impression in front of the alliance leader.
That's exactly what I mean. Feng Jun also meant this. Taishan sect.
Sect leader Chu Tianlu looked at the several female cultivators in front of him and said solemnly, in the future, Qin Changqing's time in my Taishan sect will be limited.
You must seize the opportunity.
Remember, whoever can please Qin Changqing will have more opportunities to give birth to offspring. This is not only for the sect, but also beneficial to yourselves.
A female cultivator questioned, Uncle Master, does this mean we have to compete for favor?
The other female cultivators also frowned slightly. Chu Tianlu snorted coldly, you can also choose not to compete, but if you make Qin Changqing unhappy and give birth to an ordinary child, don't blame me for not reminding you.
What time is it now?
All of you, put down your useless dignity. As long as you give birth to a high-quality immortal seedling, your child will naturally support you in the future, and you can get back any face you want.
Do I need to explain this principle further? The female cultivators looked at each other and said in unison, Disciple understands.
Sword Demon Sect, Xingyun Mansion.
Yang Zipping pointed to a corner of the courtyard, his face gloomy. How did I explain it?
This mansion must be spotless.
Don't you understand what spotless means? The alliance leader is about to send Qin Changqing here. What will he think if he sees my Sword Demon Sect so negligent? If you can't even do this little thing well, how can he be assured to place Qin Changqing in my Sword Demon Sect?
Everyone was scolded and dared not raise their heads.
And you, do you know what to do after Qin Changqing arrives?
Yang Zipping looked at the few people next to him.
These were the female cultivators that Yang Zipping was going to arrange, each with graceful demeanor and amazing charm.
Whether it was their figure, appearance, or talent, they were all top-notch. Sect leader, rest assured, with this girl's charm, I will definitely fascinate the Qin Changqing and make him fall head over heels for me.
I will definitely not disappoint the sect leader.
Several female cultivators giggled, all understanding Yang Zipping's meaning.
Isn't it just capturing a man's heart? For them demonic cultivators, it's not a difficult task.
They have plenty of methods. Yang Zipping's expression improved a bit, but he still instructed, Qin Changqing is not someone who has never seen the world. He has experienced hundreds, if not thousands, of women. Whether you can keep his heart depends on yourselves.
Remember, you must not do anything to hurt him. The female cultivators nodded, yes, sect leader. Ghost King sect.
Xin Yuantu was also giving instructions, all of you, perk up.
I'm putting my words here, whoever makes Qin Changqing unhappy, don't blame me for being ruthless.
I don't care what methods you use, but there's only one thing, capture his person, and more importantly, capture his heart. All of you smile, damn it, why are you all wearing mourning faces? The female cultivators opposite him squeezed out smiles, but they were a bit forced, and they muttered inwardly. We are all ghost cultivators, we are born like this, what can we do? Because of the black-robed man's intervention, the attitudes of the sects towards Qin Changqing changed drastically, and they all wanted to win Qin Changqing's favor during this period. They knew very well that although the 14 sects were nominally allies, they were still competing secretly, all wanting to make their own sect stronger. Although Qin Changqing's stay was fixed, if they won Qin Changqing's favor and he fell in love with a female cultivator from their sect, it would be reasonable to have a few more children at this moment, the blessed land of the monster beast mountain range. Qin Changqing's figure suddenly appeared in the valley. He turned on the system's stealth function, so no one noticed him. At the cliff of the valley, Qin Mengxin sat cross-legged on a boulder, quietly cultivating and breathing.
Streams of spiritual light flowed, and an abstruse Tao rhythm emanated from her body.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Shangqing nodded slightly. Xin Mingxin had always been very diligent in her cultivation and was the fastest in terms of cultivation progress among the 5 children. By the distant spirit lake, Xin Kitchen was sitting in front of a pill furnace, nervously manipulating his spiritual power to control the temperature of the spiritual fire. Suddenly, a soft popping sound came from the pill furnace, and spiritual light shone brightly. Xin Kitchen quickly raised his right hand, and the pill furnace opened, with 5 round pills flying out and landing in his palm. Xin Kitchen looked at the pills in his hand, which were flowing with spiritual light, and was overjoyed. Finally!
Ha ha ha!
The place Master found is simply a sacred place for refining pills. My pill refinement skills have improved greatly.
Qin Shangqing couldn't help but smile with relief.
This child was already naturally talented in pill refinement, and with the assistance of so many spiritual liquids and herbs, it would be strange if he didn't improve. His gaze shifted again, noticing the 2 figures sitting by the spirit lake, and he frowned slightly. They were all his own flesh and blood, and nothing bad could happen. He had too many children now. The others were fine, mostly scattered in various sects, but these 5 stayed together for a long time in a closed valley.
If they developed feelings for each other, he would be in trouble. He would regret it.
Although these children knew each other when they were young, most of them changed too much as they grew up, and it was normal for them not to remember each other.
No, he couldn't let this happen. He had to find a way to let them know their relationship.
Qin Shangqing observed for a while before revealing himself.
The children saw the familiar figure and flew over excitedly, respectfully bowing and saying, "Master." Qin Shangqing nodded and smiled. "How is it? Are you used to staying here?" Qin Kitchen nodded excitedly. "I'm used to it, Master. This place is simply too good.
Almost all the spiritual herbs we need are available, and planting spiritual herbs here makes them grow faster. The spiritual herb seeds I planted a few days ago have already sprouted. There's no need to worry about spiritual herbs at all, and I can now refine second-grade high-quality pills with a good success rate."
Qin Mingxin also smiled. "Master, the spiritual energy here is very abundant, and the spiritual liquid is almost inexhaustible, which is of great benefit to our cultivation.
If this continues, we may soon be ready to form our cores." Huang Qishuan also said, "Master, you don't have to worry.
This place is simply a sacred place for cultivation, except it's a bit boring." The other 2 also nodded.
Qin Shangqing had also thought about this, but there was no way around it.
To get benefits, one had to pay something.
The 5 of them were still young after all, and they couldn't be exposed to the outside world. Sometimes they would indeed feel lonely.
Cultivators couldn't always cultivate in seclusion.
After thinking about it, Qin Shangqing took out a box from his storage ring and smiled. "I've also considered this.
This is a little gadget made by a friend of mine, for you to pass the time." The 5 took it and opened it.
Inside, there was a special spiritual paper made of spirit wood, about half a palm in size, with various patterns drawn on it.
"These are spirit cards. I'll teach you how to play." Qin Shangqing taught them the rules.
The 5 immediately became interested, finding it very interesting.
It was indeed a bit boring to stay here, and this thing could be used to pass the time.
"Why do I feel like this thing is somewhat familiar?" Qin Kitchen muttered, looking at the spirit cards. This little gadget evoked some childhood memories.
His father could always make some novel and fun items for them.
The other 4 were stunned, and they also felt a trance, as if they saw the gentle and refined figure from their childhood. Qin Shangqing took this thing out also to remind them.
Seeing this, he smiled slightly and asked, "Is there anything you need? I can bring it back next time I come."
Qin Kitchen thought for a while and said, "Master, I want to change to a better pill furnace.
This pill furnace is no longer suitable for me now.
I also need a large number of spiritual herb seeds. This place is too suitable for planting spiritual herbs." Qin Shangqing nodded slightly.
This was simple.
The Taiching sect was good at refining pills. He would ask them for one in the identity of the black-robed man later. "Master, I want some spirit paper to learn how to make talismans." The others also spoke up. Qin Shangqing noted them down one by one, then nodded and said, "I know, go cultivate." With a turn of his figure, he disappeared. He didn't leave immediately, but activated his stealth function again and sneaked into the spirit lake. Swimming all the way to the bottom of the water, he saw the huge and towering remains again, and Qin Shangqing was still a little shocked. The remains of this monster beast had become emerald green like jade under the long-term nourishment of the spirit lake, emitting a warm luster. It looked like a good material. If it could be used to refine weapons, the finished product would definitely be good. Qin Shangqing looked at the remains, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He might be able to use this special remains to create a token to give to the children, which could remind them of their relationship with each other, so as to avoid making a big mistake in the future. Immediately, Qin Shangqing summoned the purple light-flying sword from his storage ring and, enduring the terrifying pressure, cut hard on the monster beast's remains. These remains were indeed left behind by a terrifying great demon. Qin Shangqing used all 9 flying swords, and it took him 3 full days to cut off a rib, and it was still a rib that was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the edge and had cracks, before he took it down. For the entire remains, this rib was insignificant. Good stuff. Qin Shangqing held the emerald green rib and said with emotion, "It's so difficult to even cut it, I'm afraid refining it will be even more difficult, right? I have to find a sect that is good at refining weapons." Qin Shangqing planned to hand it over to the Sword Demon sect for refining. Among the 14 sects of the current Shangqing alliance, the Sword Demon sect was the strongest in weapon refining, and it should be no problem to hand it over to them. Yang Zipping was the first to express his loyalty when the black-robed man appeared last time, and Qin Shangqing planned to go to the Sword Demon sect first, so this person's goodwill towards him had greatly increased. Now, his goodwill towards Qin Shangqing had reached 70. With a goodwill connection, he could teleport to the other party's side at any time. With a flash of white light, Qin Shangqing disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared directly in the palace of the Sword Demon sect's master. "Black-faced kid." A indifferent voice sounded. Yang Zipping, who was sitting cross-legged, was startled. How could there be other people in his bedroom? He was about to take out a magic weapon to meet the enemy, but the familiar title instantly woke him up. When he saw the figure clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully saluted. "I wonder what instructions the Alliance Master has for coming here." His heart was shaking wildly again. This person appeared and disappeared silently. If he attacked him, he would have died hundreds of times over. His heart was even more in awe, and his body was a little shorter. Qin Shangqing hummed and threw the monster beast's rib in his hand. "Can you refine this thing?" Yang Zipping took the rib, and his pupils shrank as soon as he got it. What an amazing pressure! What kind of monster beast skeleton is this? How could it have such a terrifying pressure? As a master of weapon refining, he had seen the corpses of Fusion Realm monster beasts, but they were far less than the rib in his hand now. Could it be a body integration realm monster beast? Yang Zipping was horrified. Such terrifying demonic beasts are reduced to mere bones in the hands of the Alliance leader. One can only imagine how terrifying the Alliance leader's strength is. Can it be refined? Qin Shangqing saw Yang Zipping standing there, speechless for a long time, and asked impatiently. Yang Zipping finally came back to his senses and hurriedly said respectfully, "It can be refined." "I wonder what kind of magic weapon you need to refine, Alliance leader." Qin Shangqing said, "It doesn't need to be too complicated. Divide this thing and refine it independence, about the size of a fingernail. But you need to engrave the words Changqing on the pendant." Qin Shangqing planned to give these pendants to his children as tokens so they could recognize each other in the future. On the one hand, he had the highest level of weapon refinement in the 14 sects, and on the other hand, it showed that the Alliance leader trusted him. Yang Zipping was immediately excited. This was a good start. Then he sighed. It seemed that he had underestimated the relationship between the Alliance leader and that Qin Shangqing. He must treat him even better and value him more. Although the Alliance leader said it didn't need to be too complicated, he couldn't be too perfunctory. "Rest assured, Alliance leader, your subordinate will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to your trust and do my best."
Yang Zipping said firmly.
Qin Shangcheng hummed and nodded in satisfaction. Yang Zipping hesitated for a moment before saying, Alliance leader, your subordinate has already prepared a treasure land.
I wonder when Taoist Changqing can come. He was also a little anxious. Treasure land? Qin Shangqing became interested and pondered, oh, take me to see it. Yang Zipping's spirit lifted, and his eyes showed excitement, yes.
Please follow me, Alliance leader. The two immediately flew away from the palace. Yang Zipping led the way in front, while Qin Shangqing followed slowly behind.
Why is the Alliance leader flying so slowly?
Yang Zipping tried his best to compress his flying speed, feeling puzzled. In the next second, he suddenly understood, the Alliance leader must be inspecting the situation of my sword demon sect.
The Alliance leader is so meticulous, I can't be careless.
He immediately cheered up and covered the entire sword demon sect with his divine sense.
If he found anything inappropriate, he immediately ordered the other party to rectify it. The entire sword demon sect immediately became tense.
It wasn't that Qin Shangqing didn't want to fly fast, but that he couldn't fly fast at all. He hadn't even reached the golden core stage. How could he keep up with a nascent soul true monarch? He could only pretend to admire the surrounding scenery and look around. If he knew what Yang Zipping was thinking, he would probably immediately give him a thumbs up and praise him.
The two quickly landed on a snow peak.
On this snow peak, a large mansion was built, entirely carved from a huge piece of blue jade, forming a whole.
It looked moving and soul-stirring under the reflection of the white snow and sunlight.
There was a jade plaque on the mansion, with 3 large characters engraved on it in a flamboyant style, Azure Cloud Mansion. Inside the Azure Cloud Mansion, there was a pool of emerald green water, with green springs gurgling beside it, surrounded by spiritual mist, exuding amazing spiritual energy. Not only that, but the entire mansion was shrouded in a large array, and the spiritual energy inside was several times that of the outside world, which could definitely be regarded as a treasure land for cultivation. The two landed in the mansion, and Yang Zipping introduced with some pride, Alliance leader, this is the largest spiritual pool in my sword demon sect.
This spiritual spring has been formed after thousands of years of accumulation.
Cultivating here all year round will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Qin Shangqing looked at the spiritual pool and was immediately dumbfounded.
The largest spiritual pool?
Compared to the spiritual lake he discovered in the Demon Mist mountain range, this was simply a grandson meeting his ancestor. The fact that a spiritual pool could make the sword demon sect so shows how precious the spiritual lake he discovered was.
However, he was still very satisfied with this place. Spiritual liquid was extremely precious in the cultivation world. Even for a god transformation heavenly lord, this spiritual pool could be regarded as a treasure. Moreover, his divine sense also discovered that several women and children who had interacted with him, including Ling Qingying, had already lived in the mansion. Seeing that Qin Shangqing didn't show any surprise, Yang Zipping was immediately disappointed, but after thinking about it, the Alliance leader was so strong that he must have traveled all over the cultivation world and seen all kinds of treasures. It would be a problem if a spiritual pool could surprise him. Well done. Qin Shangqing nodded and said, this pool will greatly benefit Changqing and his children's cultivation. Black-faced boy, you have put your heart into it. The corners of Yang Zipping's mouth twitched slightly, and he bowed respectfully, thank you for your praise, Alliance leader. This is what your subordinate should do. Others might be angry if they called him black-faced boy, but he was a little happy when the Alliance leader said this. What does this mean? It means that the Alliance leader trusts him. Why don't others have this treatment? What's wrong with black-faced boy? As long as the Alliance leader is happy, it's right to call him anything. This is the control flag of Azure Cloud Mansion. From now on, no one will be allowed to enter or leave this place without Brother Changqing's permission. Yang Zipping respectfully handed over a set of magic treasure flags. Qin Shangqing took the array flag, left a teleportation mark here, and waved his hand. Tonight, I will bring Changqing over. You can go and make arrangements. Yang Zipping was overjoyed. Thank you, Alliance leader. Qin Shangqing turned around and disappeared. That night, Qin Shangqing appeared in the room specially prepared for him, which was also set up with special restrictions and formations.
Taking off his black robe and mask, Qin Changqing pushed open the door and released the formation.
The movement here was immediately noticed.
Someone immediately notified Yang Zipping and others waiting outside.
Yang Zipping and a group of high-level executives were immediately excited. The alliance leader really sent Qin Changqing to the Sword Demon sect first.
It seems that the previous preparations were not in vain. Junior sister, remember what senior brother said. Yang Zipping solemnly instructed a few words, and said in a deep voice, prepare well. 3 months later, you can go after brother Changqing has absorbed the spiritual stones. Mu Lingxian was an elder of the Sword Demon sect with heavenly spiritual root aptitude. Her Dao companion was also an elder named Du Shang. Have a good talk and discuss the Dao with Daoist Changqing, and never offend him. Du Shang also instructed, we will have a child with immortal spiritual root in the future.
Immortal spiritual root. Just thinking about it is exciting.
They were from the demonic path and did not have as many scruples as the 10 righteous sects. Not to mention their own Dao companion, as long as it was in their interest, there would be no psychological pressure to arrange the whole family to go over. Mu Lingxian couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Why do you seem to be more anxious than me? Ha, men.
Mu Lingxian nodded in agreement.
3 months later.
Inside the house, Qin Changqing was wearing a white Confucian robe, slowly sketching a landscape painting. A fragrant breeze hit his face, and Mu Lingxian entered through the door, looking at Qin Changqing with some curiosity.
This man is so handsome.
Previously, only a few young female cultivators who had seen Qin Changqing, such as Leng Qingying, had said that he was unexpectedly so young. It is not easy for qi refining stage cultivators to maintain their youth unless they have special cultivation methods. It seems that this Qin Changqing should be cultivating the powerful technique that the alliance leader gave him. Mu Lingxian looked at Qin Changqing, who was focused on painting, and did not disturb him, but silently walked to the side to grind ink. Now their attitude towards Qin Changqing is no longer as reckless as before, but to take Qin Changqing as the main focus. They are not here to demand from Qin Changqing, but to wait for Qin Changqing to reward them. Qin Changqing noticed but did not deliberately stop, but continued to paint.
For a time, the scenery in the room was quite harmonious.
Qin Lang paints with a heart like water, and a beautiful woman adds fragrance to secretly melt the soul. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Changqing had naturally noticed Mu Lingxian long ago, but he deliberately ignored her. Now that he had the man in black robes backing him, he was completely different from before, and his posture had to be slightly elevated, otherwise wouldn't he be disgracing the name of that mysterious alliance master. Soon, under his brush, a picture of a beauty under the moon leisurely leaped onto the paper, the beauty like a dream, her tenderness like water. Qin Changqing waved his hand to dry the ink with spiritual power, and handed the painting over. It's my first time meeting Elder Mu, and I didn't prepare any gifts, so I can only give this painting as a gift. I hope Elder Mu won't dislike it. During the 3 months he was absorbing spirit stones in preparation, Qin Changqing had already learned the other party's identity and appearance. The Sword Demon sect was well prepared. Like selecting a concubine, they would show Qin Changqing portraits of the beautiful women in the sect in advance, allowing him to choose himself. Of course, the Sword Demon sect also hinted that they hoped Qin Changqing could start with the most talented one. The Sword Demon sect had already gone this far, so Qin Changqing naturally couldn't be ignorant of current affairs, so he followed their wishes and started with this elder. Mu Lingxian was immediately surprised and pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. Is this for me? Qin Changqing smiled without saying a word. Mu Lingxian carefully examined it and found that the woman in the painting was wearing a green gauze dress. Her looming delicate body was as white as snow, charming yet gentle, simply a natural stunner. Looking at the green gauze dress on her body, Mu Lingxian was immediately overjoyed. Is this a painting of me? Yes. Qin Changqing smiled and said, Elder Mu's demeanor is alluring. Changqing couldn't help but imitate it. I hope Elder Mu doesn't mind. How could I mind? Mu Lingxian's gaze towards Qin Changqing had already changed, her pretty face slightly red. She said softly, calling me Elder Mu is too formal, just call me Lingxiang. Got her. Qin Shangqing nodded with a smile. Now, he was already skilled in capturing women, and in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had already greatly increased Mu Lingxiang's favor towards him. If Yang Zipping saw this scene, he would probably vomit blood in anger.
This seat asked you to capture Qin Shangqing, not to be captured.
Mu Lingxiang looked at the beautiful woman in the painting. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Qin Shangqing used special modern techniques to magnify Mu Lingxiang's advantages, so she looked even more charming.
No woman doesn't love beauty, even nascent soul true monarchs are the same. Shangqing, it's late, it's time to rest.
Mu Lingxiang moved her lotus steps lightly and said softly, "Let me serve you well."
Qin Shangqing nodded and waved his hand to extinguish the candlelight. Two bodies fell on the couch.
Lingxiang, I have a few special clothes here that are very suitable for you. This is too shameful.
It's okay, try it on. Okay.
Thus, another nascent soul true monarch opened the door to a new world. In a daze, the system notification sound woke Qin Shangqing from his dream. Detected that the partner is a heavenly spiritual root. Please choose 1. Consume 10 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. 6. Consume 1,000,000 years of life to give birth to offspring with perfect alien spiritual roots. This woman had a high ponytail, wearing a black tight-fitting Taoist training suit. Her skin was as white as snow, and she carried a black long sword on her back, exuding a heroic spirit all over her body. This was Yang Zipping's favorite disciple, Fang Zihan, who was born with a demonic heart sword body, a special physique no weaker than a heavenly spiritual root, and very suitable for practicing demonic swords. Seeing her carrying the sword on her back, it was clear that Fang Zihan was a sword fanatic.
Where would normal cultivators carry their magic weapons on their bodies? Fairy Fang.
Qin Shangqing greeted with a smile. Fang Zihan tried hard to squeeze out a smile, but it was a bit stiff. This woman was naturally a bit cold. It's a bit inconvenient for Fairy Fang to carry the sword on her back. Let me help you take it off. Seeing her somewhat at a loss, Qin Shangqing chuckled in his heart, turned behind her, and gently placed his hands on her shoulders.
Don't touch my sword. Fang Zihan stopped Qin Shangqing's hand. Some icy jade hands intertwined with Qin Shangqing's hands. Fang Zihan's delicate body trembled. This was the first time in her life that she had come into contact with a man at zero distance. Well, she would soon be at negative distance. Qin Shangqing looked at Fang Zihan's exquisite demeanor, and his heart was also a little fiery. But now that we've reached this point, you still haven't taken off the sword on your back. Fortunately, the sword was sealed in its scabbard. This woman's figure is a bit explosive, carrying a sword on her back, full of heroic spirit, plus her aloof and arrogant nature. Tsk, if she wore a leather suit, it would be absolutely amazing. Qin Shangqing never forced women. If she likes carrying the sword on her back, let her carry it. As an experienced old driver, a sword can't stump him. What followed was a natural progression. Under Qin Shangqing's skillful techniques, even an iceberg would melt. The multiple choice question reappeared. Detected that the partner is a demonic heart sword body. Please choose 1. Consume 10 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. 7. Consume 10,000,000 years of life to give birth to immortal spiritual roots. 8. Consume 10,000 years of life to give birth to a congenital spirit body. 11. Consume 10,000,000 years of life to give birth to a human immortal body. Another child with a human immortal body is about to be born. Choose 11. Half a month later, Yang Zipping came to Qingyun Mansion and said with a smile, "Brother Shangqing, the things that the Alliance Master entrusted me to refine are ready. I wonder how I can contact the Alliance Master?" That mysterious Alliance Master had always been a loner, with one-way contact, and Yang Zipping didn't know how to find him. Qin Shangqing said, "Sect Master Yang is too polite, just give me the things, I have a way to transmit the sound to the Alliance Master." Not being able to hand it over to the Alliance Master in person, Yang Zipping was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything, took out a storage ring and handed it over. "This is the pendant I refined with the materials given by the Alliance Master. It can be considered a special magic weapon, a total of 3,800 pieces.
which can be blood recognized as the master. Because the materials come from the same source, people wearing this item will have a special feeling when they get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. I also embedded a small spirit gathering array, which can gather the surrounding spiritual energy to accelerate cultivation. In addition, this item can also be used as a defensive magic weapon at critical moments, which can withstand the full blow of a golden core stage cultivator. Yang Zipping introduced the functions of the pendant.
Qin Changqing was overjoyed. This black-faced kid is indeed reliable in his work.
I just asked him to refine a simple pendant, but he actually added so many functions.
Not bad, promising.
Putting away the storage ring, Qin Changqing's smile also increased a bit. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Yang Zipping bid farewell and left. Qin Changqing returned to the house, immediately activated the formation, then put on the black robe mask and activated the teleportation function. On top of a high peak and cliff, Qin Shiming was driving his flying sword, concentrating on comprehending the sword Dao. Streams of sword shadows and spiritual light flashed, emitting amazing sword energy.
Your sword Dao has improved again.
The figure of the black-robed Qin Changqing appeared beside him, praising with relief.
Master.
Qin Shiming looked surprised and immediately put away his flying sword and ran over quickly. You haven't come to see me for a long time. Qin Changqing smiled and patted him on the shoulder. This child has grown up and is as tall as him. Thinking about the way he used to call him daddy with a runny nose was very cute. Keep this pendant phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to your body. You can recognize it as the master by dripping blood. Qin Changqing took out a pendant and handed it over. Qin Shiming took the pendant and immediately recognized it as the master by dripping blood. A sense of understanding immediately rose in his heart, understanding most of the pendant's functions.
Qin Changqing said, you must wear this item phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to your body and not allow it to be taken off.
This treasure not only has the ability to protect the body, but also can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help you cultivate.
In the future, if you encounter someone wearing the same pendant, you must not hurt him. Because he is likely to be your brother or sister. Qin Shiming was overjoyed, and then said with some doubt, Master, why would you give me such a treasure? If it was just a body-protecting magic weapon, he wouldn't feel anything, but why did Master also say that he would meet other people wearing this kind of pendant, and they were his brothers and sisters? Does Master even care about his family affairs?
Qin Changqing said lightly, you don't need to ask more, you just need to know that your teacher is your father's friend, and this thing was also entrusted to me by your father to pass on.
So that's how it is. Qin Shiming suddenly understood.
No wonder Master had saved him again and again, so there was such a relationship.
Immediately, he was even more confused.
His father was just a Qi training stage cultivator, how could he have such a powerful friend? However, as he pondered, Qin Changqing had already disappeared.
This question can only be answered later.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Upon the barren phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert slash phoneme, Qin Shiming slowly landed, stepping on his flying sword, with a calm expression, storing the corpse of a demon beast he had just killed into his storage bag. Suddenly, a slight rustling of sand came from behind him. Qin Shiming immediately felt a warning in his heart, and the flying sword shot out abruptly, stabbing towards his back.
Buzz!
The flying sword seemed to be trapped in a swamp, restrained by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch.
Not bad, your cultivation has improved again. The familiar voice and familiar black-robed mask made Qin Shiming slightly stunned before his face filled with surprise. Senior.
Qin Changqing flicked his hand, returning the flying sword to Qin Shiming, feeling a little depressed in his heart.
Kid, are you trying to murder your own father? Good thing your dad's cultivation is high.
This is a protective magic treasure.
You must keep it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to your body. If you encounter someone wearing the same pendant, you must not harm them.
They may be your brothers and sisters. Having had so many interactions, he already deeply trusted the black-robed man, knowing that the other party would not deceive him. But he only had one younger brother, Qin Shicheng.
Where did these other brothers and sisters come from? He knew Qiqing, so why would he need to specially create a magic treasure as a token?
Qin Shangqing said indifferently, "This item was entrusted to me by your father to pass on."
I am your father's friend. My father's friend?
Qin Shiping's mind immediately conjured up the image of his father, Jia Chang, when he was still in the Qin family, always timid and focused on cultivation.
He rarely went back these years.
Although his impression of his father Jia Chang was not as deep as that of Uncle Changqing, Jia Chang didn't seem like the kind of person who could make friends with a senior like this. His father was just a small phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme and son-in-law, always cautious in front of his mother, such an ordinary father. To actually have such a powerful friend. This really made him a little confused. What virtues or abilities did his father possess that could make a great power like the senior work for him? If it were Uncle Changqing, he could understand. After all, he later heard that Changqing was taken away by an elder of the Taiqing sect, and since then, Uncle Changqing had become mysterious. It seemed that no one in the family could contact him. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it for now, and ask his father later now. It could also explain why the mysterious black-robed senior took such good care of him, saving him time and time again.
Qin Shangqing said indifferently, "You don't need to think too much. Just remember that the people wearing the same pendant are your beloved relatives and brothers. You must not harm them, even if others offer more money as for the reasons, you will naturally understand in the future."
Qin Shiping was filled with gratitude and knelt down to kowtow, saying, "I will remember senior's teachings." Qin Shangqing nodded slightly, accepting this bow without hesitation. A son kneeling to his father is a matter of course. It was worth his hard work and effort over the years. This child was still sensible. Cultivate diligently, do not slack off. Before the words finished, Qin Shangqing had disappeared into the white light.
Taiqing sect.
Since Qin Shangqing was taken away by the black-robed man, and the righteous and demonic factions reached an alliance, most of the Qin, Lin, and Huang families returned to their original places. After all, they were still families. Now that there were no other threats and they didn't have to worry about danger, they naturally didn't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme under someone else's roof anymore. And Qin Shangqing's wives and children continued to stay in the Qingyun residence of the sect. Huang Miaoying, as a personal disciple of Guan Xilan, was no exception in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme came to see her daughter.
In the courtyard.
Huang Miaoying looked at the girl sitting cross-legged in the courtyard with loving eyes, feeling very gratified. This was her and Qin Shangqing's daughter, Qin Mengxi. Originally, she should have been called Huang Mengxi, but as Qin Shangqing broke free from control and was taken away by Guan Xilan, his status became higher and higher, and the Huang family changed her surname, which was considered a gesture of goodwill towards Qin Shangqing. Especially after learning that Qin Shangqing also had a mysterious protector behind him, the Huang family broke out in a cold sweat, and Huang Yuanjing was also afraid. Fortunately, he hadn't coerced Qin Shangqing too much at the time, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and Qin Shangqing in a black robe appeared.
"Who is it?" Huang Miaoying was shocked and subconsciously stood up and shouted.
Hearing her mother's exclamation, Qin Mengxi suddenly opened her eyes.
Seeing Qin Shangqing, she was immediately overjoyed and said, "Master." "Master?" Huang Miaoying was first stunned, then shocked. Could it be that the person in front of her was the legendary mysterious protector of Qin Shangqing?
She had later heard her daughter say that a mysterious black-robed man had repeatedly helped her and guided her, and had already accepted her as a disciple. No wonder, it turned out that this mysterious black-robed man was Qin Shangqing's protector. Qin Shangqing glanced at Huang Miaoying and found that the woman, whom he hadn't seen for more than a year, looked much more lonely. The somewhat arrogant genius disciple he had first met had also been smoothed out. Perhaps it was because of giving birth to a child, so she had become more gentle. Calming his mind, Qin Shangqing took out the pendant and handed it to Qin Mengxi, explaining the same things again.
"Brothers and sisters? Master, what is your relationship with my father?" Qin Mengxi asked curiously, playing with the pendant.
"Just friends," Qin Shangqing said indifferently. After giving a few more instructions, just as he was about to leave, Huang Miaoying couldn't help but speak out, "Senior, please wait."
Qin Changqing paused slightly and looked back.
Huang Miaoying was a little uneasy, and said with a little sadness in her cautiousness, "Senior, you are Changqing's protector, can you help me convey a message? Let him come back more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme when he is free." Wei Wei, Fenglan, and Xianxian all miss him very much, especially Wei Wei and the others. For cultivators, life is long, but Wei Wei and the others are all mortals, and I don't know how many times they will be able to see each other again in this lifetime. These words caused a slight pain in Qin Changqing's heart.
Yes, Qin Weiwei and the others are just mortals. Even with the care of the Taiching sect and the help of a large number of elixirs, they can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme for 100 or 2 years at most. Mortals are, after all, mortals, unable to break through the shackles of lifespan. This is the law of heaven and earth. Qin Weiwei is also his first wife, his original wife, the one who has been with him the longest. Qin Changqing's feelings for her are the most unique. Honestly, Qin Changqing still feels guilty towards these mortal wives and concubines, and even more so, he is reluctant to part with them. This is also the reason why he is eager to take the initiative, just wanting to bring these wives and concubines by his side as soon as possible. To give them a free life and more companionship. After pondering for a moment, Qin Changqing slowly nodded and said, "I understand. I will convey these words to him." With a flash of his figure, he disappeared. Huang Miaoying stood there blankly, her red lips slightly open. For some reason, watching the black-robed man leave, she felt a sense of loss. She also misses Changqing. Bihai sect, Changqing courtyard. When Luqing looked at the innocent children playing happily in the courtyard with a gentle smile, her eyes flashing with tenderness, "Xixian, slow down, don't fall." "I know, mother."
Qin Xixian replied in a childish voice, and then continued to play by himself. The power of immortals surrounded him, which was a natural protection, a blessing from heaven and earth, with great fortune. Suddenly, a white light lit up in the courtyard, and Qin Changqing appeared. When Luqing stood up abruptly, pursing her lips, her eyes a little red, Chang before she could finish speaking, she was stopped by Qin Changqing's palm. Then, he set up a soundproof barrier around them, and then opened his arms with a smile. "Long time no see, Qingqing." This woman is the only one who knows his true identity, and she is also the one with the most special feelings. When Luqing threw herself into Qin Changqing's arms, gently pounding his chest in a coquettish manner, complaining a little, "Why have you disappeared for so long?" Qin Changqing sighed, "You also know that I have to navigate between the 14 sects, so I really can't take care of everything. Thank you for your hard work." When Luqing also understood his difficulties, gently stroking Qin Changqing's face with her soft hands, and said infatuatedly, "It's not hard, as long as you remember me, it's not hard." Qin Changqing grabbed her soft hand and gently kissed her smooth, full forehead, and smiled, "I'm also creating a better environment for you and your son. Be patient, and when I completely control the situation, we can be together every day." Being together every day is naturally impossible, this is also to comfort her. However, there must be hope. "Okay, I'll wait for you." When Luqing firmly believed it, her beautiful eyes full of trust and infatuation for Qin Changqing. This girl is a bit love-struck. Fortunately, Qin Changqing is not a scumbag. When Luqing wiped her face and turned to look at the confused little guy, and smiled, "Xixian, come here." Qin Xixian heard the call and turned his head to look, with a puzzled expression. He is too young. He hasn't seen Qin Changqing a few times since he could remember, and Qin Changqing is wearing a black robe, so it's normal that he doesn't recognize him. Qin Changqing stepped forward and hugged Qin Xixian in his arms, feeling a little emotional. This is his first descendant with immortal spiritual roots, and also Wen Luqing's child. You must wear this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to your body and not take it off, understand? He personally hung the pendant around Qin Xixian's neck and instructed him in a gentle voice, and then told Wen Luqing about its functions. Wen Luqing's eyes sparkled, and her heart became even more gentle. She understood that Qin Changqing was still thinking of her and her son. This treasure looked like it was specially made. The little guy played with the pendant around his neck. Although he didn't quite understand what it was, he liked it very much, and ran away happily to play again. "Can you stay with me tonight?" When Luqing grabbed Qin Changqing's arm, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Qin Changqing's heart softened, and he nodded, "Okay." But I still have things to deal with, I'll come later, around midnight. Wen Luqing was overjoyed when she received a definite answer. I'll wait for you, I'll wear the clothes you like. Qin Changqing nodded slightly, turned and disappeared in a white light.
At midnight,
Qin Changqing appeared in Wen Luqing's room again. At this moment, in the curtains on the bed, a beautiful figure was looming. Qin Changqing lifted the curtains, and Wen Luqing had been waiting shyly for a long time. You haven't come for so long, you have to compensate me properly. A pair of jade arms hooked Qin Changqing's neck, gently pulling him into the curtains. Clouds and rain tumbled, the unwelcome guest repeatedly invaded the secluded pool, the beauty could not bear it. The spring night was short when the clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Wen Luqing lay in Qin Changqing's arms, her long hair scattered, her face full of satisfaction. Changqing, it would be great if you could always be by my side.
Wen Luqing whispered.
Qin Changqing was silent for a moment before saying, believe me, it will definitely be possible in a short time.
Wen Luqing nodded, I believe you.
With Qin Changqing by her side, Wen Luqing felt unprecedented peace of mind. Coupled with being too overworked and tired, she soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, the sunlight shone through the window lattices onto the bed. Wen Luqing's eyelashes trembled slightly as she woke up, and she subconsciously touched her side. There was no one there.
Did he leave?
Wen Luqing slowly propped herself up, stroking the place where Qin Changqing had laid. Lost in thought. P.S. I originally planned to update twice a day, and then go drink tea, fish, and practice the great sword, but I couldn't help it.
A colleague asked me, updating twice a day, is that okay? I'm a big guy of 1.87 meters, can I not be okay 2 updates?
Stop. If other book friends see it, they will think that my book friends look down on me.
From now on, 5 updates.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Changqing spent more than a month finally delivering all the pendant magic treasures, including those to the children in other Eastern region countries and the 5 in the Demon Mist Mountain Range. Especially for the 5 children in the Demon Mist Mountain Range, Qin Changqing gave special instructions, telling them that their father was under someone else's control and that only by cultivating diligently could they rescue their father. The 5 children were immediately more motivated, and also very surprised to learn that they were all one family. As he was leaving, Qin Changqing noticed that Qin Mengxin and Huang Qishuan seemed a bit off. A thought struck him, and he secretly rejoiced that he had acted quickly, otherwise he might have made a big mistake. Some children were also confused by Qin Changqing's instructions. They were clearly only children, or only had 1 or 2 siblings.
Why did their master say they had so many brothers and sisters?
They ran to ask their parents, and seeing that they couldn't hide it, their parents could only vaguely explain that they should do as the black-robed senior had instructed, and must not harm anyone else wearing a Changqing jade pendant. After running around like this, Qin Changqing discovered that he now had a full 996 children. He didn't realize it until he counted them, and was shocked by the number.
Qin Changqing couldn't help but click his tongue. Good heavens, am I that fertile? Fortunately, there are cultivation feedback benefits. Many children, many blessings. I can continue to work hard. Wei Wei and the others have limited lifespans. I don't have much time to spend with them.
For me, perhaps they are just a part of my life, but for them, I am their whole life. I still need to find a suitable place to settle them as soon as possible. Qin Changqing had special feelings for these mortal wives and concubines, and wanted to find a secluded treasure land where they could spend each day peacefully and comfortably. The Demon Mist Mountain Range was definitely out of the question. It was filled with poisonous mist and demonic beasts, making it completely unsuitable for mortals to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. For the next half year, Qin Changqing would teleport to various places whenever he had time to search for a treasure land. Qin Changqing temporarily bid farewell to the women and children here. According to the agreement, he would return after 14 years. Many of the women had already developed feelings for him, and were reluctant to part. Qin Changqing was still very charming. Moreover, he had reached a state of perfection in capturing women's hearts. On the other side, in the 6 Desires Demon Sect,
Sect leader Wu Mingjin once again solemnly instructed that everyone in the sect must treat Qin Changqing with utmost respect and not allow any offense. And you? Wu Mingjin pointed to the group of female cultivators who had been selected and were waiting to be arranged, and said seriously, when treating Vice Alliance leader Changqing, you must not plunder his essence or spiritual power. Put away your usual tricks. He is only at the Qi training stage, and cannot withstand your plundering. On the contrary, you must feed spiritual energy back to him to help him cultivate. Only when he is happy will the Alliance leader be happy, and only then can we obtain more benefits. If anyone makes Alliance leader Changqing unhappy, this seat guarantees that she will also be unhappy. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded loudly, cupping their hands in unison. We respectfully obey the sect leader's decree. Jifu, when fellow Daoist Changqing arrives, you will be the first to go, and by the way, send these spirit stones over. Wu Mingjin handed over a storage ring. Yes, sect leader. Tang Jifu accepted the storage ring, and a look of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had never expected that she, a female cultivator with only a high-grade spiritual root, would be the first to serve Qin Changqing. Now, all 14 sects in the Evergreen Alliance knew that Qin Changqing was a treasure. Whoever could bear his child would soar to the sky, not only gaining the sect's attention, but also giving birth to a heaven-defying genius, killing two birds with one stone. Especially the female cultivators of the 4 major demonic Dao sects, who were very eager for Qin Changqing. However, Wu Mingjin's considerations were different from those of the other sections. He knew the importance of Qin Changqing, so he was not in a hurry to seek high-quality immortal seedlings. He felt that as long as he served Qin Changqing well, he could not only greatly increase Qin Changqing's goodwill, but also please the mysterious alliance leader behind him. If Qin Changqing developed feelings for their 6 Desires demon sect, and even took women from their sect to his side, then wouldn't they have as many immortal seedlings as they wanted in the future? His vision was more long-term. This year, his happiness is Qin Changqing's happiness. Therefore, the first requirement for the female cultivators he arranged was that they be beautiful, sensible, and knew how to care for people, rather than their spiritual root talent. Good talent disciples were naturally needed, but the most important thing now was the foundation, not only to lay the emotional foundation with Qin Changqing, but also because the righteous and demonic paths had been fighting each other over the years, and they had lost many disciples, especially on the demonic path side, where the losses were heavy. Wu Mingjin now wanted to win with numbers. Having more disciples was the key. Moreover, even if he arranged some high-grade and top-grade female cultivators, the descendants they bore would not be bad. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. In the past, they would have been objects of contention for various sections. And he didn't have to wait for Qin Changqing to absorb spirit stones and waste too much time. Their 6 Desires demon sect didn't have much else, but they had the most female cultivators, and they were all seductive fairies. These were all resources, and Qin Changqing could best help the female cultivators of their sect. It must be said that this sect leader Wu was still insightful and had a grand vision. Soon, Qin Changqing appeared in the Azure Cloud residence built by the 6 Desires demon sect. Similar to the Sword demon sect, the Azure Cloud residence built by the 6 Desires demon sect was also located in a treasure land. Although it didn't have a spiritual spring like the Sword demon sect, it was still quite good. It had a powerful spirit-gathering formation that gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. The various facilities in the residence were also carefully crafted by skilled craftsmen, taking a lot of thought. Especially the arrangement of their rooms, which was very romantic. It gave Qin Changqing the feeling of entering a theme hotel. As expected of a sect that played with the 6 Desires, they had a very accurate grasp of people's desires. This arrangement was very pleasing to the eye. Well done. Qin Changqing was very satisfied with this. After absorbing the spirit stones, he had the 6 Desires demon sect arrange for someone to come over. Evergreen Courtyard. Tang Jifu had just pushed open the door when she heard a melodious zither sound. Then she saw Qin Changqing, dressed in white, sitting in the courtyard playing the zither with complete concentration. The zither music was like flowing water, with ups and downs, as if a mountain spring was winding its way from a secluded valley, gurgling and flowing. One could hear the sorrowful and melancholic meaning revealed in it, which was intoxicating. Tang Jifu was a little surprised.
She didn't expect this man to not only be so handsome, but also so talented. She also understood the zither, and her attainments were quite high. But even so, she could hear that her level was far inferior to the man in front of her. Little did she know that Qin Shangqing didn't need to cultivate at all. In his spare time, he liked to study things. Now, he was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In the secular world, he would definitely be considered a talented scholar.
Is it pleasant to hear?
Qin Shangqing put his hands on the zither strings to stop the sound and asked with a smile.
Tang Jifu said seriously, "It's pleasant to hear, but I haven't heard this tune before. I wonder who created it."
Qin Shangqing smiled and said, "This humble one is the creator."
Tang Jifu was even more surprised. This man could not only play the zither, but also compose music?
Qin Shangqing glanced at her and asked with a smile, "From what the fairy said, you also understand the zither?"
"I have a little knowledge of it. Compared to Vice Alliance leader, I'm far behind.
I'm better at playing the shao,"
Tang Jifu said a little shyly.
Qin Shangqing owed and became interested. It's rare to find a kindred spirit in music. The art of the zither has no high or low.
Would you be interested in trying? He got up and made way.
Tang Jifu looked at this gentle and jade-like man, and a trace of throbbing rose in her heart. She didn't refuse, sat down, and tilted her head to smile. Vice Alliance leader is full of talent.
The tune just now was really good to hear. Qin Shangqing sat next to her, gently wrapped his arms around Tang Jifu's soft waist, and smiled. "Is it pleasant to hear? I'll teach you." Tang Jifu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded.
Qin Shangqing immediately grabbed Tang Jifu's soft hand and taught her hand in hand. Under the cool moonlight, the beauty played the zither, the man was handsome, and the woman was gentle.
The scene was surprisingly harmonious. Who could imagine that such a seemingly weak and talented woman was actually a feared disciple of the demonic sect? After a song, Tang Jifu savored it for a long time before asking, "What's the name of this song?"
Qin Shangqing thought for a moment and said, "Thinking of You in Sorrow."
"Thinking of You in Sorrow." Tang Jifu chewed on the name, her beautiful eyes shining brighter, and she looked at Qin Shangqing with admiration and infatuation, and said softly, "Vice Alliance leader, it's cool outside, shall we go inside to play? I'll also teach you my special skill." As a cultivator, how could he be afraid of the cold? It was obvious that he couldn't wait to impart his skills. "Okay,"
Qin Shangqing said with a smile, "Just call me Chang Cheng."
The two entered the room, and the formation was activated. The fairy's belt is very interesting, a bit like a zither string. May I play it? Okay. The fairy is good at playing the shao. I wonder where your shao is. Far away in the sky, phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme at hand. Oh, then please show it to me. Indeed exquisite.
Qin Shangqing was excited, looking through the gauze window at the slightly dim sky. The moonlight tonight was bright, and the clouds had not receded, but it was slightly yellow.
Leave appropriate blanks, only mentioning the key points, giving the reader room to imagine. This is a profound expression technique. What do you think?
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Familiar scene, familiar actions, but today's feeling was somewhat different. Qin Shangqing clearly felt a stream of clear energy from the other party's body into his own, actually causing a significant improvement in his cultivation.
Qin Shangqing's heart stirred, understanding dawned. This should be the Six Desires Demon Sect's unique dual cultivation method, capable of harvesting yin to supplement yang, or harvesting yang to supplement yin, a special method for mutual improvement through dual cultivation. However, from the looks of it now, he suffered no loss, but instead gained quite a few benefits. It seemed the Six Desires Demon Sect was trying to show goodwill. Tang Jifu was a golden core stage cultivator, so the spiritual energy she provided as feedback naturally had a considerable effect on Qin Shangqing, who was still in the foundation establishment stage. Qin Shangqing was overjoyed. The Six Desires Demon Sect was indeed sensible. If this continued, his cultivation would progress even faster.
He had gained another path to becoming stronger without having to cultivate. Winning while lying down, I'm serious. The familiar multiple choice question popped up, pulling Qin Changqing back from his surprise. Detected that your partner has supreme grade spiritual roots, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can produce offspring with high grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can produce offspring with supreme grade spiritual roots. 3. Consume 1000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, can produce offspring with earth grade spiritual roots. 4. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan, can produce offspring with heaven grade spiritual roots. 5. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan, can produce offspring with heaven grade spiritual roots. Only supreme grade spiritual roots? Qin Changqing was somewhat surprised, and his impression of the Six Desires Demon sect improved even more. The Six Desires Demon sect didn't arrange for a female cultivator with the highest aptitude right away, like other sects would. Tang Jifu only had supreme grade spiritual roots, but she was extremely beautiful and very good at taking care of people, clearly conveying a signal of goodwill to him. This made Qin Changqing very comfortable, without giving him the feeling of being manipulated and used as a tool, as he had felt before. Finally, he was being treated like an emperor. The morning sun rose. Qin Changqing, looking refreshed, watched Tang Jifu leave. Now he was in control of the situation, and he no longer had any aversion to having children. The more children, the greater the benefits to him. Moreover, he now had a good impression of the Six Desires Demon sect. The Six Desires Demon sect's dual cultivation method also improved his cultivation, so why not? The former was overjoyed, bowed, and turned to leave. Wu Mingzhen laughed heartily upon hearing the news, feeling somewhat smug. It seemed that his actions were correct, and he had indeed won Qin Changqing's favor. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly arrange it. Don't neglect fellow Taoist Changqing." Yes. The Six Desires Demon sect specialized in dual cultivation, and the female cultivators also knew how to please men. Qin Changqing had fallen into a gentle embrace and was living very comfortably. Happy times are always short. A year was about to pass, and his cultivation had also improved to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The Azure Cloud Mansion of the Six Desires Demon sect was also filled with female companions. Qin Changqing hadn't been idle this year. There were now more than 300 female companions in the Azure Cloud Mansion, and all of them were pregnant. The more children, the more cultivation was fed back. Qin Changqing was very satisfied. Wu Mingzhen couldn't stop smiling about this, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme came to chat with Qin Changqing to show goodwill, asking him what he needed, and the Six Desires Demon sect would try its best to satisfy him. Of course, he would also occasionally inquire about the Black-Robed Alliance Master's news from the side. Qin Changqing was vague about this, saying he didn't know anything, and Wu Mingzhen was helpless. After sending away another stunningly beautiful female cultivator, Qin Changqing stretched. It had been a bit too frequent lately, and he needed to rest. Suddenly, Qin Changqing was slightly stunned, and a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, successfully consumed 100 million years of lifespan, system upgrade. Had he already consumed 100 million years? Qin Changqing was taken aback, but then he understood. These years, he had not only consumed lifespan to strengthen his children, but also consumed a lot through constant teleportation. It was indeed about right. Soon, the system upgrade was successful, and the interface reappeared. System upgrade successful. The following new functions have been added. 1. Enabled exploration function. Consume lifespan to explore the surrounding world. The more consumed, the farther the exploration. 2. Enabled re-strengthening function. Consume 10 times the initial lifespan to further enhance the talents of offspring after birth. 3. Enabled bloodline strengthening function. Consume lifespan to enhance the bloodline power of offspring. 4. Enabled soul strengthening function. Consume lifespan to enhance the spirit and soul power of offspring. 5. Cultivation feedback upgrade. On the original basis, the feedback is increased tenfold. The maximum feedback does not exceed the cultivator's cultivation base. 6. Hidden function re-upgrade. Can consume lifespan to help children hide their strength and talents. Qin Changqing's heart pounded, overjoyed. What he wanted came true. As soon as he wanted to find a suitable treasure land, the system immediately arranged an exploration function for him. As expected of his own system. Awesome! Qin Shangqing began to carefully study the system. First of all, there was the exploration function. As long as he had enough lifespan, he could even explore other worlds. However, the consumption of lifespan was too terrifying. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme tens of thousands of years at a time. Qin Shangqing couldn't afford it now and didn't dare to try it easily. As for the re-strengthening function, it allowed him to re-strengthen the talents of children who had already been born, but it required consuming 10 times the lifespan of a normal strengthening. For example, if Qin Shiming only had high-grade spiritual roots, strengthening him to supreme grade would require 10 times the initial lifespan for strengthening supreme grade spiritual roots, which was 10 times 100 years, meaning it would require 1,000 years of lifespan to strengthen him from high grade to supreme grade.
If he calculated it this way, Qin Shangqing swallowed. Wouldn't this cost him his old life? It seemed that he had to accumulate more spirit stones to increase his lifespan in the future, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand it with so many children. Strengthening bloodlines and souls was similar to the previous spiritual roots and physiques, but it required the cooperation of women with bloodline power and special soul talent to conceive and strengthen. The improvement of the feedback function was what Qin Shangqing valued most, as it was directly related to his cultivation. This function had increased tenfold on the original basis, and the maximum feedback could only be the full amount. In other words, children with high-grade spiritual roots would originally return 1/10, but now they could return the full amount. Children with supreme-grade spiritual roots increased from the original 1% to 1/10, and earth-grade spiritual roots increased to 1%. Awesome! Qin Shangqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look forward to it even more. Having a second upgrade meant there might be a third. Then, if the system upgraded again and again and again, wouldn't he be able to return all the cultivation of all his children to him when it reached a certain level? Wouldn't his cultivation then be equal to the sum of all his children's cultivation? Just thinking about it was terrifying and exciting. His children's talents were all more powerful than the last, and they were all very terrifying. Plus, he could now help them re-strengthen their talents. As long as they didn't die, becoming immortals and ancestors in the future wouldn't be a problem. By then, how much would his strength have grown? The more Qin Shangqing thought about it, the more excited he became, and he had already begun to daydream. By then, he wouldn't have to wear the skin of the black-robed man and act like a tiger. He could crush them with his true strength. Who would dare to disobey? However, that was in the future. After thinking about it, he still had to calm down and take it one step at a time. The re-upgrade of the hidden function was very important for the present. He could consume lifespan to hide his children's strength and talents. This was equivalent to equipping his children with ghillie suits, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Everyone could become a old 6. This increased their safety. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. The old 6 are the ones who survive to the end. Moreover, coupled with the re-strengthening function, it was even more awesome. He could completely help the children with high-grade spiritual roots improve and then secretly hide their talents, so that it wouldn't attract attention and allow the children to maintain their current state of mind and continue to cultivate diligently. The children with high-grade spiritual roots were almost all Qin Shangqing's early children, born to him and his mortal wives. They were also the children that Qin Shangqing spent the most time with and had the best feelings for. Now that he could help them re-strengthen their talents, Qin Shangqing was naturally very happy. Qin Shangqing immediately improved the talents of his 272 children with high-grade spiritual roots, raising them to supreme-grade spiritual roots. Each child required 1,000 years of lifespan, which added up to 270,000 years. Then, he helped them hide their talents and strength. The consumption varied depending on their strength, but most of them were in the foundation establishment stage, so it only required about 100 years per child. This wave of improvement and hiding consumed more than 300,000 years. Qin Shangqing stopped and didn't continue. He would continue to help them reach Earth-grade spiritual roots after a while.
Raising them too much at once would definitely be very obvious in terms of cultivation speed, and he was worried that the children would become proud. If it affected their Dao hearts, it would be a good intention that turned into a bad thing. Then, Qin Changqing also raised the children with supreme grade and earth grade spiritual roots by one level. As for those above heaven grade spiritual roots, he didn't plan to touch them for the time being. The main reason was that it consumed too much lifespan, and his remaining lifespan couldn't withstand it now. Moreover, heaven grade spiritual roots were already good enough, and they were completely sufficient for early cultivation. It wouldn't be too late to improve them later, and Qin Changqing would be able to save more lifespan by then. Having too good of a talent in the early stage wasn't necessarily a good thing. Qin Changqing was also considering everything comprehensively. It could be said that for the sake of his children, this old father had really broken his heart. Today's 5 updates are completed, and each update is a large chapter of nearly 3,000 words. Full of sincerity, please give me a wave of free small gifts to help Lang Lang. Let's continue. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
This system's comprehensive upgrade can definitely be considered a great leap forward. The increased cultivation feedback allows him to grow faster and more comfortably. In the cruel world of cultivation, he walks on thin ice with every step, especially now that he is appearing as the black robe figure. It's like dancing on a tightrope. Only when his cultivation level rises in the future will he no longer need to worry about such problems. The Ghost King sect is located in an extremely secluded valley called the Valley of Sighs. The terrain here is bizarre and complex, shrouded in energy, making it very suitable for ghost cultivators to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. It is said that thousands of years ago, when the Jing Kingdom still had several small countries, there were no 10 great sects or 4 demonic sects. Although there were also immortal cultivation sects, most of them lived in seclusion and occasionally sent some disciples to mortal countries to serve as national mentors. And this place was once a battleground for several major powers.
Countless withered bones and remnant souls were buried underground, and even many cultivators died here in war.
The Ghost King sect has indeed put a lot of thought into it. Seeing Qin Changqing walk out of the bedroom prepared for him, the eyes of the Ghost King sect cultivator responsible for guarding and protecting him almost popped out.
When did he go in? How did he go in?
You must know that this Qingyun mansion has a great formation personally arranged by the Supreme Elder, and even the sect master cannot force his way in. He can actually enter and exit regardless of the formation, even more terrifying than a ghost. Go and tell your sect master that I have arrived and can begin the arrangements. The cultivator was about to reprimand him, but when he heard Qin Changqing's words, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Is he the Vice Alliance Master Qin Changqing? He's so good looking.
I really envy him for being so loved by the beautiful fairies of each sect. Now Qin Changqing is being worshipped by the 14 sections. Fortunately, he didn't offend him just now, otherwise, if the sect master found out, even a living person would be beaten into a dead ghost.
Yes. The Ghost King sect cultivator respectfully retreated. The Vice Alliance Master is already in Qingyun Mansion?
Xin Yuantu was also shocked when he heard the news.
Immediately, he was once again shocked.
That mysterious black robe figure was too terrifying. Even the Great Formation personally arranged by the Transformation God Heavenly Lord could be entered silently. What a terrifying ability this is. If the black robe figure used his strength to attack, he wouldn't be too surprised. After all, the power of the black robe figure is obvious to all the 14 sections. But so far, there is no trace of damage to the Great Formation.
He just went in. Isn't that scary?
Xin Yuantu's awe for that mysterious Alliance Master grew even stronger. He immediately stood up and shouted, "The Vice Alliance Master has arrived, how can this seat be negligent? Go and inform him that this seat has prepared a banquet to welcome the Vice Alliance Master and wash away the dust. Please, Vice Alliance Master, be sure to show your face."
Yes.
Soon, Qin Changqing received the notification and was a little surprised. This Xin Yuantu looks like the most rough and unrestrained of the 4 demonic sects, but he didn't expect his methods to be so delicate.
Okay, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way.
Qin Shangqing was also quite interested in this Ghost King sect, waved his hand and did not refuse. Following the ghost cultivator in front of him, he quickly passed through the mansion and entered the interior of the Ghost King sect. When he got here, Qin Shangqing finally understood why the Ghost King sect put so much thought into building the mansion outside the sect. This was completely considering his own feelings. Vice Alliance Master has arrived. Shin has failed to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me. Shin Yuanta strode forward, laughing loudly, very enthusiastically, but he belongs to the spirit control cultivator, and his whole body is full of yin energy, but he behaves so rough and unrestrained, giving people a strange feeling. Qin Shangqing smiled and cupped his hands. Sect Master Shin is too polite. Come, Vice Alliance Master is visiting my Ghost King sect for the first time. I'll take you on a good tour. Shin Yuantu was not polite at all, and directly grabbed his arm and walked away, shouting left and right, haven't you seen the Vice Alliance Master yet? Are you all mute? The surrounding Ghost King sect cultivators trembled and hurriedly cupped their hands and saluted, greetings, Vice Alliance Master. No need to be so polite. Qin Shangqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This sect Master Shin is quite interesting, with a straightforward personality. I don't know if it's real or pretending. But now that he has the tiger skin of the black robe figure, Qin Shangqing has received great respect in each sect, which makes him very comfortable and gives him great satisfaction. The main reason is that the gap is too big, from the original timidity and dependence on others, to now sitting on an equal footing with the sect masters and heads of various sects, and even the transformation god heavenly lords treat him with courtesy. How can he not be happy? Shin Yuanta did indeed make ample preparations for Qin Shangqing's arrival, obtaining various spirit wines and delicacies from the outside world, as well as a large number of precious spirit birds and beasts cooked into ingredients, exuding an alluring aroma. I didn't expect your sect to have such a high level in cooking. Qin Shangqing tasted a few dishes, and his eyes lit up immediately, praising them incessantly. Perhaps it is also due to the ingredients, these foods are exceptionally delicious. Originally, he was worried that the Ghost King sect would be full of ghost cultivators, and would they come up with some strange things, but now it seems that he was thinking too much. Jia, that's right. Shin Yuanta's eyebrows suddenly raised when he heard Qin Shangqing's praise, and he said proudly, my Ghost King sect has a lot of talents, how can a mere cooking skill be difficult? As long as the Vice Alliance Master can get used to eating it. Cultivators don't have high demands for food. After all, they have already achieved abstinence, so it doesn't matter whether they eat or not. But these are all special delicacies made from precious spirit beasts and spirit birds, which are also beneficial to cultivators. Quick! Bring up all the dishes. Shin Yuantu waved his hand boldly. The cultivator next to him was immediately embarrassed. Sect Master, there are no more dishes. The few chefs who were captured couldn't stand the environment here and all died from qi deviation. Shin Yuanta's hand holding the wineglass suddenly froze, and he slowly turned his head to look at the former, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Damn it, I just boasted about it, saying it was all made by my Ghost King sect, and now you're slapping me in the face, right? The ghost cultivator next to him was immediately frightened out of his wits. Well, he wasn't considered a human in the first place, kneeling on the ground shivering and daring not to speak. Go and stay in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for a month. Shin Yuantu put down his wineglass and said lightly. The former immediately looked desperate. Stay in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for a month? It would be better to just kill himself. Although Qin Shangqing didn't know what the 10,000 Ghosts cave was, he could tell from the other party's reaction, and said, Sect Master Shin, these dishes are enough. He is only seeking stability now, and there is no need to create unnecessary complications because of a small matter. Although he has the black robe figure as his backing, it is difficult to guard against villains, and it is not a good thing to make the Ghost King sect feel dissatisfied with him because of this matter. Since the Vice Alliance Master has interceded, then forget it. Shin Yuanta shouted, hurry up and thank the Vice Alliance Master. The former thanked him repeatedly, almost kneeling on the ground and calling him father. He was truly grateful from the bottom of his heart. The 10,000 Ghosts cave was not a place for people to stay. Even ghosts couldn't stay there. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
The way other people looked at Qin Shangqing also subtly changed. With such a powerful protector watching over him, yet he's still so gentle. Everyone developed a favorable impression of Qin Shangqing.
I wonder, sect leader Shen, what is this myriad ghosts cave you just mentioned?
Qin Shangqing raised his cup in a toast, asking with a smile. Shen Yuanta laughed and said, "It's nothing special, just a place where a large number of non-corporeal soul-like ghosts are imprisoned. However, these ghosts have lost their minds and memories, and they will attack as soon as a living person enters. If one can't withstand being devoured by myriad ghosts, not to mention the physical body, even the divine soul will be completely eaten away. Therefore, some raw meat is thrown into the myriad ghosts cave every once in a while, otherwise they will kill each other." Qin Shangqing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. No wonder that guy was so scared just now, it sounds terrifying. You should know that ghost cultivators also have physical bodies, but their physiques and cultivation methods are special, allowing them to accommodate and absorb Yin energy.
Moreover, ghost cultivators can also accommodate the existence of spirits. These spirits are different from the soul-like ghosts in the myriad ghosts cave. They are another form of cultivation transformed from the divine souls of some powerful cultivators after death. They also have no physical bodies, but they possess intelligence and memories, and can help their masters cultivate, and even fight and kill. This is the biggest reason why ghost cultivators are called ghost cultivators. Along the way, Qin Shangqing saw many spirits floating around, some directly emerging from the bodies of ghost cultivators, or half of their bodies embedded in the ghost cultivators' bodies, looking extremely eerie. Continue the music, continue the dance.
Shen Yuantu was drinking heartily, clapping his hands. Immediately, graceful female cultivators wearing exquisite gauze skirts emerged from the side hall, each with a charming figure, waving their long sleeves, creating a unique flavor. These female ghost cultivators' dances are very distinctive, with illusory figures suddenly emerging from their bodies to dance together, rising and falling, separating and reuniting, appearing dazzling. Even Qin Shangqing couldn't help but sigh in admiration.
These are the spirits accommodated in their bodies.
It must be said that these spirits are all beautiful and unique, and because their bodies are between illusory and real, they give people a sense of unreality, as if they are in a fairyland, in conjunction with the master's dance.
Bravo!
Qin Shangqing couldn't help but shout his approval, drinking to his heart's content. Suddenly, he summoned an ancient zither from his storage ring and placed it in front of him, his fingertips gliding over it, flowing out a soul-stirring melody. This move immediately attracted everyone's attention, and even the graceful figures dancing in the middle turned their heads to look. Shen Yuanta raised his eyebrows and chuckled, "I didn't expect Vice Alliance Master to have such skills and refined interests, it's a feast for our ears." Qin Shangqing had already entered the state. This scene instantly reminded him of a classic piece from his previous life. His index finger moved rapidly, a song of heartbrokenness, the zither music entering dreams. Listening to this song, everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing, and a story of unparalleled tragic love seemed to appear in their minds. Those female cultivators who were dancing stood still in place, staring blankly at Qin Shangqing, who was bowing his head and playing the zither. Strange, why am I crying? This song seems to have magic. Those spirits who were dancing with them also stared at Qin Shangqing, seemingly feeling it even more deeply, some even shedding illusory tears. Even Shen Yuantu, this rough man, opened his mouth wide, the wineglass not falling for a long time. When the song ended, the whole place was silent for a long time. Qin Shangqing was also somewhat emotional, very satisfied with his performance, as expected of one of the classic pieces of his previous life. I wonder what the name of this song played by the Vice Alliance Master is. A female elder wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye and finally couldn't help but ask. Everyone else looked over curiously. Qin Shangqing smiled slightly and uttered 4 words, "A Chinese ghost story." A Chinese ghost story. The ghost cultivators muttered this name, their hearts shaken. Qin Shangqing leisurely said, "Everyone has kindly invited me to drink together. Qin is not talented, so I specially composed this song to give to everyone as a thank you gift. In fact, this song also has a story. I wonder if everyone is interested in hearing it?"
Everyone nodded, especially those female cultivators, their eyes widened, their faces full of anticipation.
Seeing that the atmosphere had been built up, Qin Changqing slowly told the story, his voice not loud, but every word entered the heart. There was a scholar named Ning Kaichen who encountered heavy rain on his way to collect debts, and had no choice but to take shelter in the rumored Lanrua temple. A tragic and moving, yet soul-stirring love story between a human and a ghost slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. Everyone listened with fascination, revealing various expressions of surprise, anger, regret, and heartache as the story unfolded. When the story ended, those female cultivators were all conquered by the love between Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, shedding tears. If this story were told to other cultivators, it might not have such a good effect, but everyone present was a ghost cultivator, and there were many spirits. They couldn't help but put themselves into the story, empathizing with it, coupled with the previous song of a Chinese ghost story as a foreshadowing. The effect was surprisingly good.
Vice Alliance Master, did Nie Xiaoqian really die? But he also understood, women are always sentimental.
No, she was later rescued by Yin Qixia and Ning Kaichen. Qin Changqing gave a relatively perfect ending.
That's good. That's great. Everyone burst into tears of joy.
Qin Changqing's song and story once again narrowed the distance with the Ghost King sect. Everyone looked at him not only out of fear of the Alliance Master behind him, but also with a bit more respect for Qin Changqing himself.
Vice Alliance Master is full of talent, Shin admires it.
Xin Yuantu laughed heartily, once again pulling Qin Changqing to drink heartily. Whether it was an illusion or not, after hearing this story, Xin Yuantu's performance was a bit strange, as if he wanted to get himself drunk.
Damn, could it be that his story evoked some kind of memory in him? Could this rough man have a similar experience?
In short, after this banquet, Xin Yuantu was even more enthusiastic towards Qin Changqing, and it was obvious that there was less pretense and more sincerity.
Art really knows no boundaries, even in the world of cultivation. The effect is surprisingly good. I could tell from the story just now that Brother Changqing seems to be very interested in those spirits.
On the way back, Xin Yuantu put his arm around Qin Changqing's shoulder and chuckled in a low voice, his address becoming more intimate.
Who said that? I didn't.
Qin Changqing was a little embarrassed. They don't have physical bodies, no need to explain, I understand. Xin Yuantu winked, although these spirits don't have physical bodies, they can give Brother Changqing a different and ultimate experience.
If you are interested, I will arrange it later to ensure that Alliance Master Changqing is satisfied.
Qin Changqing was a little speechless.
Could it be that this story really wants me to transform into Ning Kaichen?
In ancient times, there was Su Xian and Bai Nangzi, Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, and now there is me, Qin Changqing,
and the spirits of the Ghost King sect? Damn it, I'm a little looking forward to it. No way, could it be that besides Cao Cao, I also want to be a Lich King?
3 days later, the female cultivator arranged by the Ghost King sect was sent to Qingyun Manor. Qin Changqing recognized this female cultivator. It was Ji Qingqing, the stunning beauty who led the dance at the banquet a few days ago, seemingly a disciple of some elder.
Vice Alliance Leader, I wonder if Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian will have another chance to be together later on? Ji Qingqing couldn't wait to ask as soon as she came in.
As soon as she finished speaking, a transparent figure emerged from her body. It was a delicate girl wearing a white fairy dress, who also looked at Qin Changqing with anticipation.
Is she also a ghost cultivator who controls a spirit?
Qin Changqing was somewhat surprised. To be able to nurture a spirit within one's body, one's divine soul and talent needed to be powerful to a certain extent.
What happened later? What happened later?
The girl in the white dress looked at Qin Changqing with stars in her eyes. Qin Changqing was also a little speechless. It's just a story, are ghosts also becoming obsessed?
This is a long story, and it's another tale.
If you want to listen, come in, and I'll slowly explain it in detail.
Qin Changqing extinguished the candlelight. The two people and one spirit began a deeper level of communication.
Soon, Qin Changqing felt a unique experience. Although spirits don't have a physical body, they can stir people's various senses, allowing people to experience the ultimate pleasure from a special perspective.
Moreover, spirits can also stir the spiritual world, a dual experience of body and spirit. Is this Ning Kaichen's happiness?
Making Qin Changqing somewhat unable to stop.
What a refreshing experience! Soon, the familiar multiple-choice questions brought Qin Changqing back from his blissful state. Detected that your partner has one body and two souls, superior spiritual root, innate first-level divine soul. Please choose 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a superior spiritual root. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with an extreme spiritual root. 3. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with an earth spiritual root. 5. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a heaven spiritual root. Detected that your partner has one body and two souls, superior spiritual root, innate first-level divine soul. Please choose 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with an innate third-level divine soul. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with an innate fourth-level divine soul. This time, there are actually two multiple-choice questions, multiple selections. Qin Changqing was a little shocked. It was the first time he had encountered this situation. In the past, strengthening spiritual roots and physique didn't have double selections. Sure enough, there are still many magical women in this world, but I just haven't met them yet. The strength of the innate divine soul is also a kind of talent. The divine soul can also be cultivated, and what is manifested is spiritual power, the power of the nascent soul. This kind of talent is rare, but it becomes extremely important in the later stages of cultivation. The divine soul corresponds to a person's spirit and soul, which is the nascent soul after it takes shape. If you want to break through to a higher realm, the nascent soul must also be strong, otherwise, when the heavenly tribulation arrives in the later stage, the heart demon tribulation will be extremely difficult to overcome. In the system's introduction, Qin Changqing understood that the aptitude strength of the divine soul is divided into innate levels 1 to 10, corresponding to the division of spiritual roots and special physiques. A strong innate divine soul can also increase cultivation speed. Of course, my child must be the best. Anyway, female cultivators do the work, and when there's nothing to do, when there's nothing to do, I walk the bird. Demon Mist Mountain Range, Treasure Land. A flash of spiritual light appeared. Qin Kitchen shouted softly, and with a slight lift of his palm, round elixirs flew out of the pill furnace and fell into his palm. Brother Chen, congratulations, this furnace of pills has finally been completed. Huang Qishuan noticed the fluctuation of spiritual power, opened his eyes and smiled. Qin Kitchen shook his head with a smile. So many spiritual herbs were wasted before this furnace was completed. My alchemy skills still need to be improved. Huang Qishuan said, it's already very good. The furnace of pills you are refining now is of great benefit to cultivators in the golden core stage. Brother Chen, you can already be regarded as an absolute genius in the art of alchemy. Qin Manglin also woke up from cultivation and shook his head. Xiao Chun, just refining pills is not enough. Cultivation is the foundation of all magic. Master has found us such a treasure land, and cultivation cannot be neglected. Yes. Qin Mengxi nodded and said, we must cultivate well and strive to help Dad get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. This is also the only thing we can do as children. After obtaining the Changqing pendant, the five of them communicated and were surprised to find that they were all children from the three families. They had all stayed in Qin Changqing school when they were young, but the changes were too great and they did not recognize each other for a while. In their perception, Qin Changqing is still deeply mired in suffering, being used as a tool by others. They are also very anxious and worried, and can only try their best to improve themselves and strive to help their father as soon as possible. That's natural, I won't slack off in cultivation. Qin Kitchen put the elixirs into the storage bag and said, I recently discovered that my cultivation speed has increased a lot. Even if I have been addicted to alchemy recently, my cultivation progress is much faster than before when I was in seclusion. Huang Qishuan said in surprise, I thought I was the only one like this, so you are too? I also have this feeling, do you also have it? Qin Manglin showed a surprised expression. The other two also said that they also felt the abnormality of the cultivation speed. What's going on? The five of them looked at each other. This is not an illusion. Although their cultivation progress has always been good, it is still much worse than those cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots or even higher talents. But now, even without the spiritual liquid in the spiritual lake,
the cultivation speed is several times faster than before. If they use the spiritual liquid, they can even surpass the cultivators with earth spiritual roots or even heavenly spiritual roots. This cultivation speed shocked them. Not only the 5 of them, but many children distributed in the 14 sects of the Changqing Alliance also felt the improvement in cultivation speed. Even the bottlenecks that were previously somewhat obstructed no longer exist, and cultivation is extremely smooth, with visible improvements almost every day. They don't know that their talents have been improved invisibly. The importance of having a good father. Ghost King Sect, Qingyun Manor. Xin Changqing returned from Xin Yuantu's bedroom, cast a spell to dissipate the alcohol from his body, and shook his head. This Xin Yuantu is also a wonderful person. He is clearly a powerful ghost cultivator, but he is addicted to alcohol. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme pulls Xin Changqing to drink with him when he has nothing to do. After more than half a year of getting along, Xin Yuantu became more and more appreciative of this Changqing Alliance leader. The two treated each other as equals. It was no longer just for the sake of the man in black robe. Xin Changqing also had a good impression of this carefree Ghost King sect master. He found that this guy was really not pretending, his character was so straightforward, sometimes he spoke without thinking, and he was a bit tyrannical towards his subordinates, but he also rewarded and punished clearly. All in all, he was not bad, at least Xin Changqing thought so. P.S. 3 chapters of appetizers, you can digest them first, there are also 2 chapters of dim sum plus fruit, later. Ask for good reviews, brothers, give me a good rating. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. It's been so long, I wonder how the children are doing. Xin Changqing activated the formation, sat on the couch, and opened the system interface. Since the establishment of the Evergreen Alliance, there were no more disputes between the righteous and demonic paths, so he didn't constantly monitor the children's movements. If the children were in danger, the system would naturally give a warning. Opening the real-time dynamics, Xin Changqing began to carefully check. Your child Xin Shiming entered a state of enlightenment while practicing swordsmanship. His swordsmanship has improved rapidly, and he has initially comprehended sword. Xin Changqing slowly looked down and found that the dynamics were almost all about the children's various breakthroughs and obtaining various powerful techniques and opportunities. Except for a few children who were sent out of Jing country by Xin Changqing, the children in Jing country were living very peacefully. Due to the establishment of the Evergreen Alliance, under the pressure of the Black Robe Alliance leader, the cultivation world of Jing country is now exceptionally harmonious. All sects are basically in retreat, developing their own immortal seedlings. No one dares to mess around, and no one wants to mess around. Stay low, everyone does. Everyone is not a fool. With such a good opportunity, of course, they have to stabilize their development. Under such circumstances, the children's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, especially those children above the heavenly spiritual root, almost 1 realm every 6 months, and those immortal spiritual root children are even more exaggerated, almost able to cross a realm in 1 or 2 months. This is the importance of talent. Some people's starting point is the end point that ordinary people may not be able to reach in their entire lives. Now that the return has increased tenfold, the cultivation return to Xin Changqing is increasing. With the children's cultivation speed, I believe it won't be long before he can break through the Golden Core realm. Xin Changqing was full of expectations. Let's try the system's exploration function again. Xin Changqing opened the new function. The system's exploration function mainly explores the resource situation of spiritual veins, mineral veins, secret realms, etc. The size of the exploration range is different, and the lifespan consumed is naturally different. I still have to store more lifespan. For the sake of insurance, Xin Changqing opened the teleportation function, and with a flash, he came to the treasure land of the Demon Mist Mountain Range. With a sweep of his eyes, several children were gathered around playing spiritual cards, and laughter came from time to time. Great Elder of the Taishan sect, nascent soul true lord, who wants it? Xin Kitchen played a card. I want it. Sect Master of the Taishan sect. Press U. Only 1 card left.
Want to win? No way.
Madam Sect Master of the Taishan sect.
Bet it all.
Damn, my sect master of the Taishan sect is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, the biggest in the sect. Even the Supreme Elder has to discuss things with him. Why are you, a woman, pressing me?
Just because this is the sect master's wife. No matter how powerful your sect master is, doesn't he have to listen to his wife when he gets home? If you don't listen, you won't even be allowed on the bed. Okay, I guess you have a point. Pass. The corners of Qin Changqing's mouth twitched. It seemed that these 5 children were having a pretty good time here. Seeing this scene, he was relieved, and directly entered the spiritual lake, using the system to start converting the spiritual liquid into lifespan. Now his lifespan is about 15 million years left. In order to prevent accidents, he increased his lifespan to 100 million years. After absorbing so much spiritual power, the entire spiritual lake seemed to have not changed much, which shows how terrifying the spiritual energy contained in this spiritual lake is. After absorbing it, Qin Changqing directly communicated with the system. Explore the information of the Demon Mist Mountain Range. Consuming 360 years of lifespan exploration completed the resource distribution map of the Demon Mist Mountain Range is as follows. After a while, a vast map appeared in Qin Changqing's mind, covered with various signs. Qin Changqing's divine sense swept over, and he could clearly see the information in the map, just like watching the entire Demon Mist Mountain Range from God's perspective. Spiritual veins, various mineral veins, spiritual medicines, spiritual springs, and even the distribution of demon beasts, almost all information about cultivation resources was presented. A look of shock appeared in Qin Changqing's eyes. As expected of the system, powerful. 31st order spiritual veins, 14 second order spiritual veins, 8 third order spiritual veins, 3 fourth order spiritual veins, 1 fifth order spiritual vein, 23 low grade spiritual stone mines, 9 middle grade, 2 high grade, several spiritual springs, countless spiritual medicines, a 7th order spiritual lake. The 7th order spiritual lake should be where I am. It has actually reached the 7th order. No wonder the spiritual liquid here is so rich. The more Qin Changqing looked, the more excited he became. The resources of the cultivation world are generally divided into 1st to 9th order, corresponding to the 9 realms of Qi training: foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, body integration, tribulation transcending, and great ascension. The 7th order spiritual lake means that this lake can meet the daily cultivation of body integration stage cultivators. It is equivalent to saying that they are now using body integration stage resources. Foundation establishment cultivators use body integration stage resources. It's over the top. What's the difference between this and cheating? If these 5 children knew that they were using a 7th order spiritual lake, it is estimated that their eyeballs would pop out. So many resources, we must make use of them, Qin Changqing thought to himself. But it is not so easy to develop these resources. Almost all places with spiritual objects are guarded by powerful demon beasts. For example, that 5th order spiritual vein has spirit transformation stage demon beasts living there, and there is more than one. With Qin Changqing's current strength, wanting to get involved in this level of resource treasure land is tantamount to wishful thinking. Adding meals to these demon beasts, well, it's still the kind of snack. The small body is not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Don't worry, let's explore again.
The Demon Mist Mountain Range is so big, it almost occupies a few thousandths of the area of Jing country. This area only consumes 360 years, then exploring the entire Jing country should only take a few million years, not even 10 million, it's completely a small matter. Not to mention that Qin Changqing is still fleecing the 14 sects, just controlling this 7th level spiritual lake is completely stress-free for Qin Changqing. Lying in the spiritual lake and absorbing it for half a day is enough. System, explore the information within the scope of Jing country.
Qin Changqing gave the order in his mind. Consuming
82 million years of lifespan exploration completed. A more vast map appeared in Qin Changqing's mind. There are more spiritual veins, and more mineral veins, and you can't see them all at once. In the map, the system made a lot of intimate and eye-catching signs. Qin Changqing's eyes fell on the special signs among them. 58 small secret realms, 27 medium-sized secret realms, 8 large secret realms. A look of excitement flashed in Qin Changqing's eyes.
With so many secret realms, it shouldn't be difficult to find one or two to arrange for his women and children, right? There are even ancient ruins, ancient cultivator caves. These should all be the inheritance places left by those ancient sects and ancient cultivators in Jing country. Good system. Qin Shangqing couldn't help but beam with joy. The exploration function is really too hot. With this function, it is equivalent to having a treasure map with unlimited territory. As long as there is enough lifespan, you can even explore the resources of the entire cultivation world. When the cultivation is sufficient, isn't it just taking whatever you want? Thank you for the gift of nature. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Scanning the map with his divine sense, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he looked at the densely packed treasure lands, eager to start teleporting and scour every place, looting all the treasures. But he quickly calmed down. Opportunities are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme accompanied by risks, so he needs to plan well before taking action. He should first raise his cultivation to the golden core stage. Having made up his mind, Qin Shangqing activated the teleportation and returned to the Ghost King sect, continuing his career as an undead knight. Half a year later. After sending away the Ghost King sect female cultivator who was reluctant to leave and kept turning her head back, he returned to the treasure land in the Demon Mist Mountains. Qin Shangqing activated the formation again and turned on the system's return function. Obtain 1/10 of Qin Shiming's total cultivation as a return. Do you want to receive it? Obtain 1/10 of Qin Mengshue's total cultivation as a return. Do you want to receive it? Obtain 1/10 of Qin Shiping's cultivation as a return. Do you want to receive it? Obtain 1/10,000th of Qin Munchi's cultivation as a return. Do you want to receive it? Receive all of it. In an instant, hundreds of spiritual lights of various colors flew from the dark and merged into Qin Shangqing's body. Qin Shangqing closed his eyes and digested these cultivation energies, his aura rising steadily. Huff! With the return of cultivation from many children, the originally indestructible bottleneck was instantly broken through, and Qin Shangqing finally stepped into the golden core stage. After another moment, Qin Shangqing's cultivation level remained at the peak of the first level of the golden core stage, and he opened his eyes with some regret. As expected, the higher he goes, the slower the improvement. The main reason is that the proportion of cultivation returned by children with high aptitude is too low. It should be much faster after the system is upgraded in the future. In his dantian, a thumb-sized golden orb was slowly rotating, emitting amazing spiritual fluctuations. This is the golden core. The manifestation of the ultimate condensation of spiritual power throughout the body. Entering the golden core stage is a whole new world. Even in the top 10 sects, the golden core stage holds a pivotal position. Now, Qin Shangqing can be considered to have some self-protection ability in the world of cultivation. Finally, I can start exploring the treasure lands. The corners of Qin Shangqing's mouth slightly curled up. The biggest reason he didn't explore before was his lack of strength. After all, although he had a map of the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, he still needed to develop many places himself, and he might even need to personally investigate step by step. With the strength of the golden core stage, he could cope with many situations, such as fighting small monsters. Qin Shangqing immediately brought up the exploration map. His first priority was to find a suitable place to settle those mortal wives, concubines, and children. The first choice was naturally the secret realm. There are 58 small secret realms, 27 medium-sized secret realms, and 8 large secret realms in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Let's start with the large secret realms first. Qin Shangqing made up his mind and set his sights on the first large secret realm. He put on a black robe and mask, activated the stealth function, and then opened the teleportation. The next moment, Qin Shangqing found himself in a world of ice and snow. As far as the eye can see, there is only white snow, and the towering peaks are shrouded in clouds, which complement the year-round snow scene, making it breathtakingly beautiful. Most of these peaks are actually naturally formed ice mountains. On the distant ice mountains, there are also palaces of various sizes,
carved from ice blocks, shining brightly under the reflection of the warm sun.
Among the ice mountains, there is a huge ice lake.
Strangely, the temperature here is extremely low, but the lake's surface shows no signs of freezing, like a huge blue gem embedded between the mountains. Qin Changqing frowned, and his divine sense instantly swept out. Soon, he saw a familiar figure. It's actually her. A look of surprise flashed in Qin Changqing's eyes. Under the cover of his divine sense, he saw two figures, one large and one small, cultivating by the ice lake.
Silver hair hanging over her shoulders, ice-like skin and jade-like bones, it was the Ice Snow Palace master Yu Bingbing. The petite and lovely little girl next to her was her daughter with Qin Changqing, Yu Xianxue. Qin Changqing still had a deep impression of this woman. The feeling this woman gave him could be summed up in two words: beauty. Cold. The term ice beauty couldn't be more appropriate for her.
Qin Changqing tried his best but couldn't melt her heart. Of course, it was also because the time was too short. In just one night, he was busy shaking and didn't have much time for romance.
Afterwards, Yu Bingbing left without looking back.
At this moment, the two were sitting on a piece of profound jade ice stone. Yu Bingbing held her daughter's small hand and gently guided her in cultivation.
Mother, I want to go out and play for a while. Let's cultivate later, okay?
Yu Xianxue was still a child after all, and her heart was full of playfulness. After cultivating for a while, she couldn't sit still anymore. She opened her big, treasure blue eyes and pleaded softly. This child inherited all the advantages of Qin Changqing and Yu Bingbing, and was as beautiful as a little princess from a fairy tale. Yu Bingbing said softly, "Schwer, be good.
Let's cultivate for an hour, and then mother will let you go play, okay?"
Yu Xianxue pouted, her big eyes darting towards the ice lake behind her, and finally compromised, "Okay, then it's a deal.
Just 1 hour. No take-backs." "Okay, no take-backs. Pinky promise."
Looking at the harmonious appearance of the mother and daughter, Qin Changqing was a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen this woman smile, and she looked even better when she smiled. Now he also understood that this first large secret realm should be occupied by the Ice Snow Palace. It had become the core treasure land of the Ice Snow Palace. That's right, the secret realm was originally a place of contention for the sections. He didn't have the strength to compete with the Ice Snow Palace for the secret realm, so he could only give up on this place.
Since I'm already here, I should say hello.
With this thought in mind, Qin Changqing deactivated the system's stealth function. As soon as he appeared, Yu Bingbing instantly noticed the fluctuation of aura, and suddenly turned around. At the same time, a spiritual force directly blasted towards Qin Changqing. "Who dares to break into the important place of my Ice Snow Palace? This woman is quite fierce." Qin Changqing had expected this and directly activated the teleportation.
With a flash, he appeared in front of the two. "Palace Master Yu, why are you so angry? Is there any dissatisfaction with this seat?" Qin Changqing asked indifferently.
The other party's sudden disappearance and sudden appearance shocked Yu Bingbing a little, but when she saw the appearance of the black robe clearly, she was even more shocked, and quickly bowed her hands and saluted. "I didn't know that the Alliance Master had arrived. I was rude. I hope the Alliance Master will forgive me." She was horrified in her heart. She knew that this was an extremely important core secret realm of the Ice Snow Palace. Not only was it guarded by a large formation, but also by the Elder's heavy guard blockade. This Alliance Master was still able to enter silently. His strength was simply terrifying. Qin Changqing waved his hand. "It's okay, this seat is just looking around when I have nothing to do."
"What are you doing here?"
His eyes fell on Yu Xianxue, and a bit of love flowed in his eyes. How could anyone not like such a beautiful little girl full of fairy spirit?
Yu Bingbing quickly said, "This is my daughter Yu Xianxue.
She has reached the peak of the Qi training stage, so I brought her here to prepare for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. This is Qin Changqing's daughter. There was no need to hide it from the Alliance Master."
P.S. Today's 5 updates have been completed. Continue to work hard.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Xin Changqing's gaze fell on the little girl behind him, a hint of tenderness in his eyes as he smiled and said, "So young and already about to break through to the foundation establishment stage?" As expected of the ice crystal fairy body, comparable to a celestial spiritual root, truly gifted. Yu Xianxue hid timidly behind Yu Bingbing, whispering, "Mother, who is he?" Yu Bingbing quickly pulled her daughter closer, apologetically saying, "Alliance Master, please forgive her.
This child is ignorant. Schwer, this is an extraordinary senior. Hurry and pay your respects."
Yu Xianxue tugged at Yu Bingbing's skirt, her big eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of fear, as she timidly said, "Schwer pays respects to senior." Xin Changqing sighed inwardly. He had only seen this child once since she was born, the last time he came to deliver the evergreen pendant, but she was sleeping then and they didn't meet. Even in the entire cultivation world, a human immortal body is considered an extremely high talent.
This child is intelligent and perceptive.
I intend to take her as my disciple.
I wonder what palace master you thinks.
Xin Changqing said with a faint smile. Yu Bingbing's eyes lit up instantly, her heart pounding with excitement and joy. This senior before her was unfathomable and incredibly powerful.
Even the transformation god heavenly lords of various sects couldn't see through his strength. If her daughter could become his disciple, it would be an immense opportunity.
Even if he didn't have time to guide her cultivation, this relationship would provide protection. In the future, the Ice Snow Palace's position among the 14 sects of the Evergreen Alliance would undoubtedly be extraordinary.
Schwer, quickly pay your respects to your master.
Yu Bingbing quickly told her daughter. Yu Xianxue looked up at her mother, somewhat bewildered, not quite understanding why she was suddenly so excited, but she obediently knelt down and kowtowed, "Schwer pays respects to master." Xin Changqing nodded with a smile, thought for a moment, and with a flip of his hand, a small gourd appeared, which he handed over. "I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything.
Consider this a gift for accepting you as a disciple."
Yu Xianxue took the gourd, and Yu Bingbing curiously scanned it with her divine sense, immediately shocked. This gourd was a storage treasure, and it actually contained a pond-sized amount of spiritual liquid. Moreover, the quality and concentration of this spiritual liquid were extremely high, far surpassing the few spiritual springs possessed by their Ice Snow Palace. As the palace master of the Ice Snow Palace, she deeply understood the value of this spiritual liquid, and her reverence for this alliance master grew even greater. Such a large amount of high-quality spiritual liquid, even the entire Evergreen Alliance probably couldn't obtain it.
"Thank you, Alliance Master, for the treasure."
Yu Bingbing bowed respectfully again. Xin Changqing waved his hand. This spiritual liquid was for his daughter's use, and he didn't begrudge it. He said lightly, "I still have matters to attend to.
Schwer, cultivate diligently. Although your talent is good, you mustn't be too lazy." "Yes, master." Yu Xianxue replied sweetly, hugging the treasure gourd. "Alliance Master, please wait." Seeing Xin Changqing preparing to leave, Yu Bingbing quickly spoke. "What is it?"
Xin Changqing asked, somewhat surprised.
Yu Bingbing hesitated and said, "Alliance Master, I wonder how is Xin Changqing now? Those people from the demon sect are inherently cruel and tyrannical. Will he be in danger there?"
Xin Changqing found it amusing.
Was this ice beauty concerned about him? It was quite unexpected. "Don't worry, with me here, those demon brats won't dare to act recklessly. He's doing well,"
Xin Changqing said calmly. Yu Bingbing hesitated. "Alliance Master, no matter what, Xin Changqing is Schwer's father after all."
"Schwer hasn't seen him since she was born. Recently, she's been asking me where her father went. Could the Alliance Master allow them to meet?"
Xin Changqing raised an eyebrow, glanced at Yu Bingbing's slightly flushed cheeks, and already guessed some of her thoughts, but he didn't expose them. He pondered, "All right, Schwer is already my disciple, so I'll make an exception. I'll bring Changqing over tonight, but you mustn't reveal this to others."
Yu Bingbing was overjoyed and quickly said, "Alliance Master, rest assured, I will definitely keep it a secret."
Xin Changqing's figure vanished. The moonlight was bright and the starry river filled the sky.
Xin Changqing's figure reappeared by the ice lake.
"There was an ice house here, temporarily built by Yu Bingbing using her divine powers, and specially shrouded in formations to welcome Qin Shangqing's arrival.
I heard from the Alliance Master that you were looking for me.
Qin Shangqing smiled slightly. Yu Bingbing's expression was somewhat unnatural, and she said calmly, "My daughter misses you.
Schwerer, come out quickly."
A petite figure ran out of the side room, holding the treasure gourd in her arms, a trace of spiritual liquid remaining at the corner of her mouth. She blinked her big eyes, looking at Qin Shangqing, and asked in confusion, "Mother, who is he again?"
Yu Bingbing squatted down, pointed at Qin Shangqing, and said, "Schwerer, haven't you been asking every day where your father went? He is your father."
Qin Shangqing also squatted down, and said softly, "Schwerer, come to daddy." Yu Xianxue stared at the strange man in front of her, looking like she wanted to go over but didn't dare to, clutching Yu Bingbing's clothes tightly, her eyes gradually turning red. Yu Bingbing felt a little heartache looking at her, and gently pushed her, "Go ahead."
Only then did Yu Xianxue walk over hesitantly, raised her head, and asked in a delicate voice, "Are you really my daddy?"
Qin Shangqing smiled and touched her head, "I'm sorry, it's daddy's fault for not coming to see you for so long."
The little girl pouted, suddenly plunged into Qin Shangqing's arms and burst into tears. "Daddy, where did you go? Why didn't you come to see Schwerer?"
Qin Shangqing hugged his daughter, his heart also ached a little, and a trace of guilt rose in his heart. He gently patted Yu Xianxue's back and comforted her softly, "Schwerer, be good, Daddy has been doing great things these years, just so that Schwerer and I will never be separated again in the future.
You have to be obedient and listen to your mother, okay?"
Yu Bingbing's eyes were red, and she turned her back, her delicate body trembling slightly. Qin Shangqing's ability to coax children was beyond doubt. Before long, the little girl was amused and burst into laughter, recovering from her sad mood. Qin Shangqing took out a pile of novel toys from his storage ring, which he had specially prepared before coming, and Yu Xianxue immediately loved them. The two played for a long time, and Yu Bingbing suddenly said, "Schwerer, it's getting late, you should go to sleep, you still need to cultivate tomorrow." Yu Xianxue grabbed Qin Shangqing's hand and refused to let go, begging, "Mother, can I play for a while longer? Just for a while." It was the first time she had met her father, and she was reluctant to leave.
"No," Yu Bingbing said with a stern face, "we made an agreement, we can't go back on it."
Qin Shangqing touched Yu Xianxue's head and smiled, "Schwerer, be good, listen to your mother.
Daddy will come to see you again in the future." "Okay then, you can't lie to me, let's make a pinky promise."
After finally coaxing Yu Xianxue inside, Yu Bingbing turned and entered another side room. "Come with me." Qin Shangqing touched his nose and followed her in.
"Jade Fairy, is there anything else?"
Qin Shangqing pretended to be ignorant. Yu Bingbing's pretty face flushed red, and she was silent for a while before saying, "You've also seen that Schwerer is very lonely here by herself.
As the palace master of the Ice Snow Palace, I can't always be with her.
I can tell that Schwerer likes you very much, but you are also in a difficult position now, so
I want to have another child, so at least she can have a companion."
Seemingly afraid that Qin Shangqing would refuse, Yu Bingbing flipped her hand and took out a delicate storage ring. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you.
This is a spirit stone."
Looking at the high and mighty palace master, you actually looking at him with a hopeful and even pleading gaze, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but feel a little comfortable. The former iceberg beauty finally lowered her posture in front of him.
"This is the benefit of taking the initiative."
Qin Shangqing took the ring and said with a faint smile, "You are also doing it for the good of the child, so how can I bear to refuse?" As he said that, he strolled forward and slowly put his arms around Yu Bingbing's slender waist. Yu Bingbing's delicate body trembled, and she turned her head to the side, her cheeks flushed. Soon, the two of them fell on the couch.
Having had previous experience, this iceberg beauty was not so awkward and shy this time.
With Qin Shangqing's teasing, she became more and more enthusiastic, exhaling like orchids, and her jade neck beckoned. For a long time, the familiar multiple-choice question reappeared. Detected that your partner has a congenital mysterious ice body, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. 7. Consume 10 million years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to immortal spiritual roots. 8. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to a congenital spirit body. 9. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to a special congenital spirit body. 10. Consume 1 million years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to a congenital perfect spirit body. 11. Consume 10 million years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to a human immortal body. Choose 11. After Qin Shangqing made his choice, he plunged into battle again. In the morning, Qin Shangqing opened his eyes, turned his head to look at the perfect face beside him, which was full of satisfaction and still sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but chuckle, slowly moved away the jade arm resting on his body, put on his clothes gently and quietly, and went to the next room to take a look at the little girl who was also sleeping soundly, before turning on the teleportation and quietly leaving. In the room, Yu Bingbing's eyelashes trembled slightly. She opened her eyes and looked at the side couch that was already empty. A faint look of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared.
Ghost King Sect, Qingyun Mansion. Qin Shangqing showed his figure, and couldn't help but savor the performance of the iceberg beauty yesterday. He took out the storage ring that Yu Bingbing gave him to check and found that there were as many as 500 high-grade spirit stones in it, which is equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, which is 5 times the system's price, much higher than when he was controlled in the Taiqing sect. These people are getting more and more sensible.
The corners of Qin Shangqing's mouth curled into a satisfied arc.
Although he now controls a 7th-level spirit lake, who would think that there are too many spirit stones? That's life. 2 days later,
Qin Shangqing's figure suddenly appeared in a strange place.
He looked around, then frowned.
This place is the second large secret realm in the exploration map, but the surrounding environment is a bit strange.
It is actually a broken earthy yellow mountain peak.
It is not known whether this mountain peak was cut off by someone with great supernatural powers or whether it was naturally so. The huge mountain body was broken in the middle and stood obliquely on the ground, shrouded in a large formation.
It's a place with an owner again.
A look of disappointment flashed in Qin Shangqing's eyes, and then his expression changed again. Someone. His spiritual thoughts spread rapidly under the cover of the invisibility function, capturing 5 figures in the distance.
At this moment, in a purple bamboo forest, Feng Jun and Mei Qiushue led 3 children through it.
These 3 children were born to Mei Qiushue and Qin Shangqing. The eldest son is Feng Yunlei, the second son is Feng Yunzhua, and the third son is Feng Yunshuang. Yunlei, Yunzhua, Yunshuang, this is the largest secret realm controlled by my Taiqing sect, the spiritual soil secret realm. This mountain peak is covered with spiritual soil, which contains a strong spiritual energy. Although it cannot be directly absorbed, the speed and quantity of the spiritual medicines and fruits planted here are several times greater than in the outside world. Not only that, but the spiritual soil secret realm also contains several spiritual veins.
Cultivating here is twice the result with half the effort. Your father worked so hard to get you the qualifications to enter. You must cherish it. Feng Jun solemnly instructed. Yes, father. The 3 children were also full of excitement.
Mei Qiushue smiled and said, "This secret realm is the greatest reliance and secret of my Taiqing sect.
Usually, at least one supreme elder will guard it.
It just so happens that it is your father's turn now, so you are qualified to enter. Usually, disciples are not allowed to enter easily.
The main purpose here is to cultivate various spiritual medicines and treasures within the sect.
It can be regarded as a secret medicine garden." Feng Jun smiled and pointed to the bamboo forest beside him. This bamboo is a 4th-level treasure, which can be used to refine 4th-level magic weapons, supporting the use of nascent soul true monarchs.
Any purple bamboo taken outside is worth a lot. Feng Yunlei and the 3 exclaimed, "No wonder our Taiqing sect can be ranked first among the 10 sections.
It turns out that there is such a treasure land." Qin Shangqing also lowered his head to look at the land under his feet, took a small pinch of yellow soil to observe, and it did contain a strong spiritual energy.
No wonder the various plants here grow rapidly and are full of spiritual energy. Following Feng Yunlei, the 2 children born to Mei Qiushue later were also different spiritual roots.
Feng Yunzhui is a yang spiritual root, and Feng Yunchuang is a yin spiritual root, and their aptitudes are all above the heavenly spiritual root.
Now that I'm here, let's say hello before leaving.
With a thought, Qin Changqing dispelled the invisibility function.
Who is it?
In the next moment, Feng Jun's face suddenly changed, and he and Mei Qiuxue drove their magic weapons over in a flash. When they saw the black-robed figure standing in place clearly, they froze in place, their faces changed drastically, and they quickly put away their magic weapons and saluted respectfully. "I didn't know that the alliance leader had arrived, please forgive us." Qin Changqing said indifferently, "It's okay, this seat just found this mountain peak a bit interesting, and found that there are 3 little guys with good talents here, so I came down to take a look."
Feng Jun and the two were horrified. Just came down to take a look?
This place is shrouded by a large formation jointly arranged by several transformation god heavenly monarchs.
The alliance leader actually ran in silently without them noticing at all. This kind of strength is terrifying.
I didn't expect that my sons would alarm the alliance leader. Feng Jun looked ashamed, but he was a little proud in his heart. These 3 sons of mine are awesome, they can actually let the alliance leader come down to see them in person.
Qin Changqing nodded and said, "It is indeed extraordinary to have 3 perfect elemental spirits appear at the same time. Given time, they will become 3 more legends.
You two must not waste such talent, and must guide them carefully."
"Thank you for your guidance, Alliance Leader. We will certainly do our best." Feng Jun nodded repeatedly.
The group chatted about the 3 children for a while, then Feng Jun suddenly waved his hand and set up a soundproof formation, cupping his fist and saying, "Alliance Leader, this subordinate has a request, and hopes that the Alliance Leader will grant it." Qin Changqing narrowed his eyes, "Let me hear it." Feng Jun said, "As the Alliance Leader probably knows, my wife and I have been Taoist partners for 1,000 years, but we have never had any children. These 3 children are nominally my sons, but in reality, they are from Taoist friend Qin Changqing."
Mei Qiuxue's cheeks flushed slightly. "I know this better than you do."
Qin Changqing had already guessed the other party's meaning, and said calmly, "This seat is naturally aware." Feng Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Now that Taoist friend Changqing is traveling between 14 sects, and the time spent in each sect is limited, he is unable to split his attention. It will be a long time before he gets to my Taiqing sect. Since I have seen the alliance leader, this subordinate would like to ask for an opportunity to have Taoist friend Changqing help me have another child. This subordinate is willing to offer 100 million spirit stones to show my sincerity." As he spoke, he took out a storage ring and offered it with both hands. Qin Changqing glanced at Mei Qiuxue beside him. It seemed that the two had already communicated secretly. This old fellow's heart is truly broad. In order to have another child, he not only gives a person, but also gives money.
Such a man with vision is admirable. 100 million spirit stones.
Qin Changqing was also a little tempted. After all, Yu Bingbing, the palace master of the Ice and Snow Palace, only gave 50 million spirit stones, but this old fellow directly doubled it. The key is that giving birth to a perfect elemental spirit only requires 1 million. If I accept this, it is equivalent to earning 100 times the amount. Although he was tempted, Qin Changqing put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "What you are doing is making things very difficult for this seat.
If everyone were like you, wouldn't the rules that this seat previously set become a joke? How will I manage and restrain the other sects in the future? Do you think this seat's decree is a joke just because of a mere 100 million spirit stones?"
He snorted heavily in his nostrils. Feng Jun and his wife were immediately shocked and turned pale, and quickly said, "Alliance Leader, please calm your anger, this subordinate has absolutely no such intention."
Mei Qiuxue also said, "Alliance Leader, we are just making a request, and we absolutely have no intention of decree.
The main reason is that the 3 children have also grown up with Taoist friend Changqing since they were young, and they miss him very much after not seeing him for several years. These 3 children were raised by Qin Changqing when they were young, and they have a very good relationship with him."
"If that's the case, it's not impossible."
Qin Changqing pondered, "How about this? This seat will go back and ask Changqing's opinion. After all, this time I came out, I was entrusted by Changqing to help him see the children. If he agrees, this seat will naturally bring him over."
Feng Jun and his wife were overjoyed. "Thank you, Alliance Leader. We will wait here respectfully for the Vice Alliance leader to arrive. We will definitely not let anyone else know about this. Qin Shangqing nodded, and then his figure disappeared, activating the teleportation and disappearing. Feng Jun and his wife breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the black-robed man disappear. Although this mysterious alliance leader did not reveal any pressure, he put great psychological pressure on them. 7 days later. Outside the secret realm cave, Qin Shangqing, who had shed his disguise, appeared. Feng Jun sensed it immediately and flashed out. Seeing Qin Shangqing, he was overjoyed and said, "Brother Shangqing, when did you arrive? Please come in quickly." Feng Jun nodded, shocked in his heart. What is the relationship between Qin Shangqing and the alliance leader? Not only does he help him take care of the children, but he also runs around without complaint and comes to pick him up in person. This treatment is simply enviable. His attitude towards Qin Shangqing became even gentler. Although Feng Jun is a supreme elder of the Taiqing sect, a transformation god heavenly lord, the gap between the two is like heaven and earth, but Feng Jun is willing to treat him as an equal. This is the benefit of having someone behind you. After entering the cave, a sumptuous meal had already been placed in the hall. As soon as they saw Qin Shangqing, the 3 children's eyes lit up, and they ran over excitedly. "Teacher! Why are you here? We miss you so much." Their enlightenment stage was with Qin Shangqing, and they have always been very dependent on him. Qin Shangqing smiled and patted the shoulders of the 3 children, and said with a smile, "It's been so many years since I've seen you, you've all grown up." Feng Jun and Mei Qiushue looked at each other and saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes. Qin Shangqing's mood was also complicated. He was the biological father of these 3 children, but he had to listen to them call someone else their father, which was a bit disgusting. Of course, Qin Shangqing has become accustomed to this kind of situation. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. Even a transformation god heavenly lord like Feng Jun does not care, so what does he care about? The group took their seats one after another, raising their glasses and exchanging toasts. After 3 rounds of wine, Feng Jun asked the 3 children to go back to cultivate, and then took out the previous storage ring again. "Brother Changqing, I have another request for you this time. My wife and I want another child, and I have to trouble you. Here are 100 million spirit stones, please accept them with a smile." Qin Shangqing hesitated for a moment, took the storage ring and said with a wry smile, "Thank you for the care of the Taiqing sect over the years." Changqing is also a disciple of the Taiqing sect. Since Elder Feng has said so, Changqing will naturally not refuse. Feng Jun waved his hand and said, "Hey, Brother Changqing, what are you talking about? This has nothing to do with my identity. Just treat it as a favor, how about it?" Knowing the relationship between Qin Shangqing and the alliance leader, how dare he use his power to oppress others? He couldn't wait to show his favor to Qin Shangqing. Seeing that Qin Shangqing agreed, Mei Qiushue led Qin Shangqing into the inner room, while Feng Jun guarded outside the cave to prevent outsiders from breaking in. Watching Mei Qiushue set up the formation, Qin Shangqing felt a little uncomfortable. He has had countless women, and there are not a few who sleep together, but it is the first time that the other party's Taoist partner is nearby when doing this kind of thing. The key is that the other party not only doesn't mind, but also guards the door for him, which is very outrageous. "Changqing, it's getting late." Mei Qiushue's cheeks were red, and she took the initiative to help him undress. Smelling the familiar fragrance in Mei Qiushue's hair, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but feel a little restless, and waved his hand to extinguish the candlelight. "Elder Mei, you are so beautiful today. Just call me Qiushue. Wasn't I beautiful before?" "Beautiful. You have always been beautiful." "Qiushue. Hold on to the wall." Qin Shangqing felt particularly excited today, and his condition was also very good. After half the night, the familiar multiple-choice question appeared. Detected that the partner has an earth spirit root, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a high-grade spirit root. 2. Consume 100 years of life to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with a top-grade spirit root. 5. Consume 100,000 years of life to give birth to offspring with a multi-attribute heavenly spirit root. 6.
Consume 1 million years of life to give birth to offspring with a perfect alien spirit root. People are full of sincerity, have a good attitude, help guard the door, and directly give 100 million spirit stones.
Qin Changqing will certainly not be stingy, and choose 6 without hesitation. P.S. First 3 chapters, go eat a meal, there are 2 more chapters in the afternoon. Recommend a book strengthening offspring. My descendants are all over the immortal cultivation world, also known as long as you are bold, fairies take maternity leave. The author's idea for this book came from the above book. I have to say that Ichio wrote it very well, but unfortunately it's not enough for me to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme. Although his update is good, it's not strong enough to satisfy me, so I can only do it myself. I heard that Ichio is a female author. I have some doubts. Can this book be written by a female author? I want to find a chance to go offline to find out, is it true or false? If it is false, I hope it is true. If it is true, I hope she comes with me for real. Brothers, do you support me? Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save the bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots, and apologize for the inconvenience. The next day, Qin Changqing walked out of the cave dwelling, and Fengjun was so grateful that he thanked him repeatedly. Old brother, your vision is something I can't catch up to in my entire life. Apart from Yu Bingbing and Mei Shue, Qin Changqing didn't open any more back doors. He had personally entered all 8 major secret realms and found that without exception, there were strong cultivators guarding them. Their shock was palpable upon Qin Changqing's sudden appearance, and they felt even more that the strength of this mysterious alliance master was unfathomable. As the most core area of the entire sect, and also the foundation of their sect, these secret realms were all shrouded in various large formations. However, Qin Changqing, in the guise of a black-robed man, was able to infiltrate silently, which horrified them. In the Heavenly Water Secret Realm, a secret realm jointly controlled by the Azure Sea sect and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals Wind Wine slash phoneme Spirit Sword sect, 2 Transformation God Realm Heavenly Lords respectfully watched Qin Changqing disappear, their expressions unable to calm down for a long time. Just how strong is the Alliance Master? The Azure Sea sect's Transformation God Realm Heavenly Lord took a deep breath, the shock in his tone undisguised. The latter shook his head and gave a wry smile. The Alliance Master can infiltrate the Great Formation silently without destroying it at all, which shows that the Alliance Master's strength far exceeds you and me, and his attainments in the Tao of formations have also reached an unbelievable level. How could such a figure appear in a small place like Jing country? I'm afraid it has something to do with Qin Changqing. The Alliance Master cares so much about Qin Changqing, we must not be negligent in any way. That's natural. Qin Changqing is now the vice leader of the Evergreen Alliance. This was personally appointed by the Alliance Master, and his status is even above you and me since the large secret realms were all occupied. Qin Changqing had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and set his sights on the medium-sized secret realms. However, even medium-sized secret realms where phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme occupied, or contained many dangers. Qin Changqing did find a few good treasures, but they were still somewhat dangerous and not suitable for mortals to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in, so they could only be used as backup choices. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Qin Changqing appeared in a medium-sized secret realm. Before his eyes was a strange basin, with bizarre black air currents all over the sky, tearing at the surrounding space. They seemed to have extremely strong destructive power, but they could not invade the interior of the secret realm. This situation seems a bit like the Azure Origin secret realm back then. Qin Changqing's eyes lit up slightly. Back then, the Azure Origin secret realm, jointly controlled by the 10 major sects, was shrouded in a peculiar natural spiritual field, allowing only Qi refining stage disciples to pass through. The secret realm here also had strange spiritual fields around it, which may be the reason why no one has entered this secret realm until now. As soon as he came in, Qin Changqing quickly scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there were no people or monsters here. At least on the surface it was very safe. At the entrance of the secret realm, there was a pool of water, with scarlet liquid churning inside and spiritual energy lingering above. On the far right, there was also a pool of water, but it contained an icy blue liquid, with misty air and floating spiritual power. Fire extreme spiritual liquid. Water extreme spiritual liquid. Qin Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief.
He was no stranger to these two things. When he was in the Tai Ching sect, Lu Qinghui had given him some, although not much, but he still recognized them. It should be known that cultivators' spiritual roots are divided into the 5 elements, and even different spiritual roots are derived from the basis of the 5 elements. For example, the thunder spiritual root is a mutation of the fire spiritual root and the wood spiritual root, and the ice spiritual root is a change from the water spiritual root. These 5 elements of spiritual liquid are liquefied 5 elements of spiritual energy, which are extremely precious and can double the cultivation speed of cultivators with that spiritual root. Ordinary spiritual liquid also has similar effects, but the 5 elements of spiritual liquid have a better effect on monks with that attribute of spiritual roots. There are generally only 2 ways to obtain this kind of thing. One is that highly cultivated great monks forcibly extract it from 5 elements of treasures, but this takes time and is extremely difficult. Generally, only those who are very fond of their younger generations will do this thankless thing. The other is natural 5 elements of spiritual liquid, but this kind of thing is hard to come by and can only appear in some extreme 5 elements of land. But what appeared in front of Qin Changqing now were 2 not so small spiritual pools. No, it's 5. Qin Changqing looked into the distance and found that there were 3 more spiritual pools in the distance, rippling with gold, green, and yellow liquids respectively. Qin Changqing's eyes went straight: gold extreme spiritual liquid, wood extreme spiritual liquid, earth extreme spiritual liquid. The amount of these 5 elements of spiritual liquid made Qin Changqing's heart beat faster. Qin Changqing himself felt a little unbelievable. A mere medium-sized secret realm actually hides this kind of treasure. After carefully checking, Qin Changqing realized that the purity and quantity of these 5 elements of spiritual liquid were far inferior to the spiritual lake in the Demon Mist Mountain range, that is, the 5th order level, but it was definitely extremely precious. If this treasure is not dangerous, it is completely suitable for Weiwei and the others to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. A flash of excitement flashed in Qin Changqing's eyes. For the sake of safety, Qin Changqing also explored the 5 spiritual pools separately, and even drilled into them to swim to the bottom of the pools to carefully check, and he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no danger. This secret realm is simply a paradise. Not only is the spiritual energy abundant and the scenery is pleasant, but also there is a natural spiritual field barrier around it, so there is no need to arrange a separate formation, and the safety factor is extremely high.
It is simply a utopia, a paradise in the world of cultivation.
Qin Changqing laughed loudly. The heavens do not disappoint those who have a heart. After being busy for so long, he finally found it.
The next step is to solve the problem of life. Although the environment here is good, the necessities of life still need to be solved by oneself.
After all, Weiwei and the others are mortals and cannot be as quiet and inactive as cultivators. Qin Changqing quickly left a mark in place, and then teleported to a forest. With a flick of his hand, 9 purple flying swords flew out of the storage ring and flew rapidly in the forest. One towering ancient tree after another collapsed, and then was quickly peeled and cut by Qin Changqing's flying swords. One neatly stacked wooden block after another was put into the storage ring. Qin Changqing appeared next to a large mountain without stopping, and once again used the flying sword to cut the mountain stone. This was a stone he had specially selected, with extremely high hardness and corrosion resistance. In addition, he also returned to the Ghost King sect and asked Xin Yuan to get a lot of food and small wild animals, preparing to bring them to the 5 elements secret realm to raise them, so that they could be self-sufficient in the future when the number increased. As for the water source, there is drinkable fresh water in the 5 elements secret realm, so he doesn't need to consider this. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Qin Changqing returned to the 5 elements secret realm with a large amount of resources. Wooden blocks and stones flew out of his storage ring, driven by his spiritual power to form wooden houses and stone houses. With the experience and knowledge of his previous life, coupled with the magical methods of a cultivator, Qin Changqing built a huge manor in the secret realm overnight. Moreover, the houses he built were more solid, durable, unique, practical, and habitable.
1 month later,
Qin Changqing, dressed in a black robe, appeared outside Qinyan mansion of the Tai Ching sect.
Alliance leader.
Because he didn't hide his figure, he was discovered by several divine senses as soon as he appeared. At the same time, Lu Qinghui suddenly opened his eyes and received a message from the Supreme Elder. The Alliance leader has arrived, come and greet him quickly.
Lu Qinghui was taken aback. Why did the Alliance leader come?
Without time to think, he quickly notified the high-level members of the Taiqing sect and rushed to Qingyun Mansion. Outside Qingyun Mansion, Qin Shangqing stood with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme.
Greetings, Alliance leader.
Lu Qinghui and others rushed over and bowed. Qin Shangqing hummed and said, this time I'm here to take some people away. Lu Qinghui and others were stunned.
Take some people away? Who to take? Then they reacted.
The Alliance leader appeared outside Qingyun Mansion, presumably for Qin Shangqing's wives, concubines, and children. Without saying a word, Lu Qinghui directly opened the great formation of Qingyun Mansion. Although Qin Shangqing was not there now, he would come again in the future, so the great formation was not cancelled. Qin Shangqing said indifferently, let everyone in Qingyun Mansion come out. After speaking, he used the system to lock onto the female relatives and children he wanted to take away, waved his hand, and disappeared.
Everyone present was shocked. Alliance leader can actually teleport so many people at the same time?
Elder Chao Feng stammered, his eyes almost popping out.
A Supreme Elder also looked horrified. After a long time of shock, he slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems we underestimated the Alliance leader's strength before. To be able to teleport so many people at once, and to pass through my Taiqing sect's great formation silently, this kind of strength unimaginable. Lu Qinghui looked at the place where the black-robed man disappeared, speechless. He took a deep breath and said, send someone to clean up Qingyun Mansion. I don't want Shangqing to see anything uncomfortable when he comes. Yes, Sect Master. 5 Elements Secret Realm. A group of people looked at the unfamiliar surroundings with bewildered expressions, not understanding why they suddenly appeared here.
Then, the women widened their eyes one by one, looking at the surrounding environment with shocked expressions.
In the huge basin, green grass was shaded and flowers were everywhere. A huge manor was located in the center, with a plaque conspicuously engraved with 3 large characters, Qingyun Mansion. Is this Qingyun Mansion? That's not right. Is Qingyun Mansion's surroundings so beautiful? Mom, there are bunnies running there, can you help me catch them? I want to eat bunnies. Why is the pool of water there golden? It's so beautiful. Everyone was shocked by the surrounding scenery.
Some children couldn't help but run out to chase the various small animals in the grass, giggling non-stop. Many children were brought over by Qin Shangqing.
Of course, those who were already cultivating in the Taiqing sect stayed there. Let's go in and take a look.
Qin Weiwei said, with a hidden expectation in her eyes, her heart beating fast, as if she had a premonition of something.
Yes, let's go in and take a look. Huang Qianqian also suggested.
This time, not only the mortal wives and concubines, but also several women who had known Qin Shangqing for a long time and had deep feelings for him were brought over, such as Qin Fenglan, Huang Qianqian, and others.
Everyone slowly walked into Qingyun Mansion and was once again shocked by the scene inside.
Because it was a manor built by Qin Shangqing himself, it was obviously different from the outside world. Whether it was the architectural model or the furniture inside, it was full of modern atmosphere, generous and warm. Covered bridges, rockeries, and ponds, every step was a scene, dazzling the women and overwhelming them. This style made all the women feel a familiar taste.
Is it him?
A trace of expectation rose in everyone's heart. Just as everyone pushed open the last courtyard door, their delicate bodies trembled involuntarily, stiffened in place, covered their mouths, and looked unbelievable. I saw Qin Shangqing standing with his hands behind his back in a white Confucian robe, looking at the women with a smile on his face, and said, "Ladies, do you still miss Shangqing?" The women's eyes were red. Qin Weiwei was the first to not be able to hold back and rushed up. Ignoring her shyness, she hugged Qin Shangqing tightly and gently punched him in the chest, sobbing, "You still remember to find us?" Qin Shangqing stroked her back, a look of guilt flashed in his eyes, and said softly, I'm sorry, I will come back phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme in the future.
Only where you are is home.
These words touched the hearts of the women. One by one, they rushed up with tears in their eyes. For a time, the courtyard was filled with constant crying.
The children also poured in, crying and laughing. Daddy is back. Daddy, I miss you so much.
Qin Changqing was also infected by this scene, and his eyes were a little red. After finally comforting everyone, Qin Changqing told them about the situation here and exhorted, "This place is very safe. I have also set up additional formations. The 5 spiritual pools outside are all filled with spiritual liquid. When the children are able to cultivate, they can take it at will.
Shanxian, you can also use any resources here at will. I will come back to see you from time to time." Qin Weiwei said, "Are you still leaving?" Everyone showed a reluctant expression.
Qin Changqing sighed, "I only have a little autonomy now, but after all, I am still under the control of others and cannot help myself. When I can make my own decisions, I will stay with you every day." Then he smiled and comforted, "This is a place I specially found.
The spiritual energy is abundant. You don't have to worry about anything here. Just tell me what you lack, and I will bring it to you." He also left a lot of toys for the children, which made the children happy again for a while. He wasn't worried about the living problems of the crowd. Although this place was isolated from the world, everyone had long been accustomed to this kind of life. Compared to the Taiqing sect, this place was much more free. No one disturbed them, and they could see the husband they missed day and night. P.S. Today's 5 chapters are finished. Please give some free small gifts. Your support is my motivation. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
These mortal wives and concubines had no spiritual roots and were the most fragile. At the same time, they had been with him the longest, and although their feelings couldn't be said to be very deep, they were still very good. Now that he had properly arranged his concubines, it could be considered as settling a matter of concern for Qin Changqing. The time he spent in the Ghost King sect had also come to an end. After being dragged by Shen Yuan to drink a farewell wine, Qin Changqing arrived at the Moon Demon sect station.
Falling Moon Slope.
The Azure Cloud Mansion that the Moon Demon sect prepared for Qin Changqing was built here, which was also the place with the most abundant moonlight in the entire Moon Demon sect. The Moon Demon sect was relatively special. The cultivation methods they practiced could not only absorb spiritual energy but also absorb moonlight to enhance their strength. The great array that enveloped the entire Moon Demon sect contained special formations used to condense the essence of the moon. Inside the sect master's palace, a female elder quickly swept over and bowed respectfully. "Sect master, Qin Changqing has arrived."
She was a human-demon hybrid.
"Sect master, the spirit stones have already been sent to him."
"Who should we arrange to go over first?" the elder asked.
Su Chanyu giggled, put her jade feet down from the couch, and moved with light steps. "It wasn't easy waiting for him to come. Of course, this seat will go first." The elder choked, speechless. Little did she know that Su Chanyu had been thinking about Qin Changqing for a long time. She only hated that the 10 sects had concealed information before, only sending women with high-grade spiritual roots. If she had known Qin Changqing's abilities earlier, she would have gone herself. She already regretted not seizing the opportunity sooner, otherwise, she would have had several children already, but it wasn't too late now. Qin Changqing had come to her Moon Demon sect, and this year would be her exclusive indulgence. Prepare fine spiritual wine and delicacies, and this seat will personally deliver them tonight.
Su Chanyu instructed.
Yes. The elder cupped her hands and retreated.
As night fell, the entire Azure Cloud Mansion was as bright as day.
It was specially arranged with a unique formation that could further condense spiritual energy in moonlight, its concentration even surpassing that of ordinary secret realms.
Qin Changqing's palace courtyard was currently dim.
When he first arrived, the Moon Demon sect had handed over the control flags for the formation to him, allowing him to control the operation of the entire Azure Cloud Mansion's great array. The Moon Demon sect needed to rely on absorbing moonlight to cultivate, but he didn't. However, it didn't affect his appreciation of the beautiful scenery. He had never experienced such rich moonlight or seen such a bright moon.
Flowers and moon. Beauties frolicking.
Such an environment was also a different kind of experience.
A dazzling spiritual talisman lit up.
Qin Changqing, who was sitting in the courtyard, felt a shift in his mind.
He flicked his finger, and the formation covering the courtyard silently opened a gap.
A captivating figure gracefully stepped in, holding a tray in her right hand with a pot of wine on it. She wore a pink veil, and her alluring scenery was faintly visible as she walked, attracting attention. This woman's face was also covered by a layer of veil, revealing only a pair of captivating autumn eyes.
This veil seemed to be a magical treasure that could isolate spiritual senses, preventing people from seeing her face clearly.
This hazy beauty instead filled people with curiosity and a desire to explore.
Qin Changqing's gaze focused, and he couldn't help but be attracted to this woman. Who might you be?
The woman smiled and placed the tray on the stone table. She bowed gracefully and said in a charming voice, "Su Changyue greets Vice Alliance Master."
Su Changyue? Qin Changqing's pupils shrank. The Moon Demon Sect Master?
He had met the Moon Demon Sect Master before, but she was always shrouded in a large gray robe, making it impossible to see her face or even her figure clearly.
He hadn't expected her to be such a charming and seductive woman. Qin Changqing smiled and said, "So it's Sect Master Su. Why are you wearing a veil? Is this one not worthy to see Sect Master Su's true face?"
Su Changyue covered her mouth and giggled. "Others may not have this qualification, but Vice Alliance Master does." With that, she untied the veil on her face. Instantly, the moonlight in the sky seemed to dim at this moment. A small oval face, charming eyebrows and eyes, a delicate and high nose, and slightly upturned vermilion lips contained infinite charm. Even if Su Chanyue's appearance didn't reach the level of toppling all living beings, it was definitely not far off. Even with Qin Changqing's experience with countless women, he couldn't help but swallow.
Damn, is this woman a demon? How could someone be so perfect? Qin Changqing finally understood why the Moon Demon Sect Master always showed herself in a gray robe. Growing up like this was simply a disaster, especially in the unrestrained demonic path. If she were seen, she would probably have been captured and turned into a plaything long ago. "Vice Alliance Master, you are the first man in nearly 1,000 years to see my true face." Su Chanyue personally held the pot and leaned over to pour a cup of wine for Qin Changqing, and Qin Changqing's eyes went straight again. He tried hard to control himself, to calm himself down, but he couldn't calm down. He was too excited, and his willpower seemed to become extremely fragile. This woman was too enchanting. Every move, every smile, every action could be done to captivate people's hearts. Qin Changqing didn't know if the other party had used charm on him, or if she was just like that, but in short, he couldn't take his eyes off her. This was too challenging for Qin Changqing, who had seen countless women and thought he had a certain level of self-control. Ahem.
This Sect Master Su didn't just have a little something, she had a lot of something.
Oh? Could it be that Sect Master Qi and Sect Master Shen haven't seen it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme?
Qin Changqing was really curious.
The four great demon sects had been standing on the same boat for thousands of years, but they had never seen her true face? Su Chanyue smiled and said, "I only took charge of the Moon Demon Sect 1,000 years ago. Since then, I have never revealed my true face. They only know that I am a woman, but they don't know what I look like."
Qin Changqing thought to himself, "It's a good thing you haven't revealed your true face, otherwise, with Shen Yuanta's personality, he would have captured you and made you his wife long ago." After being in contact with Shen Yuanta for so long, he had already figured out this guy's personality. This rough man had 3 hobbies: drinking, picking up girls, and killing people.
Then Sect Master Su is really giving me enough face.
Qin Changqing smiled and raised his glass. "To show my respect, I'll toast Sect Master Su." Su Chanyue smiled and raised her glass to drink together. "Calling me Sect Master Su is too formal. If Vice Alliance Master doesn't mind, I'll call you Changqing, and you can call me Chanyue or Yuer."
"So direct?"
Qin Changqing took a breath and found that this Sect Master Su exuded a special charm in every gesture. This charm seemed to be hidden in her bones, completely different from the charm techniques that were cultivated, giving people a very comfortable feeling. She wouldn't confuse your mind, but would create goodwill in a way that you couldn't detect, like boiling a frog in warm water. Alright, Uer doesn't need to call me Alliance Master phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, just call me Changqing. Qin Changqing didn't refuse, and stared straight at Su Changyue with bright eyes, praising, in terms of appearance alone, you are definitely the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, which makes me involuntarily think of a folk legend. Although Su Chanyue's appearance was peerless, it was not enough to confuse him and completely lose his mind. True man of women was not called for nothing. Oh? Su Chanyue blinked her eyes and asked curiously, what legend? Qin Changqing picked up his wineglass and took a sip, leisurely saying, legend has it that a long, long time ago, there was a dynasty in the mortal world called Shang. The Shang king was born with divine power and was extremely intelligent. He had the courage of 10,000 men, and his subordinates were full of capable people and strangers. Later, he provoked a cultivator with overwhelming strength. Because of various concerns at the time, this cultivator could not personally destroy the mortal dynasty, so he sent a stunning beauty to try to confuse the Shang king and confuse the court. This woman was transformed from a nine-tailed demon fox and had some similarities with Yuer's temperament. Her name was Su Daji. Thus, a moving and tearful love story between a human and a demon was slowly told in Qin Changqing's narration. This was naturally a reference to the story of King Wu's attack on Zhou in his previous life, but Qin Changqing made some magical changes to make it even more fascinating. Su Chanyue was slowly drawn into the story, listening with rapt attention. Especially when she heard how Sudaji, for the sake of the Shan king, didn't hesitate to betray her sect and assist him, and finally sacrificed her divine soul to revive the dead Shan king, she was deeply moved and tears streamed down her face. What happened to Daji in the end? Su Chanyue asked anxiously. Qin Changqing laughed and stopped. To know what happens next, please listen to the next chapter. Su Chanyue was immediately unhappy, turned around, and shook Qin Changqing's arm. Don't stop there, tell me. Stopping at this point is really uncomfortable. Tell me quickly, what's next? Few men could resist this tone, especially when there was no need to resist. Smelling the alluring fragrance of Su Chanyue's body, Qin Changqing couldn't hold back any longer. He swept her up into his arms and laughed. Let's go inside and talk slowly. I'll tell you the rest in detail. Su Chanyue exclaimed in surprise, her jade arms wrapped around Qin Changqing's neck, her cheeks flushed red, and she buried her head in his arms with a soft moan. What followed was a natural progression, and this stunningly beautiful sect master Su showed him everything. Enduring the impact she had never experienced in 1,000 years. The spring night was short, and the sun rose high, and from then on, the monarch did not attend court early. The familiar multiple-choice question reappeared. Detected partners Earth-grade spiritual root, low-grade Moonfox bloodline, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a high-grade spiritual root. 5. Consume 10,000 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a heavenly spiritual root. 6. Consume 100,000 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a perfect spiritual root. Detected partner with Earth-grade spiritual root, low-grade Moonfox bloodline, please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a high-grade Moonfox bloodline. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to give birth to offspring with a top-grade Moonfox bloodline? Another double choice? Moonfox bloodline. No wonder Su Chanyue is so beautiful and has that foxy aura. I actually guessed right. No wonder she cares so much about the story of Sudaji, she's really a human-demon hybrid. Commonly known as a half-demon. The so-called half-demon means that the parents or ancestors once had blood, but Su Chanyue's bloodline power is too thin, without even a hint of features. Otherwise, I could have experienced the legendary fox-eared feeling she's learning fast. I'm not that short-lived ghost. Qin Changqing was so aroused by this that he couldn't help but have several more friendly and in-depth exchanges with her. It wasn't until noon that the two of them got up from the. Su Chanyue put on her light again, covered it with a gray robe, gave him a kiss, and then left the. Watching Su Chanyue's figure leave, Qin Changqing finally understood why the Shang king had neglected state affairs in those years. No man could resist such a In the following days, the Moon Demon sect arranged for other female cultivators for Qin Changqing one after another. These female cultivators were far inferior to Su Chanyue, but Qin Changqing still diligently completed his tasks and didn't slack off. Su Chanyue would also come to Qin Changqing from time to time to have talks. This refined and humorous man also fascinated Su Chanyue. Under Qin Changqing's various offensives, this sect master Su quickly fell.
Who said don't have romance in their brains?
The fact proves that Su Chanyue does. In his spare time, Qin Changqing studied the exploration map of in his mind.
These resources must be used, otherwise it would be a waste.
If I don't develop them now, others will find them later.
It's better to benefit myself than to benefit others.
First of all, there are spirit stone mines, which are very important to Qin Changqing. Spirit stones are lifespan.
Someone has to dig out these spirit stones, but there are too many spirit stone mines in.
Qin Changqing definitely can't dig them all, and he won't be stupid enough to do it himself.
It's free labor if you don't use it. I can let the 14 sects dig.
Anyway, their spirit stones will eventually return to my hands. Besides, they are still helping me raise children. I have to give them some benefits, otherwise, if there are more and more children, it will be troublesome if they can't afford to support them. Qin Changqing carefully divided the map. In principle, whichever sect is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it, let that sect dig.
However, is so big.
In order to let the 14 sects feel the care, Qin Changqing chose to spread the love equally, allocating to each sect as much as possible.
Sword Demon Sect.
At this time, it has been almost 3 years since Qin Changqing left. The seeds planted in the Sword Demon sect before have almost blossomed in born fruit.
Inside the delivery room,
several female cultivator elders were so anxious that they were about to curse. Fang Zihan, the child is about to be born, why are you still carrying that broken sword on your back? Fang Zihan was sweating profusely from the pain, but still firmly said, the person is here, the sword is here. Several elders were covered in black lines. This girl is crazy about practicing swords. They simply ignored her and delivered the baby like this. Soon, with the concerted efforts of several elders, the child was finally born. For a time, the delivery room was filled with amazing sword intent. An elder held the child with a shocked face. She saw that the child was born with endless sword intent surrounding his body, and black from the center of his eyebrows towards his whole body. Could it be the legendary dark sword body? Everyone recognized it, and then they were extremely excited. It's really the legendary dark sword body.
This is a born magic sword, and the future is limitless.
When they handed the child to Yang Zipping, the Sword Demon sect master couldn't help but laugh wildly. Good. My Sword Demon sect has added another peerless genius. While they were still laughing, a white light flashed by, and a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared.
Yang Zipping's laughter stopped abruptly like a duck being strangled by the neck, and he quickly saluted.
The others also lowered their heads in horror and saluted. Greetings. Qin Changqing's gaze fell on the child. Dark sword body, not bad. Yang Zipping immediately intelligently used to hold the child in front of Qin Changqing so that he could check himself. Qin Changqing looked at the child with wide eyes, a hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes, and turned his hand to take out the Changqing pendant and put it on him. Then he said lightly, this came to see the child on behalf of Changqing, and by the way, give him a name.
Do you have any objections?
No, it's this child's blessing to be named BY.
Everyone flattered.
Qin Changqing nodded slightly. It's a boy, then let's call him Qin Chisha.
What a great name.
Alliance leader's talent is so high, we can't even come phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to matching it.
Qin Chisha.
This child has the dark sword body, destined for a life of constant killing. The word Sha not only indicates the child's fate, but also represents ceasing war, meaning he must not be blinded by killing.
He is a demon but not a demon, good and evil are determined by the heart. Alliance leader is simply too amazing. This subordinate's admiration for the alliance leader is like the endless Yangtze River. Qin Changqing couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn, these flatterers are really good at deep interpretations. Even I didn't know there was this layer of meaning. Yang Zipping's face darkened even more. Bastards, you said everything, what am I supposed to say?
Handing the child to the elder beside him, Qin Changqing looked at young Zipping and said, "Black-faced kid, find a quiet place.
I have something to discuss with you." "Yes, Alliance Leader, please follow me."
Yang Zipping's spirits lifted, and he quickly led Qin Changqing to a quiet room. Qin Changqing unceremoniously sat in the main seat, took out a jade slip from his storage ring, and threw it over. Yang Zipping caught the jade slip, somewhat puzzled.
After releasing his divine sense to scan it, his eyes widened suddenly, and he said in shock, This is. His heart pounded. The jade slip contained a map, and he knew a certain place marked on it. It was a spiritual vein controlled by the Sword Demon sect. And this jade slip densely marked at least dozens of special marks. Could it be? Qin Changqing gave a definite answer. This is a distribution map of the spiritual veins, spirit stone mines, and various other mines within the Sword Demon sect's territory. Although Yang Zipping had already guessed it, he couldn't help but gasp, both shocked and excited. Spiritual veins and mines are undoubtedly extremely valuable resources for a sect, representing the sect's foundation and future to a certain extent. However, because they are mostly buried deep underground, they are not easy to find, and generally require high-level vein to discover them. The more Yang Zipping looked, the more excited he became. This map even had 4th order and even 5th order spiritual veins, high-grade spirit stone mines. Looking at Yang Zipping's uncontrollable excitement, Qin Changqing smiled in his heart and said calmly, "You can allocate these spiritual veins as you see fit, but when Changqing's children have cultivated successfully, the places with spiritual veins should be given priority to them for establishing their cave dwellings." "Of course. Please rest assured, Alliance Leader." Yang Zipping agreed without hesitation. Actually, there was no need for Qin Changqing to explain this. His children were all extremely talented, and in the future, they would be the pillars of the various sections. Of course, good resources would be given to geniuses first. Qin Changqing nodded and said, "As for these spirit stone mines and other mines, you can arrange for people to mine them later. The spirit stones and other materials obtained need to be converted into spirit stones, and I will take 60%. Is there any problem?" "No problem, I am willing to serve the Alliance Leader." Yang Zipping had no objection to this, and even felt that Qin Changqing's actions were simply taking care of them in disguise. In his opinion, since the Alliance Leader had the means to discover these mines, it would be easy for him to take them all, but he left them all for them to mine, and only took a mere 60%. Wasn't this taking care of them? Not to mention 60%, even if he took 90%, it would be justified. With this treasure map, coupled with more and more talented disciples, the future of the Sword Demon sect was just around the corner. The Sword Demon sect would move towards glory under his leadership. He would also become the greatest sect leader in the history of the Sword Demon sect. Yang Zipping's face was full of excitement and anticipation. Leaving the Sword Demon sect, Qin Changqing went non-stop to the other major sects, handing over the treasure maps of their territories to them, with the same conditions as the Sword Demon sect. Although they needed to hand over 60% of the resources, all 14 sects were very willing. After all, this was an unexpected surprise, a free benefit. It should be known that they had spent a lot of spirit stones on Qin Changqing over the years, and they needed to make up for it. The Alliance Leader's methods are simply heaven-defying. I'm afraid most of the spiritual veins and mines within Jing country have been found. The Alliance Leader is highly righteous, only taking a mere 60% of the resources. It's too admirable. Yes, the Alliance Leader is not only incredibly strong, but also has admirable character. He painstakingly searches for resources, but gives them all to us. We must do our best and not let the Alliance Leader down. After obtaining the treasure maps, all the sects admired Qin Changqing from the bottom of their hearts. In addition to these large-scale resources, there were also some spiritual herbs and spiritual springs. However, Qin Changqing did not intend to hand these things over to the sects to manage, but instead prepared them for his children to train with. Many of his children were already out training. Cultivators could not always cultivate in seclusion. After reaching the late stage of Qi training, or entering the foundation establishment stage, most needed to go out and temper their hearts in the mortal world. Simply cultivating behind closed doors would ultimately result in greenhouse flowers that could not withstand devastation.
Collecting these spiritual herbs and spiritual springs was a good training task. Although most places were guarded by demon beasts, and there would be more or less danger, Qin Shangqing was not worried. He would mark the degree of danger and allocate tasks based on the strength of his children, and would not arrange places beyond their ability to cope. Next to a certain lake, Qin Shiming sat cross-legged, with a purple flying sword placed on his knees, quietly comprehending the battle just now, analyzing his mistakes.
Go! Qin Shangqing's figure disappeared.
Qin Shiming clenched his fists tightly, carefully looked at the map and the jade slip, and then drove his flying sword into the sky.
Inside a valley.
Qin Shiping and Qin Shiqing stood side by side, looking at the 5 rogue cultivators in front of them with murderous expressions.
Brothers, you have been chasing us all the way. We are all cultivators of Jing country, there is no need to kill us all, right?
The leader, a brawny man with a beard, said with a ferocious expression, "Give us a way out, we brothers will remember this favor." Qin Shiping said coldly, "You are cultivators, but you abuse and kill mortals, and use evil techniques to absorb the flesh and blood essence of mortals. Such methods are no different from demons."
"No one can save you today," I said.
The brawny man with a beard shouted angrily, "For those lowly mortals, you have to fight us to the death?"
"Yes."
Qin Shiqing said sharply, "Today, phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals either slash phoneme you die or I phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live slash phoneme.
P.S. As usual, here are 3 chapters first, going to get some food, there will be 2 more chapters in the afternoon. Some authors go to catch eels late at night, and some authors are still typing on the keyboard late at night. Brothers, do you say this is the same world? Send some free small gifts, give some electricity to the small author who generates electricity for love. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. It's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme you die or I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme? The 5 people opposite them twitched. Damn it, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme way, we're the ones who die, right? Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. Your hardships are not a reason to harm others. Qin Shiping and Qin Shiqing were too lazy to waste words with them. They took out their magical treasures from their storage rings and bombarded them. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to let go, the 5 people opposite understood that they had to fight for their lives. They used their strongest methods, and a dense blood aura burst out from their bodies, twisting into a ferocious blood-colored python that swallowed towards the 2 brothers. A mocking look appeared on Qin Shiping's face. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand and took out a simple copper mirror. A gray mist suddenly spewed out from the mirror surface, enveloping the giant python and the 5 people opposite them. Qin Shiqing quickly retracted his magical treasure the moment Qin Shiping took out the copper mirror, obviously knowing the power of this copper mirror. Qin Shiping beckoned with his right hand, and the gray mist re-entered the mirror. The 5 people just now had turned into 5 ice sculptures, standing stiffly in place, with white gas constantly emerging from their bodies. "Brother, can you say something when you use the profounding mirror?" Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise another one of my magical artifacts would have been destroyed. Qin Shiqing complained. Qin Shiping smiled and said, "If I reminded you, wouldn't the other party be prepared? It's okay, if your magical artifact is destroyed, I'll just compensate you with one. You have a lot of magical treasures. Show off." Qin Shiqing rolled his eyes. Others didn't know, but he knew that his brother was simply a natural child of fortune. He could find magical treasures as soon as he went out, and spiritual medicine would fall on his head even when he was sleeping. This profoundine treasure mirror was one of Qin Shiping's trump cards, a 3rd-order magical treasure. If it was a sneak attack, even a golden core true person would have to suffer. The 2 brothers were planning to clean up and send the 5 people opposite them on their way completely when a white light flashed beside them, and Qin Shangqing suddenly appeared. "Master!" The 2 brothers were immediately surprised. Qin Shangqing glanced at the 5 people frozen into ice sculptures, then looked at the profoundine treasure mirror in Qin Shiping's hand. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he roughly guessed what had happened.
His son really had the talent of a protagonist.
This time, I'm here to give you a task. Qin Shangqing handed the jade slip to the two of them.
The two brothers were immediately excited and hurriedly bowed.
Please rest assured, Master, we will not let you down.
Qin Shangqing nodded. Go, be careful and cautious. The two brothers cupped their hands together, reluctantly glanced at Qin Shangqing, and then drove their flying swords into the sky. Qin Shangqing watched the two leave, then turned his head to look at the 5 ice sculptures. He waved his hand gently, and the 5 ice sculptures turned into a pile of powder. White light flashed, and Qin Shangqing disappeared again. Qin Mengru and Qin Mengxue stepped on magical artifacts and flew in the air. They had just completed a task and were planning to return to the sect to hand it over.
Sister, do you think senior brother Lu has feelings for you?
Qin Mengxue said with a smile.
Qin Mengru glared at her. Can you put your mind on cultivation? Qin Mengxue blinked her eyes. I'm not just talking nonsense. Last time senior brother Lu went out to train and his leg was broken. When I went to see him, he said that he was lucky that it was his leg that was broken, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to send you a spiritual talisman message. Qin Mengru, she could naturally perceive senior brother Lu's thoughts, but she was focused on cultivation and had no interest in this guy at all. Suddenly, a figure flashed out in front of them. The two were immediately surprised, and when they saw the other party's appearance clearly, they were overjoyed. Senior Qin Shangqing had already been following the two of them, so naturally he heard their conversation, and he couldn't help but find it funny. Sure enough, no matter which world it was, there would never be a shortage of licking dogs. Looking at his daughter's expression, I'm afraid that senior brother Lu would ultimately be mistaken. Qin Shangqing smiled and said, I have a task here, I wonder if you dare to accept it? Qin Mengru and Qin Mengshue's eyes lit up immediately, and they nodded repeatedly, dare, dare, dare. They trusted Qin Shangqing extremely, knowing that he would never harm them. Moreover, they now knew that this mysterious black-robed senior was the person who established the Evergreen Alliance in the entire righteous and demonic paths, an incomparably powerful existence. How could they not be excited that such a powerful expert had been taking care of them? Qin Shangqing handed the jade slip to them and instructed, although this place has some opportunities, it also has dangers. If you go, you must be extra careful and not be careless. After thinking about it, he took out a pile of magical treasures and spiritual talismans from the storage ring. Keep these things for self-defense. In the past few years, he had obtained a lot of good things from various sections. In order to please him, the sect's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme sent some treasures such as magical treasures and spiritual talismans. Thank you, senior. The two happily took the treasures.
After watching the two leave, Qin Shangqing disappeared again and rushed to another place. 3 days later, Qin Shangqing returned to Qingyun Mansion in the Moon Demon sect and began to sort out the relics and caves of the ancient cultivators on the exploration map. These places also had certain dangers, but they were all within a controllable range. The opportunities inside were even greater, adding a bit of unknown stimulation compared to those spiritual springs and spiritual veins. Entering a cave of an ancient cultivator, it was unclear what kind of treasures they would find left behind. It had a feeling of opening a blind box. For the sake of insurance, Qin Shangqing personally went to the various relics and caves, eliminating the uncontrollable dangers inside. The rest were all things they could solve themselves. It didn't matter if it was a little difficult, as long as it didn't hurt their lives. A few days later, Qin Shangqing opened the teleportation again and distributed the sorted maps to the children. He arranged for children in the Qi refining stage to explore caves of Foundation Establishment cultivators, and children in the Foundation Establishment stage to explore caves of Golden Core cultivators. As for the nascent soul stage and above, Qin Shangqing himself couldn't solve the dangers inside, so he put them aside for the time being and would talk about them later. In addition, Qin Shangqing also prepared to use some dangerous small and medium-sized secret realms, just like the previous Qingyuan secret realm, arranging for suitable children to enter them.
Rainbow Secret Realm.
This was a medium-sized secret realm discovered by Qin Shangqing. It contained many spiritual medicines and treasures, as well as a large number of demon beasts, but none of them exceeded the Golden Core stage. It was a good place for the children to train. Qin Shangqing immediately selected the children belonging to him from the various sections. Of course, only children above the foundation establishment stage were allowed, as it would be very dangerous for those with too low strength to enter. It would not only not serve any training purpose, but also distract others from taking care of them.
Inside the secret realm,
a group of children gathered on a cliff, looking at each other. They all felt something at the same time and took out a green pendant from their collars.
It was the evergreen pendant.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Brother Qiming. Qin Shiping and Qin Shiqing spotted Qin Shiming, with his tall and slender figure, at a glance.
They had both completed the tasks given by Qin Shangqing and had gained many benefits from them.
Now they were brought here to participate in this secret realm trial together.
Qin Mengshui and Qin Mengru also came over, excitedly grabbing their Qingqing pendants and saying, "Senior said that those with pendants are our brothers and sisters, and we will have a connection with each other, and it's true."
Qin Shiming scanned the surrounding faces, both strange and familiar, feeling somewhat dazed. Are these all our brothers and sisters?
So many. He knew his father could reproduce well, even when he was still at home. He already had dozens of younger siblings. Now that so many years had passed, they didn't even know where his father was, but they could roughly guess that he was still having children. Now, seeing so many unfamiliar younger siblings, Qin Shiming felt very complicated.
He could only say, his old man was truly amazing. Brother Qiming, I am Qisheng. You even beat me for breaking your wooden sword back then. A slightly chubby young man squeezed over eagerly.
Qin Shiming remembered and laughed heartily. So that little fatty was you, brother. You've lost weight. Qin Shishing chuckled and scratched his head. I eat less whole grains now, so naturally I've slimmed down a bit, but I still occasionally sneak some wild game. Similarly, others were happily catching up with acquaintances. Qin Shiming was the eldest brother, and many younger siblings excitedly gathered around him, chattering non-stop.
Mengqing, it's me. We used to be in father's school together, do you remember? Big brother, I am Qixin. I am Qixiu. For a time, this cliff became a large family reunion.
Qin Shangqing, hidden in the shadows, had slightly reddened eyes and found it somewhat amusing. They were all true brothers and sisters, finally having the opportunity to recognize each other after so many years of separation.
Are they my brothers and sisters? Biological? Isn't Qiming Uncle Changqing's son? Why?
Could it be? Qin Shiping and Qin Shiqing exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes.
In that instant, they seemed to understand many things.
However, they were no longer children and could understand some things. Alas, father has suffered. No, that should be Uncle Jia. Qin Shiping sighed inwardly.
He couldn't interfere with the affairs of the older generation. As long as they were happy.
Similarly, Qin Shiming also saw Qiping and Shiqing, and after initial confusion, he reacted and quickly came to terms with it. He had been surprised more than once by his father's powerful output ability. Now, in the 14 sects, almost every outstanding young talent was a younger sibling with a Changqing pendant. Qiping and Shiqing were brothers he was quite familiar with, and they had always had a good relationship. Now that they were biological brothers, their relationship was even deeper. There were quite a few similar situations. Many were surprised to see each other, originally thinking they were friends, each with their own father, but it turned out they were brothers, from the same lineage. Because there were too many people, and some, like Qin Shiping, had suspicions in their hearts but didn't openly admit to being Qin Shangqing's son. Unable to rank them by seniority, they ultimately decided to sort them by age.
Big brother is right. We are not afraid.
Qin Shiming said, this secret realm is not small, and everyone is clear about the distribution of resources within.
Acting together is too inefficient. How about I reorganize everyone into teams and explore separately? Okay. We will listen to Big Brother. Everyone responded in unison.
Soon, under Qin Shiming's organized arrangement, teams flew off in the direction of their corresponding locations. Qin Shangqing, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Qin Shiming was indeed his eldest son, steady in his actions, and his assignments were very reasonable. The strength of each team was very balanced, which could not only achieve the effective training but also ensure the safety of each team.
Soon, battles unfolded throughout the Chonghong secret realm.
One after another, demon beasts died under the children's swords, pieces of precious materials were dug out, and spiritual herbs were picked. The children displayed their talents to their heart's content, using all kinds of methods, and magical treasures flew everywhere. It was just a pity for the demon beasts in this secret realm, which had been peaceful for so many years, suddenly invaded by a group of outsiders and casually slaughtered like little cubs. After observing in the shadows for a long time, Qin Changqing finally left with peace of mind. In fact, if the children were in danger, the system would also prompt him. He just wanted to see how the children performed. The disappearance of so many children naturally attracted the attention of the various sections. Qin Changqing had not greeted them in advance. The higher-ups of the sects were immediately anxious. These children were all the apples of their eyes, and it would be terrible if they all disappeared at once. Just as they were about to send someone out to find them, these children returned, one by one in a disheveled state, with bloodstains on their bodies, but with faces full of excitement.
Shiming, what exactly is going on?
Yuanjin, the outer sect elder of the Taishan sect, asked with a stern face. Qin Shiming and the others who returned exchanged a glance before saying, "Elder Yuan, we were previously sent by the Alliance Master to a secret realm for training. There was nothing to hide about this matter." Anyway, the various sects had long known about the power of the black-robed Alliance Master.
Secret realm. The elders were shocked, and sect leader Chu Tianlu also widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe. "You said the Alliance Master sent you to a secret realm for training? And it is still an undeveloped medium-sized secret realm?" "Yes." Qin Shiming nodded.
Upon learning this, the higher-ups all gasped in unison, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Before, Qin Changqing had shocked them severely by taking out the map of spiritual vein mines, and now he had actually found an undeveloped secret realm.
"No, there might be more than one. It's incredible. The Alliance Master's methods are simply beyond our imagination."
The Alliance Master is not only powerful, but he also seems to have the divine ability to explore treasures. So amazing. It wasn't just the Taishan sect, the same scene was playing out in the major sects, all marveling at Qin Changqing's various magical methods. And they no longer interfered with or dared to interfere with the various training arrangements made by the Alliance Master for the children.
Moreover, they were all clear that the Alliance Master would definitely not harm them.
On the contrary, more training for the children could also alleviate the training pressure of the various sects, which was beneficial and without harm.
In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and it was time for Qin Changqing to leave again.
In the courtyard, the moonlight was bright, and two figures sat quietly in rocking chairs.
Su Chanyu reluctantly grabbed Qin Changqing's arm, her eyes sparkling with tears, pleading, "Don't go, okay?" In this state, even an iron-willed man could be turned into putty.
Qin Changqing stroked her hair and said softly, "Be good, it will only be a dozen years before I come back." For cultivators, a dozen years is very fast.
Su Chanyu also knew that she couldn't stop him from leaving.
After all, no one dared to disobey the decree of that mysterious black-robed Alliance Master. She nodded with tears in her eyes. Qin Changqing took out a painting scroll from his storage ring and handed it over. "Keep this as a souvenir, and take a look when you miss me." Su Chanyu wiped away her tears, curiously opened the scroll, and then exclaimed, quickly closing it. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and scolded, "You are so naughty." Qin Changqing laughed heartily, waved his hand, and slipped back into the house. Changqing Su Chanyu chased in, but the room was already empty, and there was no trace of Qin Lang. Su Chanyu leaned against the door, covered her chest with her hands, bit her lip with her silver teeth, her eyes red, and murmured, "Yurog." She opened the painting scroll in her hand again, and saw a beautiful woman with fox ears and a human body vividly on the paper, posing in an extremely novel posture, with nine tails gently stretching and swaying behind her hips. Behind the fox girl, a refined young man embraced her, with a somewhat wicked smile on his lips, rubbing against her temples. "PS, today's 5 updates are done, comfortable. I am now used to the intensity of 5 updates in 10,000 words, but I don't have time to date. But it doesn't matter, when I break up with my girlfriend, I will practice my hand speed again to see if I can speed it up a bit and update more." Now I am not interested in women, I just want to code words and bring happiness to my brothers. I hope that one day I can finish this book earlier, and I can also have time to touch eels like Achio. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots, and apologize for the inconvenience. Tai Xian sect. Upon hearing that Qin Shangqing had arrived in Qingyun Prefecture, the sect leader immediately led a group of elders to the outside of Qingyun Prefecture. Such a grand welcoming surprised Qin Shangqing. Although the previous 10 sects had given him enough respect, it was impossible to reach this level. It seems that the identity of the Black Robe Alliance Master has indeed given them a very deep deterrent.
Ah, Shangqing, you finally arrived. Chu has been waiting for you for a long time.
Upon seeing Qin Shangqing, Chu Tianlu laughed loudly and cupped his hands. Qin Shangqing returned the greeting with a look of embarrassment. Sect leader Chu is too polite, I am also involuntarily, I hope sect leader Chu will forgive me.
Chu Tianlu looked serious and pushed his palm. Hey, Shangqing, you're being too serious. How to arrange it is the meaning of the Alliance Master. We naturally have to abide by the Alliance Master's decree. Come, Chu has already prepared a banquet. Shangqing, you must not refuse.
Thank you, sect leader Chu. Qin Shangqing nodded with a smile. The 10 sects are also becoming more and more on the right track. Qin Shangqing smiled and nodded, taking the storage ring. Sect leader Chu has worked hard.
His pupils shrank suddenly as his divine sense swept through it.
Good fellow, the spirit stones inside are really dazzling, and it's impossible to count them for a while. This is only the resources mined in 1 year, and it only accounts for 60%.
Chu Tianlu waved his hand. It is the honor of my Taishan sect to work for the Alliance Master, and besides, my Taishan sect has also benefited a lot from it, and I have to thank the Alliance Master.
Yes, it's not hard work, this is what we should do.
Shangqing, you are too polite, coming here is like family, come, I'll toast you a cup.
Everyone raised their glasses and drank freely, and for a time, the atmosphere was lively and everyone was happy. Qin Shangqing could also feel the obvious changes this time he came to the 10 sects. Chu Tianlu, as the sect leader, put his position and posture on an equal footing with himself, and the other elders even had a bit of flattery. This also made Qin Shangqing realize the cruel reality of the cultivation world again. The strong prey on the weak, strength is king. If he didn't have a mysterious Alliance Master behind him who could deter the heroes, he, a small character in the Qi training stage in the eyes of everyone, would be nothing. But now he can sit on an equal footing with the sect leaders of the Jing Kingdom's 14 sects. After the banquet, Qin Shangqing returned to Qingyun Prefecture, while Chu Tianlu flew alone to the place where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion.
Chu Tianlu seeks to see Ancestor Master. Come in.
The formation was opened, and Chu Tianlu entered the cave, and saw at a glance the little boy playing in the cave and Xian Chaosu sitting cross-legged on the couch. This is Qin Shangqing and Xian Chaosu's son, Qin Shishua, who is currently a Foundation Establishment Stage 2nd Layer cultivator.
Ancestor Master.
Chu Tianlu respectfully saluted, and then faced the little boy, his expression twitching slightly, not knowing what to call him for a while. He is the child of the Ancestor Master. According to seniority, he would have to call him Senior Uncle, but this child is too young. Chu Tianlu really couldn't say it.
Xian Chaosu looked at it with some amusement. Knowing that you are embarrassed, this seed is not an unreasonable person, you can directly call the name. Chu Tianlu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Ancestor Master, Qin Shangqing has already come, and hasn't seen Shishua yet. Do you want to take him to see him? He's already here?
Xian Chaosu's eyes lit up and she stood up directly, calling out, sure, let's go.
Shishua turned his head and asked curiously, Mother, where are we going?
To find your father. Without saying a word, Xian Chaosu directly used her spiritual power to roll up Qin Shishua and flew out of the cave, leaving Chu Tianlu standing there in a daze.
Ancestor Master, do you have to be so anxious? Inside Qingyun Prefecture.
Qin Shangqing had already changed into a clean Confucian robe, dispersed the smell of alcohol, and sat in the courtyard sipping tea, suddenly noticing that the formation outside the door was being shaken, and was a little puzzled.
Who is so bold to break into his territory?
Now even if Chu Tianlu comes, he has to notify him in advance. Waving his hand to open the formation, a red figure flashed into the courtyard. Seeing the person coming, Qin Changqing suddenly understood. It turned out to be this ancestor.
Xian Chaosu took Qin Shishua's hand and pointed at Qin Changqing. Shishua, quickly greet your father.
Qin Shishua curiously looked at Qin Changqing. Since he was born, he has seen this man for the first time. He has heard others mention him more than once.
Not counting being called Black Robe Alliance Master, that's not Dad. Dad.
Qin Shishua is worthy of being Xian Chaosu's son. His ability to accept is extremely strong. He ran over directly and saluted generously.
Qin Changqing was also full of surprise, picked up Qin Shishua, kissed him hard, and apologized. Son, forgive Dad for coming to see you so late.
Qin Shishua tilted his little head and stretched out his chubby little hand. Dad, gift.
This little guy is not polite. Qin Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Little did he know that, because this little guy is Xian Chaosu's son, his seniority in the sect is terribly high. As soon as he goes out, someone will rush to send out all kinds of magic weapons and spiritual talismans, and every time he receives gifts until his hands are soft.
Xian Chaosu shouted, Shishua, this is your father, what gift do you want?
She also understands that although Qin Changqing looks glamorous on the surface, he is still under the control of the Black Robe Alliance Master after all, and it is impossible to have two good things in his hands. This 3,000-year-old Supreme Elder, although straightforward, also has a clever mind.
Qin Changqing waved his hand with a smile. It doesn't matter, it should be given.
Everyone thought that he was being manipulated by the Alliance Master, but little did they know that the Alliance Master was himself. He has had a lot of good things in his hands these years, but many of them are inconvenient to take out.
Xian Chaosu thought for a while and said, Shishua, don't you like to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme comics?
The comics you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme were all drawn by your father.
Qin Shishua's eyes lit up immediately and he exclaimed in surprise, Dad, is it true?
Qin Changqing smiled and touched his head. He had already prepared for this. With a wave of his hand, a pile of comic books appeared on the ground, all drawn in his spare time. Qin Shishua pounced directly on it, flipping through it while exclaiming in surprise, Wow, Naruto Cultivator Part 2, what is this? Transforming Cultivator, Dragon Ball Cultivator, it looks so powerful. Xian Chaosu's beautiful eyes also lit up, completely disregarding her identity as the Supreme Elder, and squatted directly next to her son, starting to rationally allocate, Shishua, that side is yours, this side is mine. Qin Changqing suddenly had a black line on his face. Warm reminder, the website is about to be, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Seeing that his mother was about to snatch his manga, Qin Shishua became anxious. Mom, this is a gift from Dad.
Xian Chaosu earnestly said, yours is mine, isn't it? How did I teach you? Children should be more generous.
Xian Chaosu was immediately surprised, and glared at him, you still have a conscience. You abandoned us mother and son for so long, and only gave us this little manga.
You got off cheap.
Qin Changqing touched his nose.
What do you mean by abandoning you mother and son? Xian Chaosu had also cultivated for too long. The allure of these novel mangas was even far greater than magical treasures and talismans.
The mother and son sat in the courtyard, each holding a manga and reading with relish.
Dad, isn't defecting from the sect a capital crime? If Sasuke becomes a fugitive cultivator, will he die in the end? Changqing, how is your brain made?
You can actually draw such wonderful stories of beautiful girl cultivators. No, you have to draw me more this year, or I'll be bored to death when you leave. Qin Changqing was a little helpless, but looking at the joyful expressions of the mother and son, he was sincerely gratified. He suddenly noticed that Xian Chaosu seemed to be a lot younger again, and her aura was much clearer than before.
He couldn't help but ask, you broke through?
Xian Chaosu raised her head, a look of gratitude flashing in her eyes, and hummed, I still have to thank you. Because of you, my state of mind is clearer, and I have a more transparent understanding of the great Tao of cultivation. In addition, when I gave birth to Shishua, I also received feedback from the power of the immortal spirit. With this power, I finally broke through to the Rongshu realm.
Qin Changqing took a breath. Xin Chaosu should now be considered the strongest person in Jing country.
Seeming to see Qin Shangqing's thoughts, Xin Chaosu shook her head and sighed. Although I have broken through to the Rongshu realm, I am still far from that alliance leader. Last time he came to give Qishua a pendant, he was able to approach me silently through the formation. I'm afraid I will never be able to reach the alliance leader's strength in my life. Qin Shangqing chuckled twice, non-committally. After a while, Xin Chaosu finally couldn't help it and said, Shangqing, it's getting late. Qin Shangqing nodded slightly. Xin Chaosu glanced at him with bright eyes, a half smile on her face, and then shouted to Qin Qishua, Qishua, go play by yourself. Mom and your dad have something to talk about. Qin Qishua was focused on reading the manga, and replied without raising his head, okay, Mom, you guys have a good talk, don't worry about me. Xin Chaosu took the initiative token Shangqing's arm and whispered in his ear, you have made a great contribution to my breakthrough to the Rongshu realm this time. How do you want me to reward you? Qin Shangqing suddenly felt a little itchy, his eyes wandered over her exquisite and delicate body, and he chuckled, anything is possible?
Xin Chaosu's face turned slightly red, but she still nodded and said, as long as it's not too much. Nothing is too much here with me.
Qin Shangqing immediately smiled and entered the house with Xin Chaosu, waving his hand to activate the formation.
Fairy, have you done any research on plot simulation? What plot simulation? I have a manga here for you to take a look at. Young cultivator? So, Grand Elder Xin Chaosu once again opened the door to a new world. Detected that your partner has a heavenly spiritual root. Please choose. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with high-grade spiritual roots. 2. Consume 100 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with top-grade spiritual roots. 6. Consume 1,000,000 years of lifespan to strengthen the seed, which can give birth to offspring with perfect alien spiritual roots. 7. Consume 10 million years of lifespan, which can give birth to an immortal spiritual root. Choose 7. After making the choice, the two once again immersed themselves in different plot simulations, enjoying it. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Qin Shangqing has rotated through all 10 sections. With the resources provided by the Black-Robed Alliance leader, the 14 sects have all made a fortune and developed rapidly, and Qin Shangqing's children have also grown rapidly. Of course, the one who earned the most was still Qin Shangqing. Most of the spiritual stones from the 10 sects still went into his pocket. Now, he has obtained most of the spiritual stones, and the converted lifespan has reached 1 billion, and there are still a large number of spiritual stones stored in his system space, waiting to be absorbed at any time. Inside Qingyun Mansion, Qin Shangqing opened the system's return function. Gained 1/10 of Qin Shiming's cultivation, do you want to receive it? Gained 1/10 of Qin Mengshua's cultivation, do you want to receive it? Gained 1/10 of Qin Shiping's cultivation, do you want to receive it? Receive. In an instant, thousands of multicolored spiritual lights came from all directions and entered Qin Shangqing's body. Qin Shangqing digested these cultivation energies, and his aura rapidly climbed. Golden Core Stage 8th Layer, Golden Core Stage 8th Layer, Peak Golden Core 9th Layer. In the end, Qin Shangqing's cultivation was fixed at the peak of the Golden Core 9th Layer. Breaking through to the Golden Core 9th Layer in 10 years is already quite terrifying. This is also because more and more of his children are starting to cultivate, and some children are entering the rapid improvement stage of cultivation, which has allowed him to improve so quickly. Now most of the children have reached the foundation establishment stage, and a small number have even broken through to the Golden Core stage, especially the first few immortal spiritual roots born, such as Qin Shixian, have already entered the late stage of the Golden Core. Of course, Qin Shangqing's rapid improvement is also inseparable from the stable development of the past 10 years. With such a stable growth space, the children can cultivate and improve steadily. Qin Shangqing smiled slightly. It seems that his decision was right. Fortunately, he took a little risk, used the identity of the black-robed man to take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and form the Changqing Alliance, which gave himself these 10 years of stable development time. Now, his children have exceeded 3,000, all with talents above the best spiritual roots. Now, after rotating through all of them, each of the 14 sects has at least 100 immortal seedlings above the heavenly spiritual root, which is completely enough for them to cultivate.
Even the current cultivation resources of the 14 sects are faintly unable to keep up with the consumption of so many geniuses. If Qin Shangqing hadn't given them treasure maps to dig for treasures before, and provided various sects with many spiritual veins and spiritual minds, they really wouldn't be able to afford it. Raising children still depends on their father. If we continue to give birth, it will exceed the tolerance of the various sects. Qin Shangqing frowned.
He didn't want his children to be wronged. Having children according to conditions is also responsible for the children. Although he also wants to keep giving birth, after all, it is related to his strength, but there can be no bottom line. If he completely treats his children as tools to improve his strength, then is he still human? He himself has been a tool person and suffered hardships, and he cannot let his children continue to suffer. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shangqing stood up. It was time to make some changes. Continuing to give birth would only drag down the cultivation progress of all the children. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. Inside the main hall of the Tai Ching sect, Qin Shangqing, cloaked in black robes, materialized, startling Lu Qinghui and the others who were in the midst of a meeting. They quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Alliance Leader." Qin Shangqing waved his hand dismissively and said, "Lu Qinghui, inform the sect leaders of the Changqing Alliance to come here. Then, prepare a secret chamber. In a month, I have something to say." "Yes." Although somewhat puzzled, Lu Qinghui cupped his fist in acknowledgement and dispatched more than a dozen people to notify the various sections 1 month later. Inside the secret chamber of the Tai Ching sect, the sect leaders of the various sects sat in their seats with some trepidation, communicating with each other through voice transmission. "Brother Lu, what exactly is the Alliance leader calling us here for? Give us a hint, we're feeling uneasy." "I'm not sure. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. The Alliance leader didn't say. Black-faced brat, do you know? Get lost. I don't know. If anyone calls me black-faced brat again, I'll twist their head off. Ha 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 ha, ask me. You know? I know, a fart. Ha 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 ha." Now that the 14 sects were all under the Changqing Alliance, they were much more harmonious with each other. The relationship between the righteous and demonic paths had also eased a lot compared to the past. At least they wouldn't immediately draw swords and shout about killing each other. The grand elders of the various sects were also secretly communicating. "Old Yen, I heard that Qixin from your sect has already broken through to the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage." "Amazing." Qin Shangqing, dressed in black robes, appeared in the main seat, glanced around, and said indifferently, "Everyone's here, very good. Today, I have something to announce." Everyone immediately sat up straight, their faces serious. "From today onwards, I will temporarily stop sending Changqing to the various sects to produce offspring." These words were like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone into opening their mouths wide, unable to speak for a long time. "What? Not sending them anymore? How could that be allowed? Wouldn't that cut off the growth space of the various sects?" The high-level members of the various sects immediately became anxious, but, intimidated by the Alliance leader's prestige, they did not dare to casually refute or express their opinions. Qin Shangqing said indifferently, "I understand what you're thinking, but you should also be clear that there are already enough talented disciples in the various sections. Your resource supply is gradually becoming weak, and it's almost unable to keep up with their consumption. If you continue to give birth, it will only burden all the children." The secret chamber immediately fell silent, and everyone was silent. They were all clear that what the Alliance leader said was not wrong. These children's talents were high, but similarly, the resources they consumed were also very astonishing. The various sects had already felt the pressure. Qin Shangqing said, "Now, the most important thing is resources. You must fully develop the spiritual and mineral veins that I have given to your various sections. First, store enough spirit stone resources, and then you will have the ability to bear more talented disciples. Otherwise, being too greedy will only kill you. As long as you have enough resources to cultivate the current disciples,
the future Changqing alliance will inevitably have many strong individuals. Nascent Soul and Transformation God are only the backbone of the Changqing alliance. Integration and Tribulation Transcendence, and even Immortals, are the true trump cards of the Changqing alliance. When the Changqing alliance officially appears in the cultivation world, not to mention Jing, even the eastern region, or even beyond the eastern region, will be ruled by our Changqing alliance. These words made everyone's hearts surge, their faces full of excitement and anticipation.
Yes, there were already many talented disciples now.
As long as they were given enough resources and time, sweeping across the eastern region was definitely not a problem.
Xin Yuan laughed strangely and said, "What the alliance leader said is extremely true.
When the disciples of our various sects grow up, who in the entire eastern region can compare to us?" Chu Tianlu also stroked his beard and smiled. The alliance leader's vision is beyond what we can reach.
We are indeed somewhat short-sighted.
Everyone echoed, their eyes gleaming, as if they had already seen the scene of the future Changqing alliance dominating the eastern region, with no one daring to provoke it. Qin Changqing said indifferently, "Now, the Changqing alliance has only been established for a short time. Before that, we still need to lie low, develop in a low-key manner, and not expose ourselves."
Everyone's expressions gradually softened, and they nodded solemnly. Low-key is the key. If you don't make a sound, you must be amazing when you do.
Qin Changqing waved his hand, and more than a dozen streams of light flew out of the storage ring, caught in the hands of the sect leaders of the various sections. These are the topographical maps of some important and dangerous places within the Jing Kingdom. I have marked the degree of danger and the distribution of demon beasts in detail, as well as some secret realms, ancient ruins, and the cave dwellings of ancient cultivators. These places also contain a large amount of resources and inheritance, and can also serve as training grounds. The experts of your various sects have been in seclusion for many years and also need training.
Otherwise, if they encounter experts of the same level, they won't know how to fight. How can that be?
Of course, the exploitation of spiritual and mineral veins cannot be neglected. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme. Everyone hurriedly checked the jade slips, and immediately revealed extremely shocked expressions. Shinjun, the sect leader of the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals wind wine slash phoneme spirit sword sect, found it difficult to believe. This is the topographical map of the Demon Mist Mountains.
Feng Jun opened his mouth wide. The alliance leader is indeed the alliance leader.
Even we, the transformation god heavenly lords, don't dare to rush into such dangerous places, yet the alliance leader can actually come and go freely inside.
Chu Anhua pondered, the alliance leader is truly painstaking.
He could have taken all the treasures in these places himself, but he only explored the situation without taking a single point.
This is to give us the opportunity to train and grow. That's right.
Places like the Demon Mist Mountains have natural great formations, and even transformation god heavenly lords will be suppressed when they enter. Now that we have this topographical map, the degree of danger has been greatly reduced.
The alliance leader is generous. We will definitely not fail the alliance leader's painstaking efforts. Thank you, alliance leader.
Everyone cupped their fists, feeling grateful and tearful.
The corners of Qin Changqing's mouth twitched under the mask. You're thinking too much.
I just don't have the strength to take it myself, otherwise, how could it be your turn? With the topographical map, everyone's spirits were greatly lifted, full of fighting spirit, their eyes gleaming with gold.
These blessed lands are full of good things.
Especially those cave dwellings of ancient cultivators. There may be magic weapons left by some ancient great power.
Thinking of this, some people were already laughing to themselves.
Shen Yuantu was grinning non-stop, his mouth almost reaching the back of his ears. Then, everyone began to discuss the specific exploration plan. There was not much controversy about this phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme. They did not dare to mess around in front of the alliance leader, but only divided it according to the area of each sect.
The excess part was jointly explored, and the proceeds were divided proportionally. Of course, the various sects did not forget the alliance leader and expressed their willingness to hand over 60% of the proceeds to him.
Qin Changqing was very pleased with this.
Sensible.
P.S. As usual, let's have 3 chapters first, take a break,
and continue in the afternoon.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. After the discussion, it looked like it was about to end. Xian Chaosu hesitated, got up, and respectfully cupped her hands, saying, "Alliance leader, so many female cultivators from various sects have formed deep relationships with Taoist Changqing, and there are also many children. If they don't see Taoist Changqing for a long time, they will miss him. I believe Taoist Changqing will also miss them. Can we allow Taoist Changqing to come back and visit occasionally?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up, and they silently cast admiring glances at Xian Chaosu. They all thought so in their hearts, but they didn't dare to mention it. Fortunately, Xian Chaosu brought it up.
Qin Changqing's abilities are a waste if not used. Although the Black Robe Alliance leader's words make sense, there's no need to completely block the channel for nurturing spiritual roots. If 1 year per sect is not enough, we can take a little less.
Even a few births a year would be fine. Especially for sects with female cultivators who have earth spiritual roots, heaven spiritual roots, or special physiques, they don't want these female cultivators to be idle at all.
Because their offspring are born with talents above perfect mutated spiritual roots, and the gestation period phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme lasts for more than 3 years.
Although there are many children with heaven spiritual roots and above in various sects, there are actually not many children with perfect mutated spiritual roots and above. The higher the level, the fewer there are. It would be good if Qin Changqing could come occasionally and favor these female cultivators with earth spiritual roots and above. The various sects were looking forward to it, looking at the Black Robe Alliance leader with hopeful eyes. Qin Changqing thought for a moment. Indeed, there are already thousands of women who have a relationship with him now. Although most are just brief encounters, there are also many who have developed feelings over time. It's impossible for Qin Changqing to abandon them all. This seat will go back and consult Changqing's opinion. If he wants to see someone, this seat will not stop him. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately delighted. That means there is still a chance. Now that they have these terrain distribution maps, the spiritual stone income of each sect will increase significantly, and it will be no problem to give birth to 1 or 2 more genius disciples. You must remember that the future of the Changqing Alliance will inevitably be the world of Qin Changqing's children, and Changqing is their father, so you should be clear about Qin Changqing's future status. Black Robe Qin Changqing reminded faintly, "This seat has always treated Changqing with courtesy, and I hope you will do the same." Everyone's hearts trembled, and they nodded repeatedly. Xin Yuan patted his chest and said with a grin, "Alliance leader, don't worry, brother Changqing is my own brother, his affairs are my affairs." Everyone rolled their eyes. "You old devil is thousands of years older than him, and you're still calling him brother, do you have no shame?" However, the sect leaders of the various sects are indeed interacting with Qin Changqing as equals, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Even the transformation god heavenly lords treat him with courtesy and are very kind. They are all very clear in their hearts. With a flash of white light, the Black Robe Alliance leader disappeared. Su Chanyue, under the grey robe, gritted her silver teeth. "That scoundrel, I wonder if he has forgotten me. Will he choose to see me?" Wu Mingjin, the sect leader of the Six Desires demonic sect, was secretly delighted. He had taken a different approach from the beginning, trying his best to please Qin Changqing. The relationship between the two was also very good. Based on the Six Desires demonic sect's contribution to Qin Changqing, he believed that if Qin Changqing had a choice, he would definitely prioritize going to their Six Desires demonic sect. Yu Bingbing's eyes were also a little complicated. Was she too indifferent to him at the beginning? Her second child hasn't seen his father since birth. She doesn't know if he will come to find her. The various sects had complex thoughts, and they were all recalling whether there was anything they had not taken care of properly in their previous treatment of Qin Changqing. Now it's a matter of whether Qin Changqing wants to go to them. The initiative is completely in Qin Changqing's hands. Qin Changqing has been completely relaxed during this time. Without the task like visits to various sects, his whole body and mind have been much more comfortable. Azure Sea Sect. When Luqing sat in the courtyard, resting her chin in her hands, staring blankly at the young man in the courtyard.
This young man was tall and graceful, handsome and upright, with a pair of sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples. His star-like eyes were bright, and his whole body had a fairy-like ethereal and detached feeling. This was Qin Shangqing and Wenluqing's first child, Qin Shixian.
Big brother, Hua Hua is bullying me.
A 5 or 6-year-old girl ran in while shouting, dragging a colorful tiger in her right hand. This tiger was obviously a demon beast, its body over 3 meters long, with sharp teeth and fierce power. Such a mighty demon tiger was being dragged forward by the tail by a 5 or 6-year-old girl, its tiger eyes full of sadness and helplessness. Just imagine, a demon tiger king who dominates the mountains and forests, a dignified foundation establishment stage demon tiger, is actually being treated as a pet by a 5 or 6-year-old girl, and even given a name like Hua Hua. This is simply a great shame. But who told her to have a powerful sister doting maniac, and also the Azure Sea sex pride, can't afford to offend? This little girl was Qin Shangqing and Wenluqing's second child, named Qin Manglu.
Hua Hua, are you bullying Nan Nan?
Qin Shixian immediately put away his magic weapon and shouted at the demon tiger. The demon tiger whimpered aggrievedly, indicating that it didn't.
Qin Shixian picked up Qin Manglu and asked, "How did Hua Hua bully you?" Qin Manglu said, "It won't play with me. It won't eat what I give it, and it even spit it out." Qin Shixian immediately asked curiously, "What did you give it to eat?"
Qin Manglu flipped her little hand, and a plate appeared in her hand, with a lump of dark stuff inside. "It's this, my newly developed top-quality delicacy."
The corners of Qin Shixian's mouth twitched, and he understood.
The demon tiger whimpered again, meaning, "See, it's this ghostly thing, even dogs would despise it."
Qin Shixian didn't care so much. The Azure Sea sex sister doting maniac wasn't just talk. As long as it was made by his sister, it was right. He pointed at the demon tiger and shouted, "Nan Nan is so kind, she worked hard to make you a delicacy, and you dare to be unappreciative. You are punished not to eat meat for a month, only eat what Nan Nan makes."
Alwu the demon tiger immediately looked like it had no love for life.
Yay! Big brother is the best.
Qin Manglu cheered, kissed Qin Shixian on the face, and handed over the delicacy. "Eat it." Qin Shixian's expression twitched, realizing that he had himself. Wenluqing couldn't stand it anymore, got up and said helplessly, "Shixian, you just spoil her like this, sooner or later you'll spoil her." Qin Shixian smiled, "Mother, she is my sister, who should I spoil if not her? I will protect her in the future, no one dares to touch a hair on her head."
You. Wenluqing was both gratified and helpless. So lively.
Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Wenluqing's shoulder, his voice gentle. Wenluqing's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned her head, seeing the person she had been dreaming of. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. Qin Shangqing gently embraced her in his arms, patted her back and smiled. "Why are you crying? Aren't you happy that I'm here?"
"Happy. Happy."
Wenluqing nodded obediently, but the joy in her beautiful eyes couldn't be stopped.
"Father."
Qin Shixian also showed a surprised expression when he saw Qin Shangqing, and came forward quickly to pay his respects.
Qin Shangqing looked at this son with a smile, his face full of emotion. "His son is already so big." Qin Manglu looked at Qin Shangqing curiously and asked, "Big brother, who is he?" Qin Shixian smiled, "Nan Nan, this is our father, haven't you been about him all day?"
Wenluqing propped herself up from Qin Shangqing's arms, wiped the tears on her face a little embarrassedly, and quickly said, "Nan Nan, quickly greet your father."
"Daddy."
Tears also welled up in the little girl's eyes, and she stretched out her hand. "Daddy, hug." Qin Shangqing quickly reached out and hugged her in his arms, gently pinching her face.
"Daddy is bad, coming to see Nan Nan after so long."
"It's Daddy's fault. Daddy will come." Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. In the future, Qin Shangqing's heart was about to be melted.
Under his gentle words, Qin Manglu quickly burst into laughter, showing off the delicacy just now. "Daddy, eat." Qin Shangqing, Wenluqing and Qin Shixian couldn't help but laugh when they saw Qin Shangqing's stiff face.
The demon tiger lay beside him, looking at this strange man, his tiger brain spinning rapidly.
"Oh, this is the male owner of this house? He looks so weak, but why is that little devil so respectful to him? It seems that I have to please him more in the future."
Qin Shangqing stayed at the Azure Sea sect for a full half-month this time, spending most of his time with Wen Luqing, and also meeting some other familiar female cultivators, a way to connect emotionally and spread the love evenly Moon Demon sect. Su Changyue sat in her room, having removed her grey robe disguise. She slowly combed her hair in front of the mirror, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. A painting scroll appeared in her palm. Su Changyue slowly opened it, caressing it affectionately. "When will you finally come back, Mom?" Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a small head peeked in. "What are you doing?" Su Changyue shuddered, quickly putting the painting scroll into her storage ring, and casually turned around, saying, "Nothing. Why are you running around instead of cultivating?" The little boy swaggered in and said, "Cultivation is too boring, Mom. Why don't you take me out for a walk?" Su Changyue flatly refused. "No, you're still too weak. You're not allowed to go anywhere." The little boy pouted, rolled up his sleeves, and made a strong gesture. "I'm the strongest among my peers in the sect. I beat those guys until they cry for their parents. None of them are my match." "How is that weak?" Su Changyue immediately raised her eyebrows. "You bullied your brothers again?" The little boy shrugged. "Don't worry, Mom. I didn't touch any of Changqing's brothers who had pendants. They even applauded and cheered for me." Su Changyue covered her forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Her son was simply a little tyrant. He had loved causing trouble since he was a child. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme, turning the sect upside down. The key was that this kid also cultivated quickly. Among his peers, except for Qin Shangqing's children, no one could match him, and since he was the sect leader's son, no one dared to touch him, so his personality became increasingly wild. He was Qin Shangqing and Su Changyue's son, Qin Shigang. You can't spoil him like this." A voice suddenly sounded. Su Changyue's delicate body trembled, and she suddenly turned around, only to see Qin Shangqing looking at her with a smile. "You still know to come back." Su Changyue's eyes lit up, and she felt a burst of joy in her heart, but on the surface, she complained softly. As she spoke, she lightly punched Qin Shangqing's chest with her small fist. "Ah!" Qin Shangqing cried out in pain. Su Changyue immediately raised her head with a nervous expression, anxiously asking, "Did I hurt you? Are you okay?" But she saw Qin Shangqing looking at her with a smile, and realized that she had been tricked, and glared at him playfully. "Who are you? How dare you break into my house? Hey, Mom, let's talk nicely, don't hit me." Qin Shigang looked at Qin Shangqing warily, but he was only halfway through his sentence when Su Changyue grabbed his ear and scolded, "No manners. This is your father." Qin Shangqing looked at Qin Shigang in surprise, noticing the 6 long whiskers sprouting from his face and the sharp claws extending from his 10 fingers. Was this the external manifestation of the top-grade demon fox bloodline? Qin Shigang pouted and knelt down dejectedly. "Child greets father." Having seen so many children, Qin Shangqing felt that this was the first one to react like this, and thought that this kid had quite the personality, and smiled. "Shigang, I heard that you were very powerful in the sect." Qin Shigang immediately looked smug. "Of course, I am the future #1 expert of the Moon Demon sect, the sect leader's successor." Hey, Mom, why are you hitting me again?" Su Changyue was both angry and amused. "Didn't I warn you not to say things like sect leader's successor randomly?" "I'm just saying it in front of Dad, I didn't say it randomly outside," Qin Shigang muttered, rubbing his sore ear. Qin Shangqing smiled. "Shigang, you can take these things to play with. Consider them a gift from your father." As he spoke, he took out a large pile of toys. Watching Shigang happily rush out with the toys, Su Changyue shook her head helplessly. "This child is simply lawless." Qin Shangqing nodded. "He does need to be disciplined. Spoiling a child is like killing him. Too much pampering is not a good thing. If this continues, he will suffer sooner or later." Although he was practicing demonic techniques, he still needed to keep a low profile before his strength grew. Just like Xing Yuan too, several of his children were killed outside because they acted too arrogantly. This was the price of arrogance. One can be arrogant, but one must have the corresponding strength to match it. Su Changyue nodded. "I understand." As she spoke, she glared at Qin Shangqing playfully. "You, the father, don't care, but you're lecturing me instead." Qin Shangqing awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled, "It's not like I don't have a way, but speaking of which, what were you secretly looking at just now?" Su Chanyua's delicate face flushed red, and she scolded, "I wasn't looking at anything." Her heart was pounding like a deer, so this deadbeat had already seen it. Qin Shangqing wrapped his arms around Su Chanyua's waist, holding her tightly in his arms, and stared into her eyes. "Want to try it?" "Ha!" That painting with a scream, Su Chanyua was lifted up in a princess carry. For a time, the room was filled with the colors of spring.
Ice Snow Palace Secret Realm.
Outside a crystal-clear icehouse, two figures, one large and one small, were chasing and playing.
"Sister, wait for me."
The little guy was panting behind her, and suddenly sat down on the ground, unable to fly anymore. Yu Xianxue floated back, dragging her long skirt, and said with a smile, "What's wrong, little brother?
Weren't you very powerful just now? Are you giving up so soon?"
The two were none other than Yu Bingbing and Qin Shangqing's children, Yu Xianxue and Yu Xingxin. Yu Xianxue had grown into a beautiful young woman, ethereal and elegant, inheriting Yu Bingbing's silver hair, and her features were even more exquisite. Yu Xingxin gasped for breath, "Sister, you're already in the golden core stage, I'm only at the peak of the qi refining stage, it's not fair." Yu Xianxue snorted, "I've already suppressed my cultivation to the qi refining stage. It's just that your cultivation is not refined, and you're making excuses. Get up quickly."
"I won't."
Yu Xingxin acted like a spoiled child, lying flat on the ground, refusing to get up no matter what.
"If you don't get up again, I'm going to find Mom,"
Yu Xianxue threatened. Hearing this, Yu Xingxin rolled over from the ground in one go, rolled his eyes around, and grabbed Yu Xianxue's arm with a smile. "Don't find Mom, I'm up now." Yu Xianxue was about to scold him when she suddenly caught sight of someone out of the corner of her eye, and her body stiffened.
Qin Shangqing walked over slowly and said softly, "Shuer, don't you recognize Dad anymore?"
Tears gradually misted Yu Xianxue's eyes. This figure had not appeared for many years, but its still phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme appeared in her dreams.
"Daddy!"
Yu Xianxue's voice was filled with grievance and a sob, and she plunged into Qin Shangqing's arms, choking with emotion. "Daddy, you're so heartless, you haven't come to see Shuer for so long." Qin Shangqing sighed softly. He had too many children and couldn't take care of them all.
And Yu Xianxue especially liked him. This was a clingy little padded jacket.
P.S. Today's 5 chapters are finished. These chapters are transitional plots. After this, the following chapters will be more exciting, and the protagonist will completely control his own destiny. Seeing that the author is working so hard, it wouldn't be too much to ask for some free small gifts, would it, Chankings? Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Yu Xingxin had never seen her older sister so distraught before, her big eyes darting around before gradually widening.
Could this man really be her father, whom she had never met?
At this moment, the door of the icehouse opened, and a graceful figure appeared, her silver hair flowing, her beauty unmatched. It was none other than the Ice Snow Palace master, Yu Bingbing. Qin Shangqing looked up at the sound, and their eyes met, causing the beauty's delicate body to tremble slightly. "You've come." Yu Bingbing pursed her lips, and after a long while, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth.
Yu Xingxin's eyes widened even further. Mother is smiling.
This was the first time she had ever seen her mother smile at someone other than her and her younger brother, and it was a man.
"Yes."
Qin Shangqing smiled, though their conversation was brief. It was worth more than 1,000 words.
A year passed.
Qin Shangqing lived a relaxed but fulfilling life during this time, occasionally teleporting to various sects to see those he missed, Quan Xilan, Huang Miaoying, Xin Xiaosu, and those enchanting female cultivators of the Six Desires demon sect. Such occasional meetings were even more effective, making the feelings between them even more precious. Distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Demon Mist Mountain Range.
Qin Shangqing, clad in a black robe, appeared on an ancient tree, looking down through the gaps in the branches. At this moment, a group of people were sitting or standing loosely around a huge demonic beast corpse. The corpse was obviously freshly dead, still warm, with various wounds on its body.
Xu Xinghe, could you be a little gentler when you attack?
You almost damaged the demonic beast's inner core. If it's really damaged, your sword demon sect will bear the loss alone. Xiao Feng said with a frown while collecting valuable materials from the demonic beast's body.
Xu Xinghe snorted coldly. If it weren't for this seat's timely intervention, you would already be cold. Shouldn't you kneel down and thank this seat for saving your life? You! Xiao Feng's lips trembled with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward. You're going too far, old demon. I've put up with you for a long time. Come, old fellow, don't think that just because you've cultivated for a few hundred years longer than me, you can be arrogant. Want to test if this seat's blade is sharp enough? I'll give you the chance. Xu Xinghe sneered and stood up as well. Yuanjin and the others quickly stepped forward to mediate. Hey, everyone is an ally, don't let a small matter ruin the harmony. Conserve your spiritual energy. The exploration range in this Demon Mist Mountain range is too small. Don't be ambushed by other demonic beasts. Yes. After some pulling and tugging, Xiao Feng and Xu Xinghe finally calmed down, huffing and turning their heads away from each other. Qin Shangqing found it amusing to watch. These two had suffered considerable losses in the last contest for the Qin family's disciples and had been brooding over it ever since. Fortunately, the 14 sects were now united, and no one dared to mess around with a powerful and mysterious alliance leader overseeing them. Nowadays, most of the Demon Mist Mountain range has been explored by the 14 sects, and the important resources inside have been occupied and divided among the sects. The Demon Mist Mountain range, with its natural grand formation, has now become an excellent training ground for the elders of each sect. Of course, they had not discovered the 7th Order spiritual lake treasure land that belonged exclusively to Qin Shangqing. Even if they had discovered it, they couldn't enter it at all. The poisonous mist there was even stronger than Qin Shangqing had imagined. Even Xian Chaosu, in the void refinement realm, could only retreat in the face of it. Rumble! A huge vibration came from far to near. The people who were sitting cross-legged to recover their spiritual energy instantly became alert and took out their magical treasures in preparation. Another demonic beast is coming. Everyone, be careful. It seems to be another nascent soul stage late stage beast. There are really a lot of nascent soul stage demonic beasts in this area. On the other side, 4 figures were sitting around a grass shed, playing mahjong with great interest. Fire element spiritual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Kong. Self-draw, pure 1 suit, I win, give me spiritual stones, give me spiritual stones. Qin Mengxue couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme her mouth with laughter, pushed down the cards in front of her in one fell swoop, and reached out her hand with a smile. Qin Qiqing complained, I'm not playing anymore, your luck is too good. Sister, are you cheating? Qin Mengxue glared her beautiful eyes. Little Qingzi, you say I'm cheating when you can't beat me. Can't you afford to lose? Okay, you're amazing, okay. After collecting a large pile of spiritual stones, Qin Mengshue's eyes narrowed into a slit with laughter. You money grubber. Qin Mengru shook her head with a smile and stood up, saying, I'm not playing anymore, I've been playing all day, it's time to cultivate. Qin Mengxue shook her arm, saying, Sister, let's play for a while longer. We agreed to relax for a day after cultivating for a month. You can't go back on your word. Qin Mengru had no choice but to sit down again. Qin Shiping, who was pushing the cards, suddenly twitched his eyes, saw a familiar black robe, stood up abruptly, and said with a face full of surprise, Master. Hearing this, the others turned their heads to look, and joy appeared on their faces, and they quickly saluted and paid their respects, Master. Qin Shangqing nodded with a chuckle, his eyes turned around on several people, and nodded with satisfaction. These children have also been cultivating hard, and they have all reached the late stage of the foundation establishment stage, and Qin Shiping has even reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, and Qin Shiming has also reached the peak of the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, and may break through at any time. Their aptitudes have been improved by Qin Shangqing, coupled with the resource bonus of the treasure land. It would be strange if the cultivation speed was not fast. Mengxue, relaxation and entertainment are okay, but cultivation cannot be neglected. Qin Shangqing exhorted. Yes, Master. Qin Mengxue stuck out her tongue. Her cultivation was indeed a bit behind the others, only at the 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. Now these children have all worshipped this mysterious black-robed alliance leader as their master.
And the children in this treasure land have also been replaced in batches. The original 5 children, such as Qin Kitchen, were teleported to the central domain by Qin Shangqing as early as 10 years ago. That's right, it is the center of the immortal cultivation world, known as the 3,000 continents, with a vast territory and countless immortal cultivation holy places in the central domain. Qin Shangqing needs to consume thousands of years of life for a single teleportation, which is enough to prove the remoteness of the eastern domain. The reasons for sending them away are mainly a few considerations.
The first is that the environment here is too comfortable.
It is indeed good for cultivation in the short term, but it will not work in the long term. Immortal cultivation is not just breathing and exhaling, but also practicing the mind, otherwise, in the later stage, the inner demon tribulation will be very difficult to overcome. Moreover, there are so many children, Qin Shangqing can't be partial and needs to give equal love, so other children should also enjoy such a treasure land. Therefore, Qin Shangqing will change a batch of children every half a year or so. As for the second reason, it is that as the children's cultivation becomes higher and higher, he will eventually have to go out. For the entire immortal cultivation world, Jing country is too small, and the eastern region is also too small. Therefore, he is preparing to deploy in advance, and he cannot wait until he has to go to the central region in the future, with 2 eyes blank and knowing nothing. Letting some children go first can not only train them but also explore more information for themselves. In the central region, various divine dynasties, imperial dynasties, holy places forces are complicated and the population is large.
The exploration function can only explore resources, but cannot explore crowds and explore people's hearts. When you arrive in the central region, you may have to deal with people. Understanding the various forces in advance is beneficial to yourself. Qiming, take this flying sword. Mengru, this Xianyu soft whip is both offensive and defensive, very suitable for you. Qipeng. Your magical treasures are sufficient for now.
Qin Shangqing took out some magical artifacts and treasures from his storage ring and handed them to the children. He was preparing to send this group of children out, so he gave them some treasures in advance to familiarize themselves with.
After giving them a few instructions, he disappeared again. Thank you, Master.
The children were excited, playing with their newly acquired magical treasures. Only Qin Shiping looked a little depressed.
Brother, don't look so glum. You have more magical treasures than all of us combined. That's right, I think your Xianin treasure mirror is pretty good. How about giving it to me to play with for a couple of days? No way. Once it gets into your hands, I'll never get it back. Do you think I'm stupid?
Watching the children play and laugh, Qin Shangqing's lips curved into a smile, and he turned and sank into the spirit lake.
The previous evergreen pendants were almost used up.
In a year, many more children had been born, plus the children had suffered a lot of wear and tear over the years, so they needed to be replenished. Having reached the golden core stage, the speed of cutting this bone was relatively faster, but it still took 2 days.
Sword Demon Sect, inside the sect master's palace.
Holding a green broken bone, Qin Shangqing quietly appeared.
Alliance leader. Yang Zipping quickly saluted. He was no longer surprised by the alliance leader's unpredictable appearances.
Qin Shangqing handed him the broken bone, refined some more pendants.
Yang Zipping nodded repeatedly, no problem. Then he hesitated and said, Alliance leader, I wonder where fellow Daoist Changqing is now?
Qin Shangqing glanced at him, understanding his thoughts, and said faintly, I will go back and ask. If Changqing is willing, I will send him over to stay for a few days.
Yang Zipping was overjoyed, thank you, Alliance leader. Half a month later.
Coming back to his senses from his thoughts, he turned his hand and put the jade slip back into the storage ring. Qin Shangqing grabbed the fair, tender hand on his shoulder and pulled her into his arms.
A blush appeared on Feng Zihan's pretty face, and she bit her lip and said, If you wanna, how about we go inside? Qin Shangqing shook his head and smiled, It's fine here. All right. Can you put your sword away? No.
On the recliner in the courtyard, 2 figures were entangled, the sword pressed underneath central region.
Phoenix Nirvana Dynasty. The royal capital, Phoenix City. Qin Shangqing, in a black robe, invisibly appeared on the street.
The crowd surged, and the buildings on both sides were densely packed. At a glance, they were all shops selling various magical treasures and spiritual talismans, as well as some shops unique to mortals, with a strong atmosphere of life. People came and went on the street, and from time to time, one could see immortal cultivators stepping on swords and flying through the air, but no mortals showed surprise, as if they were used to it. Here, mortals and immortal cultivators can actually coexist, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme together harmoniously, which is quite interesting. Qin Shangqing strolled around, marveling. Before coming here, he had already done some research. The Phoenix Nirvana dynasty belonged to Yuzhou in the central region, which was a relatively remote continent among the 3,000 continents. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close/phoneme to the eastern region. Although it was a continent, its area was no less than that of the eastern region, which was enough to imagine how vast the territory of the central region was. Of course, this was not to say that the eastern region was small, but only that the 7 countries of the eastern region had a small area. Qin Shangqing learned from the information of various sects that most of the land in the eastern region was still wild and had not been utilized.
Many places were uninhabited, not to mention immortal cultivators, even mortals were not there.
For example, between Yuzhou and the eastern region, there was a Taiku mountain, with many mountains larger than the Demon Mist mountain range connected. Just teleporting this distance consumed Qin Shangqing thousands of years of life. If it were an ordinary cultivator, it would be difficult to cross this distance in his entire life. Moreover, this Taiku mountain was poor in resources and had thin spiritual energy. If immortal cultivators stayed here for a long time, their cultivation would regress rather than advance. This was also the reason for isolating the eastern region and the central region. After understanding this, Qin Shangqing was unwilling to expend his lifespan to explore it. After all, Jing country had consumed millions. In such a large place, exploring it would cost hundreds of millions, which would be a thankless task. Even if he explored something, no one would help him develop it. Jing country's resources had not been fully developed yet. If he teleported the Jing country cultivators here again, he would lose a lot just in terms of cost. Therefore, after understanding this, Qin Shangqing simply crossed the Taiku mountain and came to the central region to open up a new base. The central region was the center of the continent, and could be called a place of outstanding people and abundant resources. And Yuzhou, although it was the edge of the central region, was also stronger than the eastern region. Forces at the nascent soul level were everywhere, those at the transformation god level were in the dozens, and there were also many forces at the fusion void realm. However, there were mostly immortal cultivation dynasties here, because the central region had more abundant resources, and immortal cultivators were everywhere. Almost everyone could come into contact with immortal cultivation, so mortals and immortal cultivators lived together. It was also because the central region was so valuable that if one wanted resources, one needed to occupy vast land, and the immortal cultivation dynasties thrived as a result.
Qin Mansion.
Inside the alchemy room, Qin Kitchen sat cross-legged, his fingers quickly forming spiritual seals and striking them on the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace shook constantly, and the lid flew up suddenly. 6 round golden pills flew out and were grabbed by Qin Kitchen.
It's done!
Excitement flashed across Qin Kitchen's face. Now Qin Kitchen had already broken through to the golden core stage, and was also a third-tier high-grade alchemist. He had been in the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty for 3 years, and with his identity as a third-tier alchemist, he had been very successful here, and had become the alchemist of the royal family, with a certain status in Phoenix City. A white light flashed, and Qin Shangqing appeared in the alchemy room.
Master!
Qin Kitchen was slightly stunned, and then almost jumped up in surprise, his face full of excitement. Qin Shangqing smiled and nodded. Your alchemy skills have improved again, and you have not disappointed your teacher's expectations.
Qin Kitchen scratched his head embarrassedly. It's all because of Master's good guidance.
Qin Shangqing rolled his eyes in his heart.
I don't know anything about alchemy, what guidance? He's been in the dynasty environment for too long. He dares to flatter anything.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save your bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. I wonder if Master has any instructions for coming here? Sheen Kitchen asked with some anticipation. He is now at least a guest of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty, and he also wants to be able to help Master.
Sheen Shangqing shook his head and smiled. There are no instructions.
I'm just here to see how you are doing here. Sheen Kitchen was immediately touched.
Master did not forget about him, and spent the effort to run so far just to see how he was doing. Over the years, he has also learned a lot of information. The eastern region is separated from Yuzhou in the central region by tens of thousands of miles. It is not easy for ordinary people to come over. Even the supreme elders in the sect have great difficulty coming here.
Sheen Kitchen said, Master, don't worry, I'm doing very well.
Although my strength is nothing here, I am proficient in the art of alchemy, and my status is comparable to some nascent soul stage cultivators, and even higher.
Oh?
Sheen Shangqing raised his eyebrows, a little surprised.
Sheen Kitchen said rather proudly, the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty values talents very much.
Alchemists, weapon refiners, and other immortal cultivators with 100 skills have a very high status here.
Disciple also wants to thank Master.
During the time in the Spirit Lake Treasureland, because of the support and tempering of a large number of spiritual medicines and elixirs, Disciple's alchemy skills have grown extremely fast, and the success rate of pill formation is also very high.
Take this third-order pill as an example. It's not Disciple boasting, even the fifth-order alchemists here can't compare to me in terms of pill formation success rate.
Sheen Kitchen still misses those years very much, carefree, with sufficient cultivation resources, and able to play with his brothers and sisters, but he also understands Master's good intentions.
It is not enough to just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door and build a car.
Growth requires experience, and cultivation also requires experience.
Otherwise, it will eventually be a flower in a greenhouse, not suitable for heavy use. Sheen Shangqing nodded and said, I just gave you a path. How to walk it and how far you can go still depends on yourself. Disciple understands.
Sheen Kitchen said with gratitude and reverence, but without Master, there would be no Disciple today.
Just yesterday, Disciple was summoned by the Empress of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty and was rewarded with many magical treasures and spiritual medicines. Empress?
Sheen Shangqing's heart moved slightly.
Yes.
A look of excitement flashed across Sheen Kitchen's face. Master, this Empress is a legendary figure of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty.
As a female cultivator, she has done many things that men cannot do.
She is even more beautiful, but her imperial aura is too heavy, and Disciple didn't dare to look at her too much after listening to Sheen Kitchen's narration. Sheen Shangqing also understood the legendary Empress's bumpy experience, and couldn't help but secretly smack his tongue.
She was indeed an extraordinary woman.
The Empress of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty, named Lin Huang, ascended the throne less than 10 years ago, and can be regarded as being ordered in a time of crisis to support a collapsing building. 100 years ago, the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty was originally the Phoenix Nirvana Imperial dynasty, but because the previous emperor had limited qualifications, had no hope of seeking immortality, and indulged in enjoyment, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, and was an incompetent, the Phoenix Nirvana Imperial dynasty began to disintegrate from within. In just a few decades, wars broke out everywhere, coupled with the fueling of external forces. The territory of the Imperial dynasty quickly split into more than a dozen dynasties, directly falling from the throne of the Imperial dynasty. After ascending to the position of Empress, Lin Huang did not rush to recover the lost territory, but instead worked hard to govern, appointed people based on their talents, developed strength, and fully cultivated strong people.
For example, those with potential like Sheen Kitchen were the focus of recruitment and cultivation.
Not only that, Lin Huang also sent immortal masters to travel among the people to conduct large-scale spiritual root testing and discover immortal seedlings.
As long as the talent is good, they can be cultivated by the dynasty.
Subsequently, she opened up immortal cultivation techniques and started national immortal cultivation. In short, in Phoenix City, as long as you have the ability, you will almost never be buried. Sheen Shangqing narrowed his eyes slightly.
He could see the Empress's desire for high-quality immortal seedlings, as well as her ambition. Sheen Kitchen's eyes flashed with admiration. This Empress is indeed eager for talents. If it weren't for this, Disciple wouldn't have been so highly valued, and even personally summoned.
It is rumored that she holds the treasures left by the Imperial dynasty, and is only lacking high-quality immortal seedlings. As long as a group of powerful immortal cultivators are cultivated, there is still a chance to rebuild its glory. A look of amazement also flashed in Qin Shangqing's eyes.
This empress's courage is indeed admirable. As a woman, she forcibly pulled back the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty, which was swaying in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme and about to collapse, with thunderous means, making Qin Shangqing want to meet this legendary figure. Qin Kitchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's just a pity that after years of war, the population has been severely lost. Now it is difficult to find immortal seedlings in the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty.
It is too difficult to restore its peak. After listening to Qin Kitchen's narration, Qin Shangqing also developed some curiosity and goodwill towards this empress. Unlike Qin Kitchen, he, who possessed the memories of his previous life, immediately smelled an unusual scent. His vision was farther. The move of national immortal cultivation can be said to be a pioneering move in this closed environment of inheritance. This Empress Lin Huang is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme crazy, or she wants to do something earth-shattering. I am afraid that it is not just to restore the imperial dynasty, but may also have greater ambitions. I have a pile of immortal seedlings there and don't know how to raise them, but she is short of immortal seedlings here. Concave and convex complement each other.
Isn't this a coincidence? Qin Shangqing couldn't help but complain in his heart. In the past few years, he has spent a lot of time with his wives and concubines in the Five Elements secret realm. They have also given birth to many children. These children are all raised by Qin Shangqing himself and have not been sent to the 14 sects, because the 14 sects are already saturated to the point of being overloaded. He wanted to develop in the central region, and part of the reason was to find a way out for his children. Judging from the information currently understood, this Phoenix Nirvana Empress is very good, has the means, has the ideas, and also has the strength. If he gives the children to her to cultivate, presumably she will be very happy. Moreover, the rumors should not be false.
She should really have the treasures of the former imperial dynasty in her hands, otherwise where would the courage come from to launch national immortal cultivation? A dynasty is comparable to the entire Jing Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, and the power of an imperial dynasty can be imagined. Even if it falls, the foundation it leaves behind is very considerable, far from being comparable to ordinary dynasties.
Thinking of this, Qin Shangqing had already made a decision, and immediately said, "Kitchen, you should cultivate well, and I will come to see you another day."
Qin Kitchen was a little reluctant, but he also knew that Master was busy with everything, so he nodded. Qin Shangqing patted him on the shoulder, turned around and disappeared. In the center of the royal capital, there is a peculiar mountain peak. This mountain peak is narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, presenting an inverted triangle. The Phoenix Palace, the residence of the Empress in the central hub of the royal capital, is built on it. It was also the first time Qin Shangqing had seen such a strange mountain peak that violated the laws of physics. If the physicists of his previous life saw it, they would probably despair and frantically say, "Physics no longer exists." However, Qin Shangqing was not an expert, so he didn't get entangled. In the world of immortal cultivation, anything can happen. Even spirits exist, and he himself has been a Death Knight.
So he was used to anything abnormal. P.S. The 3 updates in the morning are done, take a break, and there are 2 more updates in the afternoon.
Yesterday I heard a sentence that moved me very much. Lang Lang, update quickly, we watch advertisements to support you. You guys are really, I'm crying you are willing to spend such precious time watching advertisements for me. Am I still human if I don't update more?
Has anyone ever risked their lives for you? Now, there is. I'm going to update to death.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience. After activating his invisibility, Qin Shangqing teleported directly into Phoenix City.
Unsure of the exact situation inside, Qin Shangqing could only search slowly. This palace was extremely large, dozens of times bigger than the main hall of the Evergreen Alliance's 14 sections. It was enveloped by a large array, and inside, cultivators in uniform Taoist robes flew around on patrol, while a large number of palace maids bustled about. The entire palace was magnificent and luxurious, with cultivators stationed at every corner, heavily guarded.
Even the palace maids have foundation establishment stage cultivation. This is too much.
Qin Shangqing glanced at the charming palace maid passing by, his expression twitching. As expected of a middle domain dynasty, with his current cultivation, it seemed difficult to even become a commander in the palace. After wandering around for a long time, Qin Shangqing finally found the secret chamber where the empress was located. This empress was cautious enough not to be in her bedroom, but in a special quiet room opened underground, surrounded by layers of arrays. Inside the secret chamber, a woman with hair like a waterfall sat cross-legged, quietly breathing. With just one glance, Qin Shangqing could confirm that this was the legendary Empress Lin Huang. It was simply that the aura on this woman was too strong, revealing a domineering temperament that intimidated people. With Qin Shangqing's vision, he could see that the woman's face had been clearly modified. Her eyebrows were slightly widened, tending towards sword-like eyebrows, and the contours of her face had also been specially modified, appearing slightly resolute. A pair of phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light between opening and closing, giving people a great sense of oppression just by sitting there. It's really hard for a woman to be an emperor, Qin Shangqing sighed softly. He could naturally see that this empress was definitely a stunning beauty, but in order to deter her ministers, she had to hide her gentle side.
Tell me, which woman doesn't love beauty? But this is something a woman must sacrifice to be an emperor. If she couldn't overwhelm her ministers in terms of aura and strength, how could she convince them?
Her strength is very strong. Qin Shangqing's vision was now extremely high, having come into contact with nascent soul and transformation god stage experts. Judging from the spiritual power fluctuations emitted during her cultivation, the aura on this Empress Lin Huan was much stronger than Feng Jun and others. However, it was slightly weaker than Xian Chaosu, probably in the late stage of transformation god. The outside world didn't know Lin Huan's strength. They only knew that she was incredibly strong, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to defend the capital back then. The late stage of transformation god was already considered very strong, and the highest combat power of ordinary dynasties was only at the transformation god stage. The main thing was that Lin Huan was still young, having cultivated for only a few hundred years. It seemed Qin Shangqing wasn't in a hurry and continued to observe. After staying for half a month, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but admire this woman from the bottom of his heart. She was really diligent and busy. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme cultivating, attending court meetings, reviewing memorials, or inspecting the immortal seedlings sent to the palace every day.
She hardly ever did anything useless. Perhaps only during cultivation could she relax a little. Your Majesty, this year's immortal seedlings have been delivered.
Lin Huang hummed and looked at the slightly nervous children, a smile appearing on her lips as she said softly, "Don't be nervous, I don't eat people." As she spoke, she stood up and waved her hand, "Follow me." The children followed behind her, while the red-armored general retreated outside the door.
Qin Shangqing was immediately curious. Where was she taking these children?
He saw Lin Huang leading the children all the way to the back of the bedroom. 6 golden array flags flew out of her sleeve, circling a few times on the ground before being inserted into the ground. Swish! A brilliant spiritual light suddenly rose, and a 3-zhang square magic circle appeared on the ground. "Stand inside," Lin Huang pointed to the magic circle and said. The children did as they were told, and Lin Huang also stood inside. Qin Shangqing followed closely behind, quietly standing behind her.
This empress smells so good."
Lin Huang didn't know that there was someone behind her.
She directly cast a spell to activate the magic circle.
Golden light flashed, and the ground was empty. The next moment, everyone appeared in another world.
Wow, where is this? It's so beautiful. Is this a fairyland? It's so beautiful.
The children were immediately shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of them, even forgetting that the Empress was still by their side, opening their mouths in exclamation. The Empress hooked the corner of her mouth, having long expected their reaction. Qin Shangqing was also stunned by the scenery before him. What was displayed before his eyes was a huge spiritual field, with various spiritual plants and herbs planted in a regular pattern, glittering with various colors and overflowing with spiritual light. Overhead, cranes flew, craning their necks and, seemingly welcoming their arrival. In the distant mountains, the figures of spirit beasts galloping flashed from time to time, and spirit apes were chasing and playing. The abundance of spiritual energy here was astounding, with every breath filled with spiritual energy, washing the body and mind. Qin Changqing flew into the air and found that there were many buildings, large and small, arranged in a very regular manner, with high walls built around the edge of a spiritual lake further away, seemingly a small city. Just as the children had exclaimed, this was indeed like a fairy city.
Where are the people?
Qin Changqing suddenly realized that Lin Huang and the children were gone, and was immediately stunned. This woman runs so fast. Qin Changqing was a little speechless.
Now he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. She was a master in the late stage of transformation god.
However, he had already placed a mark on Lin Huang, opened the teleportation function, and directly flashed to her side. Just as he stood still, he saw Lin Huang leading the children into the gate. Qin Changqing looked up and found a golden plaque hanging on the gate, with 4 large characters engraved on it.
Phoenix Academy.
A little interesting, Qin Changqing's interest was even stronger, and he followed directly in. The academy covered a large area, with more than a dozen different buildings inside, each with various plaques hanging on them. Fighting Court, Refining Court, Alchemy Court, Spirit Talisman Court. Each building represented an academy, each performing its own duties, with several cultivators as teachers, teaching the children.
An Empress Lin Huan was also among them, and she was actually lecturing in person.
After careful inspection, Qin Changqing found that there were not many students here, only more than 100 in total.
These were the immortal seedlings selected by the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty? There weren't even as many children as in his 5 elements secret realm.
A powerful dynasty needs a foundation, and the greatest foundation is cultivators.
High-quality immortal seedlings are extremely important.
These children are still in an ignorant stage, with extremely strong plasticity. With a little training, they will definitely become the backbone of the dynasty in the future. Qin Changqing felt the Empress's thirst for talent. Having experienced a serious war, the current Phoenix Nirvana dynasty was still in the early stages of recovery. The lost territory had not yet been recovered, and there were not enough immortal seedlings in his territory. It would be strange if she wasn't anxious. However, Qin Changqing also admired her for being able to create such a good cultivation academy. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records. In time it is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
It must be said that the teaching resources here are very rich. Every teacher is at least a nascent soul true lord, and they are definitely level figures in their respective fields. The teachers of various subjects such as cultivation methods, spells, weapon refinement, alchemy, formations, spirit talismans, beast taming, and spirit plants teach very seriously and explain in a simple and easy to understand way. Even Qin Changqing, a layman, can understand some of the tricks. What surprised Qin Changqing the most was that there were not only immortal cultivation courses here, but also courses on mortal literature, military affairs, and politics to increase knowledge. This empress has great ambitions. Qin Changqing was slightly surprised. He found that the teaching system here was quite mature and diverse, a bit like a university in his previous life.
It is hard to imagine discovering such an academy in an ancient environment of a cultivation world. He even wondered if this empress was from the same hometown as him. These ideas are really too modern. It would be great if my children could study here too. Qin Changqing felt enthusiastic, feeling that this Empress Lin Huang and himself had quite similar interests. For the immortal cultivation world, Lin Huang's ideas were extremely innovative and coincided with his. Qin Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with this empress and have an in-depth exchange, well, the serious kind. In the evening, the rosy clouds filled the sky. In the center of the spirit lake stood a pavilion. The Empress Lin Huang rarely relaxed and leisurely sat in the pavilion watching a group of fairy cranes dance gracefully on the lake. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in the pavilion. The originally calm and indifferent Empress was instantly startled and stood up. Her whole body's spiritual power surged, like a little mother cat whose fur had been blown up. Her phoenix eyes were full of vigilance,
and she exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you?" She was shocked to the extreme at this moment. This secret realm was top secret and one of the foundations left by the dynasty. Basically, no one from the outside world knew about it. Even the transmission in was a temporary formation, with no fixed transmission point. Moreover, there was a large formation to protect it. Not to mention the transformation god realm, even cultivators in the fusion void realm would find it extremely difficult to enter, let alone enter here silently. Could it be that this person's strength is even above the fusion void realm? Lin Huang's heart was pounding wildly, but she immediately suppressed the urge to attack. At this moment, Qin Changqing was calm on the surface, but he was also a little nervous in his heart, ready to teleport away at any time. After all, the other party was a late-stage transformation god realm expert who could kill him in seconds with a wave of her hand. But he bet that the other party would not dare to attack, because the black-robed man's attire was very oppressive. Therefore, even in the central region, Qin Changqing still planned to use two identities. The mysterious black-robed man's identity was a cover and a layer of disguised tiger skin, which would be much more convenient in many cases. "Little girl, don't be nervous, this seat has no malice." Qin Changqing sat directly opposite Lin Huang and poured himself a cup of tea to savor slowly. Seeing that the other party really didn't have any other actions, a look of surprise and uncertainty flashed across Lin Huang's face, and she slowly sat down, but the protective spiritual power around her body still didn't dissipate. "I wonder why Senior has come here. What are your instructions?" After a long while, seeing that Qin Changqing kept drinking tea without saying a word, Lin Huang finally couldn't help but ask. Qin Changqing slowly drank the tea in his cup, then put the teacup on the stone table and said lightly, "Pour tea." Lin Huang couldn't figure out the other party's background and didn't dare to act rashly. She bit her lip, stood up, and obediently poured tea. Watching the aloof empress personally pour tea for him, Qin Changqing narrowed his eyes, feeling very comfortable. Lin Huang was also silently observing this mysterious black-robed man. The more she observed, the more shocked she became. She found that the other party didn't reveal a trace of aura, like a mortal, but the other party's sudden appearance clearly meant that he couldn't be immortal. Then there was only one truth. Now it seems that he is at least not an enemy. Lin Huang's mind was racing. Qin Changqing's lips curled up slightly. He was very familiar with this expression. The people of the Changqing Alliance phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme showed this expression. This proved that she had already begun to self-deify. Qin Changqing continued to maintain his high-level persona and said lightly, "Little girl, this seat has been observing you for some time. You are very good. This seat intends to accept you as a disciple. Are you willing?" "Ah." Lin Huang was stunned and looked blank. She never thought that the other party's intention was this. "What? You are not willing?" Qin Changqing gave a faint hum from his nostrils. Lin Huang was immediately terrified and gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, this junior is now the empress of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty and doesn't have much time to cultivate. Moreover, Senior should also be able to see that this junior has now reached the late stage of transformation god realm. It is very difficult to go further. To be honest, this junior's desire for the Tao is not strong now. I just want to restore the dynasty." For this mysterious black-robed man's proposal, it would be false to say that she wasn't tempted. After all, the other party's strength was unfathomable. If she could be his disciple, there would definitely be many benefits. But she didn't know the other party's background and couldn't trust him, but she didn't dare to offend him, so she could only politely refuse. Phoenix Nirvana dynasty, Qin Changqing put down his teacup and let out a nostalgic sigh, looking into the distance and saying leisurely, "You little girl is quite wary. Since that's the case, this seat won't hide it from you. About 10,000 years ago, this seat also lived in Phoenix City for a period of time and received the care of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty. It can be considered that you owe your royal family a favor." Qin Changqing retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "Now that the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty has declined, this seat is also very saddened, so I plan to help you and help the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty return to its peak." 10,000 years ago Lin Huang's heart was shocked, and she was stunned by these words. Doesn't this mean that this senior has lived for at least 10,000 years? 10,000 years, proves that the Black-Robed Senior's current cultivation is at least in the Fusion Void realm, because only the Fusion Void realm can have a lifespan of over 10,000 years.
So he is an old friend of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty.
The vigilance in Lin Huang's phoenix eyes gradually eased, but she still didn't agree. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Qin Shangqing chuckled and shook his head and said, "Having reached your realm, the seat really has nothing to teach you.
The main thing is that I appreciate your character.
Your style is quite in line with the seat's taste, so I want to help you reduce some pressure if you are unwilling to become a disciple. The seat will not force it." Saying that, he stood up, acting as if he would leave since you didn't agree. Lin Huang's phoenix eyes flashed anxiously, and her heart became anxious. It seems that the other party really has no malicious intentions and only came to help her. If such a good opportunity is placed in front of her and she misses it, she will probably regret it for the rest of her life. Disciple Lin Huang greets master. Lin Huang suddenly softened her knees and bowed down gracefully, very decisively.
Good disciple.
Qin Shangqing laughed heartily, feeling secretly pleased. Being worshipped by a transformation god realm empress, this feeling, this experience, is very special.
P.S. Sorry, I was a little delayed by something in the afternoon, and the update came a little late. Fortunately, it didn't delay the update. Everyone, please forgive me. Today's 5 updates are over. I'm going to work hard for tomorrow's 5 updates.
Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading records in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Seeing the kneeling Lin Huang, Qin Shangqing nodded inwardly.
Get up quickly.
Qin Shangqing stretched out his hand to help her up. Then, he pulled out a foot-long green broken bone from his storage ring, handed it over, and smiled. "As your teacher, I have been in seclusion for many years and don't have any good treasures.
This monster beast bone is barely acceptable. Take it and forge a handy magic weapon."
Lin Huang took the demon bone, her phoenix eyes widened a bit, and her heart was filled with shock.
Although the aura remaining on this demon bone was not much, it was very strong.
She could feel an astonishing pressure shaking her mind.
What kind of demon beast is this broken bone from?
Judging from the aura, it has obviously been dead for many years, yet it still has such power. Lin Huang was extremely surprised. This time, Qin Shangqing took out a section of bone from the monster beast corpse in the spirit lake. However, this broken bone was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the spine and was one of the main bones of the corpse, so its quality was much higher.
Thank you, master.
This time, Lin Huang knelt sincerely. This demon beast was probably at least in the integration realm before its death, and it was very likely that her master had personally hunted it down. Such precious materials were given away casually, coupled with his terrifying and unpredictable strength, instantly dispelled all the doubts and suspicions in Lin Huang's heart. Qin Shangqing hummed, waved his hand, and signaled her to sit down.
Then, he said lightly, "I have seen it in your secret realm. The Phoenix Academy is doing very well and is very innovative. I can see that you have high expectations for them and are cultivating them with great care, but the aptitude of these immortal seedlings is a bit still lacking?" Lin Huang was shocked.
The immortal seedlings in her Phoenix Academy were all painstakingly collected from within and outside the dynasty. The worst of them were top-grade spiritual roots, and there were even 2 heavenly spiritual roots.
There is a very high threshold to enter her secret realm.
Seeing her somewhat unconvinced look, Qin Shangqing couldn't help but smile. "Since I said I would help you, I will definitely fulfill my promise."
Immortal seedlings are the foundation of Rise. I happen to have a batch of immortal seedlings there with acceptable aptitude. During this period, you recruit more immortal teachers. When the time is right, I will send them over.
If you cultivate them with care, the rise of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty is just around the corner.
Warmth clears the minion line.
Hearing Qin Shangqing repeatedly mention the dynasty, Lin Huang was even more convinced.
You must know that the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty has collapsed for decades.
The cultivators living here have long been accustomed to calling it a kingdom. If they were not really deeply connected to the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty and had not been here for many years, they would definitely not say it so naturally. Lin Huang hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, Master, are all of your immortal seedlings above top-grade spiritual roots? Although she controls a large amount of resources from the former dynasty, she doesn't want to waste these cultivation resources on unnecessary people. If they are just middle or upper-grade spiritual roots, it is not worth bringing them to the secret realm for cultivation. A meaningful look flashed in Qin Changqing's eyes, and he said with a smile, 10 days later, I will bring the people here.
You will know then. Be prepared.
Without waiting for Lin Huang to say anything, his whole body was shrouded in white light. The light dissipated, and there was no one in front of the stone table. Lin Huang was stunned, wondering if she was hallucinating because she was too obsessed with restoring the dynasty. But the tea that the mysterious master had not finished drinking in front of her, and the mysterious demon beast bone in her hand, showed that all this was not false.
5 Elements Secret Realm.
Qin Changqing, who had taken off his black robe, walked out of the house and happened to see Qin Weiwei preparing to go out.
Husband, you're back.
Qin Weiwei ran over with a face full of surprise.
Qin Changqing smiled and said, What are you planning to do?
Qin Weiwei said somewhat embarrassedly, Rong Rong and the others said that they are missing one person today and asked me to hurry over and make up the game.
Qin Changqing nodded.
Because the secret realm is closed all year round, in order to enrich the lives of his wives and concubines and prevent them from being too bored, Qin Changqing left behind many entertainment projects.
Most of them are mortals and have no way to cultivate.
If they don't do something, they will probably go crazy over time.
Where are Qi Hong and the others? Qin Changqing asked.
Qin Shihong is the oldest child in the 5 Elements secret realm, almost 7 years old.
There are now many children in the 5 Elements secret realm, with more than 30 who have reached the age of 6. They are practicing with Fenglan and the others. Qin Weiwei said.
I see, go and play.
Qin Changqing nodded, I'll go see the children.
Qin Weiwei looked left and right, tiptoed, kissed Qin Changqing on the face, and then ran out quickly. Qin Changqing touched his face, revealing a faint smile, and then his divine sense spread out, quickly finding the location of the group of children.
A huge spirit jade square has been opened up beside the spirit pool.
More than 30 children are sitting neatly cross-legged on it, their small faces serious, and each of them exudes a faint spiritual power. In front of them, there is a small gourd, and the gourd emits various colors of spiritual light.
Husband.
When the two saw Qin Changqing, their beautiful eyes lit up. The children were also awakened and jumped up from the ground, running around Qin Changqing, chirping non-stop.
Daddy, did you bring us anything fun this time?
Dad, the third always sneaks out to play when the concubine is not around, you quickly beat him.
Huang Qianqian shouted, Go back and practice properly.
The children were obviously still a little afraid of the two. After looking at Qin Changqing, they reluctantly returned to their positions and continued to practice honestly.
Qin Fenglan said, Changqing, now the children are not young anymore. Their aptitude is very high.
It is not a long-term solution for us to guide their cultivation.
It will only delay their cultivation progress. See if you can tell the leader of the alliance and bring them to the sect for training? Huang Qianqian also nodded repeatedly. These children are talented, and it is a bit misleading for them to guide them. Qin Changqing pondered, What you said makes sense, I will ask the leader of the alliance for his opinion.
His divine sense swept over the children, then he turned around and returned to the quiet room.
Shihong, Shilua, and the others' aptitude is still a bit low.
Sending them to Lin Huang requires even higher aptitude. Let's upgrade them. Most of the children in the 5 Elements secret realm are upper grade, top grade, and there are very few earth spiritual roots. There are only 5 heavenly spiritual roots, all of whom are born to Huang Qianqian. Qin Changqing immediately opened the system's upgrade function and began to upgrade the aptitude of these children uniformly. He wants to upgrade the aptitude of all these children to heavenly spiritual roots. In one fell swoop, he consumed hundreds of thousands of years of life. Of course, for Qin Changqing, who now has more than 1 billion years of life, hundreds of thousands of years is equivalent to plucking a hair, not painful or itchy.
However, these lifespans cannot be consumed in vain.
Qin Changqing recorded them all on the body of the female emperor Lin Huang, and he will get them back later. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause the loss of reading progress.
Please save bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to save screenshots. We apologize for the inconvenience.
10 days later. Qin Shangqing had his wives gather all the children who had reached the age of 6, saying that the Alliance Master had agreed to send them out for cultivation. In the courtyard, the mothers of the children were filled with reluctance, some holding their children with tears in their eyes. They were also aware that once the children were sent away, they didn't know when they would see them again, but they wouldn't stop their children's future. No mother didn't want her child to have a good life. Qin Shangqing, dressed in a black robe, appeared in the courtyard, looking at the sad scene of parting, and sighed slightly in his heart. Then, he said in a deep voice, "All right, I'm going to take them away. You may leave." Only then did the wives respectfully bow and leave the courtyard, turning back with every step. Qin Shangqing used his divine sense to envelop all the children, opened the teleportation function, and with a flash of white light, the courtyard was empty.
Phoenix Nirvana Dynasty Secret Realm, Phoenix Academy.
Lin Huang sat uneasily in the secret room, occasionally opening her phoenix eyes to look around. Although she was somewhat skeptical of what her master said, she was still very much looking forward to it. Today was the agreed-upon day, and she didn't know if her master would bring the immortal seedlings. Just as she was thinking, a familiar white light surged, and Qin Shangqing in a black robe suddenly appeared. Beside him, there were dozens of children with curious faces.
"Master!"
Lin Huang hurriedly stepped forward to salute, while at the same time, she was shocked. Her master was actually able to bring so many people silently through layers of arrays and teleport them in. It seemed that she had underestimated her master's strength before.
"Lin Huang, I have brought the people. I will leave these children to you from now on. Cultivate them well and don't let me down,"
Qin Shangqing said with a smile. Lin Huang's phoenix eyes opened and closed, and her divine sense instantly enveloped the bodies of all the children. Immediately, her delicate body trembled, and with a shocked face, she slowly turned her head, her mouth wide open, enough to stuff a small Changqing.
The usually domineering and dignified empress was now somewhat cute, stammering, "Heavenly spiritual roots? They are all heavenly spiritual roots."
Lin Huang was so excited that she was about to go crazy, and she wondered if she was dreaming. She had worked hard for several years and had only managed to find 2 heavenly spiritual roots, which was already very commendable. After all, heavenly spiritual roots were not cabbages. Even in the central region, they were absolutely high-quality immortal seedlings, and now there were actually 39 children with heavenly spiritual roots. She felt so unreal, so happy that she was about to die. Qin Shangqing was very satisfied with Lin Huang's reaction.
Lin Huang was really curious and couldn't help but ask.
Qin Shangqing glanced at her and said lightly, "Don't ask too much about this matter.
I have my own ways.
These children are still young. If you cultivate them well, they will be able to help the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty in the future." Lin Huang nodded repeatedly, liking these children more and more as she looked at them. "By the way, the appearance of so many heavenly spiritual roots will inevitably bring you unnecessary trouble if exposed, so I will hide their talents so that people can't see their talents.
You can just know that they are heavenly spiritual roots," Qin Shangqing pointed out.
Lin Huang suddenly recovered from her surprise, her phoenix eyes flickered, and she nodded. "Master is still thinking carefully, then I will trouble Master to take action." She was also a little scared in her heart. She was really fascinated by the qualifications of these children. There was no airtight wall in the world, even in this secret realm. Those immortal masters were not necessarily all trustworthy. Once so many heavenly spiritual roots were exposed in advance, I am afraid that the enemies of the dynasty would be alerted immediately, and even start a war at all costs. The current Phoenix Nirvana dynasty had just been rebuilt from the ruins, and could not withstand destruction.
"Okay."
Qin Shangqing in black robe walked through the middle of the children, touched their heads, and consumed his lifespan to hide the talents of these children.
Lin Huang's phoenix eyes widened, staring closely at Qin Shangqing's movements.
Soon, she was shocked again. She didn't detect any spiritual power fluctuations on her master's body at all, but after those children were touched by her master, she couldn't detect their talents at all.
What kind of magical power was this?
Lin Huang was stunned. This kind of magical method was simply unheard of and unseen. She admired the black-robed master even more in her heart. After hiding the talents of all the children in turn, Qin Changqing asked seemingly casually, "By the way, there are still many similar immortal seedlings.
If you need them, I will send them to you later." There were still more?
Lin Huang swallowed, her eyes full of disbelief.
These 39 heavenly spiritual roots were not all of them?
How mysterious was her master, to be able to find so many geniuses.
What, you don't want them?
Qin Changqing raised his eyebrows. Yes, I want them. Lin Huang came back to her senses and said quickly. The cute appearance made Qin Changqing a little amused. These were heavenly spiritual roots. She herself was a heavenly spiritual root, and deeply understood how important good qualifications were to cultivators. As long as these children were well cultivated, there would be absolutely no problem in breaking through the nascent soul stage in the future, and they could also reach the transformation god stage. If there were one or two outstanding ones, it was not impossible to break through the fusion void stage. Lin Huang was already looking forward to the future, and seemed to see the rebirth of the Phoenix Nirvana dynasty. Within the royal capital, transformation god experts walked everywhere, and nascent soul cultivators were as common as dogs. Okay, then I will satisfy you. Take good care of them. I will notify you before I send them next time.
Qin Changqing waved his hand gently, and his figure disappeared.
Lin Huang was overjoyed, took a deep breath, tried to adjust her state, and showed a faint smile. Children, you follow me. The children followed Lin Huang with some curiosity and trepidation, and soon saw this beautiful scenery like a fairyland. One by one, they opened their mouths wide and exclaimed. They originally thought that the Five Elements secret realm where they had grown up was very beautiful, but compared to here, it was really a small witch seeing a big witch, and they were fascinated. 1 year later, Qin Changqing appeared again and sent Lin Huang 17 more children, all of whom were still heavenly spiritual roots. In the 3rd year, 20 more children with heavenly spiritual roots were sent. There were already 76. Lin Huang looked at the children in front of her, shocked beyond words.
Big brother Qi Hong.
36th brother.
Ha, you're here too. We brothers have met again.
Brother Qi Luo, that fairy crane is so beautiful, it looks so delicious, can you help me catch it?
Mengyu, that's not for eating. If you want to eat, I'll take you to the spirit chef later. There are many delicious things there.